Part 1. The Government of London. Chapter 1. The Records. Before entering upon the government of London under the Plantagenet kings, let us first ask what are the documents in which we shall find information at first hand. No city in the world possesses a collection of archives so ancient and so complete as the collection at the Guildhall. Riley, in his introduction to the Liber Albus, begins his list of those who have consulted the archives with John Stow. Surely, however, the compiler of the Liber Albus itself, John Carpenter, also consulted archives even in his day valuable and ancient. Strype, in the preparation of his edition of Stow, also consulted the city archives. Again, he says, another thing that labor and diligence hath been bestowed in relates to the laws, customs, and usages of the city, wherein the liberties and privileges, as well as the duties of the citizens, are contained, and therefore ought to be known by them, and in that regard necessary to be set down as accurately and largely as might be, being things so material for them to be advised of. This was laudably begun by A.M. in the last edition, but very much improved and enlarged in this. And to enable me the better in the doing the same, it was not only necessary to gather up and present the many and most important acts of Parliament and Common Council relating to the city and its affairs, but also to have recourse to the authentic books and records belonging to the Chamber of London, where many ancient and curious matters of this nature might be found. But this seemed to be somewhat difficult to be obtained. Yet by the help of some friends of quality and good account, and making the court of aldermen acquainted with my design, and requesting their leave and license, I obtained an order from them to Mr. Ashurst, then town clerk, to give me access to some of their books that might be most to my purpose, and their allowance to transcribe what I thought convenient out of them. But withal, I was enjoined by the court to leave in Mr. Town Clerk's hands all my notes that I should so collect thence, to be reviewed and examined, lest some things published from them might seem prejudicial some way or other to the city, or be judged not so convenient to be known, or lest any mistakes might fore be made by me in transcribing, which, as was fit, I readily complied with. Many remarks I took out thence, respecting both the ancient state of the city and also of the courts, the customs, the magistrates, the officers, and the chief books I conversed with were those two famous ancient volumes, the one called Liber Horn from the writer, the other called Liber Albus, i.e. the White Book, both so often made use of and cited by Mr. Stow. This last mentioned book was composed in Latin and 1419, 7h5. Mens Novembris, and what it contains is known by what is writ in one of the first pages, viz. Continens tam laudabiles observantias non scriptas indict, civitate feri solitas, quam notabilia memoranda, and si sparsum et inordinate scripta. That is, containing as well laudable customs, not written, want to be observed in the said city, as other notable things worthy remembering, here and there scatteringly, not in any order written. The compiler of this White Book was one Carpenter, whose name fairly and largely writ fronts the first page, who I suppose may be that J. Carpenter, sometime town clerk in the reign of Henry V., mentioned by Stow in his survey among the worthy benefactors of the city, and whose gifts are there set down. In this volume are inserted memorials of the mayors, sheriffs, recorders, chamberlains, and the other chief officers of the city, likewise all the charters granted by the several kings of England from William the Conqueror, and the confirmations thereof. There is also a tract of the manner and order, how barons and universitas civitat. London and see that is, the barons, i.e. the freemen, and commonalty of the city of London, ought to behave and carry themselves towards the king and his justiciaries itinerants in the time it pleaseth the king to hold pleas of the crown at the Tower of London, together with many other matters and subjects, contained in this choice MS. The other book, which I had also the favor of perusing, namely Horn, was near 100 years older, so named from Andrew Horn, sometime chamberlain of the city, viz., in the time of King Edward II. What this book contains is told by this inscription in one place of it, viz. Ist Liber restat Andrew Horn Pisanario London de Brega Street, in quo continenter cardi and alii consududines predict, civitat, Anglii and statuta per Henricum regem and Edwardum regem fil, predict, Regis Henrici edita, and again, in isto libro continenter tota statuta and ordinations and cardi and libertates, and Consuetudine Civitat, London and Ordo Justitiarum Itinerantium apud Turim Land, and Ipsum Iter. Extract from Letter Book E, dated 1316, relating to the Grocers' Co. A larger image is available here. Another book also there was in the chamber, which I also perused for the same purpose, called Liber Customarum, the first tract whereof is De Laudibus Nobilitatis Insulae Britanniae. It is in Old French, and consisteth of 13 chapters, beginning thus. De Brittagni, quae est appel Inglaterra, and qui est si beniur sur touts otters isles, and qui est si plenteus de blés and des arbors, and large de bois and de rivers and de venaisons and de oisiaus convenables, et noble de mount de manors bons cheens. Sites ad mont belles et bienna cisses, and belles guameries de terre amiable, close de mere and de douces use delitables. CEO est de Savoie, de Fluvies, de Beaux Undes, de Cleurs fountains and de douces, and c. The writer then applies himself to treat of London, as the several charters, the wards, and the streets, passages, and places there, privileges of mayors, and c. To which I add the Calendarium Cama, London, which was also another book in the chamber, of use to me also in my searches. During the 18th century, except for Strype, the archives appear to have been unmolested. Early last century, Sir Francis Palgrave made many extracts from this treasury. More recently, M. Auguste Thierry published certain treatises of commerce of the 13th to 15th centuries between the citizens of London and the merchants of Amiens. In 1843, M. Jules Delpit spent some time at the Guildhall collecting from copies of documents relating to the connections between France and England. Since then, the work of publishing and annotating these papers has gone on with great diligence. A list of the items which comprise the city archives is given by Riley. In addition to the early registers or letter books, from A to K inclusive, the respective dates of which are given at the conclusion of this volume, the record room at Guildhall contains the following compilations, journals, and repertories of the courts of aldermen and common council from AD 1417 down to the present time. Liber de Antiquis Legibus, a Latin chronicle of the city transactions from AD 1178 to 1274, the only one of the records hitherto published. Liber Horn, a miscellaneous collection, date 1311, and compiled probably by its original owner, Andrew Horn. Liber Customarum, a compilation of a similar nature, date about 1320, and put together probably under the supervision of the same Andrew Horn. Liber Albus. Liber Dunthorne, a compilation in Latin, Anglo-French, and English, prepared between AD 1461 and 1490. Liber Legum, a collection of laws from AD 1342 to 1590. Liber Ordinationum Ditina, compiled temp. Edward I, in addition to which, there are the Assisipanis, commencing in 1284, Liber Memorandorum, date 1298, and several other manuscript volumes of inferior note and value. Among the books which are known to have formerly belonged to the Corporation of London, but are now lost, are the following: Liber Niger Major and Liber Niger Minor, both quoted in Liber Albus, Speculum, Recordatorium, possibly identical with the Liber Regum Antiquorum, also lost. Magnus Liber de Chartis et Libertatibus Civitatis, Liber Rubius, and Liber de Heritatis, 7 both mentioned in the letter books, according to M. Delpit, as formerly in existence. It is not improbable that these volumes may have disappeared on the disastrous occasion when, in the reign of Edward Roman VI, the Lord Protector Somerset borrowed 3 cartloads of books from the library at Guildhall, none of which were ever returned. Riley's Introduction to Liber Albus. Since this list was prepared, the Corporation have undertaken the publication of Riley's Memorials of the 13th, 14th, and 15th centuries, Sharp's Calendar of Wills, the Calendar of Letters, Sharp's London and the Kingdom, Price's Descriptive Account of the Guildhall, Argus's Map of London, Riley's Chronicles of Old London. In addition to these volumes, one must not omit Arnold's Chronicle of Customs, published in 1811, the publications of the Camden Society, which include many documents invaluable to the student of city history. Other chronicles translation has made accessible, such as the Dialogue de Scaccario, published in full in Stubbs's Select Charters. Chapter 2. The Charter of Henry II. The charter granted by Henry II, though apparently full, contained certain omissions which are significant and important. Round has arranged this charter side by side with that of Henry I, dividing their contents into numbered clauses, italicizing the points of difference. Geoffrey de Mandeville, pp. 368-369. Henry I, Henry II. The text of the first is that of Stubbs's Select Charters. That of the second is taken from the transcript in the Liber Customarum, collated with the Liber Rubius. One very curious mistake was discovered by Round in the first. In Clause 9, the word Wardomatum is used. This, by comparison with the corresponding clause in the second Henry's charter, should be Vadimonia. In other words, both charters confirm to the citizens the property mortgaged to them and the debts due to them. To consider the differences. By the second clause, the citizens are freed from scot and lot and danegeld and murder. Henry II substitutes acquittance of murder within the city and portsoken. The most important omission, however, in the second charter is that which gives the citizens the right to hold Middlesex on the firma of £300 a year, and the right to elect their own justiciar and sheriff. Chapter 3. The Commune. We are now in a position to proceed to the establishment of the Commune. The stages of any important reform are first, the right understanding of the facts, then a tentative discussion of the facts, then an animated discussion of the facts, next, an angry denial of the facts, then a refusal to consider the question of reform at all. Finally, the unwilling acceptance of reform with gloomy prophecies of disaster and ruin. One knows nothing about these preliminary stages as regards the great civic revolution of 1191, but I am quite sure that, just as it was with the Reform Bill of 1832, so it was with the creation of a mayor in 1191. There were no newspapers, no pamphlets, and no means of united action except the folk mote at Paul's Cross, which would clearly be of no use on such a point, and the casual meeting day by day of the merchants by the riverside. There was no royal exchange. There were no companies, halls for them to meet in. We have no record of any meeting, but we may be sure that the inconvenience of the situation was discussed whenever 2 or 3 were gathered together. We may be equally sure that there were conservatives, those who loved the old days and dreaded the power of a central authority. Opinion as regards reform has always been divided, and always will be divided. There are always those who would rather endure the ills that exist than meet unknown ills which may be brought upon them by change. I do not know how long the discussions continued and the discontent was endured. On this subject history is dumb. 1 or 2 points, however, are certain. The first is that all the great towns of Western Europe were eager for the Commune. The next is the model which they proposed to copy. It must have been well known to our kings throughout the 12th century that the creation of the Commune in the great trading cities of Western Europe was not only ardently desired by the citizens, but had been actually achieved by many. What they desired was a corporation, a municipality, self-government within their own walls. It is certain that London looked with eyes of envy upon Rouen, a city with which it was closely connected by ties of relationship, as well as those of trade, because Rouen obtained her commune 15 years before London obtained the mere shadow of one. It was, in fact, from Normandy that the city derived her 12 desire to possess a commune. The connection between London and Rouen was much closer than we are generally willing to recognize. Communication was easy. The channel could be crossed whenever the wind was favorable. The Englishman was on a friendly soil when he landed in Normandy, a country ruled by his own prince. The Normans found themselves also among a friendly people on the soil of England. They came over in great numbers, especially to London. The merchants of Rouen had their port at Dowgate from the days of Edward the Confessor. Many of the leading London merchants came from Rouen and Caen. Therefore, whatever went on in Rouen was known in London. Now, in the year 1145, great and startling news arrived. It was heard that the city of Rouen had obtained a commune, that is to say, a municipality, with a mayor for a central authority and powers of government over the whole city. Further news came that the commune was established in other parts of France and in the Netherlands, and that everywhere the cities were forming themselves into municipalities, breaking away from the old traditions and organizing themselves. This was not done without considerable opposition. The rights of the church, the rights of the barons, the rights of the king were all invaded by the creation of the commune. It was, however, a great popular movement, irresistible. It succeeded for a time, but in one city after another it fell to pieces. In England it succeeded greatly, and it continued to extend and to flourish. Meanwhile, the merchants of London understood very well that, in this respect, what suited the people of Rouen would suit them. Indeed, the conditions were very similar in the two cities. Then began a serious agitation, but not after the modern fashion, among the London citizens in favor of the new civic organization. Henry II would have none of it. In his jealousy of any transfer of power to the people, he allowed no guilds to be formed save with his consent. At one blow, he suppressed 18 adulteran guilds, which had thus been created. But he could not suppress the ardent desire of the people for the commune. Had the successor of Henry been as wise a king and as clear-sighted as his father, the desire of the city might have been staved off for another generation. But Richard was not Henry. When he was gone upon his crusade, the government was left in the hands of his chancellor, William Longchamp. And then follows one of those episodes in which the history of London becomes actually the history of the whole country. Longchamp had become unpopular with all classes. The barons felt the power of his hand and resented it. The merchants found themselves continually subject to extortionate fines, the clergy to exactions. He held all the 13 royal castles. He was attended by a guard of 1,000 horsemen. He effected the parade of royalty. In considering this personage, it must be remembered that he had many enemies in all ranks, and that his character has been chiefly drawn by his enemies. It was, of course, a great point against him, and always hurled in his teeth, that he was of humble origin. He was also, as a matter of course, charged with every kind of immorality. His haughtiness, which might be excused in his position of viceroy, was undoubted. It was called by his enemies insolence, and there could be no doubt as to the taxes which he imposed. In the letter written by Hugh, Bishop of Coventry, after Longchamp's deposition, even ecclesiastical invective seems to have done its very worst. The real reason of the deadly hatred is summed up in the following. To omit other matters, he and his revelers had so exhausted the whole kingdom that they did not leave a man his belt, a woman her necklace, a nobleman his ring, or anything of value even to a Jew. He had likewise so utterly emptied the king's treasury that in all the coffers and bags therein, nothing but the keys could be met with after the lapse of these last 2 years. Roger de Hoveden, Riley's Trans, Vol. Roman 2, p. 235. Obverse and original reverse of the seal of the City of London, showing figure of St. Thomas a Becket. From a wax cast in the Guildhall Museum. On the other hand, Peter of Blois replied to the gentle Bishop of Coventry with a letter which must have awakened in the mind of that prelate something of the ungovernable wrath which belonged to his time. He says, 14, the Bishop of Ely Longchamp, one beloved by God and men, a man amiable, wise, generous, kind, and meek, bounteous and liberal to the highest degree, had by the dispensations of the divine favor, and in accordance with the requirements of his own manners and merits, been honored with the administration of the state, and had thus gained the supreme authority. With feelings of anger you beheld this, and forthwith he became the object of your envy. Accordingly, your envy conceived vexation and brought forth iniquity, whereas he, walking in the simplicity of his mind, received you into the hallowed precincts of his acquaintanceship, and with singleness of heart, and into the bonds of friendship and strict alliance. His entire spirit reposed upon you, and all your thoughts unto him were for evil. Roger de Hoveden, Riley's Trans, Vol. Roman 2, p. 238. We have not to determine the guilt or the innocence of the Chancellor. It is enough to learn that there were opposite views. The barons and bishops were headed by John, Earl of Mortain, brother of the king. It was notorious that of all those who went out to fight the Saracen, few returned. Richard in the Holy Land was not sparing himself. It was therefore quite likely that he would meet his death upon the battlefield. Then, as the heir to the crown was a child, and as a man and not a child was wanted on the throne, John had certainly every reason to believe that his own accession would be welcomed. He prepared the way, therefore, by joining the popular cause, and put himself at the head of the malcontents. And now, at last, the citizens saw their chance. They offered to use the whole power of the city for John and the barons, but on conditions. J.H. Round, in his Origin of the Mayoralty of London, p. 3, says, "It was at about the same time that the Commune and its mayor were triumphantly reaching Dijon in one direction, and Bordeaux in another, that they took a northern flight and descended upon London. Not for the first time in her history, the Crown's difficulty was London's opportunity, and when in October 1191, the administration found itself paralyzed by the conflict between the king's brother John and the king's representative, the famous Longchamp, London, finding that she held the scales, promptly named the concession of a commune as the price of her support. The chroniclers of the day enable us to picture to ourselves the scene, as the excited citizens who had poured forth overnight, with lanterns and torches, to welcome John to the capital, streamed together on the morning of the eventful 8th October at the well-known summons of the great bell, swinging out from its campanile in St. Paul's churchyard. There they heard John take the oath to the commune, like a French king or lord, and then London for the first time had a municipality of her own. What the English and territorial organization could never have brought about, the foreign commune, with its commercial basis, could and did accomplish. And as London alone had her commune, so London alone had her mayor. The mayor was unquestionably imported with the commune, although it is not till the spring of 1193 that the mayor of London is first mentioned. But already in 1194, we find a citizen accused of boasting that, come what may, the Londoners shall never have any king but their mayor. Not for the first time. Remember that in 1066, after the Battle of Hastings, London only admitted William as king on conditions. London elected Henry I king on conditions. London made Stephen king on conditions. London received the Empress on conditions. A week later, the Queen also on conditions. 15, and now, once more, London saw its chance, such a chance as might never occur again, forgetting what it wanted, on conditions. Let us, however, enter more fully into the details of this victory, and into the causes which led to concession. Longchamp gave the barons an opening by his attempted exclusion of Geoffrey, Archbishop of York, natural brother of the king, from the kingdom, and his forcible seizure of the archbishop from the very horns of the altar. Geoffrey complained to John, who gave orders that the chancellor should stand his trial for the injury he had done to the archbishop. Remembering the position of Longchamp as the actual representative of the king, this summons was in the nature of an ultimatum. As regards the city, Longchamp had alienated many of the citizens by his exactions and by the great works which he carried on at the Tower, a point on which the citizens were always extremely jealous. Old Mayoralty Seal, 13th century. From a wax cast in Guildhall Museum. A day was named for the hearing of the case. The court or the council sat at reading. There were present John, Earl of Mortain, the Archbishop of York as plaintiff, the Archbishop of Rouen. His appearance is most significant, with the bishops and the principal barons of the realm. But no chancellor appeared, nor did any message or reply come from him. The court being broken up, the barons marched from Reading to Windsor, while the chancellor retired from Windsor to the Tower of London. On the day following, the barons marched from Windsor into London. By this statement, we may clearly understand that everything had already been arranged with the citizens, otherwise the gates would have been shut. The barons with their following were admitted into the city. They held another meeting at the chapter house of St. Paul's, and here John, the archbishops of York and Rouen, and nearly all the bishops and barons of the realm, received the principal citizens, and solemnly granted to the city of London its long-sought commune, and swore to maintain it firmly so long as it should please the king. The words of Roger of Hoveden are quite clear. It is extraordinary that there could be any doubt about what was done. On the same day, also, the Earl of Mortain, the Archbishop of Rouen, and the other justiciaries of the king, granted to the citizens of London the privilege of their commonalty. And during the same year, the Earl of Mortain, the Archbishop of Rouen, and the other justiciaries of the king made oath that they would solemnly and inviolably observe the said privilege, so long as the same should please their lord the king. The citizens of London also made oath that they would faithfully serve their lord King Richard and his heirs, and would, if he should die without issue, receive Earl John, the brother of King Richard, as their king and lord. Roger de Hoveden, Riley's Trans, Vol. Roman II, p. 230. This done, they proceeded without any trouble to depose the Chancellor, who fled, and after many adventures, got across to Normandy in safety. Observe the very great importance attached to this step. It was the condition in return for which London joined the barons in getting rid of a rapacious viceroy. The concession was not lightly, but solemnly, granted as a measure of the greatest weight, in presence of the chief persons of the kingdom. All present set their hands to the act. All present swore to maintain it. One of the chroniclers, Richard of Devizes, a very strong conservative, shows us what was thought of the step by his party. On that very day, he says, was granted and instituted the commune of the Londoners, and the magnates of the whole realm, even the bishops of the province itself, were compelled to swear to it. London learned now for the first time, in obtaining the commune, that the realm had no king, for neither Richard nor his father Henry would ever have allowed this to be done, even for 1,000,000 marks of silver. How great those evils are which spring from a commune may be understood from the common saying that it puffs up the people and it terrifies the king. Ralph de Deisto says more succinctly, all the before-mentioned magnates, i.e. John, the archbishop, the bishops, earls, and barons, swore that they would maintain the commune of London. It is he who tells us what the others do not tell us, that this parliament was holden in the chapter house of St. Paul, London. Geraldus Cambrensis says, Increstino viro convocatis in unum civibus, communiani, velut Latin minus vulgariter magis loquima, commune su communia is concessa, et communator jurata. It is therefore abundantly plain that the citizens desired, and obtained from John, the concession of the commune. Another chronicler informs us that the commune was granted to the whole body of citizens gathered together. This means that it was announced at a folk mote specially summoned at Paul's Cross. I cannot but think that the importance of the concession called for the assemblage of the whole people. Mr. Round must be right in his picture. After the meeting in the chapter house, the great bell of St. Paul's was rung. The people flocked together. The bishop stood up at Paul's Cross and told them the great news, that they had at last won their community, that for the first time they were one city, that they had for the first time their leader and their speaker. The city got its commune. The first mayor, Henry Fitz-Aylwin, or Henry of London Stone, was elected. 2 years afterwards, he is spoken of as the Mayor of London. He held the office for 25 years. It was 24 years after his election that he was recognized by the king. John's recognition, when 17 he was no more than Earl of Mortain, heir to the crown, was not official. As we have heard already, Richard never recognized either the commune or the mayor. Mr. H.C. Coote, in a paper published by the London and Middlesex Archaeological Society, argues that so great a change as that from the former to the later constitution demanded a charter, that therefore this charter must have been granted, and that it must have been lost. It is sufficient to note the fact that there is no such charter. Considering the circumstances, it does not seem as if a charter could have been granted. The commune was conferred so long as it should please the king. It did not please the king, who never recognized the commune. Therefore, one would infer there was no charter. In 1215, the citizens obtained from John their right to elect their own mayor. As for the meaning of the commune, Stubbs says, the establishment of the communa of the citizens of London, which is recorded by the historians to have been specially confirmed by the barons and justiciar on the occasion of Longchamp's deposition from the justiciarship, is a matter of some difficulty, as the word communa is not found in English town charters, and no formal record of the act of confirmation is now preserved. Interpreted, however, by foreign usage and by the later meaning of the word, communitas, it must be understood to signify a corporate identity of the municipality which it may have claimed before, and which may even have been occasionally recognized, but was now firmly established. A sort of consolidation into a single organized body of the variety of franchises, guilds, and other departments of local jurisdiction. It was probably connected with, and perhaps implied by, the nomination of a mayor who now appears for the first time. It cannot, however, be defined with certainty. Stubbs's Select Charters. Now round 3 points out that the words concessa est commune londinensium agree exactly with the granting of the French communes. The same words were used for the communes of Senlis, of Campigny, of Abbeville, and of Poitiers. The commune again, in France, did not necessarily imply the election of a mayor. At Beauvais and Campigny, at first, there was no mayor. Round next shows, which is very remarkable, that the long struggle of the citizens to hold the city and county at the fervor of £300, which the Crown persistently strove to raise to £500 and more, was terminated in 1191, the year when the commune was granted, by a return to the old sum of £300. This is a very important fact. Entries of the years 1192 and 1197 show that this yearly sum was maintained at the lower figure. 3 points, therefore, are certain. A commune was granted to London in 1191. The fervor of city and county was simultaneously lowered from over £500 to the old sum of £300. The Mayor of London first appears in 1193. It is at this point that an almost contemporary document discovered by Mr. Round in the British Museum, which is nothing less than the oath of the Commune, throws a flood of light on the situation. Sacramentum, commune tempor regis Ricardi quando detentus, erat Alemanium, sic. Quod fidem portabunt domino, regi Ricardo de vita sua et de membris et de terreno, honor suo contra omnes homines, et feminas, qui viver passant aut mori et quod pacem suem servabunt, et adjuvabunt server, et quod communum tenibunt, et obedience, erunt, maiori civitatis Londoni, et scavinis, adjustum commune in fide regis, et quod sequenter, et tenibunt considerationum maioris, et scivanorum, et alirum proborum hominum quicum eliserunt salvo honor Dei et sanct ecclesi, et fide domini regis, Ricardi, et salvis, per omnia libertatibus civitatis Londoni, et quad pro mercede nec pro parentela, nec pro aliqua re omittent quin jus, in omnibus rebus prosquenter, et tenint pro passi suo, et scientia, et quad ipsi communiter in fide domini regis, Ricardi sustainbunt bonum, et malum, et ad vitam, et ad mortem, et si quis presumerat pacem domini regis, et regni perturber ipsi concilio domine et domini rothamagensis, et alirum justitiarum domini regis, juvabunt fidels domini regis, et illos qui pacem server volant pro passi suo, et pro scientia sua salvis semper, in omnibus libertatibus Londoni. Round, p. 235. Compare this oath with that of a freeman of the present day. I solemnly declare that I will be good and true to our sovereign Lord King Edward, that I will be obedient to the mayor of this city, that I will maintain the franchises and customs thereof, and will keep this city harmless in that which in me is, that I will also keep the king's peace in my own person, that I will know no gatherings nor conspiracies made against the king's peace, but I will warn the mayor thereof or hinder it to my power, and that all these points and articles I will well and truly keep according to the laws and customs of this city to my power. Again, to quote from Round, for the first time we learn that the government of the city was then in the hands of a mayor and echevins scevini. Of these latter officers no one hitherto had even suspected the existence. Dr. Gross, indeed, the chief specialist on English municipal institutions, appears to consider these officers a purely continental institution. But in this document, the mayor and echevins do not exhaust the governing body. Of aldermen, indeed, we hear nothing, but we read of alii probi homines as associated with the mayor and echevins. For these, we may turn to another document, fortunately preserved in this volume, which shows us a body of 24 connected with the government of London some 12 years later, 12056. Sacramentum, exeager factum, anno regni regis, Johannes Vigo. Quad legaliter intendant, ad consulendum secundum suum consuetudinem, juri domini regis, quad ad illos spectat, in civitate Londoni, salva libertate civitatis, et quad de nullo homine qui in placido sit, ad civitatem spectante aliquad, premium ad suum conscientiam, recipient. Et si aliquis illorum donum aut promissum dum in placidum faciat, illud nunquam recipient, nec aliquis per ipsos vel pro ipsis. Et quadili nullum modum premiae accipient, nec aliquis per ipsos vel pro ipsis, pro injuria livanda vel pro justernendo. Et concessum est inter ipsos quod si aliquis indera tinctus vel convictus furit, libertatem civitatis et aerum societatem amitet. Round, pp. 237–38. Of a body of 24 councillors, nothing has hitherto been known. To a body of 25, there is this one reference, liber de antic. Leg, Camden Soc. p. 2. Hoc anno furunt Roman 25 electi de discretiribus civitatis, et jurati pro consulendo civitatem una cum maior. The year is Mich, 1200 Mich, 1201, but the authority is not first-rate. Standing alone as it does, the passage has been much discussed. The latest exposition is that of Dr. Sharp, Records Clerk to the City Corporation, London and the Kingdom, I-72. Soon after John's accession, we find what appears to be the first mention of a court of aldermen as a deliberate body. In the year 1200, writes Thedmer, himself an alderman, were chosen 25 of 19, the more discreet men of the city, and sworn to take counsel on behalf of the city, together with the mayor. Just as in the constitution of the realm, the House of Lords can claim a greater antiquity than the House of Commons, so in the city, described by Lord Coke as epitome totius regni, the establishment of a court of aldermen preceded that of a common council. But they could not have been aldermen of the wards, simply because the number do not agree. To find out who they were, we must turn to the foreign evidence. At Rouen, the advisors of the mayor were a body of 24 annually elected. This oath on election was as follows. It will be seen how closely it resembles that of the English commune. Roman 2. Descentum viro paribus eligenta viginti quatua, ascensu centum perium, qui singulis annis removabuntur, quorum dudecim eschivini vocabuntur, et aliae dudecim consulters. Isti viginti quatua, in principio suae anni, jurabunt si servaturos jura sanct ecclesi et fidelitatem domini regis ac justitium, quod et ips, rect judicabunt secundum suam conscientiam, etc. Liv itrum major et eschivini et pairs, in principio suae eschivinatus, jurabunt ec judicare, nec pro inimicitia nec pro amicitia injust judicabunt. Itrum, jurabunt si nullos denarios nec premia capturos, quod et ec judicabunt secundum suam conscientiam. LV, si aliquis juratorum possit comperi excepis, premium pro aliqua question de qua aliquis trahater in eschevenagio, domus ejus. Prosternator, nec amplius alle qui super hoc deliverit, nec ips, nec hirs ejus dominatum in communia habit. The three salient features in common are 1. The oath to administer justice fairly, 2. The special provisions against bribery, 3. The expulsion of any member of the body convicted of receiving a bribe. If we had only the oath of the commune, we might have remained in doubt as to the nature of the administrative body, but we can now assert, on continental analogy, that its 24 members comprised 12 scevini and an equal number of councillors. We can also assert that it administered justice, even though this has been unsuspected, and may indeed at first arouse question. Round, p. 240. We conclude, therefore, from continental analogy, that the 24 of London comprised 12 scevini and an equal number of councillors. What became of this council? Round is of opinion, in which most will agree, that this council was the germ of the Common Council, and he points out that the oath of a member of the Common Council, like that of the ancient Council of 24, still binds him. 1. Not to be influenced by private favour. 2. Not to leave the council without the mayor's permission. 3. To keep the proceedings secret. Now the oath of an alderman, liber albus, Riley's translation, p. 267, is quite different. It is the oath of a magistrate and superintendent of a ward. You shall swear that well and lawfully you shall serve our Lord the King in the city of London, in the office of alderman in the ward of N, wherein you are chosen alderman, and shall lawfully treat and inform the people of the same ward of such things as unto them pertain to do, for keeping the city, and for maintaining the peace within the city, and that the laws, usages, and franchises of the said city you shall keep and maintain, within town and without, according to your wit and power. And that attentive you shall be to save and maintain the rights of orphans, according to the laws and usages of the said city. And that ready you shall be, and readily shall come, at the summons and warning of the mayor and ministers of the said city, for the time being, to speed the assizes, pleas, and judgments of the hustings, and other needs of the said city, if you be not hindered by the needs of our Lord the King, or by other reasonable cause. And that good lawful counsel you shall give for such things as touch the common profit 20 in the same city, and that you shall sell no manner of victuals by retail, that is to say, bread, ale, wine, fish, or flesh, by you your apprentices, hired persons, servants, or by any other, nor profit shall you take of any such manner of victuals sold during your office, and that well and lawfully you shall behave yourself in the said office, and in other things touching the city. So God you help and the saints. 4. Again, for English evidence, the city of Winchester shows also the existence of a council of 24, which continued until 1835. Il irt en la ville mir élu par commune assentment des 24 jours et de la commune, lequel mir soit remuable du en derechef en la site danant est 24 jours esles des plus prudishams et des plus sages de la ville et lomant, ideri conseiller la avendit, mir a franchise sover et sustner. Round, p. 242. There shall be in the city a mayor elected by common consent of the 24 jurats and the commune, the which mayor is to be removable from year to year. Further, in the city there must be 24 jurats, elected from the most notable and the wisest of the city, both loyally to aid and to counsel the aforesaid mayor to protect and to maintain the franchise. At Winchester, the 24 retained their distinct position, and it was not till the 16th century that the aldermen were interposed between the mayor and the council. Thus did London get the recognition of its commune, its community, and with it the mayor. There was certainly reason for the suspicion and hostility of the old-fashioned conservatives towards the new constitution. Some of the citizens, we are told, in the first exuberant joy over their newly acquired liberties, thought that henceforth there would be no need of a king at all. They pictured to themselves a sovereign state like that of Genoa, Pisa, or Venice, in which the city should be independent and separate from the rest of the country. I dare say there were such dreamers. 3 years later, in 1194, we hear of citizens who boasted that, come what may, the Londoners shall never have any king but their mayor. Fortunately, the mayor himself observed wiser counsels. And now we may ask what it was that the city got with its new form of government. The mayor took over the whole control of trade, which had been in the hands of the mysterious guild merchant, but with this vast difference that he was provided with powers to enforce his ordinances. He took over, in addition, the administration of justice, the maintenance of order in the city, the subjection of all the various courts and ward motes under one central court, with its magistrates, its bailiffs, its officers, and its servants. London as a corporate body actually began in 1191. The sheriffs lost a great part of their importance. The aldermen became, but not immediately, magistrates of the city and not of the wards only. The citizens themselves began to elect their representatives to rule the city. The regulations of the various crafts passed under the licensing authority of a judge and his assessors, who enforced their commands by penalties. In a word, the commune abolished the ancient treatment of the 21 city as an aggregate of private properties, each of which had its own lord of the manor, or alderman, and substituted one great city, presided over by a representative possessed of power and authority, and backed by the strong arm of the law. King John signing Magna Charta. After the painting by Ernest Normand in the Royal Exchange, London, by permission of the artist. The step, in fact, made the future development of London possible and natural. Wherever there is self-government, there is the power of adjusting laws and customs to meet changed conditions. Where there is no self-government, there is no such power. A long succession of the wisest and most benevolent kings would never have done for London what London was thus enabled to do for herself, because, to use the familiar illustration, it is only the foot which knows where the shoe pinches. We must not claim for the wisdom of our ancestors that London advanced at once, and by a single step, to the full recognition of the possibilities before her. I admit that there were many failures. We know that there were jealousies and animosities, that there were times when the mayor was unable to cope with the difficulties of the situation. For example, when Edward I suppressed the mayoralty altogether, and for 11 years ruled the city, strongly and wisely, but we can claim for the city that there was continuous and steady advance in the direction of orderly and just administration, and that the unity of the city, thus recognized and conceded, became a most powerful factor in the extension and expansion of the city and its trade. To return to the changes made possible, the chief officer of the city was called a mayor after French custom. The mayor was not appointed by the king. He was elected by the citizens from their own body. His powers were at first indefinite and uncertain. Thus, the first act of Edward III, 100 years later, was to make the mayor one of the judges of Oyer and Terminer for the trials of criminals in Newgate. The citizens' right of electing the mayor was always grudgingly conceded and continually violated. I suppose next that the practice of electing the aldermen, which came in gradually, was accelerated by the natural desire of the citizens to elect all their officers. Another cause was undoubtedly the fact that the manors or wards of the city did not continue in the hands of the original families. The holders parted with their property. Perhaps they retained certain manorial rights, which were afterwards bought out. The wards in which this happened began to elect their aldermen. By the year 1290, there were only 4 wards still named after the lords of the manor, and it seems reasonable that, as soon as the city had a recognized head and chief under the king, he would be considered first, so that the bishop's aldermanry naturally fell into abeyance. Certainly, we find no more charters addressed to the bishop. The first mayor remained mayor for 25 years, that is to say, for life. It is natural to suppose that he was at first put 22 forward on occasion as the city's spokesman, as well as its chief officer. It is not absolutely certain that the mayor was first appointed in 1191, when John granted the commune. In some French towns, the mayor, as we have seen, came after the commune, but he is mentioned in 1193. In 1194, Richard's charter makes no mention of the mayor. He existed, certainly, but he was not yet acknowledged. In 1215, May 8th, John conceded the citizens the privilege of electing their mayor. This concession to London was followed by the same concession to other cities and towns of England. The commune, or municipality of London, became the model for all other municipalities granted to other towns. It is also the model for all municipalities created wherever our race settles itself, and wherever an English-speaking town is founded. This fact makes the history we have just considered of the most vital interest and importance to every citizen or burgess in whatever town is governed by mayor, aldermen, and the Court of Common Council. I cannot do better than sum up these notes on the changes effected by the commune with another quotation from Dean Stubbs. The communer of London, and of those other English towns which in the 12th century aimed at such a constitution, was the old English guild in a new French garb. It was the ancient association, but directed to the attainment of municipal rather than mercantile privileges, like the French communa. It was united and sustained by the oaths of its members and of those whom it could compel to support it. The mayor and the jurati, the mayor and jurats, were the framework of the communa, as the aldermen and brethren constituted the guild, and the reeve and good men the magistracy of the township. And the system which resulted from the combination of these elements, the history of which lies outside our present period and scope, testifies to their existence in a continued life of their own. London and the municipal system generally has in the mayor a relic of the communal idea, in the alderman the representative of the guild, and in the councillors of the wards, the successors to the rights of the most ancient township system. The jurati of the commune, the brethren of the guild, the reeve of the ward, have either disappeared altogether or taken forms in which they can scarcely be identified. We have spoken of the first mayor of London, and what we know about him has been summed up by Round for the Dictionary of National Biography. We do not know his parentage. It has been conjectured that he was the grandson of Leofston, Portreeve of London before the Conquest, but there were 3 or 4 Leofstons. It is suggested by Stubbs that he was descended from Aylwin Child, who founded or endowed Bermondsey Abbey in 1082. It is also suggested that he was an hereditary baron of London. In the Pipe Roll of 1165, a Henry Fitz-Aylwin, Fitz-Leofston, with Alan his brother, pay for succeeding to land in Essex or Hertfordshire. Now Fitz-Aylwin the mayor did hold land in Hertfordshire by tenure of Surgingtree. The name appears in 4 documents as Henry Fitz-Aylwin, or the Wine, before he was mayor, and in many documents after he was mayor. In the former name, the latest date is 30th November 119,123, and under the latter, the first is April 1193. It would therefore seem as if the mayoralty was not established at first on the concession of the grant. It may well be that it took time for the citizens to assume their full organization. We may fairly assume that his office, if not his election, dates from the day of that concession. Fitz-Aylwin was one of the treasurers for the King's ransom in 1194. He was also called Henry of London Stone because his house stood on the north side of Candlewick Street, near St. Swithin's Church, over against London Stone. He presided over a meeting of citizens on 24th July 1212 and died a few weeks later. He left children from whom many persons can still trace descent. Among them, as the 2 living representatives of the first mayor, are, I believe, Lady Beaumont and the Earl of Abingdon. 50 years ago, a learned antiquary, Stapleton, drew up a list of all the descendants of Henry Fitz-Aylwin. King Richard took no hostile proceedings against the mayoralty. He never recognized it, but he never tried to abolish it, and as the enemies of the commune observed that nothing disloyal to the king, nothing dangerous to the church, was set up in the city, they learned to regard the institution without disfavor or suspicion, so that when the mayoralty was at last recognized by King John, there was no longer any hostility or even any misgiving. The old order had passed, giving way to the new. How necessary this new order was, how it fitted in with the old order so that there was revolution without dislocation, is proved by its adoption in all our towns and cities, by its long continuance, and by its present vitality. Chapter 4. The wards. The large area included by the Roman wall was parcelled out, after the Saxon occupation, into manors, soces, or estates held by private persons. Some of them passed into the possession of the church, some into possession of the city, some changed hands. That these manors included the most densely populated parts of the city, or Thames Street, and the streets north of that main artery, proves that the first allotment took place very early in the Saxon occupation, when the city was still deserted. This fact, indeed, affords another proof of that desertion, because we cannot believe that a populous quarter, covered with warehouses and merchants' residences, should have been assigned to one man or to a dozen men. The value of the manor, comprising gardens lying among ruined foundations, shut off from the river and its fish by a high and thick stone wall, could have been no more than that of a manor lying beside the north wall, on which corn was growing and orchards were planted. Just as the Bedford estate in London began with the fields of Bloomsbury, just as the Westminster estate began with the marshes round Thorney Island, so the original manors of London, at first gardens and wastes, became built over or sold for building purposes. What then were manorial rights? Let us read the instructions of Archdeacon Hall on this point. He says, "Manorial property was a possession differing in many respects from what is now called landed estate. It was not a breadth of land, which the lord might cultivate or not as he pleased, suffer it to be inhabited, or reduce it to solitude and waste, but it was a dominion or empire, within which the lord was the superior over subjects of different ranks, his power over them not being absolute, but limited by law and custom. The lord of a manor, who had received by grant from the crown, socker and soker, tall and team, was not merely a proprietor but a prince, and his courts were not only courts of law, but frequently of criminal justice. The domain, the assist, and the waste lands were his, but the usufruct of the assist land belonged, on conditions, to the tenants, and the waste lands were not so entirely his that he could exclude the tenants from the use of them. It was this double capacity, in which the lord stood to his tenants as the arbiter of their rights, as well as the owner of the land, which rendered it necessary to the due discharge of the duty of his station, that the lord of a manor should be such a person as Fleta describes, truthful in his words, faithful in his actions, a lover of justice and of God, a hater of fraud and wrong, since it most concerns him not to act with violence or according to his own will, but to follow advice, not being guided by some young hanger-on, some jester or flatterer, but by the opinion of persons learned in the law, men faithful and honest and of much experience. Manors were petty royalties, the court and household of the lord resembling in some degree that of the king. In Fleta an account is given of the officers of the royal household, the senescalus hospitae regis, who held his court in the palace, the marescalus, the camerarius, the clericus panetarii, but in the latter part of the book, which treats of the management of manors, we find the lord of the manor attended by the senescalus, who held his courts, by the marescalus, who had the charge of his stud, and by the coquus, who rendered an account of the daily expenditure to the senescalus. Aldgate House, Bethnal Green. Drawn by Schnebely and engraved by Warren for Dr. Hewson's description of London. Some of these manors belonged to the bishop, or to a church, or to a religious foundation, but the rights and the government and the management of all were alike. Again, to quote Archdeacon Hall, manors, whether royal and baronial, or episcopal and ecclesiastical, were to their owners sources of wealth, derived from two distinct sources, the exercise of a legal jurisdiction and the rent of cultivation, 26 of land. The ecclesiastical manors differed in no respect from those which were in lay hands. They were the sources of income, not the field of spiritual labor. They contributed to the support of the bishop, or of the chapter, and of the religious household of the cathedral, by profits and revenues no way different from those derived by the sovereign and the lords from other manors. It is remarkable that neither the Exchequer Doomsday nor the Doomsday of St. Paul's contains any evidence that the ecclesiastical manors had any superior religious privileges or were the centers from which religious knowledge was diffused to the neighborhood. The manors of the religious houses were in reality secular possessions, and their history, as shown in the Doomsday of St. Paul's, is valuable as illustrating the social, rather than the religious, condition of the time. It must be noted, however, that none of the city manors were royal, nor did any of their manors at any time belong to any noble great or small. The nobles had their town houses, many of them large and stately palaces covering a broad area, but they were never lords of any London manor, and the church property in the city included, after a time, only the site of the various religious foundations and the house property which they happened to possess. The ward of Portsoken, of which mention has already been made, is the only exception to this rule. The manors, then, became the wards of the city. The earliest list of the wards is contained in a document found among the archives of St. Paul's, entitled The Measurements of the Land of St. Paul S. within the City of London. The date is early in the 12th century. The list is not, unfortunately, complete, nor can all the wards be identified, but it is most valuable for what it does contain. A facsimile is published in J. E. Price's Guildhall. Thus, the first ward is Warda Episcopi, the Bishop's Ward, Cornhill. Then we have Warda Hocko, i.e. of St. Nicholas of Aachen in Lombard Street, Warda Allwald Cripplegate, Warda Forry of the Marketplace Cheap, Warda Ralph son of Algode, Warda Osbert Dringepin, Warda Hugh son of Ulga, Warda Broskenge, Warda Leard, Warda Riamund, Warda Herbert, Warda Edward son of Wizzle, Warda Spurling, Warda Brichmer the Moneyer, Warda Brichmer the Cottager, Warda Godwin son of Esker, Warda Legate, Warda Rolf son of Liverver, Warda Alga Maningestip son, Warda Edward Parole. There are 20 wards in all. It will be observed that they are all named after single persons, except the ward of the marketplace and the ward of a legate. These single persons were the proprietors, the barons, the owners of the land. The wards were the private manors into which the city was divided. See Appendix I. It is impossible to say how many wards there were in the whole city. The owners were barons of right, a rank which afterwards descended to their successors, the elected aldermen. The first governing body of London consisted of the owners of these estates, to whom were added the more important merchants. In the changes and chances of fortune, the estates changed hands, families died out and were replaced. We find, in the 14th century, for instance, that all the old families, whose names we know, had by that time disappeared, left the city, or become merged in the general population, but the manors themselves seem to have remained for the most part unbroken. It is difficult even at the present day to cut up a manor. The lord of the manor, called the alderman, formed part of the ruling body by virtue of possession. In other words, the government of London, despite the survival of the folk mote, was a territorial aristocracy. In the Liber Albus p. 30, Carpenter calls attention to the fact that although in his day, the beginning of the 15th century, the wards were known by their own names, they had formerly borne the names of their aldermen. Thus he says that the ward of Candlewick Street was formerly the ward of Thomas Bassing, the ward of Castle Baynard was the ward of Simon Hadestock, Tower Ward was the ward of Henry Lefrowick, Vintry Ward was the ward of Henry Le Coventer, Farringdon Ward without was the ward of Anquetil de Auvergne. So also, as W.J. Lofty points out, the ward of the Bridge was at one time that of John Horne, the Cordwainers' ward was that of Henry Le Whaley's, Langbourne Ward that of Nicholas de Winton, Aldgate that of John of Northampton, Walbrook of John Adrian, Broad Street of William Bucarel, Aldersgate of Walman de Essex, Bread Street of William de Denham. Not one of these names can be found in the list just quoted. By the time of Carpenter, the wards were clearly defined. Up to the reign of Edward I, their boundaries were unsettled. The ward mote has been held from time immemorial, according to Stowe. That is to say, whenever a manor became settled and populated, it was the interest of the alderman to have a court of assistants who could act as his police, his constables, his detectives. At what period the aldermen ceased to be hereditary and were elected by the citizens, I know not. The election of aldermen is not contemplated in the charters of Henry I, Henry II, Richard I, or John. In the second charter of Henry III, the barons, i.e., aldermen of the city, are appointed to elect the mayor. In the charter of Edward II, it is provided that the aldermen shall be removable yearly and be removed on the day of St. Gregory, the 12th of March, and in the year following shall not be re-elected, but others shall be elected in their stead. Liber Albus. In the year 1354, the old order was restored, and the aldermen remained in office for life. The following is a list of the 24 wards into which London was divided before the end of the 13th century, with the names of the respective aldermen. Ward of Forey Alderman, Stephen Aswai. Ludgate and Newgate, William de Farndon. Castle Baynard, Richard Aswai. Aldersgate, William Le Maisonneur. Bread Street, Ducan de Boutval. Quenyaith, Simon de Hadestock. Vintry, John de Geysers. Dugate, Gregory de Rockesley. Walbrook, Thomas Bucks. Coleman Street, John Fitzpeter. Bassishaw, Radulpus Le Blount. Cripplegate, Henry Frowick. Candlewick Street, Robert de Basing. Lanchford, Nicholas de Winton. Corduene Street, Henry Le Whaley's. Cornhill, Martin Bucks. Lime Street, Robert de Rockesley. Bishopsgate, Philip Le Taylor. Allegate, John de Northampton. Tower, William de Hadestock. Billingsgate, Walman de Essex. Bridge, Joseph de Rachata. Lodingebury, Robert de Eris. Portsoken, Trinity. In this list we observe that Cheap Ward is still called Ward Forey, Langbourne Ward appears as Lanchford, Broad Street Ward is Lodingebury, Farringdon is Ludgate and Newgate Ward, Aldgate is Allegate. 40 years later, there is found another list of wards in which the modern names appear with the exception of Allegate, which is written Algate. The names of the wards are in 4 cases derived from the trades carried on in them, in 4 cases from the chief families in them, in the rest from buildings or monuments belonging to them. The names of the aldermen show 16 belonging to the old ruling families, 7 belonging to new families or to trades, and 1, the prior of Holy Trinity, as an official alderman. The date of this list of wards and aldermen is probably somewhere about 1290, nearly 200 years after the first list. We have then the old city families still represented among the aldermen. Were they elected? It is impossible to say how long the hereditary system was maintained and when it was replaced by the elective system. The revolution was a peaceful and bloodless one, since there is no record of it. William Farringdon, who bought his ward, and his son Nicholas, were successive aldermen of the ward for no less than 82 years. The change of the names in the wards seems to have been carried out between the year 1272, when Riley's memorials begin, and 1314, when a list of wards appears with the names that belong to the street or quarter. Thus we have 6. Ward of Thomas de Bassinge, Bridge Ward. Castle Baynard. William de Hadestock, Tower Ward. Portsoken. Henry de Carventer, Vintry Ward. Enketil de Oven, Farringdon Ward Without. Henry le Whaley's, Cordwainers Ward. John Adrian, Walbrook Ward. Cheap. William Bucarel, Broad Street Ward. John de Blackithorn, Aldersgate Ward. Henry de Frowick, Cripplegate Ward. Ralph Lefevre, Farringdon Within. William de Farndon, Farringdon Within, 7. Walbrook, see above. Cornhill. Broad Street, see above. Bishopsgate. Bassishaw. Coleman Street. Crepplegate. Langerburn. Tower Ward, see above. Without Ludgate, Farringdon Without. Dowgate. Vintry, see above. Aldersgate. Cordwainer Street, see above. Bread Street. Lime Street. Candlewick Street. Bridge Ward, see above. Queen Hythe. From this list, it appears that between 1272 and 1283, of 14 wards named in the memorials, 3 only have the name of their street or quarter, the rest being all named after their aldermen. From 1283 to 1314, there are 19 wards mentioned, and they are all named after their street or district. It is therefore safe to conclude that within these 40 years, the aldermanry had ceased to be proprietary or hereditary. We may connect this fact with the story of Walter Hervey's election in 1272, CP 52, which proves that the oligarchy had already lost much of their power. Parts of the south and west walls of a convent, 1293. To repeat, the city consisted originally of a certain number of manors or private estates. The proprietors of these estates were the so-called barons of the city. Some of the estates remained in the hands of their proprietors for many generations. These proprietors constituted themselves, without any law other than immemorial custom, the ruling council of the city. The boundaries of the manors remained after the property had been cut up and divided among many proprietors. Perhaps the aldermen remained with the representative of the old family. When one by one, the original proprietors had disappeared, died out, or parted with their property, the ancient boundaries of the ward were retained, and the inhabitants elected a chief, whom they still called alderman, in place of the hereditary alderman. It was ordered in the 13th century that the alderman, like the mayor, should be elected every year and should go out after serving his year of office. But as the new method was found to make difficulties, after half a century, they went back to the old plan of electing an alderman for life, and so the custom has remained ever 31 since. The alderman of the ward represents the lord of the manor and is its principal magistrate for life. Attention has been directed to the warder episcopi. Was then the Bishop of London formerly an alderman? He was. He took his seat among the aldermen in right of the property of the church. He did not, therefore, take part in the temporal government of the city as bishop, but as alderman. This right he delegated to a provost. So also, the prior of the Holy Trinity was an alderman, not as prior, but as lord of the manor of Portsoken. When the bishop ceased to preside over a ward, I know not. It is certain, however, that it was of incalculable advantage at that time for the city of London to be partly governed in its temporal affairs by one who was a great churchman, a great lord, a person often with the king, a scholar and a statesman, one who had nothing to gain by encroaching on the liberties of the people, and therefore one who might be trusted. In certain cases, it is known that he acted not by his provost, but personally. It was no doubt the bishop who persuaded the citizens into admitting William into the city as king on conditions which involved no dishonor, but quite the contrary, namely, that nothing was to be changed, but that all the rights and liberties which the citizens had enjoyed under Edward the Confessor or Alfred himself should be continued. It must be borne in mind that parish boundaries and ward boundaries are by no means the same. One instance there is where a parish and a ward are conterminous. It is that of St. Michael Basishaw. Maitland gives the list of the wards in 1393 with their rateable value at 1/15. Thus, the wards in the west of Walbrook. The ward of Cheap, taxed in London at £72, 16 pounds, and in the Exchequer accounted for £72. The ward of the Vintry in London at £36, and in the Exchequer accounted for £35, 5 pounds. The ward of Queenhithe in London taxed at £20, and in the Exchequer accounted for £20. The ward of Baynard Castle, taxed in London at £12, and in the Exchequer accounted for £12. The ward of Cordwainer Street, in London at £72, 16 pounds, and in the Exchequer accounted for £72. The ward of Bread Street, taxed in London at £37, and in the Exchequer accounted for £36, 10s. The ward of Farringdon Without, in London taxed at £35, and in the Exchequer accounted for £34, 10s. The ward of Farringdon Within, in London taxed at £54, and in the Exchequer accounted for £53, 6, 8. The ward of Aldrich Gate, taxed in London at £7, and in the Exchequer accounted for £7. The ward of Cripplegate, taxed in London at £40, and in the Exchequer accounted for £39, 10s. The ward of Cripplegate Without, in London taxed at £10, and in the Exchequer accounted for £10, N.B. This was not a separate ward, but only a liberty or part of the former under one alderman, as at present. The ward of Bassingshaw, taxed in London at £7, and in the Exchequer accounted for £7. The ward of Coleman Street, taxed in London at £19, and in the Exchequer accounted for £19. The wards on the east side of Walbrook. The ward of Walbrook, taxed in London at £40, and in the Exchequer accounted for £39. The ward of Dowgate, taxed in London at £36, and in the Exchequer accounted for £34, 10s. The ward of Bridge, taxed in London at £50, and in the Exchequer accounted for £49, 10s. The ward of Billingsgate, taxed in London at £32, and in the Exchequer accounted for £31, 10s. The ward of the Tower, taxed in London at £46, and in the Exchequer accounted for £45, 10s. The ward of Portsoken, taxed in London at £9, and in the Exchequer accounted at £9. The ward of Aldgate, taxed in London at £6, and in the Exchequer accounted for £5. The ward of Lime Street, taxed in London at 40s, and in the Exchequer accounted for 40s. The ward of Bishopsgate, taxed in London at £22, and in the Exchequer accounted for £21, 10s. The ward of Broad Street, taxed in London at £27, and in the Exchequer accounted for £25. The ward of Cornhill, taxed in London at £16, and in the Exchequer accounted for £16. The ward of Langbourne, taxed in London at £21, and in the Exchequer accounted for £20, 10s. The ward of Candlewick Street, taxed in London at £16, and in the Exchequer accounted for £16. Maitland Vol. IP 181. Outside the wards and not belonging to them or within their jurisdiction were certain socias, liberties, or vacant spaces. Such were the precinct of St. Paul's, the precincts of the religious houses, the sanctuary of St. Martin's le Grand, and the roomlands or open spaces of West Cheap, East Cheap, Tower Hill, and other places which were afterwards absorbed into the wards. The names of those who owned the manors, together with the names found in contemporary documents, sufficiently prove how the Norman kings kept their promise and left the London merchants in possession of their property and their land. For with a few exceptions, they are all Saxon names. The first mayor, Henry of London Stone, was Fitz Aylwin. Basing, Bat, Rokesby, Derman, Pountney, Bucarel, Billing, Farringdon, Thetmer, Orger, Leofwin, Brechmer, Alwold, Algode, Esker, Alga, Leard are all Saxon. Becket, it is true, is a name from Caen in Normandy. Blunt is blonde. Anquetil de Auvergne proclaims his origin. We remark also that lads from the country had already begun to seek their fortune in London. We find Henry de Carventer, Walmer de Essex, John de Northampton, and many others. We are considering in this place the city only, but we cannot avoid connecting the land all round the city, especially the land of Middlesex, held in farm by the citizens, with the city itself. The city was surrounded by a broad belt of manors. These were very largely held by the bishop, the cathedral, and certain abbeys and religious houses. In addition to these proprietors, there were also a few nobles and private persons. The Abbey of Westminster owned a great estate, including the Strand and the lands between the river and Oxford Street. The de Vers held the manor of Kensington, but passed it over to the Abbey of Abingdon. The chapter of St. Paul's possessed manors at Willesden, Brondesbury, Brownswood, Chamberlain Wood, Mapesbury, Marden, Harlesden, Twyford, St. Pancras, Rugmere, St. Giles's, Tottenhall, Kentish Town, Islington, Newington, Holborn, Portpool, Gray's Inn, Finsbury, 33 Hoxton, Wingcock, Barn, Mora, and Fowd Street, covering a belt of land extending from St. Pancras on the west to the episcopal manor of Stepney on the east. This being the case, the question arises as to the advantages accruing to the city in obtaining the farm of Middlesex at £300 a year. It is certain that they would not have welcomed the privilege so eagerly but for the advantages it offered. These advantages may be summed up by the simple fact that the king's rights over Middlesex were farmed out to the city. To begin with, the shire could no longer remain, as Southwark continued to be, a refuge or safe asylum for criminals whom it was difficult to catch, and still more difficult, in the conflict of royal and manorial rights, to bring to justice. Next, it was a great step, though not at first understood, to creating the unity of the city. Other advantages in the grant are set forth by Archdeacon Hall. The sheriffs of Middlesex, every London burgher, that is, henceforth found themselves in possession, so to speak, when disputes arose between king and people. There was also a certain income from the courts which may eventually have been greater than the rent. The military protection of the city was rendered more easy when its civil jurisdiction extended so far beyond the walls, and the right conceded to the citizens to hunt in the surrounding forests formed the outward symbol of the completeness of their rule, a symbol which signified more under a Norman king than at any time since. To recognize the customs and laws of the city itself, to allow the ancient assemblies, the husting and the folkmote, to sanction the election of magistrates by the still unincorporated burghers, all these things were of importance, but the grant of Middlesex was more than any of them. It has been said that these manors made the growth of the suburbs impossible, but not in all directions. There was no obstacle to the growth of the riverside suburb called the Strand. Here a long line of stately houses displaced the fishermen from Blackfriars to Westminster Stairs. There was no obstacle to the extension of London along the river to the east, yet it did not extend in that direction. How the church, which was the principal owner of the suburban manors, affected the successive settlements is described by Archdeacon Hall. The suburbs, as I have said, owe their present condition not so much to the city as to the church. By the time Henry I made his grant of the county to the city, the broad lands of Middlesex had almost wholly passed into the possession of the great ecclesiastical foundations. What St. Paul had left, St. Peter acquired, and St. Martin, St. Bartholomew, and a little later, Holy Trinity at Aldgate, were watching to pick up fragments that the others had overlooked. Therefore, we must ascribe the modern suburbs, with their curious anomalies of local government, the so-called metropolitan area, with its imaginary boundaries, its districts and precincts, its boards and its vestries, answering to the soaks and liberties, the sanctuaries and wards within the walls, more to the clergy than to the municipality. The city supplied the population to colonize the wastes and woods, but the church supplied the houses for them to dwell in, marked out their streets, and controlled the direction of each fresh stream of emigrants. When the first settlers along Holborn, or in Norton, or by the Whitechapel, went forth from the city gates, it might have been expected that the rulers who had sway within the walls, and to whom Middlesex now belonged, as much as it had belonged to Earl Leofwine in the good days of King Edward, would have guided their steps and continued to govern their actions. But where the citizens formed wards without the walls, it was only by the leave, or in spite of the prohibition, of the Church. The King, when he gave to London the jurisdiction he had exercised in Middlesex, could give no land with it. At the time of the survey, the royal estates had passed already to the Church, and William hardly owned an acre in the county. The estates of the Norman nobles had nearly all gone into the same hands by the time of Henry's accession, and an enumeration of the Middlesex manors, which never, at any time, were held in Mortmain, would not comprise half a dozen names. The citizens could not protect their public meeting place, their parade ground, their markets within the walls, from the grasp of the dead hand. Much less could they protect the new colonies of citizens in Kensington or Chelsea, in Hackney or Tyburn, far out in the open country. Chapter 5. The factions of the city. The long struggle between the oligarchic and the popular party, which was carried on without cessation for at least 200 years, was at its acutest and its worst in the 13th century. It must be noted here because it exercised great influence in the development of municipal institutions. To this point, I will return after we have considered the leading features of the faction struggle complicated by the machinations of the king. We must note at the outset that the various charters conferring and confirming old and new rights did not lay down laws for the government of the city, nor was it contemplated that the city was to be governed by the craftsmen. By Saxon custom, every man was a lord or a dependent upon a lord, yet there was a folk mote. By Norman rule, every townsman was under an overlord, and every countryman was under the lord of the manor. Yet the folk mote was continued. That the craftsmen of the town were to be the rulers of the town, that they were to have a voice, as we understand it, in the management of the city was considered by the barons of the city, the aldermen, the wealthy merchants, and the notables as a thing to be resisted in every way possible. Yet, to repeat, there was the folk mote with the lingering memory of a time when the people were summoned and shouted their approval or their refusal. Again, we have been accustomed for so long to consider London as one of the greatest and most important cities of the world that we fail to realize her position in the 12th or 13th century, as compared with certain other cities of Western Europe, long since sunk into decay and insignificance. At that time, the cities of Bruges, Ghent, and Ypres, now so shrunken and so deserted, were in point of population at least twice as great as London, while their trade and wealth were very much greater, even in proportion, and the liberties enjoyed by their citizens were such as London did not dream of until fired by their example. The trade between the port of London and these towns, especially Bruges, made the citizens acquainted with these liberties as well as this wealth. It is difficult not to connect the newly born ambitions and aspirations of the craftsmen of London with the liberties acquired by those of the Flemish towns. London was governed, as we have seen, by the owners of the land. They were presently joined by the richer merchants, but they remained few in number, and they ruled the city in their own interests. We have seen how valuable was the charter of Henry I, how it assisted the city to advance, how it enabled the merchants to conduct their trade with greater security and ease, how it gave the citizens the right of electing their own sheriffs and their own justiciar, who were to be appointed by the citizens. What this meant, I take it, was that the aldermen nominated the sheriffs, and their election by the people took the form of an assent declared at a noisy and tumultuous folk mote. It certainly could not be, and was not, an election by the citizens as we understand it. That the governing body had the power of election was a concession of the highest importance to them. The privileges of freedom from toll, etc., were again of enormous value to the merchants, but only indirectly to the craftsmen. Now craftsmen understand direct advantage only. In a word, the charters did not interfere with the government of the city, which remained in the hands of the small company of aldermen. The charters were intended to advance the trade and the prosperity of the city, not to confer new liberties upon the working man. Yet the craftsman began to understand the possibilities open to him. The struggle begins, so far as history knows of it, with the brief and stormy episode of William Longbeard shortly before the granting of the Commune. His is the first articulate voice heard among the murmurs of popular discontent. Perhaps there were other Hampdens before him whose dust lies beneath our feet, and whose blood like his tinged the earth of Smithfield, but we do not know of them. Towards the close of the 12th century change was impending. Guilds there were. As yet they were not, as a rule, trading but religious societies. As we have seen, in 1186, Henry II fined as many as 18 for having been incorporated without license. What can this indicate but that the regulation of trade was contemplated by these guilds, as well as the charitable and religious objects for which such associations were at first founded? Even more important than the regulations of trade is the great fact that by means of their guilds, the people, who had hitherto been inarticulate and powerless, were now becoming able to speak and to listen and to act. Their grievances seem to have been at first founded rather on suspicion than on proof. When the city was taxed, the assessors were the aldermen. The craftsmen had to pay what they were ordered to pay. No one knew what the aldermen themselves paid. They were therefore, very naturally, accused of shifting the whole burden of taxation from their own shoulders to those of the craftsmen. But a grievance of suspicion among a rude and ignorant people is as dangerous as a grievance founded on fact. Another grievance was the poll tax, in which the poor 37 men paid as much as the rich men. And a standard grievance in every industrial city and in every age is the question of wages and hours. Presently the deliverer arose, who yet was to prove no deliverer. William, called Fitz-Osbert, and sometimes William Longbeard, was the grandson of a certain Osbert, one of the aldermen who, in 1125, had given to the Priory of the Holy Trinity, with the king's permission, the lands belonging to the Seaneton Guild. He was therefore by birth one of the governing class, whose abuses he attacked. He was also, it would seem from the first episode in his life, which has come down to us, of a nature easily moved and imaginative, and, like his grandfather, disposed to piety. Such a mind belongs to the man who instinctively hates injustice and oppression. Most of the chroniclers who tell the story belong to the other side, and therefore charge him with everything that they dare. The crimes, however, are so vague, such as obscurity of origin, meanness of appearance, ingratitude to a brother, that they mean nothing and may be neglected. I prefer to take the evidence of the historian Roger de Hoveden, who says as follows: "The rich men, sparing their own purses, wanted the poor to pay everything. But a certain lawyer, William Fitz-Osbert by name, or Longbeard, becoming sensible of this, being inflamed by zeal for justice and equity, became the champion of the poor, it being his wish that every person, both rich as well as poor, should give according to his property and means for all the necessities of the state. And going across the sea to the king, he demanded his protection for himself and the people." Roger de Hoveden's Annals, Vol. Roman II. The facts are few as they have come down to us, but we can learn something about the man. He was, to begin with, a visionary. Now it is out of visionaries that martyrs, confessors, and enthusiasts are made. I know that he was a visionary from a little story related of him. He was one of those who took the cross and the vow when King Richard went on his crusade, and sailed in the fleet which contained the London and the Dartmouth Crusaders, whose intention was to fight the infidels. This fact points in the direction of an emotional temperament easily moved to enthusiasm. The fleet was becalmed in the Bay of Biscay. Thereupon, William Fitz-Osbert, with one Geoffrey, a goldsmith, prayed to St. Thomas a Becket, the newly canonized saint, already considered as the natural protector of London. St. Thomas, to the eyes of faith, answered their prayers in person. He appeared to them. He bade them be of good cheer. He promised a favorable breeze in the morning, after which they should accomplish their vows and return in safety. It must have been a visionary who would actually see the saint and receive his message. In the morning, the promised breeze sprang up. The ships proceeded on their course and put in at a Portuguese port. Here they learned that the King of Portugal was in dire straits, being besieged by the Moors with a 38 vast army. The Crusaders resolved upon going to his assistance. Among them marched William Fitz-Osbert, rejoicing in the promise made him by St. Thomas a Becket, that he should perform his vows and should return. In these days he would have said that St. Thomas had need of him in his native town. The Moors being defeated, the London Crusaders thought they had done their duty in fighting the infidel, and so returned home. After this crusade, William made the discovery above described. Now he was not of obscure birth, because he belonged to one of the great city families. His grandfather had been an alderman, probably his father as well. He was a scholar. One chronicler calls him a lawyer. He was a man of eloquence. He could persuade and carry with him the rude craftsmen of London, whom he gathered together at Paul's Cross in the name of the old folk mote. He found out irregularities of all kinds on the part of the governing class. When there was neither audit nor scrutiny, irregularities were inevitable. He imparted these discoveries to the king, who listened with attention and doubtless communicated his views on the subject to the Archbishop of Canterbury, then justiciary. It may be understood also that his communications rendered him peculiarly hateful to his own class, the governing body whom he had deserted. His nickname, Longbeard, denotes his desertion of that class, which affected Norman customs and either wore no beard or a very small beard. He himself went back to the old Saxon custom, which seems to have been retained by the craftsmen, and grew a long beard. He left then his own people. He was no longer one of the governing class. He joined the party of the craftsmen. To show his change of opinion and of plan, he grew a beard. And we find him a great orator, haranguing the people on their wrongs, calling them together at Paul's Cross, followed by a crowd who waited on his words, going to the king with proofs of the evil-doing of the aldermen, getting, at first, the ear of the king, until Richard was set against the reforms by reports against Fitz-Osbert, such as that he was continually exciting the populace to further discontent. The historians, as has been stated, differ as to William's real character. Stowe, copying some of the chronicles, says that he was poor in degree, evil-favored in shape, a counterfeit friend to the poor, a man of evil life, a murderer, who falsely accused his elder brother of treason. The Tower of London, about 1480. From M.S. Roy 16. Holinshed says that he was a seditious person and of a busy nature. Fabian's account is much more favorable. I subjoin his account of the whole episode. And William with ye lunge bird shewed to ye kinge the outridge of the rich men, which, as he said, spared their own, and pilled the poor people. It is said that this William was born in London, and purchased that name by use of his bird. He was sharp of wit, and somedeal lettered, a bold man of spech, and sad of his countenance, and took upon him greater dedies than he cowed weld. And some he used cruel, as apereth in a petchinge of his own brother of treason, ye which was a burgess of London, and to him had showed great kindness in his youth. This William stirred and excited ye common people to desire and love freedom and liberty, and blamed the excess and outrage of rich men. By sich means he drew to him many great companies, and with all his power defended the poor manny's cause agin the rich, and accused Jewess to ye king, shewing that by their means ye king lost many forfeits and entreaties. For this, gentlemen and men of honour malined agin him, but he had such comfort of ye king, that he kept on his purpose. Then ye king being warned of the congregations that this William made, commanded him to cease of such doings, that the people might exercise their arties and occupations, by reason whereof it was left for a while. But it was not lunge, or ye people followed him, as they before his time had done. Then he made unto them collations or exhortations, and took for his antitheme, Horides aquas in gaudio de fontibus saluatoris, that is to mean, ye shall draw in joy waters of ye wellies of our Saviour. And to this he added, I am said he, ye Saviour of poor men, ye be poor and have assayed ye hard handies of rich men, now draw ye therefore wholeful water of lore of my wellies, and that with joy for ye time of your visitation is come in. I shall, said he, depart waters from waters. By waters I understand the people, then shall I depart the people which is good and meek, from the people that is wicked and proud, and I shall dissever the good and the ill, as the lit is departed from the Dirkeness. When the bishop was brought to ye Archbishop of Canterbury, he, by counsel of the lordies of the spirituality, sent unto this William, commanding him to appear before the lordies of the king's council to answer unto such matters as there shoulder be laid unto him. At which day this William appeared, having with him a multitude of people, in so mock that the lordies were of him adrad, for ye which cause they remitted him with pleasant wordies for that time, and commanded certain persons in secret manner to espy when he were void of his company, and then to take him, and to put him in sure keeping, the which, according to that commandment, at time convenient, as they thought, set upon him and to have taken him. But he with an axe resisted them, and slew one of them, and after fled to St. Mary Bow Church of Cheap, and took that for his safeguard, defending him by strength, and not by ye suffrages of ye church. For to him drew, shortly, great multitude of people, but in short process, by mean of the headies and rulers of ye city, the people minus shed, so that in short time he was left with few persons, and after by fire compelled to forsake the church, and so was taken, but not without shedding of blood. After which taking, he was arraigned before ye judges, and there, with Roman 9 of his adherentes, cast and judged to die, and was hanged, and they with him the day following. But yet the rumour ceased not, for the common people raised a great crime upon the Archbishop of Canterbury, and other, and said that, by their means, William, which was an innocent of such crimes as were object and pute again him, and was a defender of the poor people again extortioners and wrong-doers, was by them put wrongfully to death, approving him an holy man and martyr, by this tale following, saying that a man, being sick of the fevers, was cured by virtue of a chain, which this William was bound with in time of his durs of imprisonment, which by a priest of the ally of the said William was openly declared and preached, whereby he brought the people in such an error, that they gave credence to his wordies, and secretly in the night conveyed away ye gibbet that he was hanged upon, and scraped oil that blowed made there an hollow place, by fetching away of that earth, and said that psych men and women were cured of divers sicknesses by virtue of that blowed and earth. By this means, and blowing of fame, that place was the more visited by women and undiscreet persons, of ye which some watched there ye whole knit in prayer, so that the lenger this continued, ye more disclonder was annotated to the justices, and to such as put him to death, notwithstanding, in process of time when his actes were published, as he slaney of man with his own hand, and icing of his concubine within St. Mary Church, in time of his there bange, as he openly confessed in the hour of his death, with other detestable crimes, somewhat killed ye great flame of ye hasty pilgrimage, but not clearly till ye Archbishop of Canterbury, accursed ye priest that brought up the first fable, and also caused that place to be watched, that such idolatry should there no more be used. Fabian's Chronicles, p. 306. The mention of the woman is also made by Holinshed. He adds a single line which contains a world of love and pathos, the words, who never left him fearing danger might betide him. Fabian's words, not without shedding of blood, are by Holinshed shown to mean that one of his assailants thrust a knife into William's body, so that he was carried to the Tower. One pictures the faithful, loving creature, was she his wife, watching by the wounded man all night, giving him such solace in the agony of his wound as she could, and going out in the morning to see him die, or haply to die with him. The manner of his death was that which was ordered for William Wallace 100 years later. William Longbeard and his friends were dragged by the heels to Smithfield and then hanged. The distance from the Tower to Smithfield is 41 miles and a quarter. It is a long way for the body of a man to be dragged. First the head and arms and back were bruised by the roughness of the road. Then the clothes were torn to rags. When the sufferer arrived at the gibbet, he was already senseless from the blows and buffets of his head against the stones and rough places in the road. When he was hoisted up on the gibbet, his body, stripped of the clothes, was bleeding and torn. Was that poor woman present? Perhaps they took her to Smithfield in a cart and burned her alive. The case, as I said, is one of a reformer before his time. One knows not all the reforms he desired and advocated. The example of his life, however, and the tradition of his teaching remained. The archbishop might curse the priest or anybody there who defended him, but the fact remained that this man died a martyr for the cause of justice against oppression and despotic rule. Such a life is not wasted. Then came the Commune with the struggle, begun by Longbeard, of the craftsmen against the governing class, caused by their resolve to obtain their share in the administration. It was in one sense fortunate for the city that the factions and the struggles which divided the city were continually complicated by the dissension of king and barons. The issues were thus to a great extent obscured, and what might have been civil war in the city became part of the civil wars between the king and the barons. The reign of Henry III is filled with the king's displeasure against the city, as well as with the quarrels and dissensions which rent the city in twain. Let us run rapidly through the main incidents of the time, and then consider how the growth and development of the commune were affected by those factions. In the year 1221 or 1223, the tumult for which Constantine Fitz-Arnault was hanged awakened the jealousy and suspicion of the young king, because it revealed the existence or the survival of a French party in the city. I cannot but think that this foolish rising was the first cause of that hatred towards his rich city which Henry entertained throughout his reign. The conspiracy, says Fabian, was so heinous and grievous to the king that he was minded and purposed to throw down the walls of the city. However, for the time he was appeased, and presently issued his charter of confirmation to the city with the grant of a common seal. In 1229, the aldermen, with the consent of the people, agreed that a sheriff should not continue in office for more than 1 year, because charges had been brought against previous sheriffs of taking bribes from victuallers and also of various extortions. On referring to the list, we find that the continuance in office of the sheriffs had become of recent years a common practice, as the following list shows. Sheriffs John Veal 8 and John Le Spicer. John Veal and Richard Wimbledon. John Veal and Richard Renger. Thomas Lambert, Richard Renger. John Travers, Andrew Bockrell. Roger Duke, Martin Fitzwilliam. Stephen Bockrell, Henry Carcham. In 1240, the aldermen were elected and changed yearly, but says Stowe, that order lasted not long. See Appendices Roman II and Roman III. In the same year, following Fabian's chronology, the king began to side with the popular party, intending in this manner to break up the privileges of the city. At this point, it is necessary to seek more closely into the reasons of the weakness, which made London an almost unresisting prey to the exactions of this insatiate and insatiable king. The city, which could lend Simon de Montfort a fully equipped army of 15,000 men, might surely at any moment close its gates, keep the mouth of the Thames clear, and defy the king. But for many years, it offered no resistance at all. The reason will immediately appear. A change so slow and gradual that it only at this juncture became important was passing over the city of London and its institutions, or to put it more accurately, the institutions themselves remained unchanged, yet assumed new meanings. It was, as has been already advanced, the happiness of London that, except for a very brief episode, its overlord was the king and none other. The reeve of the borough was the bailiff or steward of this lord. In the name of the lord, he was the magistrate. He collected rents, tolls, and dues. He called the burgesses to their mote. He took care that the rights of the lord were properly executed. These duties observed, the burgesses were left at liberty to govern themselves. Naturally, when the town became prosperous, it began to buy out the privileges of the overlord. Thus, the charters of the City of London are the recognition by king after king that a certain portion of the rights of the overlord have been bought out or conceded. And the reign of such a king as Henry III is a continual disregard of these concessions or purchases, by the assertion over and over again of the rights and powers of the overlord, never, however, going so far as to give the city to any other overlord. Thus Henry, as we shall see, in spite of the charters, held courts in the city by his own justicia, and called the citizens to plead their own cases at Westminster. These charters then granted their liberties to the citizens, but who were the citizens? Land was from the first the test of freedom, and the possession of land was what constituted the townsman. In England, the landless man who dwelled in a borough had no share in its corporate life. For purposes of government or property, the town was simply an association of the landed proprietors within its bounds. Green's History of the English People. These words explain the whole position. In the 12th century, the government of London was entirely in the hands of certain families who held the land. As we have seen, the wards were their own property, named after them. The heads of these families were hereditary aldermen of the wards. The members of this corporation or association were themselves, for the most part, engaged in trade. They were the wholesale traders, mercers, drapers, merchant adventurers. They would not admit within their body the craftsmen, who began, however, to form guilds for themselves, and the efforts of the governing body were directed against the formation of the craft guilds, which they plainly saw would lead to the destruction of their own power. In the reign of Henry III, this struggle of the prudhommes or the wise men, the men of the ruling class, against the craftsmen was at its fiercest. In the reign of John, they had secured the suppression of the Comprehensive Weavers' Guild. Slow and difficult is the process, and many are the lessons which must be learned. Great are the oppressions which must be endured, before men so far overcome their suspicion of each other as to unite for the common good. The Londoner, the man of the commonalty, of Henry III could unite for fighting purposes. He could trust his brother to stand by him shoulder to shoulder. What he could not do was to trust his brother craftsman not to overreach him or to undersell him. Do we not see the same thing today? We think we are better educated and wiser, and we are even now exhorting men to do exactly what these popular leaders of the 13th century exhorted them to do, namely, to combine. The commonalty at first were galled, not so much by having no share in the administration, for they had never looked for any, but by the suspicion that the real burden of taxation fell upon themselves instead of on the wealthy. The names of the mayors of this reign sufficiently indicate the side on which the power lay from time to time. Thus Basing, Blunt, Bucarel, Frowick, Fitzwalter are names of the old families. Le Fuller and Grapefig are the names of craftsmen. Early in the long reign of Henry III, we find a certain Simon Fitzmary, whose name perhaps indicates an origin so obscure that it was only derived from his mother. Yet he was one of the aldermen, one of the popular party, and which is significant in the service of the king. Henry, therefore, was playing off the popular against the aristocratic side. Simon was elected sheriff in the year 1233, but in the first term of his shrievalty, he was charged with wasting the property that formed the issues of the sheriffwick. He was therefore set aside, surely a 44 very strong step, and his clerks were ordered in his place to collect the money that formed the firma. 6 years later, in 1239, Simon presents himself at the election of sheriffs. He has letters from the king commanding the city to elect him. Here we have a deliberate attempt of the king to trample on the charters. The city refused to obey and repaired to court in hopes of conciliating the king's favor, but could not, so that, says Fitzthedmer, the city was without a mayor for 3 months, when Gerard Batt, one of the aristocratic party, was elected. At the next election he was again chosen. Then follows a very curious story. With him, certain of the citizens proceeded to Wodestock for the purpose of presenting him, and his lordship, the king, declined to admit him to the mayoralty there, or before he had come to London. And on the 3rd day after, upon the king's arrival there, he admitted him, and after the oath had been administered to him, that he would restore everything that had before been taken and received, and would not receive the £40 which the mayors had previously been wont to receive from the city, the mayor said, when taking his departure, "Alas, my lord, out of all this I might have found a marriage portion to give my daughter." For this reason the king was moved to anger, and forthwith swore upon the altar of St. Stephen, by St. Edward, and by the oath which he that day took upon that altar, and said, "Thou shalt not be mayor this year, and for a very little I would say, never. Go now." The said Gerard hereupon, not caring to have the king's ill will, resigned the mayoralty, and Reginald de Bunge was appointed mayor of London. Riley's Edit, Fitzthedmer's Chronicles of Old London, p. 9. At the same time, we find this oppressive king calling the citizens together at Paul's Cross, and asking their leave to pass overseas to Gascony. On his return, the king took the city into his own hand for harboring a certain Walter Bucarel without warrant, yet it was proved that Bucarel had been pardoned. He took the city into his own hand, i.e. he suspended all the charters and liberties, but he gave it to the mayor, Ralph Aswai, for safe keeping. He then marched north to fight the Scots, but on his return he forbade the sheriffs to perform any of their functions. The city bought their pardon by paying a fine of £1,000. Again we find Simon Fitzmary active at the election of the sheriffs. It was in 1244. Now in 1229 the aldermen had all taken oath that at no time would they allow the same man to be sheriff for 2 consecutive years. Simon, therefore, understanding that it was proposed to re-elect Nicholas Batt, rose in his place and called him a perjurer. Reading between the lines, we understand that the self-denying ordinance of 1229 was a concession to the popular party, and the re-election of Bat in 1244 was due to the return to power of the other side. There was certainly a warm debate, and in the end Simon had to resign his aldermanry, and Nicholas Bat was re-elected. The case, however, was taken before the king, who refused to admit Nicholas Bat. To this time belongs a series of determined attacks upon the liberties of the city by the king. There was first the case of Marjorie Vile, then the claims of the abbot of Westminster, and thirdly, the fair of Westminster. The fair was granted to the abbot of Westminster for 15 days to be held in Tothill Fields. During its continuance, trade of all kinds was to cease in London. Consider the intolerable nature of this enactment. The city bought off the latter regulation for the sum of £2,000. As regards the claims of Westminster Abbey, they were complicated by questions of medieval law and rights. For a long time they were advanced as a means of worrying the city. Thus, in 1249, the king appointed a day of love, i.e. reconciliation, between the city and the abbot of Westminster. The meeting was held at the Temple. The mayor, being accompanied by a countless multitude, met the abbot, who had with him certain of the king's justices, but there was no conference. The whole of the people, with one consent, declared that they would have no conference, but would abide by their charters. The case was taken before the king, but nothing seems to have been decided. This brings us to the claim of Marjorie Vile. It is related by Arnold Fitz-Thedmer. Let us use his own words as far as possible. In the same year, A.D. 1246, on the Monday next after Hockaday Hawking Day was the second Tuesday after Easter, it was adjudged in the Guildhall that a woman who had been endowed with a certain and specified dower may not, nor ought to have of the chattels of her deceased husband beyond the certain and specified dower assigned to her, unless in accordance with the will of her husband. And this befell through Marjorie, the relict of John Vile the elder, who, by numerous writs of his lordship the king, demanded in the hustings of London the third part of the chattels belonging to her said husband. In the next year, A.D. 1247-46, on the Monday after St. Peter chains St. Peter ad vincula, August 1st Henry de Bar, a justiciar sent by his lordship the king, came to St. Martin's le Grand, where the record which had been given upon complaint of Marjorie Vile was, to which judgment the said Marjorie had made complaint to his lordship the king, and had found judges to prove that the same was false. Whereupon the mayor and citizens meeting them, the record having been read through, and all the writs of his lordship the king which the said Marjorie had obtained having been read and heard, the justiciar said, I do not say that this judgment is false, but the process thereof is faulty, as there is no mention made in this record of summons of the opponents of the said Marjorie, and seeing that John Vile, her husband, made a will, it did not pertain to your court to determine such a plea as this. To which the citizens made answer, there was no necessity to summons those who had possession of the property of the deceased, for they were always ready, and preferred to stand trial at suit of the said Marjorie in our court. And besides, we were fully able to entertain such plea by assent of the two parties, who did not at all claim or demand the ecclesiastical court, and seeing that his lordship the king by his writ commanded us to determine the same. At length, after much altercation had taken place between the justiciar and the citizens, the justiciar said that they must show all this to the king and his council, and so they withdrew. Afterwards, however, and solely for this cause, the king took the city into his own hands, and by his writ entrusted it to the custody of William de Haverhill and Edward de Westminster, namely, on the vigil of St. Bartholomew, Aug. 24th, whereupon the mayor and citizens went to the king at Woodstock and showed him that they had done no wrong, but they could not regain his favour. Wherefore, upon their arrival at London, William de Haverhill exacted an oath of the clerks and all the serjeants who belonged to the shrievalty, that they would be obedient unto him, the mayor and sheriffs being removed from their bailiwicks. Afterwards, on the Sunday before the Nativity of St. Mary, Sept. 8th, the mayor and sheriffs, by leave of the king, received the city into their hands, and a day was given them to make answer as to the aforesaid judgment before the king and his barons, namely, the morrow of the translation of St. Edward June 9th at Westminster, and on the morrow of St. Edward the mayor and citizens appeared at Westminster to make answers to the judgment before mentioned. that had been given against the aforesaid Marjorie Vial, and so on from day to day till the fourth day, upon which last day the king requested them to permit the abbot of Westminster to enjoy the franchises which the king had granted him in Middlesex, in exchange for other liberties which the citizens might of right demand. To which the citizens made answer that they could do nothing in such a matter without the consent of the whole community. The king, on learning this, as though moved to anger, made them appear before him, and after much altercation had passed, as to the said judgment, Henry de la Mare, a kinsman of the before-named Marjorie Vial, constantly making allegations against the citizens, council being at last held before the king between the bishops and barons, the mayor and citizens were acquitted and took their departure. Riley's edition, Fitzstedmer's Chronicles of Old London. It will be observed that the king broke the charters, first by sending his own justiciar into the city to hear an appeal, next by making the mayor and citizens go to Westminster to have a city case tried, and thirdly, by granting the abbot of Westminster rights or privileges in the county of Middlesex, which was held and farmed by the city. The city, at the price of surrendering its liberties, won the case, evidently a case considered as of the very highest importance. The reward bestowed upon Simon Fitzmary is related by Fitzstedmer. It should be observed that when Simon Fitzmary, for his offence, had delivered his aldermanry into the hands of the city, as above noticed, by assent of 47 the whole community, the mayor returned him his aldermanry, upon condition of his conceding that if at any future time he should again contravene the franchises of the city, the mayor might, without plea or gainsaying, take back his aldermanry into the hands of the city and wholly remove him therefrom. Wherefore in this year, because the said Simon had manifestly sided with Marjorie Vial in the complaint which she had made to his lordship the king, as to the judgment given by the citizens, as to which, as is already written, she herself was cast, as also for many other evil and detestable actions of which he had secretly been guilty against the city. The mayor took his aldermanry into his own hands, and wholly removed him therefrom, and the men of that ward, receiving liberty to elect on the Monday before Mid-Lent, chose Alexander Le Ferron, and that too in his absence. But he, afterwards appearing at the hustings, was on the Monday following admitted alderman. Chronicles of Old London, pp. 1617. And so Simon vanishes. One would like to hear more of his political career. As regards his private history, his will, by which he founded the house of St. Mary of Bethlehem, survives, so that he is the originator of the Royal Bethlehem Hospital, which has served the city so well and so long. He may have been of humble origin, in which case he is an early example of the rise of a poor lad to wealth, an example that after his time became well nigh impossible until the 18th century. In 1257 occurred another of the many strange stories of this time. A sealed roll was found in the king's wardrobe at Windsor. No one knew who wrote it or how it came there. The roll contained many articles against the mayor, to the effect that the city had been aggrieved by him and his abettors beyond measure, as well as in respect of tallage and of other injuries that had been committed by them. In other words, the roll contained a statement, no doubt highly colored, of the discontented. The king, pretending to be resolute that the poor should not be treated unjustly, sent John Monsell, justiciar, to London with orders to hold a folk mote and to inquire into the truth of the allegations, which was done. Then the aldermen were ordered to convene their ward motes, and to cause the people in each ward to elect 36 deputies, the aldermen being absent, and these 36 men were ordered to appear in the hall of the Bishop of London. They were there put on oath, but they refused to make oath, alleging that by the laws of the city they ought not to make oath except upon a question of life or limb, or where land was to be lost or gained. The next day at the Guildhall, the deputies still refused to take oath, whereupon the king sent word that all he desired was to learn the truth, that he was willing to leave their franchises unimpaired, and that he desired to ascertain how his faithful people had been aggrieved in tallages and by whom. Then John Monsell spoke pleasantly to the people, asking if they were not content with the promise of the king. And 48 they shouted, "Yea, yea," in disparagement, says the chronicler, who belonged to the city barons of their own franchises, which in fact these most wretched creatures had not been the persons to secure. John Maunsell then proceeded to seize the city for the king, and to depose the mayor, sheriffs, and city chamberlain. There was a trial at Westminster before the king. There was another folk mote, at which the people were persuaded by the silver-tongued John Maunsell to shout for the destruction of their own liberties, of which they understood little indeed. The chronicler, in indignation, calls them sons of divers mothers, many of them born without the city, and many of servile condition. At that time, one observes, they were very far from the possibility of a democracy. The popular cause never fails, in any age, to attract to itself leaders from the other side. William Fitz-Osbert, whose rise and fall we have already chronicled, had attempted to do for the commonalty, in King Richard's reign, what Thomas Fitzthomas attempted with greater success 70 years later. He was sheriff during the sealed roll business. His brother, Sheriff Matthew Bucarel, was deposed and was replaced by a person whose name has already been mentioned, William Grapefig. William Fitzrichard, another of the popular party, was made mayor. In 1261-62 and in 1262-63, Thomas Fitzthomas was elected mayor, certainly by the people, as the names of the sheriffs for the year imply that they had the upper hand for the time. His first year of office was marked by the stout resistance which he made to the constable of the Tower, who attempted to take prisage of ships in the river. Now, one of the most important privileges of the city was the command of the river, so that no duties or tolls should be levied on ships coming up or going down the river except by themselves. Fitzthomas was elected for a second year of office, and now you shall hear what in the 13th century was thought by a merchant of the old school of a man who could encourage the combination of trades and crafts. Be it here remarked 9 that this mayor, during the time of his mayoralty, had so pampered the city populace that, styling themselves the commons of the city, they had obtained the first voice in the city. For the mayor, in doing all that he had to do, ruled and determined through them, and would say to them, "Is it your will that so it shall be?" And then if they answered, "Yea, yea," so it was done. And on the other hand, the aldermen or chief citizens were little or not at all consulted in such matter, but were, in fact, just as though they had not existed. Through this that same populace became so elated and so inflated with pride that during the commotions in the realm, of which mention has been previously made, they formed themselves into covens and leagued themselves together by oath, by the 100 and by the 1,000, under a sort of colour of keeping the peace, whereas they themselves were manifestly disturbers of the peace. For whereas the barons were only fighting against those who wished to break the aforesaid statutes, and seized the property of each, and that too by day, the other broke into the houses of the people and of other persons in the city who were not against the said statutes, and by main force carried off the property found in such houses, besides doing many other unlawful acts as well. As to the mayor, he censured these persons in but a lukewarm way. Chronicles of Old London, p. 59. Further, the barons, wishing above all things at this juncture to conciliate the citizens, desired that they would put in writing anything they might desire in augmentation of their liberties, and undertook, if the thing were reasonable, to bring it before the king and council. Then this mayor called upon the craftsmen and ordered them to make such provisions as should be to their own advantage. Accordingly, after this, from day to day, individuals of every craft of themselves made new statutes and provisions, or rather such as may be called abominations, and that solely to their own advantage, and to the intolerable loss of all merchants coming to London and visiting the fair of England, and the exceeding injury of all persons in the realm. This was the first trades union. Their rules were drawn up by the working men themselves. The memory of the old frith guilds had by this time perished, but there were fraternities or religious associations which would help them to some knowledge of the rules which they should lay down. Such as they were, the chronicler tells us, they were not carried into effect. In 1260-60, for Thomas Fitzthomas was again elected mayor, but the king refused to receive him, being, for many reasons, greatly moved to anger against the city. In the same year began the Barons' War, in which the Londoners played a conspicuous, if not a noble, part. They reduced the castle of Rochester, they destroyed the palace at Isleworth, belonging to Richard, the king's brother, they murdered 500 Jews, they pillaged the property of the foreign merchants, and at the Battle of Lewes they ran away. Peace being made in the following year, Henry, now a prisoner, was made to hold a court in St. Paul's, where the mayor, again Thomas Fitzthomas, and the aldermen swore fealty to him. A marginal note of the chronicle completes the history of this oath. Then those who were present might see a thing wondrous and unheard of in this age. For the most wretched mayor, when taking the oath, dared to utter words so rash as these, saying unto his lordship the king in presence of the people, My lord, so long as unto us you will be a good lord and king, we will be faithful and duteous unto you. The mayor was 400 years before his time. After the defeat and death of Simon de Montfort at Evesham, there was great alarm in the city. Some proposed to close the gates and call together the adherents of the baron's cause, others proposed immediate submission. The latter course prevailed. Letters of submission were drawn up and sent to the king at Windsor. The messengers on the way met Sir Roger de Lilbourne, who told them that he was sent to declare the king's pleasure to the citizens. The king's pleasure was immediate and complete submission, the removal of all chains and posts in the streets as a mark of submission, and the dispatch of the mayor and principal men of the city to Windsor under letters of safe conduct. They went. Fitzthomas, unluckily, was once more mayor. The king disregarded the letters of safe conduct and clapped them into prison. All of them, except Fitzthomas, were shortly afterwards released. Henry remembered the words by which Fitzthomas had sworn a limited loyalty. Fitzthomas never again appeared. He vanished. Perhaps the king ordered his execution. Perhaps he caused him to languish for the rest of his life in prison. However that may be, Fitzthomas was no more seen. Henry came to London, his chief enemy in custody. He gave away 60 houses belonging to the principal citizens. He fined the city 20,000 marks. On the 6th of December of the same year, 1265, John de la Linde, knight, and John Walraven, clerk, were made seneschals, the Tower of London being delivered into their hands. On the same day there came to Westminster 24 citizens, who swore faithfully and safely to keep the city in the king's behalf under their 2 seneschals. The king gave, further, London Bridge, with its tolls, to Queen Elena, who allowed it to fall into decay. She then gave it back to the city. Fitzthedmer here remarks that some of the persons who had sided with the Earl of Gloucester took to flight, and there were among them some who, in the time of the late mayor, Fitzthomas, styled themselves the commons of the city. On the election of a citizen to attend to the duties of Sheriff of Middlesex and Warden of London, the people clamoured for Fitzthomas, who was probably by this time lying in his grave. The citizens petitioned, but in vain, for the right of electing their mayor and sheriffs. In the following year, 1266, John Adrian and Luke de Battencourt were chosen bailiffs instead of sheriffs. Out of the confusion and trouble of the time we can gather that the trade of London was brought to a standstill, that there were massacres of Jews, that there were riots in the streets, quarrels between trades, in one of which as many as 500 men went out armed and fought in the streets, that the trades continued to combine and to form companies, but without rule and supervision, so that they claimed work belonging to other trades and caused ill-feeling, that there was no order kept in the wards and no authority of the aldermen. The mayors, during the period following the Battle of Evesham, were appointed by the king. Fabian says that 51 there is uncertainty about this time, some being of opinion that there were no mayors, but only custards. Fabian also says that Thomas Fitzthomas was released. He enters his name as mayor for 1269-70, but his dates do not agree with those of Stowe. In the latter year, Prince Edward took the city into his own hands and appointed Hugh Fitz-Otho constable of the Tower and custos of the city. A few months of despotic and military rule smoothed the troubled waters of faction and restored order to the distracted city. The last years of King Henry's reign were years of peace and rest, but he had done what he wished to do. He had deprived the proud city of its wealth, its liberty, and its rights. The first phase of the contest between the oligarchy and the populace comes to an end. The former party is greatly broken up. The wards cease to be called by the names of their aldermen. In December 1269, an order was issued by the king that all those persons who, on the restoration of the city to him, had withdrawn, should be proclaimed publicly, and should be forbidden ever to return to the city under pain of life and limb. Their names were read out in the Guildhall and afterwards cried in the streets. There were 57 of them. The list has been preserved by Fitzthedmer. All, with a few exceptions, were craftsmen: cofferer, baker, cook, goldsmith, ironworker, fuller, plumer, broker, butcher, armorer, challoner, with a few mercers and others belonging to wholesale trades. This act of justice accomplished, the citizens were once more granted the right of electing their mayor and sheriffs, but with the increase of the fervor from £300 to £400. They proceeded to exercise this right, apparently, with sadness and soberness, and with a compromise. The mayor was John Adrian of the aristocratic party, the sheriffs were two craftsmen. The following year Walter Hervey, a man of the people, was mayor, and two of the other side were sheriffs. The election of the mayor of the following year is a most interesting and instructive story. Fabian, we may observe, puts the election in the second year of Edward's reign. Arnold Fitzthedmer, one of the aldermen concerned, and therefore an eyewitness, assigns it to the last days of King Henry and the earliest days of King Edward. On the 28th of October, the feast of St. Simon and St. Jude, the citizens met at the Guildhall for the election of the new mayor. The aldermen and the more discreet citizens, it is one of them who tells the tale, proposed the name of Philip le Tailor. According to usage, their nominee ought to have been accepted, but the people in the body of the hall refused to accept him and cried out with a great tumult, "Nay, nay, we will have no one but Walter Hervey," and against the will of the aldermen, one pictures a good deal of hustling and pushing, they placed their own man in the seat of the mayor. It is not surprising that the same kind of accusations, which had formerly been brought against William Longbeard and Thomas Fitzthomas, were now brought against Walter Hervey. He is said to have persuaded and promised the people that he would keep them free from all tallages, extortions, and tolls, and that they believed his word, and followed him by thousands, even in multitudes, without number. We remember that 50,000 are said to have followed Longbeard. The charge of gaining over the people by grand promises is very likely true. The demagogue has always resorted to the same methods of persuasion, in the end to the detriment or the ruin of the cause. One understands that the more popular leaders of London between 1190 and 1272 were men who desired, above all things, to render impossible the burden of unequal taxation, and to give the commons a voice in the management of their own affairs. This twofold aim is really one, because it was believed that the people, if they had the power, would exercise it wisely and justly. The leaders, however, did not realize that the average man understands by justice the shifting of his burden to the shoulders of some other man, and he is quite careless who that other man is. Hervey, however, had the people with him. The aldermen, finding themselves thrust, in this rude way, out of power, repaired to Westminster to lay the matter before the King's Council. They were followed by Hervey himself, accompanied by a vast multitude of his supporters. The case of the aldermen was put with much ability. It was not the loss of their own power which they so much minded, as the chance that another civil war might be caused through the unruly pride of the populace. The aldermen and their adherents, on coming before the King's Council, as already written, showed unto them, with grievous complaints, how that this populace by force had violently and unjustly impeded their election, by those to whom the election of mayor and sheriffs in the city of right more particularly belongs than to anyone else, and has always been wont to belong. They also duteously besought his lordship the king and his council, that the king would be pleased to set his arm and his hand thereto, that so this populace, calling itself the commons of the city, and excluding the aldermen and discreet men of the city, might not upraise itself against his peace, and against the peace of his realm, as had happened in the time of the Earl of Leicester. Namely, when Thomas Fitzthomas and Thomas de Pulesden had so exalted the populace of the city above the aldermen and discreet men of the city, that, when it was necessary so to do, they could not make such populace amenable to justice, through which, as a thing notorious to the whole world, a deadly war arose in England. Riley's Edit, Fitzthedmer's Chronicles of Old London, pp. 154–155. The people, without caring to answer these arguments, raised the cry, "We are the commons, to us belongs the election, we elect Walter Hervey." It was a time of great anxiety. The king was ill, he was now old, for that time very old, the heir was in the Holy Land, it was most desirable that the peace should be maintained. The aldermen went on arguing. The same arguments were used before the 53 passing of every successive Reform Act. The aldermen pointed out that they were the heads, the people being only the inferior members, arms and legs. The aldermen were also, by right of office, those who pronounced judgment in pleas moved within the city. They had a stake in the country, the populace, on the other hand, for the most part had neither lands nor houses, were of obscure and lowly origin, followed humble occupations, were rude and ignorant, and cared nothing about the city's welfare. The people, however, kept up their bawling, which reached the ears of the king on his sickbed. The council, therefore, put the matter off. Hervé was told to go away and to return with no more than 10 or a dozen followers, so for that day he went away. On the morrow, after dinner, Hervé called all the people together, and with them at his heels went again to Westminster, and there, setting forth no reason, they kept up the same cry. The aldermen were there before them. The council told both parties that they must agree upon a mayor, and that when they were agreed, the king would admit him. But they could not agree. There was no chance of an agreement. So, day after day, for a whole fortnight, viz. till the 11th of November, the people became more excited every day, and the aldermen more dogged, and the same tumultuous scene was enacted in Westminster Hall. As for Hervé, he affirmed, very likely he spoke the truth, for the situation was full of peril, and one could not forget the vanishing of Fitzthomas, that he did not desire to be mayor for his own sake, but solely for the love of God and from motives of charity. He was willing to endure that burden and that labor, that so he might support the poor of the city against the rich, who sought to oppress them in the matter of the tallages and expenditure of the city. It speaks a great deal for the veracity of the historian that one who stood among the aldermen and took part in the offices, seeing his authority and power suddenly taken from him, should have penned these words without casting a doubt upon the motives which actuated his enemy. On the 11th of November, the council, who appear to have acted with strange weakness and irresolution, decided that as they could not agree, the king would take the city into his own hands and would appoint a custos or warden. Accordingly, Henry de Frouwick, one of the aldermen, his ward was afterwards called Cripplegate, was appointed warden. It was then agreed that each side should appoint 5 persons, and that this committee of 10 should elect the mayor, both sides promising to abide by the decision. The death of the king caused this agreement to be set aside. There was a fear lest the populace should take advantage of the confusion caused by the 54 absence of the new king. Fitzthedmer converts a vague anxiety into the discovery of a conspiracy against the property of the aldermen. The Archbishop of York, with the Earl of Gloucester and other nobles, met the citizens at Guildhall, and seeing the enormous number of Hervé's followers, exhorted the aldermen to elect him. They still refused. They would not, of their own free will, lay down their powers. They told Gloucester that the matter was referred to the Committee of 10. The Earl, however, disregarding this arrangement, ordered a folk-mote to be called for the next day at Paul's Cross, met the aldermen separately in the chapter house, and begged them to yield and to suffer Hervé to be mayor for 1 year, lest trouble should fall upon the city. They therefore gave way, and Hervé, after taking oath that he would not aggrieve or allow to be aggrieved any who had been against his election, was presented to the people, amid their joyous acclamations, as their mayor. His year of office proved uneventful. Fitzthedmer says that he took bribes from the bakers so that they might make loaves under weight, but we need not believe this story, and that he would not allow any pleading, or very rarely any, in the hustings of pleas of land. The reason being that he himself was impleaded as to a certain tenement which Isabella Bucarel demanded of him by plea between them moved. Arnold, we observe, still harbors resentment. At the following election, the aldermen carried their own man, Henry Whalley's or Le Whalley's. He was one of the richest and most important merchants. He was again mayor from 1280 to 1283. He had been mayor of Bordeaux in 1275. We have seen how, according to the chronicler, the craftsmen made covens and combinations, in other words, trade unions, being exhorted thereto by Thomas Fitzthomas. It appears that when Walter Hervé was mayor, he confirmed these combinations by charters of his own granting regulation of trade for the common benefit. Now we have the first instance of a blackleg. One of the persons who had obtained, for his own benefit probably, such a charter, came before the mayor and citizens in the Guildhall with the complaint that a certain person of his trade was working in contravention of the statutes contained in the charter, which he and his trade had obtained, from whom he was asked had they obtained that charter from Walter Hervey when he was mayor. And here it is, he said, producing a copy of the document. It is true, said Walter Hervey, I granted that charter by my authority as mayor. Then arose Gregory de Rokesley, alderman, and one of the most discreet men in the city. Such charters, he said, have no force beyond the mayoralty of the man who may grant them. Moreover, these charters were only made for the benefit of the rich men in every craft, not for that of the poor, and they lead to the loss and undoing of the poor men, as well as the loss of all other citizens and the realm. Whereupon Walter Hervey sprang to his feet 55, and there ensued a warm and personal discussion. Finally, Walter Hervey retired to St. Peter's Church, Cornhill, where he convened the people and exhorted them to keep their charters, which he would take care should be enforced. And the whole of that day and the next he went through the city haranguing the people, so that the barons of the Exchequer and the King's Council feared a popular tumult. Therefore they sent the royal command to the city to take care lest, through the action of the said Walter Hervey and others, mischief should ensue. The city magistrates interpreted this order to mean the arrest of Hervey, which was done, but on the surety of 12 men he was released. This happened just before Christmas. After Christmas, the mayor called a meeting in the Guildhall and ordered Hervey's charters to be brought to him. A fortnight later he caused them to be read, and explained that they would lead to the detriment and ruin of trade, that the charters carried no weight and were worthless, that the men of every craft should resume their former liberty to follow their trade wherever and in whatever way they pleased, only that their work must be good and true. In other words, the charters which Hervey had given them were intended to teach the people the necessity of order and discipline in order to gain their rights, and this mayor led them gently back, under pretense of giving them liberty, to resume their old dependence. But they had not done yet with Walter Hervey. It remained to deprive him of his dignity as alderman of Cheap. This was done full craftily. The greater part of the ward of Cheap consisted of a marketplace filled with sheds, cells, and shops. The sheds are explained by Stowe to mean small, open shops, each with a solar or small upper chamber over them. One such shed remained till the other day close to Clare Market. The cells were wooden warehouses with shops. The tradesmen of this market, the greatest and most important in the kingdom, were the special friends of Hervey, his constituents, who had made him alderman. Whereupon, in order to get rid of Hervey, these people must also be got rid of. The king's coronation suggested an expedient. Although the traders, butchers, fishmongers, and those of other callings had paid large sums of money for the rent or permission to set up their shops in the market, the mayor sent word that in order to clean the place of all refuse, when the king should ride through Cheap, they must all go and sell their wares in other places. Then, in the words of the Chronicle, on the morrow of Holy Trinity, the mayor and citizens coming into the Guildhall to plead the common pleas, there came certain fishmongers, and more especially those who had been removed from Cheap, to whom answer was made by the mayor, that this had been done by the counsel of his lordship the king, in order that there might be no refuse remaining in Cheap on his arrival there. Walter Hervey, however, to the utmost of his power, supported the complaints of the said fishmongers against the mayor and aldermen, by reason whereof a stormy strife arose, in presence of all the people, between the said mayor and Walter aforesaid. Hereupon the mayor, moved to anger, together with some of the more discreet of the city, went to the council of his lordship the king at Westminster, and showed him what had then taken place in Guildhall. Accordingly, on the morrow, when the mayor and aldermen had come to the Guildhall, to determine the pleas which had been begun on the preceding day, a certain roll was shown and read before the said Walter and all the people, in which were set forth many articles as to the presumptuous acts and injuries of most notorious character, which the said Walter had committed while mayor against the commons of the city and in contravention of his oath, whereupon the said Walter was judicially degraded from his aldermanry, and he was excluded from the council of his city. Command was also given to the men dwelling in that aldermanry to choose a fit and proper man to be alderman of Cheap in his place, and to present him at the next court in the Guildhall, which was accordingly done. So vanishes the form of Walter Hervey. He takes off his alderman's gown, he steps down among the folk, a plain citizen, and I dare say that the craftsmen, next day, had forgotten all that he had tried to do for them. But the memory of those charters survived. And so they made a political end of this reformer. To him, however, belongs the credit of creating or reviving the spirit of union and incorporation of the trades. I say reviving, because one must not forget the adulteran guilds of Henry II's time, and because, wherever there was a guild for religious and charitable purposes, the other trade guild for commercial and practical purposes was not far off. We have seen how, within 40 years from this time, the wards ceased to be named after their aldermen and their proprietors. In this interval, there took place a silent revolution, the steps of which it is now difficult or even impossible to follow. The nature of the revolution is indicated by the rapid rise of the companies in the next few years. The authority of the aristocratic party was broken, though not yet destroyed. The shadow of their old power in giving their names to the wards vanished also. We shall now find the government of London transferred from the aldermen to the trades. The memory of the three early reformers, William Longbeard, Thomas Fitzthomas, and Walter Hervey, should be better known to those who care about the origin and the history of civic liberties. They appear to me to bear a striking resemblance to each other. All three belonged to the aristocratic class. All three deserted their own people and were bitterly reviled in consequence. All three surrendered their own interests. All three were filled with that overwhelming passion for justice which makes martyrs and carries on a cause. It is to be hoped that while the first was dragged by the heels to the gallows, while the second was murdered in a dungeon, while the third was put out of office and deprived of the right to speak and the power to act, some vision of the future was vouchsafed to them. Some voice whispered in their dying ears that their life's work was not lost, but would yet bear fruit in the coming freedom of the people for whom they had worked and for whom they suffered. The crown offered to Richard Roman III at Baynard's Castle, reproduced from the picture in the Royal Exchange by permission of the artist Sigismund Goetze, Esquire, by whom the copyright is reserved. The long continuance of these factions, the civil wars, the disorders of the last reign, could not fail to produce the worst effects in the condition of the city. The streets were full of murders, robberies, housebreaking, and violence of all kinds. The first attempt to restore order seems to have been the recognition that a strong and permanent hand was wanted. Accordingly, we find the office of mayor filled for 12 years by two men taking the post each for 2 or 3 years together. They were merchants of the aristocratic party. They were personal friends holding the same views, and those not of a democratic kind. They were wealthy. They bestowed large benefactions upon the city. They were trusted by the king. Yet they did not succeed. Lofty is of opinion that they were too much occupied with their own affairs and were compelled to leave much of their proper work to subordinates. On the other hand, they may have been very great merchants, yet not good administrators. The earlier pages of Riley's memorials are filled with cases of murder and violence. There were excellent laws made for the preservation of peace. Nothing could have been better than the following. At curfew, all the gates to be closed, the taverns to be shut, no persons to walk about the streets, 6 persons to watch in every ward. Yet in spite of these regulations, the condition of the city became worse instead of better. The case of Lawrence Ducat in 1284, which ended in the hanging of 7 men of good family and the burning of 1 woman, caused general discontent and murmuring. Finally, Edward resolved upon taking the conduct of the city into his own hands. The way in which this was effected shows that the comedy was agreed upon beforehand, so that everybody's dignity should be respected. The mayor was Gregory de Rokesley. He was ordered by the king's lieutenant to repair with the aldermen and sheriffs to the Tower, there to answer certain questions concerning the condition of the city. He obeyed, but left behind him in the church of Allhallows Barking the gowns and chains of office, excusing himself on the ground that the citizens only pleaded or answered 58 pleas within their own boundaries. He was arrested and kept in the Tower with the other officers for a day or 2. Meantime, as the city was technically without a mayor, the king used the fact as a pretext for taking it into his own hands. He did so, appointing Sir Ralph Sandwich as custos or warden. The city was kept under the rule of Sandwich and his successor, Sir John Breton, for 12 years. They were, in fact, permanent mayors who could not be displaced by the citizens, yet who took the aldermen into council. The rule of these two wardens was remarkable for many reforms, including the definition of the wards, the cleansing of the Walbrook, the suppression of night fairs, the repair of bridges, the restoration of order. Trade was carried on freely and prosperously. The trade guilds had leisure to consolidate themselves, so that they became, long before they got their charters, necessary for the business of the city. London had assumed a new face when, in 1298, Edward gave back the mayor, and Henry Whalley's once more assumed office. Not that violence altogether ceased, but that violence was less frequent and more likely to be punished. We have seen how the opinions of Lollardy were widespread among the people during the 14th century. The history of John of Northampton and that of his rival, Nicholas Brember, belong to the close of that century and to the conclusion of the struggle between the employers and the craftsmen. John was born at Northampton of respectable parentage, as is proved by the fact that he was received into the Drapers' Company, always one of the most exclusive of the city guilds. He was alderman in 1376, sheriff in 1377, one of the city members in 1378. In 1380, he was a commissioner for the erection of some kind of tower, and in 1381 he was mayor. The first thing he did as mayor showed what his opinions were. He took into his own hands a great part of the duties belonging to the bishop's court. He caused all those persons, men and women, who had committed acts of unchastity to have their hair cut short, and then to be carried in public through the city, preceded by trumpets and drums, for an open shame, the men being placed in pillory, the women in thew. A second offense demanded a similar punishment. For a third offense, they were expelled the city altogether. Next, he cut down the fees of the parish clergy. A mass for the dead was to be charged no more than a farthing, a baptism not more than 40 pence, marriage not more than half a mark. Multiply these figures by 20 at least to represent modern values. We have then a mass sung for 5 pence, a baptism for 3, 4, 8, and a marriage for very nearly £7. Does the cheapness of the mass indicate an unbelief in its efficacy? He also signalized his mayoralty by a persecution of the fishmongers, whose monopoly he suppressed. Their offense, one supposes, was the high price at which they retailed their fish. We must again remind ourselves that quite 1/4 of the year was a time of fasting, so that it was most important that fish 59 should be cheap, abundant, and fresh. John not only took away these privileges from the fishmongers, but he degraded them. They were forbidden to sell fish in the country at all. They were forced to sell it in town at a price fixed by the mayor, and they were not to be eligible for any office. John was re-elected mayor in the following year, 1382-83, which passed quietly. His successor, 1383-84, was his enemy Nicholas Brember, by whom all the reforms of John were swept away. In January 1384, John was bound over to keep the peace in the sum of £5,000. In the following month, he was arrested by the mayor. It was said that he went about followed by 400 of his adherents. It was also said that he created a tumult. One of his men, Constantine, a cordwainer, was hanged for his share in a riot, and John was sent to Corfe Castle. Thence he was brought to London, tried before a council called by the king at Reading, and sentenced to death by the king. The sentence was commuted, at the Queen's personal request, to imprisonment. So he was sent back to Corfe Castle. Then, for some unknown reason, he was brought to the Tower, and again informed that he was to be hanged, drawn, and quartered, and again reprieved. He was then sent to Tintagel Castle, reflecting, no doubt, that while there is life there is hope, and that he had a friend in John of Gaunt who would not forsake him. John of Gaunt did not forsake him. He renewed, from time to time, his efforts to effect his release, and he promised that John should not return to London if he were released. Then Nicholas Brember, mayor for 4 years running, asked the opinion of the aldermen and common council as to the expediency of releasing this terrible prisoner. They all agreed that it would be dangerous to let him loose, even if he lived 100 miles from the city. In 1389, however, he was allowed to return, and his property was restored to him. but the mayor strictly forbade any discussions as to the quarrel between John of Northampton and Nicholas Brember. To go back for a while and trace the career of Sir Nicholas Brember is now necessary. He was a wealthy grocer, son of Sir John Brember, a knight and country gentleman of Kent, one of the many examples which the city affords of the country lad who was not a rustic, but a gentleman, coming to London to make his fortune. See Vol. IP 216. As he purchased estates in Kent in 1372 and became an alderman in 1376, it seems reasonable to suppose that he was born about the year 1322. He joined the aristocratic party in the city, which strove to deprive the craft companies of any voice in the city, and was as strenuous a supporter of Courtenay as he was an enemy of John of Northampton. In 1377, when Staple, the mayor, was deposed, Brember was appointed in his place. The year after, Brember was charged at the Parliament of Gloucester 60 by Thomas of Woodstock, the king's uncle, with negligence of duty on the occasion of a riot, when, upon Cornhill in London, the men of that vicinity made assault upon the servants of the said earl, and beat and wounded them, and pursued them, when flying to his hostel, and broke and hewed down the doors of the same with axes and other arms, the said earl being then within and lying in his bed, and, by reason thereof, no little alarmed, to the grievous damage of the said earl, and so pernicious an example to the whole realm, and all this, he alleged, had happened through the inexcusable slothfulness of the said Nicholas, and he requested that redress should be made to him for the same. Riley's Memorials, p. 427. Brember, however, offered a full and complete reply to the charge, and returned, says the contemporary authority, to his hostel with honor. Thomas of Woodstock, however, neither forgot nor forgave, although Brember gave him 100 marks by way of conciliation. And there follows a very pretty passage, showing the spirit with which the city liberties were regarded. Which transactions being thus related in order before the mayor and the common council, each one of them gave hearty thanks to the said Nicholas, knowing for certain that it was for no demerits of his own, but for the preservation of the liberties of the city, and for the extreme love which he bore to it, that he had undergone such labors and expenses. Wherefore, with one accord, by the said mayor, aldermen, and all the rest of the commoners, it was faithfully granted and promised that the city should keep the said Nicholas indemnified as to the said 100 marks, and also all other expenses by reason of that matter by him incurred, and that the same might be kept in memory. Orders were given to the common clerk that it should thus be entered. Riley's Memorials, p. 428. Brember then became one of the 2 collectors of customs for the port of London, Geoffrey Chaucer being his controller. On the rising of the Commons, Brember, with Philpot and Walworth, rode to Smithfield with the king, and was knighted for his services on that occasion. It was after this that the great struggle between himself, as the leader of the aristocratic party, and therefore of the great companies, and John of Northampton, as the leader of the popular cause, took place. We have seen how John of Northampton acted as mayor, 1381–1383. In the latter year, Brember was elected mayor, but it was by force of arms. In January 1384, John was arrested, and as we have seen, his follower, Constantine, was hanged by Brember. In 1386, petitions were presented to Parliament by 10 of the city companies, charging Brember with tyrannical and oppressive conduct, and especially in securing the re-election by violence. For he filled the Guildhall with armed men, who ran upon those of the opposite faction with great noise, shouting, "Kill, kill, le poursuivants hidousement." Thomas of Woodstock, mindful of the old grudge, charged Brember with plotting in favor of Suffolk. Yet he escaped, and was admitted by the king into his council. In November 1387, he was again accused by Thomas of Woodstock with treason. The other 4 of the king's council were also charged with treason, viz., the Archbishop of York, Sir Robert Vere, Duke of Ireland, Michael de la Pole, Earl of Suffolk, and Tressilian, the Lord Chief Justice. King Richard, holding a council of nobles and prelates. From Froissart Val, Roman 4. The king replied that he had taken them into his own protection. Nevertheless, they all thought it prudent to fly in different directions. The king sent for the mayor. How many archers and men-at-arms would the city provide in case of necessity? The mayor returned an evasive reply. He said that the citizens were only soldiers in defense of their city. As for himself, he begged permission to retire from office. The king left Windsor and took up his residence in the Tower, thinking to have the city between himself and the Lords. But Thomas of Woodstock, now Duke of Gloucester, with the Earls of Arundel, Nottingham, Warwick, and Derby, hastened to London and demanded admission into the city. The citizens hesitated. At last, however, they yielded, and the lords, with all their array, entered the city. It is significant of the condition of the city that the lords offered to mediate in the trade disputes, but their offer was not accepted. Henry of Bolingbroke challenges the crown. Meantime, Brember, who had fled into Wales, was captured and brought to London. His trial took place as soon as Parliament met. There were 39 charges brought against him as one of the King's counsel. He asked for delay to prepare his reply. This being refused, he offered wager of battle. All the lords and commons present threw down their gauntlets, but it was ruled that it was not a case for the ordeal by battle. The trial was resumed the following day, the king, who was present, showing himself entirely in favor of the prisoner. The case was placed in the hands of a commission of lords, who brought in a verdict of not guilty, but they were not 63 going to allow Brember to escape. They sent for the mayor and aldermen. Thus, I quote R.R. Sharp. One would have thought that with Nicholas Exton, his old friend and ally, to speak up for him, Brember's life would now at least be saved, even if he were not altogether acquitted. It was not so, however. The mayor and aldermen were asked as to their opinion, not as to their knowledge, whether Brember was cognizant of certain matters, and they gave it as their opinion that Brember was more likely to have been cognizant of them than not. Turning then to the recorder, the lords asked him how stood the law in such a case, to which he replied that a man who knew such things as were laid to Brember's charge, and knowing them failed to reveal them, deserved death. On such evidence as this, Brember was convicted on the 20th February and condemned to be executed. He was drawn on a hurdle through the city to Tyburn, showing himself very penitent and earnestly desiring all persons to pray for him. At the last moment he confessed that his conduct towards Northampton had been vile and wicked. Whilst craving pardon of Northampton's son, he was suddenly turned off, and the executioner cutting his throat, he died. London and the Kingdom, Vol. IP 237. Richard Roman II, consulting with his friends in Conway Castle. Ms. Harl, 1319. The history of Brember shows that he was a strong man, at least, and fearless in a time when charges of treason were easily concocted and ruthlessly applied, when the king, his protector, was young and weak, and when the other side, which had with them the craftsmen of London, was strong and well organized. In looking upon the long struggle of the craftsmen against their employers, there are certain considerations which we must not forget. It was really inevitable that the masters, the employers, would have the control, such as I have pointed out, in every trade. The men, quite ignorant of the very rudest principles of political economy, living from week to week, asking at most nothing but the weekly wage and cheap food, presently began to question. Why should the masters rule everything? Why should not the men command their own wages and their own hours? The questions, which we hear all around us at the present day, were asked 600 years ago. The working men formed combinations or unions of their own. They kept on trying to form these combinations. The number of cases that have been recorded, which was certainly not the whole number or anything like it, prove a deep and widespread discontent and a sullen resolve of the working men to take, if possible, the management of their work into their own hands. They failed, however, and their failure was absolute and complete. They were brought before the mayor and aldermen. Their combinations were dissolved. They were sent back to their company. No union or association or combination of working men was permitted to London outside the company. Let me take one case in illustration, that of David Breckenhoff. This man, with half a dozen others, was brought before the mayor, charged with rebellion against employers. They had broken off from the company. They had left the dwelling places assigned to them. They had taken a house in another parish. Here they had set up workshops for themselves. They called assemblies of other working men. They settled their own wages. They hustled and wounded one of the masters who went to expostulate with them. They rescued their companions from arrest when they were seized by the sergeants of the city. This, you will observe, was a very determined effort, coupled with assemblies of other working men and backed by the appeal to arms. The sentence of the mayor shows how seriously the danger was regarded. He did not dare to arouse a spirit of revenge among the working men. These offenders were left unpunished. They were simply told to give up their house, to go back to their company, and to resume work in obedience. And so David Breckenhoff and his rebels vanish again, and we hear no more of them. And until the 19th century, there were no more combinations of working men in London. With the ideas of the present day, this refusal to allow the craftsmen to combine seems tyrannical. We must go back, however, to the ideas of the 13th century. The assumption, the theory, the belief that the working classes ought to have any voice in the management of their own affairs, if it lingered anywhere in London of the 13th century, was a survival of the folk mote, the citizens' parliament of Paul's Cross. The folk mote still continued. It was used for party purposes. It had no real power, but it kept alive the memory of power. It ceased to be held after the 13th century. It died out when a Court of Common Council was formed, and it is significant that when 65 the old folk parliament ceased to meet, we hear no more of the revolt of working men against the companies. What a citizen like Whittington thought and said was something like this: in a great city, the governing class should be wealthy, enlightened, and instructed. It should know the ports of trade, the demand for imports, the markets for exports, the limits of production, the figures which are needed to arrive at wages and retail price. It must also, in an age of artificial courtesy, understand good manners and not be afraid to stand before kings. As for the men of the other class, who have no knowledge save of a single trade, it is best for the state that they should be under rule and governance. And to the best of his ability, Whittington, who was a stern magistrate yet a just man, did keep the people under rule and governance. I believe that the medieval masters were, as a rule, and up to their lights, benevolent. They did look after their people. They gave them wages which allowed a higher standard of living than was possible for any other working men in the world. They looked after the old, and they brought up the young. For myself, I cannot but think that had the craftsmen then obtained their desire, the result would have been disastrous to the fortunes of the city. London would have become another Ghent or Bruges. It would be, now, a city of deserted trade. The time was not yet ready for the rule of the people by the people. They wanted education, experience, suffering, before they were able to rule. As yet they understood nothing, absolutely nothing, about liberties. They wanted nothing but the control over their own work. I think, in a word, that Whittington's views were right for a man of Whittington's time. Chapter 6. The Century of Uncertain Steps. Whether the mayor was elected immediately after the concession of the Commune or a year or two later, as happened in certain French towns, matters very little. The point of importance is that even after his election and that of the council, his powers were ill-defined. During the reign of Richard I, while he was not even recognized by the king, we can understand that a wise mayor would not seek to magnify his office. It would be safer to allow the commune to go on quietly so as to accustom the king to its existence. This, I take it, was the policy of Henry Fitz-Aylwin, the first mayor, during his 23 years' tenure of office. It may be assumed that the duties and the authority of the guild merchant were at once transferred to the mayor and his council. But what were the duties of that body? What were its powers? What were its limits? In order to show the uncertainty on this subject, remember that when Walter Hervey was mayor, he gave charters to certain trades. It was not contended that the mayor had no right to grant charters, but that these charters had no effect after his mayoralty came to an end. The powers of the mayor were as yet uncertain. It was not thought desirable to limit or to define them too closely. Therefore, the right of the mayor to grant charters was not questioned. At the same time, it was no doubt felt, and quite rightly, that for any one mayor to grant charters without consulting the aldermen and the more discreet citizens might impose intolerable mischiefs upon the city. Yet 100 years later, we find the trades drawing up ordinances for the regulation of their own crafts, and praying that they might be accepted and placed under the protection of the mayor and aldermen. In the meantime, it is obvious, the power and the authority of the mayor had been more clearly defined. The statutes placed under his protection were also placed under the protection of the Court of Aldermen. One more point to illustrate the uncertainty introduced by the new order. In the year 1200, according to the book which will form the text of this chapter, a council of 25 of the more discreet men of the city were sworn to assist 67 the mayor. Round, as we have seen, p. 18, shows that the number was not 25, but 24. He has discovered their oath, which did not in any way resemble the oath of an alderman, and he has adduced other instances of such a council, so that there can be no doubt whatever as to its existence. Now in the same book, which records its creation and carries the chronicle of the city down to the year 1273, there is not a single word said about this council. We hear of the aldermen, the more discreet citizens, and the principal citizens, but not one word about the council. Either, therefore, which one can hardly believe, the council was allowed to drop out of existence, or, which is much more likely, it was a purely civic body, not recognized by the charters and with no legal powers, a body which acquired its importance from the mayor of the year, and was more in evidence a kind of private advisory committee with which the mayor could take counsel if he wished, or which he could neglect if he wished. The book, which I have called the textbook of the present chapter, is the chronicle printed by the Camden Society from the Liber de Antiquis Legibus, by Arnold Fitz-Thedmer. This book is, of all the medieval documents connected with the history of London, perhaps the most important, for it is the work of a contemporary, one who took part in the events which he describes, a strong partisan yet fair to his enemies, evidently a man of the highest honor and principle, and as much a condemner of the common people as any old Tory of 1832. His family history shows the ease with which foreigners were admitted in the 12th century to reside in, to trade in, and to become citizens of the City of London. His grandfather, named Arnold or Arnulf, was a merchant of Cologne. He married one ode of the same town, with whom he lived for some years without children. Hearing, however, of the miracles performed daily by St. Thomas a Becket, the pair crossed the seas and made a pilgrimage to the shrine at Canterbury, imploring the favor of the saint in the matter of offspring. This done, they went on to visit the famous city of London. Here the wife found that St. Thomas had heard and had granted her prayers. The pair accordingly remained in London until the child was born. Then they bought a house and remained altogether in London. They had 11 children, of whom 6 died young. One of the surviving daughters was Juliana, who married a native of Bremen, also a resident merchant in London. The youngest son, Arnold, was the author of the chronicle before us. A miraculous dream, he proudly tells us, accompanied his birth. Most medieval families were able to point with pride to miraculous interpositions and dreams. In this case, as Arnold himself says, the difference between the log of wood and the slab of marble which formed the dream was known to God only, and so we may leave it. Arnold became a man of considerable wealth. He was an alderman, and when 68, the city was fined 20,000 marks by Henry and 1,000 marks for his brother, Richard of Almain. His tallage amounted to 132 marks, or nearly 105th part of the whole. The way of assessment was as follows. He first paid 4 marks and 40 pence for his house, then 20 marks by inquisition of his neighbors, then an increase of 5 marks. After that, an assessment of 100 marks in a lump sum by John Waleran, Constable of the Tower, and William Hazelbech, Commissioner, for the assessment appointed by the King. After that, half a mark, and then 15 shillings on his rent. From this assessment, it appears that the principal part of the fine must have been paid by the wealthy sort. Arnold had a good deal of trouble over the business, being annoyed by Walter Hervey and by Henry Whalley's in succession for not having paid enough. However, he obtained protection from King Henry first and King Edward next. Let us now proceed to show, from Arnold's book, the uncertain steps of the city during the century of the new order. The office of alderman was passing out of the hereditary stage. There was a strong sense among the people that the city offices were to be held during good conduct only. Thus, in 1216, Jacob Alderman had he no other designation either of trade or of birth, being mayor, was turned out by the king and another mayor appointed. We have seen that in 1233 Simon Fitzmary was turned out of his shrievalty for wasting the city property. In 1248, the same citizen was deprived of his aldermanry for siding with Marjorie Vile. In 1254, on account of the escape of a criminal, the sheriffs were deprived of office. In 1257, 8 of the aldermen were deposed for alleged malpractices. The list of 62 names given in Appendix Roman 3 rescues from oblivion almost as many aldermen of the 13th century. If we look into the names, we can pick out with some degree of certainty those which belong to the aristocratic party, including the old city families, and some of those which had become naturalized. Thus, we have Aswai, Basing, Blunt, Bucarel, Farndon or Farringdon, Fulk, Geysers, Hardle, Haverhill, Delisle, Renger, Spurling, Rokesley, Tovey, Tidmer, one Arnold, Fitzthedmer, Vile, etc., about 1/3 of the whole. We then find certain names without surnames at all, such as Adrian, Edmund, Geoffrey, Matthew. We are surely justified in concluding that they belong to crafts. Names such as Fitzmary and Fitzalice, which indicate a mother but not a father. Names where the father's is also a Christian name, as Thomas Fitzthomas, who we know from Fitzthedmer belonged to the popular party. Names of trades, as Cordwainer, Ferron, and Potter. These may all be assigned to the popular party, and they account for nearly another third. There remain about 25 names which are local, as William de Hereford, of whom it is difficult to pronounce with any certainty. It is, however, certain that in the 13th century a good 69 deal had been already effected in the breaking down of the oligarchy and the entrance upon office of the popular side. Richard Roman II and his patron saints. From the Arundel Society's reproduction of a contemporary painting at Walton House. There can be little doubt that Henry throughout his whole reign was bitterly hostile to the city. On the other hand, the city, it must be acknowledged, with its turbulence and its claims of privilege and liberty, gave a despotic monarch a great deal of annoyance. Henry's principal weapon of retaliation was to take the city into his own hands, i.e. to depose mayor and sheriffs, to deprive the aldermen of their powers, and to appoint a warden. In 1245, on a charge of harboring a traitor, Henry took over the city, restoring the charter after inflicting a fine of £1,000. In 1247, during the famous case of Marjorie Vile, the king again took the city into his own hands, CP 46. Also in 1249, after the tumult of the populace against the abbot of Westminster, in 1254, on the plea of malobservance of the 70 assize of bread, really in consequence of the quarrel between Richard of Almain and the city. In 1259, when the city refused to pay the Queen's gold. In 1257, when the Green Roll gave an occasion to make inquisition into the tallages. In 1263, after the Battle of Evesham. In 1265, the reason not stated. In 1266, after Gloucester had held the city. This is a considerable list of offences and punishments. As regards the election to the city offices, there was a great deal of uncertainty with many changes. In 1265, only one sheriff was allowed. In 1267, the city was ordered to elect and to present to the king 6 persons, from whom the king would choose 2 for sheriffs. The folkmote was used throughout this period as a weapon against the aristocratic party. The popular leaders, William Longbeard, Thomas Fitzthomas, Walter Hervey, all made use of the folkmote. The king made use of it, notably after the Green Roll business, when he sent Monsell to persuade the people as he pleased. It was at a folkmote in 1241, and at another in 1259, that the king took formal leave of the city before going to Gascony. It was charged against Thomas Fitzthomas that he pampered the people, calling them the commons of the city, calling them together at folkmote, asking them what was their will, without consulting the aldermen at all, so that the people leagued themselves together, broke into the houses of usurers, removed encroachments, threw open rights of way, and in many other ways showed a rude but resolute desire to obtain justice. Again, in 1271, on the disputed election of Walter Hervey, the people raised the cry, "We are the commons of the city, to us belongs the election of the mayor." With all this apparent tyranny, it is quite certain that the king always recognized the importance of London. He stood by the city in their determination not to allow the Thames fisheries to be ruined. He granted their very reasonable request that Jews, held in warranty by writ of exchequer, should plead before citizens as to tenements in London, and that Jewish cherographs, i.e. keepers of stars, or deeds and covenants of Jews, should be tallaged like any other people. His brother Richard, although continually at variance with the city, wrote a most friendly and interesting letter on his reception in Germany. When the king introduced his new gold coinage, he took the advice of the city on the measure, and because they were opposed to it, he made it optional whether the people took the gold coinage or not. He granted the prayer of the city that pleas of the citizens relating to debt should be heard in the city only and before the sheriffs. In 1268, when the king granted to his son Edward customs on everything that came into England or went out, and Edward had leased the grant to certain Italians, the city petitioned the prince against a continuance of this burden. The prince resigned the privilege, and so eased the city. A great deal more might be extracted from this short chronicle. Enough, however, has been taken to show the uncertainty of the city during the first century of the new order. The people always ready to assert their rights, fancied or real, as the commons, the aldermen standing, as a rule, for the old rights, the king taking offense, often, one acknowledges, deservedly, and revenging himself, by taking the city into his own hands, by fines, by depositions, by refusals to receive mayor or sheriffs. Nothing settled as to the rights and methods of procedure in elections, or in continuance of office, or in the power and authority of the mayor, while of the new Council of 24, as I have said, not one single word. In the next chapter, we shall have to consider the city under its new form of government, after the powers of the various offices have been defined and the manner of election has been settled. Chapter 7. After the Commune. In the year of our Lord 1419, John Carpenter completed his great work on the temporal government of the city of London, the Liber Albus. It is in this work that we find the only complete description of the administration of the city as it was at the beginning of the 15th century, with all the officers, their duties, and their responsibilities, and the laws which governed the citizens. The author was town clerk from the year 1417 to 1438. He was twice member of Parliament for the city, he was executor to Whittington, and he was buried in the church of St. Peter, Cornhill. The book itself, and a copy made in 1582, are preserved in the crypt of the Guildhall. Riley, who looked through the copy, says that it abounds in errors which have never been corrected. His own translation was made from the original, which has long since lost the purity of aspect from which it derives its title. Someone has written on the cover the following Latin lines: Qui liber albus erat, nunc est contrarius albo. Factus et est, unctis policibus niger. Dum tamen est extans, istum describite librum. Ni semel amisso, postea nullus erit. Quod si nullus erit, non nulla est nostrac culpa. Hi praeter summi, perdita gemma veil. The design of the work is thus laid down by John Carpenter himself. Forasmuch as the fallibility of human memory and the shortness of life do not allow us to gain an accurate knowledge of everything that deserves remembrance, even though the same may have been committed to writing, more especially if it has been so committed without order or arrangement, and still more so when no such written account exists. Seeing, too, that when, as not unfrequently happens, all the aged, most experienced, and most discreet rulers of the royal city of London have been carried off at the same instance, as it were, by pestilence, younger persons who have succeeded them in the government of the city have, on various occasions, been often at a loss from the very want of such written information, the result of which has repeatedly been disputes and perplexity among them as to the decisions which they should give. It has long been 73 deemed necessary, as well by the superior authorities of the said city as by those of subordinate rank, that a volume, from the fact of its containing the regulations of the city, it might be designated a repertory, should be compiled from the more noteworthy memoranda that lie scattered without order or classification throughout the books and rolls, as well as the charters of the said city. And forasmuch as such design, for some cause unknown, unless, indeed, it be the extreme laboriousness of the undertaking, has not been heretofore carried into effect, a volume of this nature, by favor of our Lord, is now at length compiled in the mayoralty of that illustrious man, Richard Whittington, mayor of the said city, that is to say, in the month of November, in the year of our Lord's incarnation, 1419, being the 7th year of the reign of King Henry, the 5th of that name since the conquest, containing therein not only those laudable observances, which, though not written, have been usually followed and approved in the said city, to the end that they may not be lost in oblivion hereafter, but also those noteworthy memoranda which have been committed to writing but lie scattered in disorder in manner before mentioned, that so, by their being ascertained, the superior authorities of the said city, as well as those of subordinate rank, may know henceforth with greater accuracy what in rare and unusual emergencies should be done. Whittington and his cat. From a small stone statue in Guildhall Museum. I purpose in this chapter to make such extracts, quotations, and abridgments from the book as shall serve to explain in general terms, avoiding the minute details with which the book is crowded, the nature of the government of the city in the time of Whittington. The author treats first of the offices of mayor, alderman, and sheriff. The office of mayor, he says, ignoring the subtleties of shire law and commune, was originally called Portgrave or Portreeve. He was the king's representative in the city, escheator, chamberlain, and justiciar, as well as Portreeve. By the charter of Henry Roman III, the barons of the city 11 were confirmed in the privilege of electing 74 their own mayor every year. The election of the mayor was an event greatly feared on account of the danger of a riot if the people were allowed to rush tumultuously into the Guildhall. A custom grew up, therefore, for the mayor, aldermen, and sheriffs to meet together some days before the election, and so order things as to meet the danger. They therefore selected certain discreet citizens, so many from each ward, and summoned them by name to be present at the election on the day of St. Edward, King and Confessor, and on that day no one was allowed in the Guildhall who had not been summoned. Death of Whittington. From Ms. 1421, in the possession of the Mercers' Company. Disputes arose between the aldermen and the commoners thus selected, the latter claiming the nomination of the mayor. The aldermen, however, refused to allow this claim, on the ground that they too were citizens and therefore entitled to vote. They therefore arrived at a compromise by which the commoners, one end of the hall, nominated 2 aldermen who had already served as sheriffs, and presented their names to the mayor and aldermen at the other end, who proceeded to elect one of them. In the early years of the mayoralty, the same mayor was often re-elected. The reason why this custom obtained was that at first the office brought with it no expenses. When, however, the mayor had to give liveries, to conduct ridings, to maintain servants, and to hold feasts, the expense was generally too great for one man to support for more than a year. When the practice had become common for the mayor to retire after 1 year, then, and not till 75 then, the aldermen went through the form of offering him a second term as a compliment. The feast of the apostles Simon and Jude being now come, about the 10th hour by the clock, it was the custom for the mayor, all the aldermen, arrayed in cloaks of violet, and numerous commoners, to meet together at the Guildhall. Silence and attention being then enjoined by the common crier, in other words, the serjeant at arms and duly made, the recorder, seated at the right hand of the mayor, announced to the people that, in conformity with the ancient usage of the city, upon that day he who was to be mayor for the then ensuing year was to take the oath. Then it was the custom also for him to compliment the outgoing mayor upon such points as deserved commendation. And the mayor, too, if he had anything to say, was duly heard. This done, the outgoing mayor vacated his seat, and the mayor-elect took his place, the past mayor, however, sitting next to him on his left hand. Then the common serjeant at arms, holding before him the book with the calendar, with the effigy of him crucified on the outside thereof, and he in the meantime placing his hand upon the book, the common clerk read to him the oath that he was about to make on the morrow in the king's exchequer. When he had made the promise and duly kissed the book, the old mayor delivered to him the seal of the statute merchant, together with the seal of the mayoralty, enclosed in 2 purses. The new mayor was also heard, if he had anything to say, by way of entreating the aid of his fellow aldermen during his time, as also the sheriffs and substantial men of the community, for the better government of the city. On the day after, the mayor took the oath at the Exchequer. On the morrow of the feast of the apostles Simon and Jude, provided such day was not Sunday, in which case the ensuing Monday was substituted. It was the custom for both the new and the past mayor, and the aldermen as well, in a like suit of robes, attended by the sheriffs, and as many as were of the mayor's livery and of the several mysteries arrayed in their respective suits, to meet on horseback upon the place without the Guildhall about 9 by the clock, the sword being borne upright before the person nominated as mayor. Departing thence, they rode together along Cheap, through the gate of Newgate, and then, turning into Fleet Street, passed on to Westminster. Upon their arrival there, the mayor, aldermen, and sheriffs alighted from their horses, and, preceded by the mace-bearers and mayor's sword-bearer, ascended to the room of the Exchequer, where were the chancellor, treasurer, keeper of the king's privy seal, and barons of the Exchequer. The mayor, aldermen, and sheriffs, then standing at the bar, the recorder stated how that the city of London, in accordance with its ancient customs and liberties, had chosen N. as mayor for the year then next ensuing, requesting the barons on behalf of the city to accept 76 the individuals so elected, who then and there appeared in person. Answer being made by the chief baron or his representative that it was their pleasure so to do, the book was presented to the mayor, placing his hand upon which he was charged with the same oath that he had made at the Guildhall. This oath is given in full in Liber Albus, and we may compare it with that of an alderman on page 78. You shall swear that well and lawfully you shall serve our Lord the King in the office of the mayoralty in the city of London, and the same city you shall surely and safely keep to the behoof of the King of England, and of his heirs, kings of England, and the profit of the king you shall do in all things that unto you belong to do, and the rights of the king, in so far as unto the crown they belong within the said city, you shall lawfully keep. You shall not assent unto the decrease, or unto the concealment of the rights or of the franchises of the king, and where you shall know the rights of the king or of the crown, be it in lands, or in rents, or in franchises, or in suits, to be concealed or withdrawn, to your utmost power you shall do to repel it. And if you cannot do it, you shall tell it unto the king, or unto them of his council, of whom you shall be certain that they will tell it unto the king. And that lawfully and rightfully you will treat the people of your bailiwick, and right will do unto everyone thereof, as well unto strangers as to denizens, to poor as to rich, in that which belongeth unto you to do, and that neither for highness, nor for riches, nor for promise, nor for favor, nor for hate, wrong you shall do unto anyone, nor the right of anyone shall you disturb, nor shall you take anything whereby the king may lose, or by which his right may be disturbed, and that in all things which unto the mayor of the said city it pertaineth to do, as well in the regulation of victuals as in all other things, well and lawfully you shall behave yourself. So God you help, and the saints. This done, it was the custom for the chief baron of the Exchequer, on behalf of the king and the lords, to charge the mayor in especial to preserve peace and tranquillity in the said city, and then, to the best of his ability, so to exercise surveillance over the sellers of all kinds of provisions, as not to allow the public to suffer from excessive prices. And after this, it was the usage for the late mayor there to present himself as ready to account for his office as escheator, whereupon he also was sworn to render a good and faithful account of the said office, appointing there such person as he might think proper to act as his attorney in passing his accounts. The mayor also and aldermen, in behalf of the city, appointed a member of the Exchequer as attorney of the said city, to challenge and claim their liberties, as and when necessity might demand, after which, upon receiving leave from their lordships, they withdrew. In like manner also, in the common bench, they appointed a member of that place to act as attorney for the city. But in the 77 King's Bench, it was the custom for them to appoint 2 attorneys, jointly and severally, to claim the liberties and ancient customs of the said city, as and when necessity might demand. Which done, they returned, the commons proceeding on horseback in companies, arrayed in the suits of their respective mysteries. Those, however, who were members of the mystery to which the mayor belonged, as also those who were of his livery, proceeded next before the mayor. No person, however, moved so close to the mayor but that there was a marked space between, while the sergeants at arms, the mace-bearers and his sword-bearer went before him, with one sheriff on his right hand and the other on his left, bearing white wands in their hands. The recorder and the other aldermen followed next in order, and accompanied him through the middle of the market of Westchep to his house, after which they returned home, as many, that is, as had not been invited to the feast. Crossbowmen. On the same day, after dinner, it was the custom for the new mayor to proceed from his house to the church of St. Thomas de Aquin, those of his livery preceding him, and after the aldermen had there assembled, they then proceeded together to the church of St. Paul. Upon arriving there, at a spot, namely in the middle of the nave of the church, between the two small doors, it was the custom to pray for the soul of Bishop William, who, by his entreaties, it is said, obtained from his lordship, William the Conqueror, great liberties for the city of London, the priest repeating the De Profundis. They then moved on to the churchyard, where lie the bodies of the parents of Thomas, late Archbishop of Canterbury, and there they also repeated the De Profundis, etc., in behalf of all the faithful of God departed, near the grave of his parents before mentioned. After this, they returned through the market of Cheap, sometimes with lighted torches, if it was late, to the said church of St. Thomas, and there the mayor and aldermen made an offering of 1 penny each, which done, every one returned to his home, and the morning and the evening were one day. We come next to the office of alderman. The aldermen had of old not only the style and title of barons, but were buried with baronial honours. For in the church where the alderman was about to be buried, a person appeared upon a caparisoned horse, arrayed in the armour of the deceased, bearing a banner in his hand, and carrying upon him the shield, helmet, and the rest of his arms, along with the banner, as is still the usage at the sepulture of lords of baronial rank. But by reason of the sudden and frequent changes of the aldermen and the repeated occurrence of pestilence, this ceremonial in London gradually died out and disappeared. From this, however, it is evident what high honour was paid to the aldermen in ancient times. The election of an alderman was after the manner following. It is the custom for the mayor to proceed to the ward that is vacant, and at the place where the wardmote of such ward is usually held, to cause to be summoned before him by the bedell all the freemen who inhabit such ward, should he think proper, and there forthwith, if they are willing and able, or else on a given day, the alderman is to be elected by the greater and more substantial portion of them, provided always that 15 days do not expire before making such election, for in such case the mayor is bound, and has been wont, with the counsel of his fellow aldermen, to appoint some man who is honest, rich, and circumspect, to be alderman of such ward. It is the duty also of the men of such ward, when they have made their election, in manner already stated, to present the person so elected to the mayor and aldermen for admission. And if the person elected, after he has been admitted, shall refuse to accept or undertake such charge, by custom of the city he shall lose his freedom, and he is not to be readmitted to the same without making a notable fine and ransom. But if the person so elected is duly admitted, in such case he shall take the oath that is entered in the second part of Book Roman 3 of the present volume, folio 125, provided always that if the mayor and aldermen, for some notable cause, shall not think proper to admit the person elected, the ward shall proceed again to make a more suitable election. But if the wardsmen shall refuse to do this, or if from malevolence and pride of heart they shall elect some other person whom the court, taking into consideration the advantage and honour of the city, cannot so far demean itself as to accept, it is the usage for the mayor and aldermen, as in the former case, after waiting 15 days, to elect and admit another. Liber Albus pp. 35-36. This is the form of oath taken by the newly elected alderman. You shall swear that well and lawfully you shall serve our Lord the King in the city of London, in the office of alderman in the ward of N, wherein you are chosen alderman, and shall lawfully treat and inform the people of the same ward of such things as unto them pertain to do, for keeping the city, and for maintaining the peace within the city, and that the laws, usages, and franchises of the said city you shall keep and maintain, within town and without, according to your wit and power. And that attentive you shall be to save and maintain the rights of orphans, according to the laws and usages of the said city. And that ready you shall be, and readily shall come, at the summons and warning of the mayor and ministers of the said city, for the time being, to speed the assizes, pleas, and judgments of the hustings, and other needs of the said city, if you be not hindered by the needs of our Lord the King, or by other reasonable cause. And that good lawful counsel you shall give for such things as touch the common profit in the same city, and that you shall sell no manner of victuals by retail, that is to say, bread, ale, wine, fish, or flesh, by you your apprentices, hired persons, servants, or by any other, nor profit shall you take of any such manner of victuals sold during your office, and that well and lawfully you shall behave yourself in the said office, and 79 in other things touching the city. So God you help and the saints. Liber Albus, p. 267. Formerly, says the author, the wards were called after their aldermen, as the ward of Anquetil de Auvergne, the ward of Henry Lefroic, and others, but afterwards the aldermen were called after their wards. The person of the alderman was sacred. If a man struck an alderman, he had his hands struck off. If he defamed an alderman, he was pilloried and imprisoned. The alderman held his office for life. He was the magistrate, almost despotic, of his own ward. He had his officers or serjeants to attend him, and he presided at the court called the ward mote, by which inquiry was made into the condition of the ward. The sheriffs were elected on the day of St. Matthew, the 21st of September. As concerning the election of sheriffs, the mayor, recorder, aldermen, and commons are to be assembled on the day of St. Matthew the Apostle, September 21, in such manner as is ordained on the election of the mayor. And in the first place, the mayor shall choose of his own free will a reputable man, free of the city, to be one of the sheriffs for the ensuing year, for whom he is willing to answer as to 1/2 of the firm of the city due to the king, if he who is so elected by the mayor shall prove not sufficient. But if the mayor elect him by council, and with the assent of the aldermen, they also ought to be answerable with him. And those who are elected for the common council, themselves, and the others summoned by the mayor for this purpose, as before declared, shall choose another sheriff for the commonalty, for whom all the commonalty is bound to be answerable as to the other half of the firm so due to the king, in case he shall prove not sufficient. And if any controversy arise between the commons as to the election, the matter is to proceed and be discussed in such manner as is contained in the article upon the common council, in the 13th chapter of this first book. And if any one of those then chosen to be sheriffs shall refuse or absent himself, so as not to be ready at the Guildhall in the vigil of St. Michael next ensuing, at 10 by the clock, there to receive his charge, there shall be levied forthwith from the goods, lands, and tenements of him who so absents himself, £100, 1/2 to the use of the chamber, and the other half to the use of him who shall be then suddenly elected and charged by reason of such default. And if the second person elected shall refuse the charge, all his goods, lands, and tenements shall be arrested for all expenses touching that office. And the old sheriffs shall come to the Guildhall at 11 by the clock at the very latest, and shall deliver to the mayor, at the latest, at the mayor's general court that is held after the feast of the Epiphany, all records of pleas touching freeholds pleaded before them in their time, with all other memoranda touching recoveries suffered by any person, under a penalty of 100 shillings, to be levied from each of them, and to be paid to the use of the chamber, to do which the mayor shall warn them the day on which they shall receive their charge, and then the mayor shall deliver the cock at 12 to such sheriff as he himself shall have chosen, and the records to the chamberlain for safe custody. Liber Albus, Riley's translation, pp. 3940. The following was the oath of the sheriffs. You shall swear that you shall be good and true unto N, the King of England and his heirs, and the franchise of the city of London you shall save and maintain, within the city and without, according to your power, and that well and 80 lawfully you shall keep the counties of London and of Middlesex, and the offices which unto the same counties appertain to be done, well and lawfully you shall do, according to your wit and power, and that right you shall do as well to poor as to rich, and that no good custom you shall break, or evil one maintain, and that the assizes of bread and of ale, and all other assizes which unto you pertain, within the franchise of the city and without, well and lawfully you shall keep, and shall cause to be kept, and that the judgments and executions of your court you shall not delay without reasonable cause, nor any right disturb, and that the writs which unto you shall come, touching the state and the franchise of the city, you shall not return before you have shown them unto the mayor, for the time being, and unto the council of the city, and of them have advice. And that ready you shall be, at reasonable warning of the mayor, for keeping and maintaining the peace and state of the city, and that all other things which pertain unto your office and the keeping of the said counties, lawfully you shall do by you and yours, and the said city shall keep from harm, according to your wit and power, and that the county of Middlesex or the keeping of the jail of Newgate you shall not let to firm. So God you help, and the saints. Liber Albus pp. 266-67. When the sheriffs were sworn, all their servants had to take oath, their sergeants, clerks, valets, bailiffs of the customs and of Middlesex, and the jailer of Newgate and his clerk. And the same day the sheriffs were to go to Newgate and to take over the prisoners there. Observe, by the terms of their oath, that they were not allowed to let the jail to firm, nor the county of Middlesex. Other officers were the recorder, who was to be, on appointment, a barrister of less than 16 years standing, the chamberlain, the common serjeant-at-law, and the common clerk. And there were inferior officers, clerks, and serjeants. Leaving the officers, John Carpenter goes on to show how the barons and the community must behave towards the king and his justiciars. In other words, he speaks of the method of receiving the king's writs and the pleading of the pleas of the crown. Let us pass over these points, which are curious to the antiquary, and come to the methods of hearing criminal cases. It is to be observed that, in accordance with the ancient liberties and customs of the city of London, there are 3 purgations in pleas of the king's crown, by means whereof persons appealed, charged, and accused are in duty bound to acquit themselves. The first of these is employed in cases of homicide or murder, such purgation being called the Great Law. The second kind of purgation bears reference to mayhem, and is known as the Middle Law. The third purgation is employed in cases of assault, battery, rapine, wounding, blows, bloodshed, and other injuries of a like nature, inflicted at the season of our Lord's Nativity and in the weeks of Easter and Pentecost, such purgation being styled the Third Law. When a person is bound to clear himself by the Great Law, the mode of proceeding according to such law is as follows. He who is so appealed, charged, and accused has to make oath in his own behalf 6 times in his own proper person, to the effect, that is to say, on each occasion, that he is innocent and guiltless of felony and breach of the peace of his lord the king, as also of all crimes so laid to his charge, so God may help him and those holy gospels. After this, 6 men are to make oath that, to the best of their conscience and understanding, the oath that he has so sworn is a sound oath and a safe, so God may help them and those holy gospels. And this proceeding shall be repeated until the number of 36 jurors is exhausted, due care being taken that on each occasion the person accused makes oath first, in form before stated, and then, after him, 6 men, until the number before mentioned is completed. The Morning of Agincourt. After the picture by Sir John Gilbert in the Guildhall Art Gallery, by permission of the artist. In selecting these 36 men, the procedure, according to the ancient usage of the City of London, is wont to be, and should be, as follows. The person accused being absent, 18 men must be chosen from the east side of Walebroke, and 18 men from the west side of Walebroke. Persons who are not kinsmen, cousins, or members of the family of the accused, nor yet connected 82 with him by marriage or in any other way, but only trustworthy men of the franchise of the city. The names of these persons are to be read to the accused, who, upon hearing them, shall show unto the mayors and barons of the city the names of such among them as he holds suspected. And if he shall show reasonable cause against them, the names of such persons shall be struck out of the written list, and others shall be chosen in their stead, to complete the aforesaid number, and duly to be read before him. And when the accused shall be content with the names so entered, and shall have put himself upon them for clearing himself of the said accusation. Then, by counsel of the city, he shall appear before the justiciars of his lordship the king at a certain time and place, to weigh and make his law. But in accordance with the ancient usage of the city, such person shall have respite for making his law for a term of 40 days, at the least complete. And the names of the 36 men so chosen shall be delivered unto the justiciars of his lordship the king. In making the middle law, the procedure is as follows. The person, namely, who is charged and appealed of mayhem has to take oath in his own behalf 3 times, in his own proper person, to the effect, that is to say, on each occasion, that he is innocent and guiltless of that felony, and of breach of the peace of his lord the king, as also of all crimes so laid to his charge, so God may help him and those holy gospels. After him also, 6 men are to make oath that the oath that he has so sworn is a lawful oath and a safe, to the best of their conscience and understanding, so God may help them and the holy gospels. And this proceeding shall be repeated until the number of 18 jurors is exhausted, due care being taken that on each occasion the person accused makes oath first, in form before stated, and then after him 6 men, until the number before mentioned is completed. In selecting such 18 men, the same procedure is to be observed, as is set forth above in all matters relating to the great law before mentioned. In making the 3rd law, the procedure is as follows. A person accused of assault, battery, rapine, wounding, blows, bloodshed, and other injuries of a like nature, inflicted at the holy seasons before named, has to make oath once in his own behalf, in his own proper person, to the effect that he is innocent and guiltless of the misdeed laid to his charge, and of breach of the peace of his lord the king at the holy seasons above mentioned, so God may help him and those holy gospels. After him also, 6 men are to make oath that the oath that he has so sworn is a lawful oath and a safe, to the best of their conscience and understanding, so God may help them and those holy gospels. And be it known that these 6 men should be chosen of the venue in which the person so accused is dwelling, provided always that they are not cousins or kinsmen or members of his family, nor yet connected with him by marriage or in any other way, but only trustworthy men of that venue and of the franchise of the city. And the names of such persons shall be read to the accused, etc., as above stated under the great law. The old custom of holding the folk mote was still kept up, though the Common Council now performed its most important functions. There are 3 principal folk mots in the year. One is at the feast of St. Michael, to know who shall be sheriff and to hear the charges given. The second is at Christmas, to arrange the wards. The third is at the feast of St. John, 24th June, to protect the city from fire, by reason of the great drought. If any man of London neglects to attend at one of these 3 folk mots, he is to forfeit 40 shillings to the king. But by the law of London, the sheriff ought to inquire after him whom he shall think proper, that is to say, whether he is there or not. And if there be any one who is not there, and he is there inquired after, such person ought to be summoned to the hustings, if he is bound to abide by the law of the city. If the good man says that he was not summoned, the same must be known through the bedell of the ward. If the bedell says at the hustings that he was summoned, even where it is proved that the bedell has no other witness, no witness needs he have, save the great bell that is rung for the folkmote at St. Paul's. The most important court was that called the hustings. Be it made known that all lands and tenements, rents and services within the city of London and the suburbs thereof are pleadable at the Guildhall in the same city, at the 2 hustings, of which the one hustings is called hustings of pleas of land, and the other hustings is called hustings of common pleas, which hustings are holden in the said Guildhall before the mayor and sheriffs of the same city upon the Monday and Tuesday in each week. That is to say, upon Monday, for demanding appearance of demandants, and for the award of non-suits, and the allowing of essence, and upon Tuesday for the award of defaults, and for pleading, certain seasons and feast days excepted, as well as other reasonable causes, at which times no hustings can be held by usage of the city. Aforesaid, it should also be known that the hustings of pleas of land must be held 1 week apart by itself, and that of common pleas the next week apart by itself, upon the days aforesaid. But the enrollments and titles of the said hustings make mention of Monday only. I am indebted to Dr. R. Sharp's introduction to his Calendar of Wills for the following additional notes on the Court of Husting. 1. To begin with, it was the single institution which the Saxon borrowed from the Dane. Husting, whose thing, the cause or case pleaded in the house, instead of in the open air. The Court of Husting is mentioned in the laws of Edward the Confessor as the place where the court of the king is held every Monday. It is the oldest court of record in the city, and at one time constituted the sole court for settling disputes between citizen and citizen. After the establishment of the mayor's and sheriff's court for the settlement of actions merely personal, all actions affecting laws were heard in the Court of Husting. It was a court of appeal for the sheriff's court, while appeal from the decisions might be heard by certain commissioners at St. Martin-le-Grand. There was, after this, final appeal to the House of Lords. The court sat for a long time on Monday only. Thus it became the custom to sit on Monday for purposes of demanding the appearance of defendants, the award of non-suits, and the allowing of essenes, i.e. excuses for non-appearance. The sitting of Tuesday was for the award of defaults and for pleading. Eventually, the Monday sitting was discontinued. During the fairs of Boston and Winchester, and during harvest time, the court did not sit. The judges in the Court of Husting were the mayor and sheriffs, the recorder sitting as assessor for the examination of witnesses and for preliminary judgment. As the court could not be held in the absence of the mayor, and great inconvenience was sometimes so caused, an act was passed in 1584 providing that, if the Lord Mayor was prevented from attending by sickness, any alderman who had passed the chair might act for him. But as early as the 13th century, it had become a custom for any aldermen to be present in the husting and to act as judges. It was the custom for the officer who summoned the aldermen to the court to show his respect for them, and for the court by riding a horse valued at 100 shillings at least. The town clerk was registrar. The counsel employed in the court were the 4 city pleaders. The attorneys were those of the mayor's clerk. The reader is referred to Dr. Sharp's pages for details of the common pleas and writs used in this court. Aliens could be admitted to the freedom of the city only by this court. Disputes as to building were decided by this court. It was even a place for public penance. Perjury was punished by imprisonment until the next husting, when the offender was placed upon a high stool before all the people while his crime was read aloud. After this, he was set at liberty. In this court deeds and wills were enrolled. In this court land was conveyed by a method described by Blackstone as a kind of real contract, whereby the bargainer for some pecuniary consideration bargains and sells, that is, contracts to convey the land to the bargainee, and becomes by such bargain a trustee for or says to the use of the bargainee, and then the statute of uses completes the purchase. In other words, the bargain first vests the use, and then the statute vests the possession. Calendar of Wills, I-23. Probate of will naturally belonged to the court, which enrolled wills. Court undertook the guardianship of orphans. The citizen of London had the right of devising part only of his property, a certain part of it going, with or without his wish, to his widow and children. This restriction was only removed by the Second Act of George I. The widow, for instance, by the custom of the city, was entitled to 1/3 of his estate, the children to another third. The residue was at the free disposal of the testator and was known as the legatory or the dead man's portion. Among the wills enrolled in the Court of Husting, Sharp mentions the following. 1 John de Kirkeby, Bishop of Ely, who endowed his see with houses, vines, and gardens situate at Holborn, whose gift is remembered at the present day by the names of Ely Place, Vine Street, and Kirby Street, and whose gardens, part and parcel of the gift, call to mind the well-known lines put into the mouth of the Duke of Gloucester by Shakespeare, Richard Roman III, Act Roman III, SC 4. My Lord of Ely, when I was last in Holborn, I saw good strawberries in your garden there. William de Farndon, alderman of Farringdon Ward, to which he gave its name, and Nicholas Lefevre, who married his daughter, took his name, and became alderman of his ward, which he afterwards disposed of by will to John de Pulteney, although the latter appears never to have been de facto alderman of the ward. Facsimile of heading of account, 1575-1576, showing Cooper at work. From Cooper's Company Illustrations. A larger image is available here. William de Elsing, the founder of Elsing Spital, on the site of which was afterwards built Sion College with its almshouses, one of the few picturesque relics of old London which till lately remained to us, but now vanished. William Walworth, whose prowess when mayor against the rebel Wat Tyler at Smithfield is sufficiently well known. Sir John Philpot, who was appointed joint treasurer with Walworth for receiving the subsidy granted to Richard Roman II on his accession, and who received the honour of knighthood with Walworth, Nicholas Brember, and others. John Northampton and Nicholas Exton, so long rivals of one another, the latter supporting Nicholas Brember in his endeavour to sustain the monopoly enjoyed by the free fishmongers of the city, in opposition to the former. Richard Whittington, 4 times Mayor of London, whose munificent gifts and charitable acts need not be recorded here, as they are already household words. John Carlett, Dean of St. Paul's, Sir Andrew Judd, Sir Andrew Laxton, and many others whose names are associated with the cause of education, not only within the city of London, but in all parts of the country. Sir Martin Bowes, the wealthy and charitable goldsmith, whose almshouses at Woolwich still bear witness to his generosity, and who bequeathed to the mayor of the city of London, for the time being and his successors, a goodly cross of gold, set with pearls and precious stones, to hang at the collar of gold worn by the mayor at high feasts, as mentioned in the repertory. And lastly, Sir Thomas Gresham, not to mention numerous others, the founder of the college within the city which still bears his name, and to whose munificence the merchants of the city were indebted for their first bourse or royal exchange. Calendar of Wills, Roman II, 2-4. The courts of the city, therefore, were the folk mote and the court of Husting, which gave the city a sense of unity, though as yet there was no collective governing body and no head or chief to stand for the city. There was next the ward mote, for the local business of each ward. The ward mote is so called as being a meeting together by summons of all inhabitants of a ward, in presence of its head, the alderman, or else his deputy, for the correction of defaults, the removal of nuisances, and the promotion of the well-being of such ward. The meetings that we call ward motes, the Romans called plebiscita, the same in fact that was styled focusmot by the Saxons in ancient times. The aldermen were in the habit also, by virtue of warrants by the mayor for the time being to them directed, to hold their ward motes twice at least, or oftener in the year, on which occasions inquiry used to be made as to the condition and tranquillity of the ward, and such defaults as were presented were corrected by the alderman, as hereafter will be shown. The process of holding a ward mote in London has customarily been as follows. The alderman, after receipt of the warrant, is to command his bedell to summon all such men as are householders, as well as all hired servants in his ward, to appear before him at a certain day, an hour on the morrow of such summons, in a certain place within the same ward, for the purpose of holding such ward mote. These names, after the persons have been duly summoned, the bedell is to have entered in a certain roll, those of the freemen, namely, of the city who dwell in that ward, by themselves, and those of the hired servants and non-freemen, by themselves. And when at the hour appointed they have duly met together, the alderman having taken his seat with the more opulent men of the ward, each in his proper place, the clerk of the alderman is to enjoin the bedell, in behalf of such aldermen, to command attention, which done it is the clerk's duty to read aloud the warrant before mentioned, and then to read to the bedell the names that are 87 entered in the roll, while the bedell in his turn proclaims aloud that every person who shall not, there present, answer to his name, and shall make default therein, shall be put down and immersed in the sum of 4 pence at the least. After this, the bedell is to present to the alderman a panel, arrayed by the constables of the ward, of those reputable men of such ward by whom inquisition should be made, which array, if the alderman shall deem it expedient, he shall be at liberty to amend. This done, the jurors are to have read to them all the articles touching such ward mote. After this, a certain day for making their presentment is to be given by the alderman to the jurors, on which day the jurors are to present their verdict indented, one part of it to remain in possession of the alderman, and the other with the ward. It is the duty also of the alderman to present his part to the mayor at the sitting of his next general court, to the end that, after it has been seen and enquired, if there is any matter the correction of which pertains unto the mayor and city, the aforesaid indenture may be redelivered to him, to be acted upon in other respects, etc. And at the said ward mote, there ought to be elected by the aldermen and reputable men of the ward, as also by the jurors, the scavengers, ale-conners, bedell, and other officials, who, at the general court before mentioned, shall take the oaths befitting their respective offices. The aldermen also used to be specially certified by the bedell as to the names of such hostelers, brewers, bakers, cooks, victuallers, and auctioneers as dwelt within the ward. Bakers also were to have their stamps there, the impressions of which were to be entered upon the alderman's paper, for doing which every baker had to pay the alderman 4d, unless it so happened that he had previously paid for an impression being taken of his stamp before the same alderman of the ward, no change of alderman having taken place. It was the usage also for the aldermen to seal the measures and weights in their respective wards, and to condemn such as were not sealed, receiving a remuneration for such sealing to their own proper use, in the same way that the city chamber now receives it. For every ward had its own measure, made of brass, and corresponding with the royal standard of the city. At such ward mote also, those persons who are not free of the city, and who have not previously been sworn there to that effect, ought to be put upon frank pledge, notwithstanding that in other wards they have been already received therein, on which occasion they are to take the oath for persons about to be admitted to frank pledge. Every person also who is about to be so received is to give 1 penny to the clerk for his entrance, and if any such person shall absent himself at such ward mote, he shall pay 4d to the alderman, unless indeed such person be a knight, esquire, female, apprentice at law, or clerk, or some other individual who has not a permanent abode in this city. The alderman ought also, in his own person, to supervise and correct all 88 defaults and nuisances presented by the jurors at the ward mote aforesaid, unless perchance any matters of difficulty should arise, and of a nature bearing reference to the chamber, matters of which description the mayor and chamberlain, aided by the sheriffs and other officials, shall take in hand. Also, if the alderman shall find the officers under him remiss or negligent, he shall warn them to amend their conduct, which if they neglect to do, he shall reasonably punish and chastise them, or else report the same to the mayor, whose duty it is to provide a condign remedy for the same. Liber Albus, Riley's translation, pp. 32-35. The Common Council, of which we have seen the beginning in the election of the 24, was now a fully organized body with definite duties, and methods of procedure laid down and established. The manner of holding a Common Council is as follows. The day before the meeting thereof, the mayor and aldermen are to cause summons to be made by the serjeants of the chamber, for 16, 12, 8, or 4, according as the ward is great or small, of the wisest and most wealthy persons of each ward to appear on the morrow at the Guildhall, and further, to give notice that no one is to appear unless summoned, or presumed to be present at such council, under pain imprisonment, according to ancient usage, as also, by recent enactment, under a certain penalty and chastisement named in an ordinance made in the mayoralty of Nicholas Wotton. All the commoners, too, that are summoned are to be called over one, by a serjeant of the chamber standing aloft, and as to those who make default, they are to be noted by a clerk of the chamber in a roll which he holds in his hands, in which are entered the names of those who have been summoned. And as to those who duly appear, they shall then form a congregation, and if any matter of great difficulty or doubt shall arise, upon which they cannot agree, they shall be severally examined by the serjeant at law of the common clerk and of the common serjeant at arms, upon the oath by which they are bound unto the city, etc. And observe that the business of the city is not to be delayed for the arrival of the men of a ward or two, supposing that they have been duly summoned, but it must be proceeded with, the presence of the persons so absent not being waited for. Every one, too, of the persons so summoned who does not appear is to be amerced in the sum of 2 shillings on each occasion, etc. The oath of the men elected to the Common Council is as follows. You shall swear that you shall be trusty unto our Lord the King and unto his heirs, and shall quickly come, when you are summoned to the Common Council of this city, if you be not reasonably excused, and good and true counsel you shall give, after your wit and cunning, and that for favor of any man you shall maintain no singular profit against the public or common profit of the said city, and that after you come to the Common Council you shall not from thence depart, without reasonable cause or the mayor's license, until the mayor and his fellows shall have 89 departed, and that what shall be spoken in the Common Council you shall not disclose, so God you help, and God's holy Gospels. In the mayoralty of John Ward, the after-mentioned ordinance was entered as to the election of commoners for the Common Council of the city, to the effect that, whereas heretofore such commoners had been elected by the wards, in future the commoners for the Common Council of the city should be elected by the respective mysteries, and not by the wards, that is to say, 6 by some of the mysteries, by some 4, and by some 2. And for the purpose of so doing, bills were sent by the mayor, not to the aldermen, but to the rulers of the respective mysteries. But so long as this ordinance continued in force, tumults increased among the people, and the great were held in contempt by the small. Consequently, great disputes and divisions arose among the citizens, as was seen at the elections of Nicholas Brember, John Northampton, and other mayors, etc. After this, however, the more discreet and more worthy persons of the said city being called together, a long discussion was held as to the amendment of the said ordinance, and at length it was determined that, in accordance with the approved and established practice of ancient and praiseworthy usage, the Common Council should thenceforth be formed by the wards only, and not by the mysteries, and this usage, in reference to the great meetings in Common Council, is continued and observed to the present day. Liber Albus, Riley's translation, pp. 36-37. Upon the sheriff's court was laid a great quantity of work and responsibility. There was also the bishop's court for questions connected with church property and the claims of the church. The officers of the city consisted of the following. First, the principal officers: mayor, aldermen, sheriffs. The court of Common Council. The recorder, the chamberlain, the common serjeant at law, the common clerk. The common serjeant at arms or the common crier, the clerks of the proceedings, the serjeants of the mayor and the chamberlain, the constables, the scavengers, the bedels, the brokers, the ale-conners, the under-sheriffs and the clerks of the sheriffs, the sheriffs, the serjeants, grooms, the bailiffs of the market, the wardens and bailiffs of the bridge, etc. There was great jealousy as to admission to the freedom of the city. Also because as well in times past, out of memory, as also in modern times, the city aforesaid is wont to be defended and governed by the aid and counsels, as well of the reputable men of the trades merchant as of the other trades handicraft. And from of old it hath been the usage that no strange person, native or alien, as to whose conversation and condition there is no certain knowledge, shall be admitted to the freedom of the city, unless first, the merchants or traders of the city following the trade which the person so to be admitted intends to adopt shall be lawfully convoked, that so, by such his fellow citizens, so convoked, the mayor and aldermen aforesaid, being certified as to the condition and trustworthiness of the persons so to be admitted, may know whether such persons ought to be admitted or rejected. The whole community demands that the form aforesaid, so far as concerns the more important trades and handicrafts, shall in future be inviolably observed, that so no person in future may against the provision aforesaid be admitted to the freedom of the city. Liber Albus, p. 425. On the post and duties of the coroner, Dr. Reginald Sharp, letter Book B, furnishes valuable information. The functions of coroner were exercised by the chamberlain and sheriffs. The king's butler, to whom the office of coroner belonged, was generally made city chamberlain. In December 1302, the king's writ notified the mayor and sheriffs that William Trent, his chamberlain, to whose bailiwick the office of coroner in the city belonged, ad cujus ballivam officium coronatoris, pertinet, being busy on affairs of state, had deputed John Leclerc to act as coroner. More than once, the citizens endeavored to get the appointment of coroner into their own hands. It was Edward IV who, in consideration of a sum of £7,000, gave the city a charter which, among other things, enabled the citizens to appoint their own coroner. The customary procedure of holding an inquest on the body of anyone who had died in the city, otherwise than by his rightful death, ex alia mort quam recta mort sua, was as follows. After receiving notice of such a death having occurred, and of the body of the deceased lying in a certain house in a certain ward, the chamberlain or coroner and sheriffs proceeded thither, and having summoned a jury drawn partly from the ward in which the body was found, and partly from 2, or sometimes 3, of the nearest wards, set to work to diligently inquire, diligenter inquisiverunt, how the deceased came by his death. If the chamberlain and sheriffs failed to hold an inquest, or held an insufficient one, in cases where the justices itinerant thought an inquest necessary, they were immersed. The jurors were practically both judges and witnesses, and gave evidence as to all the facts connected with the deceased's death, so far as they could be ascertained. The corpse was then viewed, and if its appearance tallied with the evidence given, and the jury were decided as to who caused the death, a precept was issued for the arrest of the felon, if not already in custody, and his goods were valued, for which the sheriffs were answerable. The discoverer of the corpse, as well as those who witnessed the felony, and 2 or 4 neighbors, were usually attached by sureties to appear, if required, before the justices itinerant at their next coming to the city. Not only was the discoverer of the corpse bound to raise the hue and cry so that the neighbors, patria, might come and assist in the capture of the felon, but every one who saw the felony committed was bound to do the same, and to lose no time in giving notice to the chamberlain and sheriffs, or risk imprisonment on the appearance of the justices. Letter Book B, P. Roman 12. The custom of deodand, which was kept up until very recently, was curious. The thing which caused the death of any person by misadventure became forfeited to the king by way of deodand, or gift of God. In course of time not the thing itself, but its value was the deodand. Thus, if a horse, a boat, a beam caused the death of anyone, its value was forfeited and paid to the sheriffs for the mayor and corporation. Southeast view of the old house, lately standing in Swedon's Passage, Grub Street. The laws by which London was governed are too long for quotation. They are explicitly set forth in Liber Albus. In the year 1191, it was provided that a body of 12 aldermen should be elected in full husting, in order to decide all questions 92 that might arise over the enclosure of land. They also had the power to prevent the erection of any wooden house. The walls, either party wall or outside wall, were to be 16 feet high at least, and 3 feet thick, and the roofs were to be of tiles or slate instead of thatch. The law, like so many medieval laws, was sensible and necessary. It fell through, as did all medieval laws, for want of police to execute it. In London, there were thousands of houses at that moment built of wood with roofs of thatch. There does not appear to have been any attempt made to replace wood with stone. That indeed would have been impossible on account of the cost. But at least, as houses fell down, and many of them in the narrow courts were only wattle and daub, an attempt might have been made to replace them with more substantial houses having roofs of tiles. The medieval way was to understand very clearly what ought to be, then to pass a law commanding that thing to be, and then to sit down with the feeling that duty had been done. The general regulations which govern the daily life are given under the heading of inquisitions at the ward motes. You shall present if the peace of his lordship, the king, has been broken, or any affray made within the ward since the last ward mote, and by what person or persons the same was done, or if any coven or assemblage against the peace of his lordship, the king, has been made. Item, if there is any one resident or harboured within the ward, who is not a lawful person, or not of good fame, or not under frank pledge. Item, if any woman of lewd life, or common scold, or common bawd, or courtesan, is resident within the ward. Item, if there is any oven, furnace, or defective reredos within the ward, whereby it is likely that there may arise misadventure by fire, or if any persons use other fuel than wood or charcoal against the ordinance of the city. Item, if any taverners, brewsters, hostelers, or chandlers sell without measures sealed with the seal of the alderman or of the chamber of the guildhall. And if any one of them sells against the assize made thereon by the mayor, aldermen, and common council of the city, and if any one of them receives gamesters or other riotous persons after the hour forbidden by the ordinance of the city, and if there are any persons in the ward who are outlawed. Item, if there is any huckster in the ward. Item, if any house in the ward is covered with any other roofing than tiles, laid or stone, and none with reeds or straw. Item, if there is any one whose practice it is to place filth in any streets and lanes within the ward, and offensively before the doors of others. Item, if any swine or cows are reared within the ward, to the annoyance of the neighbors. Item, if any leper is resident in the ward. Item, if any bargain of usury has been made within the ward since the last wardmote. Item, if any perprestures are made in the streets or lanes, or upon the walls or fasces of the city, or upon the Thames, or other common soil within the ward. Item, if any baker of tuot bread bakes white bread, or the converse. Item, if there are any persons in the habit of wandering within the ward after forbidden hours, and in manner forbidden by the common council of the city. Item, if any officer of the city has made extortion or affray within the ward under colour of his office, to the wrong and detriment of any person, and what it is that has been so done, and how done, or if any person is a maintainer or champertour of litigation that is carried on within the ward. Item, if any person pays or gives as wages unto masons, carpenters, daubers, tilers, or any other labourers whatsoever, more than is ordained. Item, if the ale stake of any tavern is longer or extends further than is ordained. Liber Albus, Riley's translation, p. 290. Then follows the regulation of various trades. The baker comes first, subject to so many rules and prohibitions that one is surprised to find anyone willing to practice the mystery. Millers, brewers, and sellers of ale are also taken under paternal surveillance. Usury is strictly forbidden. The frequency of the prohibition shows how powerless the law was to prevent it. The companies had hall motes, or meetings of their members, twice a year, at which their ordinances were to be read. No one was to take more than 2 or 3 apprentices, and then for a term of at least 7 years. No one was to be wandering on the streets after curfew, unless he was a man of repute or his servant. No one was to carry arms in the city. Every alderman was to keep a good watch on his ward. None but free men were to be admitted to the freedom of the city. Wager of battle does not lie between persons free of the city unless they consented thereto. In addition to the courts already mentioned, there were the courts of the soaks, that is to say, of those places which were outside the jurisdiction of the city. Such were the places called afterwards liberties. The iter or air was a holding by the justices itinerant of the pleas of the crown, at which the citizens received and had to answer a series of questions on their privileges, customs, liberties, and rights. It was a court which could be held in a day or two, without giving much trouble, or it was a court which could be vexatious and oppressive to the highest degree. John Carpenter is as full and explicit on the subject of the iter as can be desired. He contemplated that it would be got through in a day or two, but it was a solemn and important function. The justices sat in the great hall of the Tower. On the day appointed, all the laymen of the city were bound to meet at All Hallows at Barking, properly arrayed. All the laymen, does this mean the whole body of merchants, traders, and craftsmen? That might mean a company of 40,000 men. During the holding of the pleas, no shop, cellar, or solar was to be kept open, and nothing was to be sold. Evidently, therefore, the iter was not expected to take long. Also upon the same day, by sanction of the Common Council of the city, there should be sent from Birkenjechurch 6 or more of the more serious, honourable, and discreet barons of the city, who are to enter the Tower for the purpose of saluting and welcoming his lordship the king, his council, and his justiciars on behalf of the city, begging of them that, if it so please his lordship the king, they may safely appear before them in the said Tower, saving all their 94 liberties and customs unto the mayor and all other citizens. For his lordship the king and all his predecessors, kings of England and their justiciars, have always preserved unto all the citizens their liberties safe and unimpaired. And further, the men before named should show unto his lordship the king, and unto his council and his justiciars, that, on behalf of his lordship the king, they ought to forbid any person to presume to keep ward at the doors or gates, unless he be one of their own fellow citizens, and by them thereunto appointed. Nor should any marshal or crier appear among their fellow citizens, unless he be one of their number, and acting by desire of the said citizens. For in accordance with the liberties of the city, they ought, and of usage are wont, to have no porter, usher, marshal, or crier, except of their own number, and such persons as they shall think fit. All the gates and doors are to be kept open to the barons and to all the citizens, so long as the pleas of the crown are being holden to the end that they may have free ingress and egress, for so it ought, and of usage is wont to be. After this, 3 men, discreet and moderate, should be chosen. One of them is to present unto his lordship the king, and unto his council and justiciars, in due order, such haps and mishaps concerning the crown of his lordship the king as have occurred within the city, from the time when the pleas were last holden down to the present time, while the other 2 men are to remain standing by the said presenter, the one namely on his right hand, and the other on his left. And if it should so happen that, while thus making the presentment he becomes fatigued, one of these is to continue such presentment. And if by any chance he should commit an error in making the presentment, he must in a low voice be corrected by the 2 who are standing by, it being understood that no other person shall in any way presume to disturb or to correct such presenter, but only the 2 who are standing by him, in manner already mentioned. No tumult, no murmur, no strife, no debate with one another is to be going on among the people while such presentments are being made, but all persons are to keep themselves quiet and without litigation, as they would preserve the honor and the liberties of the city, and to the end that the presenter may be heard by all and duly understood in peace. It should also be known and kept in memory that in the case of all things charged against the barons and the community of the citizens, the answer to be made by the city is this, that although they may be fully instructed and certified how to make answer, still they will not advisedly make answer thereto, but after holding council and conference together thereupon, they will make answer by the common council, saving always the liberties of the city. And for the purpose of preparing such answers, 24 persons or more must be chosen from the common council, who shall forthwith proceed to hold a common 95 council of the city for ensuring the safety and protection of the whole body of the citizens. And no stranger shall thrust himself among them to hear the councils of the city, so long as they shall be thus holding conference together thereon. After the justiciars of his lordship, the king shall have handed and shown unto the mayor and barons of the city the articles pertaining unto the crown, they shall immediately demand a fitting day, for the purpose of making due preparation and taking counsel thereon, to the end that they may be able safely to make answer to the said articles upon the day so granted unto them by the justiciars, and that in the meantime they may be enabled discreetly to enroll and brief the same articles and their answers thereto. From the 24 men or more before mentioned, 4 persons or more should be selected of the common council of the city to be associated with the mayor for the purpose, more especially, of making answer to the charges and articles aforesaid. Also the mayor's clerk, together with the common clerk of the city and the sheriff's clerks, shall be seated before them for the purpose of noting by way of memorial all such charges that are made, lest the same, through default of being so noted, should be lost in oblivion. And one of such persons must act as prothonotary, from whose notes all the others are to take copy, in setting down as well the king's charges as the answers made by the community. Also, as concerning the sheriffs and aldermen, provision must be made as follows. The sheriffs are to have their sergeants there present, and all the aldermen the bedels of their wards, becomingly and fairly arrayed and shod, prompt and ready to perform and fulfill the commands of the mayor and barons of the city, according to such injunctions as may be given to each. Their capes, too, and cloaks laid aside, they are to be fairly arrayed in coats and surcoats, bearing straight white wands in their hands. Of these, 2, 4 or more, as may be necessary, must be assigned to the office of keeping the gates and doors, as also 2 criers, and certain others who are to act as marshals, in fulfilling such duties as may be enjoined them. And if perchance any one of these should be an aged man, weak or infirm, or have sore eyes, then at the common expense another person must be substituted in his place, and of the same ward, efficiently to perform such duties. And as to such men, due precautions should be taken that they be seemly and proper persons, newly shaven and shorn. The following are articles touching his lordship the king. Of default made in appearing before the justiciars, of those who are at the king's mercy and have not been amerced, of old pleas of the crown which have been formerly holden before the justiciars and have not been determined, of new pleas which have since arisen, of youths of high parentage and of damsels, who are, and who ought to be, in the wardship of his lordship the king, in whose wardship they are, and through whom, and what is the value of their lands. Of escheats of his lordship the king, what such lands are, and who hold them, and through whom, and what is the value thereof. Of domains which are in the gift of the king, what they are, and who hold them, and through whom, and how much the lands thereof are worth. Of churches which are in the gift of the king, whether the same are vacant or not, which are such churches, and who holds them, and through whom. Of perprestures made upon the king, by land or by water or elsewhere, what they are, and who has made them, and through whom. Of measures made throughout the realm, whether the same are observed in such manner as was commanded, and if any one has given reward to the wardens of such measures, that by measures they may sell or buy, and this is to be understood of all measures, as well of wine as of corn, and all measures of length. Of wine sold contrary to the assize, and who has sold the same. Of treasures trove, what they are, and who found the same. Of Christian usurers who have died, who they were, and what chattels they had. Of chattels of French or of Flemings, or of enemies of the king that have been seized, what the chattels are that have been so seized, and who holds the same. Of chattels of Jews who have been slain, and of their debts and deeds and securities, who such Jews were, and who holds their securities or deeds. Of those who hold of the honour of Peveril in London and of Peveril in Dover, who they are, and what land they hold, and by what service. Of outlaws and burglars and fugitives and other malefactors, and of those who have harboured them. Of the seaports, if the same have been well guarded, and if any one has carried corn or other things to the territories of the king's enemies for sale. Of those who have taken lack of the 13ths, who they are, and how much they have taken, and from whom. Of sergeants of hundreds or others who have taken reward from men on account of the 13ths, who they are, and how much, and from whom. Of those who are wont to do injury in parks and piscaries, who they are, and where they have done so, and in what parks and piscaries. Of fugitives, if anyone has returned since his flight. Of prizes taken by sheriffs or constable, or by any bailiff, against the will of those whose chattels were to be taken. Of forgers and clippers of the coin. But in the iter of 4 Henry III, there were only 18 questions put to the citizens. Both questions and answers turn on points of law. It will readily be understood that such an inquisition was at all times irksome, and might be made tyrannical and intolerable. The iter of 1321 was such an occasion. It was made to last for 6 months. One cannot suppose that shops were shut and nothing bought and sold for the whole of that time. The articles and questions submitted to the citizens were more than 100 in number, and many of them required a 97 investigation of more than 20 years back. In a word, the justices had come to the Tower with instructions to make themselves as disagreeable as possible, to prolong the inquiries, raise objections, and make difficulties. They carried out these instructions, the citizens becoming more and more indignant. It was intended to prove that the city had been guilty of irregularities, such as to warrant the king's taking it into his own hands. 6 months after the commencement of these proceedings, however, an insurrection was threatened in Wales. This made it desirable not to exasperate the Londoners any more, and the iter was brought to a sudden close. Let us at this point consider briefly the relations of London with the king. London, as we know already, except for a very brief period, had no overlord except the king himself. This, one of her greatest privileges, caused the personal character of the sovereign to be even more strongly felt by the citizens of London than by the rest of the kingdom. In London, far more than in the rest of the country, the cause of order and authority rested upon the personal character of the king. If he were strong, the city was well ordered. If he were weak, the city fell into disorder and confusion. Edward I, when the city was manifestly beyond the control of the officers, deposed the mayor for a time and governed the city by his own warden till order was re-established. This power of the king over the city was not considered usurpation. It was part of the recognized order of things. Every citizen knew that he was a servant of the king. On this point, let me quote certain wholesome words of Cunningham Hist. Of Trade, p. 131. Of all the cant which is current in the present day about history, none is more pernicious than that which despises the story of real personages and real events, and busies itself about abstractions, which tells us that it is not concerned with kings and battles, but with the life of the people. It is true indeed that in modern times the life of the people can be treated apart from the consideration of the personal character of George Roman IV or William Roman IV. But in the Norman reigns this was not the case. Security for person and property, intercourse with other nations, and commercial advance were directly connected with the personal character of the king. The life of the people was most deeply affected in every way by the strength or weakness of his disposition. The king's revenue was made up of many distinct branches. 1. There were the royal domain, manor, and estates scattered about the country and let to tenants. 2. There were the fines paid on great occasions. 3. Preemption, that is, the right of buying what he pleased at his own price. When his purveyors bought goods exposed for sale, this was called prize. 4. Military tenures, by which for each 5 tithes of land the king might demand a knight's services for 40 days. 5. Aids and fines, as on great occasions, such as the marrying of the king's daughter. 6. The wealth of the Jews who were the king's property. He was heir to their estates, and could without question seize on all they had. 7. Danegeld, which William continued. Its name was changed, but the tax remained. 8. Tallages, which were aids in time of special need. All the taxes were at first on estate. Henry II introduced taxation on movables. Sometimes it was a 15th. The nature of this tax may be imagined by supposing it to be imposed upon a trader's stock at the present day. His stock is worth, suppose, £9,000. He would pay £600 upon it. But he has a house with furniture, plate, pictures, and books, which have accumulated for 2 or 3 generations. The contents of the house are worth, say, £3,000. He would have to pay £200 on this account. He has £12,000 invested. He must pay £800 on the investments. He would have, then, to pay at one call £1,600 in taxes. These taxes were not imposed all at the same time, nor on the same class. One year the clergy were called upon, another the knights. On another occasion the city of London would be taxed. It seems to us an arbitrary method, but then we have lost the sense of kingly authority. To our ancestors, whom we must not consider as prophets, it was a right and proper thing that a man should be called upon by the king at any moment to surrender a great slice of his property. It was the first proof of a bad king that he demanded these aids too frequently. It was another proof that in spite of his aids, he allowed the country to fall into disorder. At such times, the hapless trader found it impossible to carry on his business in a country infested by robbers and over seas infested by pirates. Yet even then, the king was still demanding more and more. The best, the only hope of the citizens was, not to be free from the king, but that the king should make his authority felt over them as well as over the country. They wanted a king like Henry I, Henry II, or Edward I. It was the greatest blessing to London that their kings were, with 1 or 2 exceptions, strong and clear-headed men. The king also exercised authority over the moneyers and the mint. Formerly, there were mints in many places. We have seen how Henry I treated those who debased the coin. Henry II kept the mint in London, where he could control it more effectually. He also set up an office in the mint for the exchange of foreign money, a great convenience to foreign merchants. In the year 1312, letters were sent by the king, Edward II, to the city of London concerning the safe keeping of the city. The method of reception of a royal communication by the mayor and aldermen may be learned from Riley's Memorials, p. 93. The following is the letter. Edward, by the grace of God, King of England, Lord, etc., to the mayor and aldermen, and all the commonalty of our city of London, greeting. Forasmuch as we do confide very much in the loyalty that is among you, and the affection which you have towards ourselves, such as you ought to have for your liege lord, and more especially for the love which we have, and at all times have had towards you, as you well know. We do pray you affectionately, and do command and charge you, strictly enjoining, on the fealty which unto us you owe, and as you 99 wish to save your bodies, and your heritages, and whatsoever you have, from penalty of negligence as regards us, that you cause our city of London right safely and surely to be kept, in behalf of ourselves and of our heirs, that so no damage or peril may befall it, the which God forbid, for default of good and sufficient guard, and that our lordship and our estate be there saved in all points, without any manner of blemish, as we do especially trust in you, and as you would eschew peril unto yourselves. And understand so well this our command, and have it so tenderly at heart, that we may be able to praise you for the same, and that naught of our right, or of our lordship, in our city be lost, on peril of losing whatsoever unto us you may forfeit. Given under our privy seal, at York, the 21st day of January, in the 5th year of our reign. In addition to this general letter, the following letter was sent separately to the leading citizens, viz. to John de Gisors, to John de Lincoln, to Thomas Romaine, to Henry de Durham, to William Servat, to John de Wengrave, to William Trent, to Richard de Rafam, to William de Layer, to John de Burford, to Simon Corp, to William de Fournays, to William Walrain, to William Biddick, to Robert de Kells, to Stephen de Abindone, to Ralph le Balancer, to Hammond Godchep, to Robert le Caller, to Edmund Lambin, Edward, etc., to our well-beloved John de Gisors, our Mayor of London, greeting. As we have sent word unto you, to the aldermen, and to the commonalty of our city of London, that among you and them, in whose loyalty we do greatly trust, for the affection which you have towards ourselves, as towards your liege lord, especially for the love which we have, and at all times have had, towards you and those of the said city, and as you would yourselves save your bodies, your heritages, and whatsoever you have to save from penalty of negligence as regards ourselves, you do cause our said city right safely and surely to be kept in our behalf, that so no damage or peril may befall it, the which God forbid, and that our lordship and our estate may there be saved in all points, without any manner of blemish. And as we do know that you are the man in London, by whose counsels is guided the manhood thereof, and are persuaded that the manhood of our said city will char itself with the safe keeping of the same our city, and most willingly would save it to the use of us and of our heirs, as is right. We do command and charge you, on the fealty which unto us you owe, and as you would wish to eschew the penalty aforesaid, that you use all diligence and all counsel as towards the said manhood of the city, and towards all those of our said city, who shall be most available towards the safe keeping thereof, that they undertake such safe keeping, and cause the same our city so safely and surely to be kept, in behalf of us and our heirs, that naught of our right or of our lordship be lost therein, and that so we may be able to perceive the diligence that you shall have 100 employed herein, for the which we may be the more especially beholden to you. Given under our privy seal at York, the 21st day of January, in the 5th year of our reign, pp. 94-95. In consequence of these letters, John de Gisors, the mayor, called together the aldermen and some of the commonalty of each ward on the Saturday after the purification, i.e. on the 2nd of February. It is remarkable that only 17 aldermen are named in the list, that 8 did not appear at the meeting, and that, of those to whom the separate letters had been written, only 3 obeyed the king's special invitation. However, at the meeting certain ordinances were passed for the repair and the safety of the walls and the gates and the quay. Elsewhere these and similar orders have been set forth. These regulations passed, the mayor sent a letter to the king. Whereas, sire, you have demanded of us by your letters that we should cause to be guarded and safely kept your said city in behalf of yourself and your heirs, according as is in your mandate contained. No, sire, that of the same wish we ourselves are, and at all times have been, and always will be, to the best of our lawful power, if God so please. And we do let you know that your said city is in good condition, may God be thanked, and your people set in good array, according as the times demand. And that ordinance has been made to strengthen and to repair the gates, and the defaults in the walls, and divers other things which pertain to the safe keeping of the said city, so speedily as ever the same may be properly done. Unto God, our most dear Lord, we commend you, and may he save you and keep you, and may he grant unto you a good life and a long P97. To this letter was appended a very singular and suggestive rider, which the bearer was instructed to lay before the king. Under the first head, that the murage which our Lord the King has granted to the city, and wherewith the old walls of the city ought to be repaired, strengthened, and amended, is now spent upon the new wall behind the friars preachers at Castle Baynard, towards the Thames, by your command, and nowhere else. S.W. View of Gerrard's Hall. Geyser's Hall, Basing Lane, otherwise denoted Gerrard's Hall Inn, the residence of Sir John Geyser, Mayor of London in 1245, 1246, and 1259. It descended to another Sir John Geyser, Mayor and Constable of the Tower, in 1311–1314, and was possessed by several of that family until 1386, when it was alienated by Thomas Geyser. From Londoner Illustrata. Also that such outlays and costs, which are great, and are hastily expended upon so many repairs, whereas in justice they ought to be levied from all those who have rents, and tenements, and movables within the city, commonly fall upon one part of the citizens only, and not upon persons of the religious orders, and others who have franchises by charter and in Almagny 13, to the amount indeed of the third part of the rental of the said city, and such persons are not willing to give any portion thereof, or any aid or contribution, or any assistance thereto, although they are saved just as much throughout the said city as the rest of the citizens. And if one the king shall see fit, and deem it good that they should aid therein, the people of the city will be the better comforted, and the better strengthened, and the more speedily will they have the city put in due repair. So that the new piece of wall outside the Black Friars, and between their house and the Fleet, was not built by the friars at all, as is sometimes stated, but out of the murage granted by the king. And it will also be observed that so early as 1312, before the new ideas had been started, there were grumblings at the exemption of the religious from taxation, and a complaint that their property amounted to a third part of the rental of the whole city. Facsimile of Surgeons' Arms, 1492, with St. Cosmo and St. Damian supporting. From Young's Annals of the Barber Surgeons. The comparative wealth of London at the time of the Conquest is shown by the fact that the city was assessed for Danegeld at 1,200 hides, that Westminster was assessed at 118 hides, and Middlesex at 853 12 hides, that London paid £120, Middlesex £85, 0.6, and one supposes, on the same scale, Westminster £11, 16 pounds. Though London was never separated in feeling or in fact from the country, though the sons of the country gentlemen came up to London and were there apprenticed, trade was carried on between London and the country with as many laws, restrictions, and regulations as if the towns were in a foreign state. This was not due to jealousies of the city or the towns, but mainly in consequence of the authority of the overlord. For instance, the customs of Chester with reference to foreign merchants, those of London were foreign, show three separate jurisdictions in the city, that of the king, that of the earl, and that of the bishops. Trade with the interior was chiefly conducted at the fairs. During the fair, the people came from all the country round, including those who, like the friars in later years, roamed about the villages and farms selling small things. Let us make a special inquiry into the contribution of London to the royal treasury. There were the customs dues of the port, the customs tolls of the city gates and the city markets, the stallages of the tradesmen, the fines of foreigners, the dues of Billingsgate and Queen Hithe. Some of these were paid to the corporation and some to the king's officers. Whenever the money was paid into the exchequer, it was weighed and assayed. Thus, on one occasion the sheriffs paid in £245 odd on account of money due. The coin was assayed and found 13d in the pound short. On a second trial it was found 12d in the pound short. Thereupon the sheriffs demanded a third trial. The accounts were kept by means of tallies, and for counters they used Venetian shillings and gold besants. Apart from the customs and the crown lands, the king's revenues were largely increased by fines, amercements, misericordia, aids, scutage, and tallage, all of which were methods of profound interest to the city. As regards fines, there were fines for everything. They were inflicted in the shape of money, horses, wine, hawks, dogs, lampreys, robes, Flemish caps, and other things. In the pages of Madoc's one may read how men paid fines for becoming an alderman, for the right to succeed to a property, for the king's help in recovering debts from the Jews, for permission not to plead except in a certain manner, for permission to plead at all, for permission to summon a man, for permission for a jury of matrons to inquire whether a certain woman has or has not borne a child, for an inquiry whether a man was out with John in rebellion, to examine into a pedigree, to inquire into old customs, for permission to move that certain persons ought not to sit on a jury, for an inquiry whether a certain man was accused unjustly, or not, for petitioning the king that the itinerant justices might visit a town, for speeding a cause, for delaying a cause, for leave to hold office, for leave to quit office, for leave to marry, for leave for a woman to remain unmarried if she pleased for life, or for 5 years. A very great number of widows desired to remain unmarried, for leave to marry a certain one. 3 woman Geoffrey de Manville paid a fine of £20,000, certainly equal to £500,000 of our money, for leave to marry Isabel, Countess of Gloucester, with all her estates, for leave to form a guild, to import and export, for the concord of a duel, for leave to have a servant. The Photochrome Co. Limited. Interior of the Guildhall. Now and then, the list of fines makes one wonder what story is hidden behind them. For instance, why was the wife of Hugh de Neville fined for permission to stay one night with her husband? Was he in prison? Again, Reginald de Tourden is fined 20 marks for permission to keep his lands after he had undergone the ordeal of hot iron unsuccessfully and had abjured the country. He was proved guilty, apparently, and was the fine of 20 marks thought the kind of penalty that would meet the case. William de Thivespath, ominous name, makes the same request for the same cause and with the same result. The iron, therefore, was sometimes hot. Another man, one Gaspatrick, pays 20 marks as one for a fine to escape the ordeal of hot iron. William of 16tail pays the large fine of £80 for wounding a priest. Robert, son of Hugh, gets off with 7, 2, 9, enough, however, to break a craftsman for wounding a man. Observe the difference between a man and a priest. Lawrence the priest has to pay 20 marks pro homine mentulato. Who again was Jeremy of London? He took sanctuary, he refused to come out, they fined him 100 shillings, and then there is no more. Margaret Fitzroger has to pay a fine of £1,000 before she can get at her inheritance, to wit, her father's estate, her husband's, her own dower, which her son has got, and be released from certain debts to the Jews. Sometimes the fine took the form of a bribe, as when Nathaniel Leveland, hereditary keeper of the king's houses at Westminster and on the banks of the Fleet, sent in a fine of 60 marks for permission to keep that office, and Osbert de Longchamp paid the same fine for permission to take over those offices. Every fine, whatever the amount, was either increased by a small sum or contained that small sum, which was called aurum regin, the Queen's gold. Thus, when Thomas Fitzanther was forgiven his fine of 10 marks, the aurum regin was at the same time remitted. In the year 1253, the City of London was called upon to pay up the aurum regin, part of the fine for receiving back their liberties, and in 1254, the sheriffs were ordered to distrain for the amount. Now the method of promoting virtue and filling the coffers was by the misericordia or amercement. I cannot understand the difference between the two, but that matters little, they both meant a fine. By studying the long list of cases furnished by my authority, Maddox, 14, I arrive at a theory, not a conclusion, that the amercement was a punishment for offences which could not be tried in a criminal court, yet were real offences. Thus, for false or unjust accusations or plaints, a man was amerced, or for unjust detainer, for offences in the forests, trespass, etc., for making a man fight 2 duels in one day, a thing manifestly unfair, for ill-keeping a duel, not observing all the rules respecting duels, for claiming to be a free man when one was but a villain, for detaining sheep, for harbouring a man who was not in frank pledge, for making again a dyke which the king had caused to be levelled, for using twice in ordeal an iron which had been heated only once, gross injustice to the second man, for burying a drowned man without the view by the king's servant, for putting a man to the ordeal of water, was it then forbidden? For trespass, and in the case of a rebellious bride, for not coming to be married on the day appointed. For these and similar offences, the citizens suffered amercement and misericordia. More formidable than any of these more dreaded than fine, amercement, or misericordia, were the aid, the relief, the scutage, and the tallage. There were three principal kinds of aid. 1. The aid per filmaria, or the occasion of the marriage of the king's daughter. Henry I took for his 1 or 5 daughters' marriage 3 shillings on each hide. Henry II, for his part, imposed a tax under this name of 1 mark for every knight's fee. As great lords might hold many knights' fees, the tax was considerable. 2. The aid per fair chevaler, on the occasion of conferring knighthood on the king's son. This tax was the same in amount as the preceding. The third kind of aid was the raising of money, if necessary, for the king's ransom. A tally for 6s, 8d, issued by Edward Ice, treasurer to the Sheriff of Lincolnshire. Reliefs were simply arbitrary sums exacted by the king. The relief of the knight's fee in the reign of Henry II was £5, that of a baron £100. Scutage was, as its name denotes, an assessment of the knight's fees. Tallage corresponded more closely with our modern taxes. The city, ordered to make up so much money, assessed its lands separately at so much, which the alderman of each portion was bound to collect by assessing all the free men in his ward. In some cases, private merchants, those known to be wealthy, were separately assessed. Thus in one tallage Hugh de Basing is assessed at 12 marks, Thomas de Plains at 10 marks, William Fitzadam at 100 shillings. Sometimes the king's officers are separately assessed, as when the moneyers of London, Archard, Lefwine Besant, and Aylwine Finch were ordered to pay respectively 100 shillings, 5 marks, and 2 marks. Election garland given by Robert and Cicely Chamberlain, 1463. From Welch's History of the Pewterers' Company. The tallage of the city in the year 1226 has been preserved. I copy it here from Thomas Maddock's History of the Exchequer. William Filius Benedict, R.C. de Roman 35. Marseilles de Ward 40, Andrew Bucarel, R.C. de XXXL Roman 17 S Roman 8, D. de Ward Sewer, Michael de Sancta Elena, R.C. de C and Roman 7, S and X D de Ward Sewer, Josers Fitzpetri Roman 32, L Roman 18, S de Ward Sewer. Robertus Filius Johannes, debit, Eage L X Vig S and Eage D de Ward Sewer, Johans Veal debit, XXJL and Zig S de Ward Sewer, Ace Lemerner, R.C. de XX Vig L and Roman 20, D de Ward Sewer, Rodrus Blundus, R.C. XX Vig L S and VD and Ob de Ward Sewer, Stephanus Legras Waleran debit, Zi L and Zig, S de Ward Sewer. Warinus Filius Nishalai, R.C. de Zig L and Zig S de Ward Sewer, Ricardus de Russai debit, XJL and Eage S de Ward Sewer, Ricardus Ranger, R.C. de Zig LXS and Eage D de Ward Sewer, Radolphus Sperling, R.C. de Roman 9, L and Vig S de Ward Sewer, Radolphus Steppering, R.C. de VJL and VJS de Ward Sewer, Gilbertus Filius Fulcanus debit, Roman 19, S de Ward Sewer, Walterus de Insula, R.C. de LXZH S de Ward Sewer, Portsoken debit, XZH S de Ward Sewer, Johans Travers, Eage LXVJ, S de Ward Sewer, Petrus Filius Rogeri, Eage LXVH S de Ward Sewer, Jacobus Blundus, Vig L. XJS and XD de Ward Sewer, Bashushag XXZH S de Ward Sewer, Rogerus Berserius, RC de LS de Ward Sewer, Johans de Solaridge debit, XXVH S and EHD de Ward Sewer. Note 5 vol. IP 709. We also find the city disputing the right of the king to tallage them. Maddox relates the story. In or about the 39th year of King Henry Roman III, it was provided by the King's Council at Merton that the king should tallage his demesnes in England towards the great expenses he had been at in foreign parts. The citizens of London being called before the king and his council at Merton about tallaging the city, Ralph Hardell, the mayor, with several others came, and the king demanded of them a tallage of 3,000 marks. When they had consulted with their fellow citizens, they came and offered 2,000 marks by way of aid, saying they could not nor would give more. Upon this, the king sent his treasurer, Philip Lovell, with others to St. Martin's to receive of the city a fine of 3,000 marks for tallage, in case they would enter into such fine, and if they would not, then they were ordered to assess the tallage per capita. The city refusing to enter into that fine, the treasurer and the other commissioners were about to assess the tallage per capita, ordering the citizens to swear concerning the value of each other's chattels. The citizens refused to make such oath, or to declare upon the faith they owed to the king the value of each other's chattels. So the treasurer and other commissioners came back re infecta. Afterwards the citizens came before the king and his council at Westminster on the Sunday after Candlemas. It was there disputed whether this should be called a tallage or an aid. The king ordered search to be made, whether the citizens had formerly paid tallage to the king or his ancestors. Upon search, it was found both in the rolls of the Exchequer and of the Chancery that in the 16th year of King John, the citizens were tallaged at 2,000 marks to have the interdict taken off, that in the 7th year of King Henry Roman III, they were tallaged at 1,000 marks, that in the 26th year of the same king, they paid 1,000 marks by way of tallage, and that in the 37th year, they gave 1,000 marks and Roman 20 marks of gold by way of tallage. Afterwards, on the morrow, the mayor and citizens came and acknowledged that they were tallyable and gave the king 3,000 marks for tallage. Vol. IP 711. In this chapter I have shown, by the aid of John Carpenter, that by the end of the 15th century, the days of uncertain steps were passed away. The new order, which gave the power and authority of the city more and more into the hands of the commonalty, has now become well defined and established. It is the 107 constitution of the city. The old feuds have vanished. The old city families have disappeared. The craftsmen no longer go about bellowing that they are the commons. They are reduced to order, every one in his own company, and every man knowing his place in his company. The place of the craftsman is one of obedience. He has been educated by the company, apprenticed by the company, made a freeman of the company. He works in accordance with the rules of the company. He is paid according to its rules. When he is old, he will be a pensioner in the company. Should he die young, his widow and children will be the care of the company. And instead of the former government of the city by hereditary right, the city is now governed by the forms of popular election, with safeguards by elected aldermen, elected sheriffs, elected common council, and elected wardens as masters of the companies. And as to the share which the craftsmen possessed in the elections, the less that question was raised, the better it was for the order and the security of the city. Chapter 8. The City Companies. We have next to consider the origin, growth, and development of the city companies. On the origin and antiquity of guilds, I have already spoken, Vol. IP 204. It is impossible to conceive of any time, after men had begun to live in villages and towns, after arts and crafts had arisen, after some attempt at order had been made, when there were no such associations as those we call guilds. Those of the same trade were compelled to band together for the use of tools, for instruction, for the regulation of the output, for protection of all kinds. In the 5th century there were consuls or chiefs of the locksmiths. The bakers of Paris act as a body in the reign of King Dagobert. In Lombardy they had colleges of artisans. In Ravenna in the 10th century there was a college of fishermen. There was a chief of the corporation of traders, a chief of the corporation of butchers. In Paris in the year 1162 there were dues payable by the corporation of tanners, shoemakers, and pursemakers. The oldest guild statutes extant in this country are the laws of 3 guilds, those of Abbotsbury, Exeter, and Cambridge. The general principles of the 3 are thus summed up by Brentano. According to the latest investigation into the origin of guilds, the drawing up of all these statutes took place in the beginning of the 11th century. In the case of one of these guilds, there is no doubt whatever as to the accuracy of this date. This guild was founded and richly endowed by Orsi, a friend of Canute the Great, at Abbotsbury, in honor of God and St. Peter. Its object, according to the statutes, appears to have been the support and nursing of infirm guild brothers, the burial of the dead, the performance of religious services, and the saying of prayers for their souls. The association met every year on the feast of St. Peter for united worship in honor of their patron saint. Beside this, there was a common meal, and in order that the poor might also have their share in the joys of the festival, they received alms on the day of the feast, for which purpose the guild brothers were obliged to furnish, on the eve of the day, contributions of bread, well bolted and thoroughly baked. Guests were only admitted to the common meal by permission of the master and steward. Insults offered in a malignant spirit by one brother to another were punished on the part of the guild, and had also to be atoned for to the insulted. He who had undertaken an office, but had not properly discharged its duties, was severely punished. The Exeter Guild, whose statutes have likewise been preserved, was of altogether the same character. Here, however, association for the purpose of worship and prayer stands out more prominently as the object of the brotherhood than in the former case. 3 times a year the guild brothers assembled to 109 worship together for the well-being of their living and dead fellow members. Here, also, every such service was followed by a meal in common. When any brother died, every member was obliged to perform special devotions for the departed soul. The mutual care of the guild brothers was, moreover, shown by money contributions in case of death, and in the support of those who went on a journey, as well as of those who had suffered loss by fire. Punishments were decreed for insults offered by the guild brothers to each other, as well as for not fulfilling the duties imposed on them by the guild. The statutes of the guild at Cambridge show that its main object was altogether different from that of the 2 already mentioned. At the very outset, in the oath which every member had to take on the relics of the patron saint of the guild, they swore faithful brotherhood towards each other, not only in religious, but also in secular matters, and though the statutes secured for the guild brothers the same support in case of sickness and death as those of Exeter and Abbotsbury, and, like those, contained regulations with reference to alms, divine worship and feasts, yet all these objects were but insignificant in comparison with the measures for the protection of the members of the guild against criminals and even against the evil consequences of their own wrongdoings. The following may be considered a first principle: if one misdo, let all bear it, let all share the same lot, and for carrying this out, a complete organization existed. If one of the guild brothers required the help of his fellow members, the inferior officer of the guild, living nearest to him, had to hasten to his aid. Should the officer neglect this, he became liable to punishment, and in like manner the head of the society, should he be remiss in affording help. If a guild brother was robbed, the whole guild had to assist him in obtaining compensation from the lawbreaker. So also every guild brother was obliged to help, if a member himself had to make atonement for killing a man. If, however, he had no justifiable motive for committing the act, if he had not been provoked to it in a quarrel, if he was not under an obligation to execute vengeance, but had slain the man merely from malice, he himself had to bear the consequences of the deed. If one guild brother killed another, he had first to reconcile himself with the kinsmen of the murdered man, and had moreover to pay £8 to all those belonging to his larger family, namely, the guild, failing which, he was shut out of the society, and the members of the guild were forbidden to hold friendly intercourse of any kind with him. In like manner, an insult offered by one guild brother to another was severely punished. The solidarity of the society was even shown in the case of violence and damage to property, which one member might have suffered from the servant of another. The master of the servant was answerable for him, and was sued by the society for compensation. It was, moreover, a leading principle of the society, to which every member had to bind himself by oath, always to support him who had right on his side. The essence of the manifold regulations of the statutes of these 3 guilds appears to be the brotherly banding together into close unions between man and man, sometimes even established on and fortified by oath, for the purpose of mutual help and support. This essential characteristic is found in all the guilds of every age, from those first known to us in detail to their descendants of the present day, the trade unions. According to the variety of wants and interests at various times, the aims, arrangements, and rules of these unions also varied. As a rule, the guild brothers periodically assembled together for common feasts. English Guilds, PLXV, Talman Smith's edit. Stubbs divides the English Guild into 3 kinds: the Religious Guild, which had a social side, the Frith Guild, and the Merchant Guild. Let us set forth the ordinances, already summed up, of the Exeter Guild, which belongs to the first kind. First, this society is assembled in Exeter for God's love and their souls' profit, both in regard to the prosperity of this life and the future, which we wish for ourselves in God's judgment. There shall be 3 meetings in the year, the first at Michaelmas, the second at the feast of Our Lady after midwinter, and the third at the feast of All Saints after Easter. Each brother shall contribute 2 sextara of malt, and each senit 1, and a portion of honey. The priest shall celebrate 2 masses, one for the living friends, the other for the dead, at each meeting, and each brother of lay estate shall recite 2 psalters, one for the living friends, the other for the dead. This altogether will make 6 masses and 6 psalters, there being 3 general meetings. At each expedition ordered by the king, every brother shall contribute 5 pence. At a house burning, each brother shall contribute a penny. If any brother neglect an appointment for a meeting on the first occasion, he shall pay for 3 masses, on the second occasion for 5, and on the third occasion no allowance shall be made for the neglect, unless it be through infirmity or his lord's business. If any brother neglect the appointment of paying his subscription or contribution, let him compensate for it 2-fold. If any man of this fellowship revile another, let him compensate for it with 30 pence. In conclusion, the document prays, for God's love, that every man of this assembly justly observe what we have justly ordained. God assist us therein. A bagpipe player. From Nichols, some account of the worshipful company of ironmongers. As formerly, each family was a company allied against the world, so a guild was the extension of that principle, and was the association of many families to form one. Thus, to quote Brentano once more, p. 5. The family was, according to these historians, Waits and Lappenberg, a community of all-comprehending importance, and its care provided completely for nearly all the wants of the individual. This it was able to do in consequence of the then simplicity of life. The minor found in it his protection, the insulted, the natural friends who sympathized with him most keenly in every injury inflicted, and who helped him to procure satisfaction. He who would engage in those pursuits which alone in that age were worthy of a freeman, and which at the same time promised riches and fame, in chase, feuds, and war, found in the family his natural allies. Naturally, he who fell into poverty or sickness or any other kind of distress obtained from the family the necessary help, and it provided of course for the burial of the dead, whose heir it was. These are indeed the first, and are even nowadays the practical results of the family union. For the murdered, there arose from the midst of his family an avenger. To the robbed it gave the necessary help to prosecute and punish the thief, and to obtain restitution of the plunder. Further consequences of the nature of the family compact were that the members were obliged to maintain peace amongst themselves, that they were not entitled to appear against each other in a court of justice, and on the other hand, that they were called upon to punish members, especially women, who had violated the right of the family. Before the community, too, it became answerable for its members. The payment of the forfeited wergild was, in all cases of offense, which according to ancient usage and custom claimed revenge, the concern of the whole family. The family appeared as such an intimate union of its members, that this responsibility of the whole body for the individual member commended itself to the sense of justice of the people as a matter of course. But as it answered for the compensation, and took part in the payment thereof, and assisted the guilty in order that he might not forfeit life and limb to his antagonist, so it supplied the accused also with compurgators from among its members to ward off an unjust condemnation. In former times, this family bond comprehended all relatives without limitation of degree, but in later days it became restricted to the nearer kinsfolk. The regulations of the guilds resembled each other. Every guild provided for its own masses and church services, and for the burial of its members, bringing the body to be buried, and providing wax lights, alms, and masses. Such 111 of the guilds as could afford it maintained their own chaplain. Women as well as men were admitted to membership. Sometimes the guilds were composed of quite plain and simple folk. Worcester, it is known, had guilds of joiners and carpenters, and perhaps of others. Bristol, among others, those of fullers and ringers, Holbeach of shepherds, Lynn of shipmen, Norwich of pelters, Ludlow of poor men. On the other hand, the town guild or merchant guild contained all the wealthier traders in the town. Sometimes it happened that men of different trades belonged to the same guild. Thus Chaucer, an haberdasher and a carpenter, a web, a dayer, and a tapizer, were all white-clothed in livery, of a solemnity and great fraternite. From Zeller's La France Anglaise et Charles Roman 7. Some of the guilds were very popular and had an immense roll of members. That of the Corpus Christi, York, is said to have numbered more than 14,000 members. Its popularity, however, is accounted for on the ground of the important part it took in the pageants of the city. The members took an oath of obedience on entrance. There was an entrance fee and an annual subscription of house fee, the amount varying from place to place and from time to time. There were also calls upon the members for burials or for help in case of a member falling into poverty, and there were legacies. There were special days appointed for meeting together. The members were summoned by the dean or by the common bellman. On the day of meeting they appointed officers, made agreements, and did other necessary things. On one day in the year, their saint's day, they all put on red hoods and livery, assembled together, marched to church, bearing wax tapers, heard mass, made offerings, and going to the guild house or to the house of a brother, they feasted together in love and good fellowship. The Seal of the Vintners Company, 1437. From Nichols Vintners Company. On this day the richer guilds got up processions, shows, ridings, pageants, and miracle plays. The internal administration of the guilds was by a master, grewman or alderman, stewards or warders, dean and clerk, the two latter being paid officers. Every guild had its own livery. Those guilds which were purely religious were, like the Corpus Christi of York, whose purpose was the conduct of a great and solemn procession, to celebrate one of the most important of church doctrines. There were also guilds for the performance of religious plays, as the guilds of St. Helene, of St. Mary, and Corpus Christi at Beverley. There were guilds for the repair of bridges and the building of chapels. There were guilds of priests, especially the widespread guild of calendars, so called because they, the members, met on the calend or first of every month. This guild in some places, as at Bristol, maintained a school. Other guilds, as that of St. Nicholas in Worcester and that of Ludlow, maintained schools. All these guilds were eventually swept away with the dissolution of the religious houses. Roman II, the second kind of guild, was the old Saxon Frith Guild. There remains the complete code of a Frith Guild of the reign of Athelstan. In this may be recognized a distinct attempt on the part of the public authorities to supplement the defective execution of the law by measures for mutual defense. If it be indeed the act of a voluntary association, it forms a serious precedent for the action of the Germanic leagues and the Castilian Hermandad of later ages. Stubs. After the ordinary rules of the religious guild, there follow others connected with the distinct objects of the society. Every member pays fourpence, which constitutes an insurance against theft. The guild provides 1 shilling toward the pursuit of the thief. The members are arranged in bodies of 10, one of whom is the 113 head man. These again are classed in tens under a common leader, who, with the other head man, acts as treasurer and advisor of the 100 members. The objects of the society are the pursuit and capture of criminals and the exacting of compensation. As regards the body called the Scenic Guild, it is dealt with elsewhere. Roman III, we next come to the Merchant Guild. This was simply the whole body of merchants organized for regulation of trade. In a mercantile city, such a society would of course be extremely powerful. Tombstone of William Warrington, Master Mason at Croyland Abbey. The statutes of the London guilds were reduced to writing in the time of King Athelstan. From them, Brentano thinks that the guilds in and about London were united into one guild, and to have framed common regulations for the better maintenance of peace, for the suppression of violence, especially of theft, and the aggressions of the powerful families, as well as for carrying out rigidly the ordinances enacted by the king for that purpose. It has already been stated that there are grave difficulties concerning the Merchant Guild of London. We find all the other towns in the country petitioning for the Merchant Guild unless they have already such an institution. But there are no documents at all which show the operation or the functions of the Merchant Guild of London. Some historians are of opinion that the Merchant Guild ruled the whole trade of the city, and that it was a body apart from the portreeve or the mayor and his aldermen. Whatever it was before the creation of the mayor, there can be no doubt that after that important step, all the functions of a merchant guild were discharged by the mayor and aldermen. These functions were, in brief, the regulation of trade. Now in Riley's memorials, we have a great number of trades approaching the mayor and aldermen with petitions not to regulate their trade for themselves, but that the mayor and aldermen would be pleased to regulate it in a certain manner, to bestow upon them certain powers, and to allow them to hale offenders, not before any court of their own, but before the mayor and aldermen. What is this but the authority of the merchant guild? We have seen the rules of the religious guild. Let us now consider the ordinances submitted to the mayor and aldermen by a craft company. The 114 following are those of the pewterers. They are not the articles of association framed when the company was founded, but the rules by which the company regulated its own work. Unto the mayor and aldermen of the city of London pray the good folks, makers of vessels of pewter in the same city, that it may please them to hear the state and the points of their trade, and as to the defaults, for the common profit, by good discretion to provide redress and amendment thereof, and the points which are proper for folks who are skillful in the trade, and are duly ordained to support and maintain. Cooper's Marks, A.D. 142-0. From Cooper's Company Illustrations in Guildhall Library. In the first place, seeing that the trade of pewtery is founded upon certain matters and metals, such as copper, tin, and lead, in due proportions, of which 3 metals they make vessels, that is to say, pots, salt-cellars, escles, 15-platers, and other 115 things by good folks bespoken, which works demand certain mixtures and certain alloys, according to the manner of vessels so bespoken, the which things cannot be made without good knowledge of a pewterer, well taught and well informed in the trade, seeing that many persons, not knowing the right alloys, nor yet the mixtures or the right rules of the trade, do work and make vessels and other things not in due manner, to the damage of the people, and to the scandal of the trade. The good folks of the trade do pray therefore, that it may be ordained that 3 or 4 of the most lawful and most skillful in the trade may be chosen to oversee the alloys and the workmanship aforesaid, and that by their examination and assay, amendment may speedily be made where default has been committed, and that if anyone shall be found rebellious against the wardens and assiers, the default may be shown, with the name of the rebellious offender, unto the mayor and aldermen, and that by them he may be adjudged upon, in presence of the good folks of the trade, who have found such default. And be it understood, that all manner of vessels of pewter, such as escles, salt-cellars, platters, chargers, pitchers squared, and crutes squared, and chrismatories, and other things that are made square or ribbed, shall be made of fine pewter, with the proportion of copper to the tin as much as, of its own nature, it will take. And all other things that are wrought by the trade, such as pots rounded, crutes rounded, and candlesticks, and other rounded vessels that belong to the trade, ought to be wrought of tin, alloyed with lead in reasonable proportions. And the proportions of alloy are, to 100 weight of tin, 22 pounds of lead, and these are always called vessels of pewter. Also, that no person shall intermeddle with the trade aforesaid, if he be not sworn before the good folks of the trade, lawfully to work according to the points ordained, such as one who has been an apprentice, or otherwise a lawful workman known and tried among them, and that no one shall receive an apprentice against the usage of the city, and those who shall be admitted therein are to be enrolled, according to the usage of the city. Also, that no person, freeman, or stranger, shall make or bring such manner of vessel of pewter into the city for sale, or offer it for sale, before that material has been assayed, on peril of forfeiture of the wares. And if the material be allowable upon assay by the wardens made, then let the wares be sold for such as they are, and not otherwise. And that no one of the trade shall make privily in secret vessels of lead, or of false alloy, for sending out of the city to fairs, and to markets for sale, to the scandal of the city, and the damage and scandal of the good folks of the trade. But let the things be shown, that shall be so sent to sell without the city, to the wardens of the trade before. And no one shall do any work in the trade, if he will not answer as to his own workmanship, upon the assay of his work, in whatever hand it be found. And if anyone shall be found from henceforth carrying such wares for sale, to fairs or to markets, or elsewhere in the kingdom, before it has been assayed, and before the mayor and aldermen shall be convicted thereof, let him 116 have his punishment at their discretion, according to his offence, when he shall be so convicted at the suit of the good folks of his trade. Part of facsimile of the original charter granted by King Richard Roman III to the worshipful company of wax chandlers of the city of London, 16 Feb. 1, Richard Roman III. A larger image is available here. Also, if anyone shall be found doing damage to his master, whether apprentice or journeyman, privily in the way of larceny, under the value of 10 pence, the first time let amends be made unto the master by him or by his surety in the trade. And if he offend a second time, let his punishment be inflicted by a ward of the trade. And if he offend a third time, let him be ousted from the trade. Also, as to those of the said trade, who shall be found working in the trade otherwise than is before set forth, and upon assay shall be found guilty thereof. Upon 117, the first default, let them lose the material so wrought. Upon the second default, let them lose the material, and suffer punishment at the discretion of the mayor and aldermen. And if a third time they shall be found offending, let them forswear the trade for evermore. Liverymen of London. And also, the good folks of the trade have agreed that no one shall be so daring as to work at night upon articles of pewter, seeing that they have regard among themselves to the fact that the sight is not so profitable by night, or so certain as by day to the profit that is of the community. And also that if any one of the said trade shall be found in default in any of the points aforesaid, he shall pay 40 pence for the first default, for the second half a mark, and on the third default let it be done with him at the discretion of the mayor and aldermen. And of these payments let there be given 1/2 to the chamber, to maintain the points aforesaid, and the other half to the wardens of the said trade, for their trouble and their expenses. And that no one of the trade, great or small, shall take away the journeyman of another man, against the assent and the will of his first master, before he shall have fully served his term, according to the covenant made between them, and before the said journeyman shall have made amends to his master for the offences and misprisions committed against him, if he has in any way so offended or misprised, at the discretion of the wardens of their trade. And whosoever shall do to the contrary of this ordinance, let such person have his punishment at the discretion of the mayor and aldermen. Also that no one of the said trade shall be so daring as to receive any one to work at the same trade, if he have not been an apprentice, or if he be not a good workman, and one who can have the testimony of his master, or of good folks of good condition, and can show that well and lawfully he has served his trade for the time assigned among them. They were chosen and sworn to oversee the articles aforesaid, Stephen Lestron and John Seward, Pewters. On Thursday next after the Feast of All Hallows, 1st November, in the 23rd year of the reign of King Edward III, etc., it was witnessed before Walter Turk, mayor, and the aldermen, that Stephen Lestrange was dead, and that John Seward could not work, wherefore the reputable men of that trade chose Nicholas de Ludgate and Ernald Skipwace, Pewterer, who were sworn to keep the articles aforesaid. Riley's Memorials, p. 241. These are the main points. No one can complain that they are drawn up in the interests of the masters only. It is, however, to be remarked that the Regulation 118 of wages, hours, and prices is not attempted. The omission was doubtless designed as leaving such points fluctuating from day to day by arrangement between masters and men. In the chapter on city factions, it is shown that 100 years before the date of their ordinances, 1348, Thomas Fitzthomas, the mayor, had allowed the trades to draw up statutes for themselves, and had given them charters which the following mayors disallowed. These statutes, we are told in contemporary authority, had caused intolerable loss to merchants frequenting London. It is reasonable to conclude that they were drawn up by, and in the interests of, the craftsmen, and not by those who were able to take a wider view of trade than protection and high wages. I have drawn up a list of the trades whose ordinances, as given by Riley, were submitted to the mayor and aldermen in the 14th century, with the dates of the regulations so drafted, and the subsequent date of the corporation as claimed by the present companies. This document, like others in Riley's Memorials, is most interesting as marking a definite stage. The trades have now learned, after a great deal of quarreling, vague jealousies and suspicions, to formulate what they call the points of their craft. That their careful and judicious regulations, such as those I have quoted, were drawn up by the leading men of the craft, the masters and employers, cannot be doubted. They are not the work of ignorant men. They bear the impress of shrewd and experienced employers, whose conclusions and recommendations were drawn up for them by clerks skilled in the arrangement. What is it that the pewterers ask? That the mayor and aldermen will consider the points of their trade, and that they will provide redress for faults. Observe that they have no authority of their own, such as they afterwards obtained as a company. An assay of the material. Admission by apprenticeship, according to the usage of the city. Protection against foreigners, i.e. persons not freemen of the city. No secret profits by making vessels of false alloy for export to country fairs and markets. The responsibility of every workman for his own work. Penalties for damaging a master's goods and for infringing the rules of the craft. Frontispiece to the Grangerized edition of Brayley's London and Middlesex. In the Guildhall Library, showing the arms of the 12 principal city companies. Submitted to Mayor and Aldermen. Date of Company. Grocers. Ordinances of the Pepperers of Soper Lane 13, 16, 13, 45. Regulations made by the Armourers of London 1322, 1422. Ordinance of the Tapicers 1331. Ordinances of the Trade called Whittiers 1346. Of the Pewterers 1348, 1474. Of the Glovers 1349, 1639. Of the Shearmen 1350. Of the Brailers 1355. Regulations for the Trade of Masons 1356, 1411. Ordinance of the Waxchandlers 1358, 1484. Regulations for the Trade of the Alien Weavers in London 1362. Ordinances of the Plumbers 1365, 1612. Of the Pelterers or Pelipers 1365. Of the Toyers 1365. Regulations for the Taverners 1370. Ordinances of the Court Handwriters or Scriveners 1373, 1617. Of the Barbers 1376, 1461. Of the Fullers 1376. Of the Hurers as to fulling 1376. Of the Cheesemongers 1377. Of the Cooks and Pastelers or Peabakers 1378, 1473. Of the Cutlers 1380, 1413. Of the Founders 1389, 1615. Of the Blacksmiths 1394, 1578. Of the Hurers 1398. Ordinance of the Fletchers 1403, 1570. Of the writers of text letter, limners, and others who bind and sell books 1403. Of the Forcer-makers 1406. Ordinances of the Brassiers 1416. The triumph of the crafts was completed in the reign of Edward III. At the same time, it was a triumph which needed constant watchfulness. This necessity is shown by the case of the rich Pepperers who seceded in 1345 and set up a company of their own. They were so rich that they commanded the market. A petition was presented to the king complaining that great mischief had newly arisen, as well to the king as to the great men and commons, from the merchants called grocers, who engrossed all manner of merchandise vendible, and who suddenly raised the prices of such merchandise within the realm, putting to sale by coven, and by ordinances made amongst themselves, in their own society, which they call the Fraternity and Guild of Merchants, such merchandises as were most dear, and keeping in stores the others until times of dearth and scarcity. El Brentano, History and Development of Guilds, 1870. It was, therefore, ordered that in future all artificers and people of mysteries should choose each his own mystery, and should then practice no other. What was the power of the incorporated company? The keynote of the difference between the company and the fraternity was that the former had authority and the latter had none. By their new powers, the companies took over into their own hands the 120 complete control of their trade. Henceforth, the function of the mayor was to compose disputes and settle differences between the companies, especially in those cases where trades overlapped. The wardens, or the master and wardens, called meetings of the livery. At these meetings, regulations were passed. It was the duty of the wardens to enforce the execution of their own laws. They had the right, which the fraternities had obtained of the mayor, to examine the work and to destroy all that was false. In all matters concerning the guild, the master and wardens formed the only court. There was no court of appeal. Their decision was final. There were certain exceptions to their power. The mayor and aldermen kept in their own hands the sale and the price of bread, meat, drink, and fuel. The punishments were, for light offences, fines, either of money, of wax, or of beer and wine. For serious offences, expulsion from the guild was the worst and last punishment. A man so expelled could not any longer practice his trade in the city. We hear also of prentices being flogged for acts of dishonesty or immorality. Every man who practiced any trade in the city must needs belong to the company of this trade. There would have been no power otherwise to enforce their laws. What would be the good of calling order for the execution of good work if a colony of workmen set up in the city and refused to obey those laws or to enter their company? It was for self-preservation that this rule was enforced. Afterwards, it became a weapon of oppression when the number of members was limited. The care with which the companies provided for good work was equaled by the jealousy with which they regarded the admission of new members. They looked to the moral character of a workman as well as his mastery over the craft. They made him serve an apprenticeship varying from 7 to 10 years. They received the boy in a manner calculated to impress upon his mind the importance of the duties upon which he was entering. At the close of his time he was, with like solemnity, received as a member of the company and therefore a free man of the city. Next to looking after the young men, the company looked after the tools. These were to be inspected regularly. They were to be testified as good and honest. The hours were fixed. No one was to work longer than from the beginning of the day till curfew, nor at night by candlelight. One company, that of the weavers, forbade any work between Christmas and the purification, Feb. 2. No one was to work on Sunday, or on festivals, or on the eve of a double feast, or on Saturday afternoons. The working men lost their Saturday half-holiday by the Reformation. It has taken them 300 years to get it back again. As for the ordinances, which regulated the conduct of members toward each other, I may pass them over. They were wise. They did what was possible to prevent overreaching, underselling, taking good servants from a brother member, selling to one member indebted to another member, and, in a word, creating in 121 keeping alive the feeling of brotherhood. Provision was made for those who fell into poverty. As long as any member remained out of work, no member was allowed to employ any non-member, and the wife and children of a member might work at the trade with the husband or the father. William Smallwood, Master of the Pewterers' Company. From Welch's History of the Pewterers' Company. In course of time, very speedily in fact, abuses crept in. The trades began to limit the number of members. The richer members seceded and formed other companies. The shoemakers left the cobblers. The tanners left the shoemakers. Masters withheld their wages from the workmen. Journeymen were not allowed to work on their own account, nor could they become masters. There were strikes among the men, especially in the building trade. The journeymen formed companies of their own which they used for the purpose of raising wages. In the year 1383, a proclamation forbade the combination of workmen. Among the combinations so suppressed were those of the yeomen, saddlers, and the yeomen, tailors. The ground thus cleared, the masters could use the companies entirely for their own profit and advantage. They endeavored more and more to restrict the number of members and to make the handicrafts of London the monopoly of a few families. In this attempt, they were only too successful. In the 16th century, Bacon calls the city companies fraternities of evil. The masters made the apprentices swear that they would not carry on trade on their own account without the master's consent. The weakness of the law is shown in the failure of Henry's Law, 1537, fixing the entrance fee of an apprentice at 2s. 6d. It rose to 40s, to £10, in the time of James I to £20, £60, and £100, and in 1720 to £500 and more. As to the further degeneration and the final ruin of the craft guilds, I refer again to Luigi Brentano. As the craft guilds everywhere had sunk down to mere societies for the investment of capital, and as their dividends depended entirely on the exclusion of competition, it was unavoidable that the spirit of gain should lead them to restrictions which became always more oppressive for the public. The annoyances they caused were considerably increased by a process which, after the 16th century, was of frequent occurrence in all countries. Those craft guilds, namely, which had hitherto comprised kindred crafts, split up into several, according to the individual trades. These then watched each other with the utmost jealousy in order to prevent encroachments on their mutual rights, and continually fought each other in endless lawsuits. Thus, for instance, the Fletchers and Bowyers in London separated themselves into 2 corporations in the reign of Elizabeth. One might wonder that, on the one hand, the workmen, whose position was so much deteriorated by the degeneration of the craft guilds, did not at once overthrow their dominion, as the craft guilds had formerly superseded the degenerated guilds of the patricians, and that, on the other hand, the state did not, in the interest of the public, take any steps towards the abolition of the guilds, which had already been desired so often. But as to the working men, though their position, and especially their prospects, had been greatly deteriorated by this degeneration of the craft guilds, their interest was rather a reformation than the abolition of those bodies. The craft guilds maintained a number of regulations which protected the working men, and in consequence of which their material position appears comfortable and free from cares, if compared with that of the factory hands at the beginning of this century, when these regulations no longer existed. Uprisings of working men are therefore to be found in those days only in consequence of infringements of guild regulations. But as for a reformation of the craft guilds, according to the interests of the working men, the latter were not powerful enough to carry it out against their masters. These still held strongly together in their guilds, and did not yet, as in later times, and as formerly the patricians, rival each other in weakening competition. The state also had changed, and no longer consisted, as before, of an organization of many smaller states. As, after the 16th century, the state became in all countries continually more centralized by its kinds, it was not possible for the journeymen to act with the same facility as the craftsmen had acted in former times in the towns. Moreover, owing to the men's isolated method of working, they had not yet acquired the same feeling of solidarity or the same consciousness of the power of masses as our factory hands since have. And as to the state abolishing the craft guilds, kings used the bourgeoisie as a support, first, as Henry Roman VII, in England against the nobility, and then, because they needed them for pecuniary reasons. The causes of the overthrow of the craft guilds arose in the bourgeoisie itself. These causes were the rise of large capital and its investment in manufacture. The second and third Philip and Mary already indicates the commencement. After stating that the rich clothiers do oppress the weavers, some by setting up and keeping in their houses divers looms, and maintaining them by journeymen and other persons unskilful, some by engrossing of looms into their hands, and letting them out at such unreasonable rents as the poor artificers are not able to maintain themselves by, and much less their wives and families. Some again by giving less wages for the workmanship of cloth than in times past, whereby they are forced utterly to forsake their occupations, etc. It is enacted that no clothier, living out of a city, burgh, or market town, shall keep more than 2 looms, nor more than 2 apprentices, etc. In short, the Act endeavors to protect the small masters against the competition of the rich capitalists. But neither this Act nor all the other attempts of the corporations could restrain the process of development, which, especially in consequence of a series of technical discoveries, threw manufacture altogether into the hands of the large capitalists. Handicrafts, and the corporations together with them, lost continually in importance, and only made themselves hated and despised in their endeavor to arrest the natural progress of event. Let us sum up the origin and development of the guild. We have the family united for the protection of all its members, standing by each other, liable for each other. Next, we have the association of neighbors together, of many families, to form guilds of religion and brotherly love and mutual protection. The crafts are found uniting for trade purposes, regulating the production, jealously watching the standards of work, fixing hours of work and prices, excluding foreigners, and importing raw material. These trade unions had no powers other than those obtained by common agreement. The formation of a merchant guild. The rise of a city aristocracy who usurp the power, own the city land, impose taxes, and are insolent towards the craftsmen. The revolt of the crafts against the aristocracy and their ultimate victory after a long struggle. The creation of trade or craft companies, not guilds, solely for trade purposes, under ordinances approved by the mayor. The conquest of power by the new companies. The complete subjection of the craftsmen for 500 years to their own companies. Part 2. Ecclesiastical, London. Chapter 1. The religious life. If churches and religious houses make up religion, then London of the 13th and 14th centuries surely attained the highest point ever reached in religion. The church was everywhere. In Appendices Roman 4 and V will be found a list of the parish churches and their patronage. The abbeys, priories, nunneries, and friaries contained a vast army of ecclesiastics from archbishop to Franciscan friar. Hermits, anchorites, pardoners, limiteurs, somners, church officers of all kinds were everywhere in evidence. No street but reminded the citizens by the sight of a spire or a wall that the church was with him always to rule his life and to shorten his period of purgatory on the simple condition of his obedience. Religion endeavored to rule the whole of society. Religion claimed to control the whole conduct of politics and political economy, but the power of religion has never been equal to her ambition. Religion could not put a stop to war or to the violences and outrages of war. Had she been able to do so, the world would now be held and bound in chains and slavery. Yet it was well that there should be the church to restrain men in some degree. She kept in her own hands, so far, all learning, all science, all the arts, all the professions. The forms, duties, and rules of the church attended all men from infancy to the grave. At the bidding of the church, the whole nation, from the king downwards, renounced meat for a fourth part of the whole year. This fact alone marks the enormous power of the church. For hundreds of years, the church preached respect for human life and self-restraint with more or less vigor and with more or less success. Sometimes the church has fallen upon evil times. Her ecclesiastics have been ambitious, worldly, licentious, avaricious, but they have always been, as a whole, superior to the world around them. Thus it may be said that the church might always have been better, but that the world was always worse. Let us then briefly examine into what was meant by the religious life of London in the 14th century. There were 126 parish churches in London. This seems an enormous number for a population of not more than 120,000 or thereabouts, but we have to remember what the church did for the people. The daily 128 services, the chanting of the daily masses for living and for dead, the funerals, the weddings, the baptisms, the visitation of the sick, the direction of fraternities, the countless observances and customs of religion. For all these things the church was the center, and the parish clergy were the directors. The boundaries of a parish were not at first rigidly laid down. They overlapped the ward boundaries. They were matters of agreement. It was not until the Poor Law made the definition necessary that the boundaries were finally and exactly laid down. The multiplication of parishes was partly due, no doubt, to the desire of expiating sins by building, endowing, and decorating a church for the good of the founder's soul. The census of the city, taken at any time between the 9th and the 15th centuries, would certainly show an almost stationary figure, lowered upon a visitation of plague, or raised after a long interval without plague, pestilence, fire, or famine. The average represented about 1,000 souls to every church. The origin of the city churches cannot, as a rule, be ascertained. The oldest dedications of the churches seem to show that the London parishes were settled before the Norman conquest. Most of the London churches were probably built in or about the 8th century during that strange outburst of religious enthusiasm, the first of so many which have swept over the country. London was a city of churches. One could not escape the sight of the green churchyard, the trees standing over the graves, and the little church among them. Nor could one get away from the sound of the church bells. All day long, from daybreak until night, the bells were ringing, not only from the churches, but also from the monastic houses. High above the stroke of anvil and the multitudinous roar of the industrial city rolled and clanged and resounded the continual clash of the bells. What the boy Whittington heard at Highgate was not the chime of Bow Church alone. It was the sound of the bells of all the churches and all the convents of London ringing together. I have estimated roughly that, with the parish churches and their property, a full quarter of the city was occupied by the religious houses and the places they owned. As for the proportion of the population which was supported by the church, we may form an idea by taking the case of St. Paul's Cathedral alone. In the year 1450, the society, a cathedral body, included the following: the bishop, the dean, the 4 archdeacons, the treasurer, the precentor, the chancellor, 30 greater canons, 12 lesser canons, about 50 chaplains or chantry priests, and 30 vicars. Of inferior rank to these were the sacrist and 3 vergers, the sexcentor, the master of the singing school, the master of the grammar school, the almoner and his 4 vergers, the servitors, the surveyor, the 12 scribes, the book transcriber, the bookbinder, the chamberlain, the 129 rent collector, the baker, the brewer, the lavenders, washermen, the singing men and choir boys, of whom priests were made, the bedesmen, and the poor folk. To these must be added the servants of all these officers. The brewer, who brewed, in the year 1286, 67,814 gallons, must have employed a good many. The baker, who ovened every year 40,000 loaves, or every day more than 100 large and small. The sextons, grave diggers, gardeners, bell ringers, makers and menders of the ecclesiastical robes, cleaners and sweepers, carpenters, masons, painters, carvers, and gilders. One can very well understand that the Church of St. Paul's found a livelihood for 1,000 at least. The Photochrome Co. Limited. St. Ethelburga's Church, Bishopsgate Street. The same equipment was necessary in every other religious foundation. Not a monastery, but had its great and lesser officers and their servants. In every 130 there were the bell ringers, the singing men and boys, the vergers, the gardeners, the brewers, bakers, cooks, messengers, scribes, rent collectors, and all of them were complete in themselves, as was St. Paul's, though on a smaller scale. Then if we consider the parish churches. In some cases 2 priests were attached to each church for the daily services. If there were, say, 15 chantries, and in some there were many more, belonging to each, we have over 2,000 priests for the parish churches alone. There were, next, the people belonging to each church, the choir, the sacrist, the organist, the beadle, the sexton, the anchorite or anchoress, say an average, in all, of 100, including the families of those who were married. This makes some 12,000 souls living upon the endowments and revenues of the city churches. If there were 80 monks at St. Peter's, Westminster, there were at least 100 people, all of them married and with families, in their service. Now there were, large and small, about 25 religious houses in and outside London. If we take an average of 70 people of various trades attached to and living by each house, and an average of 30 brethren and sisters, we have nearly 7,000 people belonging to them. To sum up, therefore, there were nearly 20,000 people in the city of London and its suburbs engaged in working for and living by the churches and the religious houses. About 1/5 of the population of London lived by the church. This is a moderate estimate. The proportion of ecclesiastics and their servants to the general population was probably much higher. The bishop, in the eyes of London, was the greatest person in the country next to the king. He lived among the people and was their natural protector. He had his palace within the precinct in the northwest of the cathedral. He attended the church on all the great festivals: Christmas, Easter, Ascension, Whitsunday, the festivals of St. Paul and St. Erkenwald, and also on Maundy Thursday and Ash Wednesday, see Appendix Romans 6. He observed the greatest state possible when he rode forth. There went with him, as he journeyed from one to the other of his country houses, 40 persons at least, including his squires, his chaplains, the young monks entrusted to his care, and his servants. He was profuse in charity, he was stately in his carriage, and splendid in his dress. As in the days of William the Conqueror, so in those of Edward III, the Bishop of London, with the mayor, stood for the city, but the mayor stood behind the bishop. The cathedral in the midst of the city belonged to all alike. Its splendid services, the singing of the choir, the rolling of the organ, the procession of priests with their white and gold copes, the ringing of the bell every day 7 times from daybreak till curfew for as many services, the shrines of the saints, flaming with gold and precious stones and rich embroideries, especially those of St. Erkenwald, St. Ethelburga, and St. Mellitus. All these things appealed to the citizen and kept him loyal to the faith. The prioress. From the Ellesmere, MS. The monk and his greyhounds. There were after the cathedral dignitaries, the parish priests and the chantry priests, with the great army of those who lived by the altar, the anchorites and the hermits, the monks and friars, the nuns and sisters, all the people who formed the service of the monastic houses, the hospitals for the sick, the houses for the insane, the lepers' houses, the schools, and the colleges. The last named were not places of education, but colleges of priests, of which All Souls, Oxford, and the College of Dulwich are 2 survivals. In London, there were the colleges of St. Thomas, 132 of Acton, in Cheapside, where is now Mercer's Hall, that of St. Spirit and St. Mary founded by Whittington for a master, and 4 fellows with clerks, conducts, choristers, and an almshouse. St. Michael's, Crooked Lane, for a master and 9 fellows, Jesus, Commons for priests, and St. Augustine's Papy for old and infirm priests. Quiet and pleasant places all, where life gently glided along, where there were no duties but the daily mass, no rule, no austerities, the ideal life for the scholar among the books of the library, and for those who loved to sit apart and meditate among the trees and flower beds of the garden in summer, or in the glazed cloisters sheltered from the cold wind and frost of winter. Outside, in the workaday world, what did the people think and believe? The history of religion or of religious thought in London cannot be separated from that of the whole country. It is a history of enthusiasms in successive waves. When the whole of England, in the 8th century, understood with a new and overwhelming sense the reality of Christianity, when kings and queens, earls and thanes, and noble ladies crowded into the monasteries, there to prepare for the next world, compared with which this present world is not worth considering, then the people of London for their part rebuilt the Abbey of Westminster and founded the house of St. Martin le Grand. They divided London into parishes and erected parish churches. They created guilds for the spiritual nourishment of those who could not enter the religious house. During the 200 years of struggle with the Danes and Normans, these houses were destroyed, or, if they survived, were carried on with fewer brethren and a more slender endowment. When order returned, and a strong king made it possible for men to live without the weapons of war at hand, the mind of the people, always a profoundly religious people, turned again to the realities of the unseen world. Once more there awakened the sense of change and decay and the worthlessness of things fleeting. The court jesters converted founded hospitals, the city fathers handed over the lands of the city to the newly founded house of the Holy Trinity. Monasteries, nunneries, and colleges sprang up everywhere. The new foundations satisfied the people for another 100 years or so. Then they woke up once more in the old way. The religious life, they discovered, is not always found in the religious house. The hood does not make the monk. The friars came over to the country. They showed the people a new kind of religious life, one not separated from the world, but moving and living in the world, one that saves the soul by losing it and mounts to heaven by the prayers and gratitude of men and women whom it has lifted from the mire and slough of sin and disease and misery. No more noble form of Christianity can be presented. Francis discovered the very mind of the founder. For 100 years and more, the friars kept alive the new religion. This 133 fell off, but their early teaching survived and was the foundation of Lollardy. When the religious houses were suppressed, the people of London looked on without a protest. Their work was done. The city was again waking up to a new enthusiasm. The Reformation, the many sects of the new faith, the fanaticism of the 17th century, the enthusiasm of the 18th, the evangelical domination, the return of high church doctrine, the development of ritual, all these things are but manifestations of the same spirit which caused the revival under Henry IV and the Puritanism of the Civil Wars. Many changes pass over the face of London, but deep down lies, unchanged, the ancient spirit of religion. Chantry Chapel of Henry V in Westminster Abbey. From Grangerized edition of Brayley's London and Middlesex in Guildhall Library. In the parish church, generally a small building erected by some citizen who got a bit of the city carved out for his parish, there was little splendor. Every day Mass was said in the morning, and Vespers in the evening by the parish priest. Every morning, the chantry priests before the side altars sang Mass for the souls of their founders. On All Souls' Day, the parish priest sang Mass for the souls of all Christian men and women. There was many a poor faithful woman who could not find the money to pay for a chantry or an obit, or an annual, for the soul of her husband or her son, though well she knew, poor creature, how much he wanted that assistance. But she took comfort in the thought that so long as the world should last, that yearly Mass would be said for the benefit of all poor souls in pain. The endowment of a chantry generally provided for one priest, but often for two, in some cases for three, and in one, that of Adam de Berry in 1364, for 7 priests. In the 14th century, there were more than 70 chantries in St. Paul's alone. There were also 111 obits or foundations for occasional masses, making altogether an income of £183, 312. In the reign of Richard II, Bishop Braybrooke found that some of the chantries had fallen into decay, the endowments having been lost or wasted. He united some of the poorer ones. He also ordained that no benefice priest should hold a chantry and laid down regulations for the chantry priests. They were to attend the choir offices day and night. They were to take part in processions, funerals, and they were to live in houses provided for them or in the chambers of chantries. These priests seem to have given a great deal of trouble by the scandals which they caused. It must be remembered that they were not persons, as a rule, of scholarly habits, that their sole duty consisted in the daily Mass for the soul of their founder, and that they had the whole day to get through in idleness. They were also extremely poor, the average stipend being £5 a year, equivalent to something like £75. Archbishop Sudbury, in 1378, spoke of them in the strongest terms of reproach, summing up his enumeration of their vices by saying that their lives tended, in virorum ecclesiasticorum detestabile scandalum, et exemptum perniciosissimum lacorum. It is not possible, I think, to make out how far the London craftsman assisted at the functions of the church. At least once a year he must go to confession. The Pope made that rule in 1215. The craftsman probably went to confession at one of the greater festivals. Every Sunday morning he must be present at Mass. That duty was then, as now, imposed on every faithful child of the church. This law, doubtless, he did obey. There were dues to be paid. He had to pay them. There were friars who came begging. He contributed of his poverty, and he must fast in Lent and on Fridays and on certain other days, about 100 days in all. In this point he must needs obey, because the butchers' shops were closed and he could buy no meat. He had to get married, to get the children baptized, 135 to pay dues for the vigil of the dead. Another important function performed by the clergy was the reconciliation of enemies and the settlement of disputes by love days. There are many references to the love days. Piers Plowman constantly talks about them, and with bitterness, as if the Church made the office of peacemaker a means of enriching herself. Riley quotes an ordinance forbidding people to make disturbances by getting up love days. Earl of Northumberland receiving Mass. Harl, Ms. 1319. The memory of one of these love days has been preserved ever since the year 1484, when a dispute between 2 companies of the City of London was finally adjusted. It was on the 10th of April 1484 that the Lord Mayor and the aldermen decided a long-standing dispute between the Company of Merchant Tailors and the Company of Skinners as follows: 136. The said Mayor and aldermen, the day and year above said, taking upon them the rule, direction, and charge of arbitrament of, and in the premises, for nourishing of peace and love between the masters, wardens, and fellowships. Aforesaid, adjudged, and awarded that the masters and wardens should dine each year together at their respective halls, the tailors with the skinners on the vigil of Corpus Christi, and the skinners with the tailors on the feast of Nativity of St. John Baptist. And as to precedency, each company was to take that on each alternate year, save that a mayor of either should give that company precedence in his year of office. So the decree has been observed 414 years, while peace and love have reigned between the two fellowships. In the 12th century, we find the London clergy married, and married into families of the highest position. Their marriage, therefore, was not looked upon by the people, although forbidden by the Church, as in any way blameworthy. In the Synod of 1108 and in that of 1125, both held in London, the most stringent rules were laid down against the marriage of priests. The title of wife was denied their wives, who were called concubines, yet the priests continued to marry. Even in the 16th century, when Skelton took sanctuary against the wrath of Wolsey, he brought his wife and children with him. In the 13th century, a renewed effort was made to enforce celibacy as rigidly as could be done. The clergy of the towns, of London at least, were compelled to keep celibate, but not those of the country where the arm of the bishop was weak. Holinshed, for instance, speaks of the methods adopted in the year 1225, Roman 2, 358. This year also there came forth a decree from the Archbishop of Canterbury and his suffragans that the concubines of priests and clerks within orders, for so were their wives then called in contempt of their wedlock, should be denied of Christian burial, except they repented whilst they were alive in perfect health, or else showed manifest tokens of repentance at the time of their deaths. The same decree also prohibited them from the receiving of the pax at Mass time, and also of holy bread after Mass, so long as the priests kept them in their houses, or used their company publicly out of their houses. Moreover, that they should not be purified when they should be delivered of child, as other good women were, unless they found sufficient surety to the archdeacon or his official to make satisfaction at the next chapter, or court to be holden after they should be purified. And the priests should be suspended, which did not present all such their concubines as were resident within their parishes. Also all such women as were convict to have dealt carnally with a priest were appointed by the same decree to do open penance, where the question may be asked, whether this decree was extended to priests, wives, or no, whereunto answer may be made, that as a quadrangle in geometry compriseth in it a triangle, and a quaternion in arithmetic containeth a ternion, so in logic a universal proposition comprehendeth a particular. But it is said here, that all such women as had carnal knowledge with a priest were to be punished, therefore some, and consequently all priests' wives. But yet this seemeth not to be the meaning of that decree, for priests were allowed no wives. Nay, Acericius the Pope judged that all such of the clergy as had wives could not please God, because they were in carn, which words he and the residue of that litter restrained to marriage, admitting that in no case churchmen should enjoy the rights of matrimony, wherein they offer God great injury in seeking to limit that large institution of wedlock, wherein all estates are interest. In the 14th and 15th centuries, we find the natural harvest and fruit of this enforced celibacy. It is not my desire to bring railing accusations against the morals of the clergy. It is, however, quite certain that if a large body of men without much learning or love of learning, to whom is assigned work which occupies them for a very small portion of the day, are forbidden to marry, and if they live for the most part among the lower classes in the city, drinking freely, and as much as they can afford, the result must be, the prevalence of immorality among them. There are plenty of examples and proofs of this condition of things. There is the case in 1385 of Elizabeth Moring, who received girls nominally as apprentices, but really to live a lewd life, and to consort with friars, chaplains, and other such men. In 1406, we read of one William Langford, chaplain, taken in adultery with Margaret, wife of Richard Dodd. In 1255, a certain chaplain and parish priest took sanctuary in St. Paul's and confessed to having stolen 16 silver dishes. In 1320, a chaplain is taken up for being a night walker and carrying arms against the peace. In 1416, William Cratford, a priest, is reported as a common and notorious thief and hawker on the roads. In 1408, Riley reports that the letter book about this time, Henry Roman IV, Henry Roman VI, contains some dozens of similar charges, viz., of fornication and adultery. The way they tried to check the vice and punish the offender was by forbidding anyone to pay or engage the incriminated clerk. This was done in 1413, when two priests of St. Bride's Fleet Street were taken in adultery at the same time with two women in the church. How far can William of Langland be trusted in setting forth the truth without exaggeration? One knows not. In Piers Plowman, however, the figure of sloth is a priest. He confesses, Skeats edition, B. Passus VP 168. I have be pressed, and parson passage thready winter. Geet can I neither sulfa, ni singe, ni saints lose rid. But I can find in a felder, or in a forlonge furrow and hair. Better than in beatus ver, or in beati omnes. Construe un clause well, and ken it to my parachians. I can hold love days, and hear a revers rekenninge. AC in canon ni, in decretals, I cannot read a line. Many other things point to the scandalous lives of the religious. Thus, the Bishop of Lincoln, not London, in the reign of Henry Roman III, visiting the religious houses in his diocese, searched the bedrooms and the beds of the monks and friars 138, and caused examination of the closest possible kind to be made in the nunneries. This would hardly be done without grave suspicions and reports. Another crying scandal in the church was the appointment of foreigners to high offices and benefices. In the year 1245, an inventory was compiled of all benefices held by foreigners and appointed by the Pope. It was found that the sum of 60,000 marks was annually paid to these foreigners. This means almost 1 million of our money. The bitterness that this caused was so strong that in many parts the people refused to pay their tithe or their dues. There are other indications of hostility to the pretensions of the Pope. A certain Carthusian of London was brought before the legate for teaching that Gregory was not the true Pope. The monks of Durham refused to obey the papal ordinance, which commanded everyone who was appointed as abbot to proceed to Rome, there to receive the Pope's blessing. And the Archbishop of York, refusing to bestow the revenues of his diocese on Italians and foreigners, was cursed by the Pope with bell, book, and candle. This resistance, however, was before its time. It was, in fact, 200 years too soon. In the year 1222, we hear of certain cases of cruel death inflicted for religious reasons. They did not occur in London, but at Oxford. A man was brought before the council at that city charged with personating Christ himself. Holinshed says 2, but Matthew of Westminster says 1, and it is impossible that two persons should both at the same time pretend to be Christ. The impostor showed the stigmata upon his hands and feet and in his side. He is said to have preached against the abuses of the ecclesiastics. Indeed, there was never any time when these abuses were more flagrant than in the reign of Henry III. The man was clearly an enthusiast, one who had gradually become mad with religious fervor, until he actually persuaded himself that he was the Christ whose religion he tried to preach. The other was the enthusiast's follower and disciple. With them were two women. When was there ever enthusiast without a pious woman at his side? One of these poor creatures had been assured by the leader that she was the Virgin Mary, and the other that she was Mary Magdalene. Both of them, of course, firmly believed the assurance. The whole four were tried. The leader was actually crucified in mockery of his pretensions, and the women were condemned, most likely, to be burned. Interesting antiquities in Westminster Abbey. The devil with a monk on his shoulders, a carving in wood supporting, is much mutilated. St. Paul. Philippa, Duchess of York, died anno 1433, St. Nicholas Chapel. Head which supports a large beam in the chamber under the roof at the east end, near Henry Vere's chapel. A woman beating a monk with her distaff. A carving in wood under one of the seats of the Knights of the Bath in Henry Vere's chapel. The coronation chair. Against these examples of crime and ignorance may be set the fact that there was never any such violent and unanimous attack upon the secular clergy as we find against the friars. And we may fairly conclude that Chaucer's portrait of the parson was drawn from the life, and that there were among the London clergy many who might have sat for models. A good man was there of religion, and was a pover person of a town. But rich he was of holy thought and work. He was also a learned man, a clerk, that Christ's gospel truly wold preacher. His parishioners devoutly wold he tesh. Benign he was, and wonder diligent, and in adversity full patient. And switch he was wypreved oft sides. Full luth were him to cursen for his tithes. But rather wold he yeven, out of doubt, unto his pover parishioners about. Of his offering, and eke of his substance, he cowed in little thing, hands sufficance. This noble ensample to his sheep he yaff. That first he wrought, and afterward he taught. Out of the gospel he though words caught. And this figure he added eke thereto, that if gold rust, what shall iron do? For if a priest be foul, on whom we trust, no wonder is a lewd man to rust. And shame it is, if a priest take keep a shiten shepherd and a clean sheep. Well ought a priest ensample for to yive, by his cleanness, how that his sheep should live. A better priest, I trow that no her noon is. He waited after no pomp and reverence. He maked him a spiced conscience. But Christ's lore, and his apostles 12, he taught, and first he followed it himself. Chaucer makes the wife of the miller of Trumpington daughter of a priest, and brought up in a nunnery. On this fact Skeat has a note 17 of comment. The statement that the parson of the town was her father has caused surprise. In Bell's Chaucer, the theory is started that the priest had been a widower before he took orders, which no one can be expected to believe. It is too subtle. It is clear that she was an illegitimate daughter. That is why her father paid money to get her married to a miller, and why she thought ladies ought to spare her and not to avoid her, because it was an honor to have a priest for a father, and because she had learnt so much good breeding in a nunnery. The religious life of a medieval city largely consisted of the monastic life, and this again was divided between the monks and the friars. The references to monks and monkery in London are, on the whole, good-humored, from which we may infer that there was little in the way of serious scandal as regards their lives. The easygoing citizens did not expect the most ascetic life in the world from the monks and nuns, who were their own cousins, brothers, or sisters. They recognized it, however, when they found it. For instance, they held the Carthusians in the highest possible reverence, as a body of religious who adhered strictly to an austere rule, never ate meat, and never went outside the walls of the house. As regards the other monks, those of Holy Trinity, those of St. Bartholomew, those of Westminster, those of St. Mary Overwise, it seems certain that they were latterly all of good family, that the austerity of the Rule 140 had been very much relaxed, that the life of the monastery was, as a rule, decent and dull, that it was very far from being conducive to the development of genius or learning, that it offered place and encouragement to piety of the gentler as well as the more austere kind, that it formed a home for younger sons, that it did not provoke animosity or indignation among the citizens. The well-known case of St. Alban quoted by Froude, 18, had it happened in London, would surely have become known by the people. Chaucer, who reflects the general feeling, has no bitterness at all towards the monk. He depicts him as fond of hunting. He is an outrider, one who can go abroad on the business of the house. He rides a good horse. And when he rode, men might his bridle hear, jingling in a whistling wind, as clear, and eke as loud as doth the chapel bell. He kept hounds, all his lust was in priking and in hunting of the hare. He was dressed as a layman, he was fat and in good point, he was not pale as a forepined ghost, a picture of a man whose thoughts, indeed, were not wholly set on things spiritual. Chaucer certainly compared the man with the austere monk designed by the rule he professed, but without bitterness. He grants the old proverb, that a monk, when he is cloisterless, is likened till a fish that is waterless. A proverb also quoted by William of Langland, but in order to show that the contemporary monk was not of that opinion, he adds, Thilke text held he not worth an oyster. The rich clothing and unclerical garb of the monks outside the cloister, and their fondness for hunting, are the principal charges brought against them in the 14th century. Savoy Chapel and Palace. Drawn by Schneebeli and engraved by Warren for Dr. Hewson's description of London. Let us consider the actual life of a monk, a Benedictine monk. To begin with, it is a great mistake to suppose that an abbey was always, and for choice, planted in some remote and secluded spot. As the people of the 11th and 12th centuries no more acted without good and sufficient cause than we their descendants, there must have been a very good reason to justify the foundation of so many religious houses within and without the walls of the city of London. Dear to many were the quiet meadows beside the rushing stream, beneath the hanging woods, far from the noise of men, of Tintern, of fountains, of Dryburgh, or of Blanchland. Dearer to others the thought of the life close to those walls, which held so much of violence, passion, ambition, and crime, which their very presence would calm and shame and admonish, of the men broken and ruined, of the women disgraced, to whom these quiet cloisters offered a resting place. Why, to the 141 very worst, the most hardened of murderous ruffians, to such as Chaucer's shipman, pirate, and murderer, the daily prospect of these walls, the ringing of the bells, the voices chanting litany and laud, the sight of the friars going about among them, the knowledge that these men and women lived in abstinence from all that the world called pleasure, that they possessed no property, that they desired none of the things which the world desires. This reflection, the obtrusion of these facts, acted as a continual admonition and call to repentance. Of course there was the danger, the continual danger, always present in human affairs, of the relaxation of the rule, the loss of the first enthusiasm, the decay of the first intention. A Benedictine who rides abroad dressed like a knight with hawk and hound, for whom 100 manors send up their rent, their wheat and their game, who keeps a splendid table, who admits to his order only young men well born, to whom the place is like the college of All Souls, a house of fellows with no duties, ceases to be regarded with reverence on account of reputed piety. When not even the memory is left of the early piety, when the air is thick with stories of incontinence and greed, when the land is everywhere parceled out among the religious, then they become intolerable and must be swept away. We shall have to return to this subject. Meantime, let us consider the monastic life at a time when the monasteries were at their wealthiest, and when the ancient Rule 142, although very far relaxed, had not yet become an object of common contempt, when the monks and friars had not yet quite fallen from their ancient reputation. The time chosen for this view of the monastic life is that before the Wars of the Roses, which greatly impoverished the religious houses and at the same time deprived them of novices. Just as the first incursions of the Danes emptied the Anglican and Saxon monasteries, so the long Wars of the Roses called out the younger as well as the elder sons to the wars. Now, by this time, the rich monasteries were entirely recruited from the younger sons of the gentry. Great nobles placed their children in monasteries. Thus Ralph, Earl of Westmoreland, had 20 children, and 3 of his daughters became nuns. Edward IV made one of his daughters a nun. One of the children of Owen Tudor and Catherine of Valois was placed in Westminster Abbey as an infant, and there remained for life as a monk. Edward I had 1 daughter a nun. 13 daughters of nobles were in Ambersbury at the same time. The fact that the abbey was for gentlefolk is clearly brought out by the list of names of the Westminster monks given in the Podlicote case. This occurred in the year 1303. It was the robbery of the royal treasury or the chapel of the Picts at Westminster. Here were kept many of the things required for the assay of new coins, and at the time of the robbery, the chapel contained an altogether unusual amount of specie, about £100,000, equal to perhaps £1 million of money in our time. The robber was Richard de Podlicote, who got into the abbey from the palace, which, as the king was away, was probably less strictly guarded than usual. He climbed through one of the chapter house windows and so into the refectory. He carried away many of the silver cups and managed to escape safely. However, he returned another time and attacked the treasury. For this, he had to cut through solid stone walls and conceal his work. Night after night he returned, and in his confession he makes no mention of any confederates. His perseverance was successful, and he took the money and all the gold and silver things which could be conveniently melted down away with him, but left behind the large jewels that he could not easily have got rid of. However, the stuff was afterwards traced, not only to Podlicote himself, but to many others. Such is the story, and most amazing it is. There is no doubt that the chief actors were hanged, though there is no actual record of such a hanging. All the monks, 40 of them, were sent to the Tower, presumably for their carelessness in guarding the treasury. They were released after 2 years. In a letter from the king, we have a record of their names, and these names show almost in all cases gentle birth. In effect, it wants no proof to understand that the desirable endowments of a religious house, whose brethren were like the fellows of a college richly founded, would not be bestowed upon the children of rustics and servants. Here and there, no doubt, a rustic's son might get advancement by the promise of 143 exceptional ability, but this was in the ranks of the secular clergy rather than in the religious houses. The future monk was brought in, appointed by interest, as to a very good thing when a boy. It was extremely difficult to procure such an appointment. Founders' kin, benefactors' kin sometimes helped. Generally, it was by private interest that lads were admitted as novices. The monks were not, as a rule, anxious to enlarge their numbers, rather to keep them down so that the revenues of the house should provide amply for all. Sometimes admission was obtained by gifts or the conveyance of land. I have said that during the civil wars the number of monks decreased enormously. At Westminster it declined from 80 to 30, at Canterbury from 150 to 54, at Gloucester from 100 to 36. This decrease was due, no doubt, partly to the disastrous influence of the war on rents, partly to the demand for fighting men, partly, I believe, to an increasing distaste for the monastic life. The child fortunate enough to be appointed was formerly presented in the church as a novice. His parents first cut off his curls, offering his long hair to the abbey. They then placed the chalice and the host in his hand and led him to the priest at the altar. Here they wrapped his hands in the pall of the altar and heard read a written engagement that they would not tempt the boy from the house. After this, the abbot consecrated a hood for the boy and laid it on him. He was then taken out, shaved after the fashion of the order, robed, and brought back, after which he was received with prayers. It took long years to break in a novice, to teach him obedience, to crush his will, to take the fighting spirit out of him and the love instinct out of him. In fact, if stories are true, the success of the system was often incomplete in every point. The novice had to sit in silence for hours, with downcast eyes. He was never left alone to play at freedom. He had to do everything in a manner prescribed by rule, even the lifting of a cup at meals, even the carriage of the hands when seated. Things had to be said in a certain form, services were frequent, and the singing of psalms went on all day long and half the night. The church ceremonies were involved and elaborate. By the time the novice was admitted, he already knew every function in the book, and all the psalms and prayers by heart. By this time also the house was all the world to him. What went on outside he knew not. The house was everything, father, mother, brothers, and kin. He had no ambition except to rise to monastic honors. He had completed his education. If he were a Benedictine, that education was liberal. He was taught grammar, logic, Latin, philosophy, writing and illuminating, music, singing, and the history of the order. After his profession, the Benedictine theory was that he continued his studies. If he did, they were, in most of the English houses, sterile of results. At 18, the novice made his profession. There was then no retreat possible for him. He was a monk for life. At first he was a junior, and as such 144, he read the Gospel and the Epistle for the day. He carried a taper in processions. He read the Martyrology in the chapter. The services began at 2 in the morning with matins. This finished, the choir went to bed. The rest sang lauds for the dead. They went to bed again and slept till daybreak or 5, when they got up and had prime. At 9 a.m. there was tierce. At 11 a.m. there was sext. At 2 p.m. there was nones. At 6 p.m. there were vespers. The monks went to bed at 8, having given up 8 hours at least out of the 24 to services in the church. 8 hours was spent in sleep. 1 hour was spent in the daily gathering in the chapter house, leaving 7 for meals, exercise, recreation, and study. The rules were in some cases relaxed for scholars, but even making allowance for such relaxation, it is clear that the monk, who was a student, was at a great disadvantage compared with the student who lived outside. The church was, of course, the most important part of the buildings of a monastery. South of the nave was the cloister, with its 4 walks, in which the monks spent their time when not in church. On the east of the cloister was the chapter house, on the south, the refectory, on the west, the abbot's house. Beyond the cloister were the dormitories, the scriptorium, the misericordia, the infirmary, the guest house. Beyond these were the kitchen, buttery, pantry cellars, brewery, bakehouse, laundry, offices for making and mending, orchards, gardens, vineyards, fish ponds, etc., and stables. An important house had a great establishment to keep up. This was presided over in its various departments by the brethren themselves, whose offices will be enumerated presently. This work occupied a good many of the seniors. In fact, there were so many offices that it is difficult to discover how they could find time for purposes of study. If they wanted to study, or if they wanted to meditate, there was the cloister, but no other place. Desks were set out there. But as the novices' school was also carried on there with, as sometimes happened, mechanical work by some of the brothers, it would seem impossible, according to modern ideas, to carry on serious study amid such interruptions. It is a commonplace to speak of the monotony of a religious house. Considering that most of the inmates knew no other kind of life, they hardly felt the monotony, and besides, we must remember that the house was filled with its own ambitions, its envyings, its disappointments, which relieved it of monotony. Who would not desire to be abbot and to rank with an earl? The abbot enjoyed that rank. When he rode abroad, he was followed by a retinue of 100 persons. He could create knights. In some cases, he could coin money. He was guardian to many noble children who became his pages. He administered a splendid estate. Or one might laudably desire the office of prior. He went first after the abbot. He had his own stole. He put on his hood before the others. Or there was the sub-prior. He sat among the monks 145 and saw that every one behaved properly. He also, at 5 o'clock in the evening, shut up the house. Then there were administrative offices. These were the altarer, the precentor, the director of ceremonies, the kitchener, the seneschal, the bursar, the sacrist, the subsacrist, the almoner, and the master of the novices. There were also the offices of less honor, but which still conferred responsibility and even power, such as those of the infirmary, porter, refector, hospitaller, chamberlain, keeper of the granary, master of the common house, orcharder, operarius, registrar, auditor, secretary, butler, keeper of baskets, keeper of the larder, apart from the mere service of the house, which required baker, brewer, carpenter, carver, sculptor, bookbinder, copyist, etc. As for the morality of the monks, I am inclined to believe that the religious houses maintained much more of their early piety than we have been accustomed to believe, that they grew luxurious in their living, and in some cases immoral in their lives, seems to have been due to the cause assigned by Wycliffe and the Lollards, their great wealth. While they were poor, they lived simple lives, they practiced the rule, they worked at copying gospels and mass books, some of them kept chronicles of their own age, an invaluable service, they received the sick and the poor. In the very worst times that the country ever experienced, the monasteries stood up here and there over all the land to witness for justice and righteousness and mercy. Bad as these times were, they would have been far more ferocious and more cruel, but for the existence and the example of the monasteries. At the same time, there were always scandals. Who could expect in a monastery that all the younger monks should retain their purity? And when there was nothing else to think about, who could expect men not to think about their food? In the time of Henry II, Giraldus Cambrensis relates that the monks of Canterbury had 16 covers or more, with an abundance of wine, particularly claret, mulberry wine, mead, and other strong drinks. And it is related by the same authority that the monks of St. Swithin's complained to Henry II that the bishop had reduced their dishes to 10, upon which the king swore that the bishop should reduce the number to what suited himself, namely 3. The monastic life expected of those who followed it, not a mere obedience to the rule, but a total absorption in the spirit of the rule, so that the brethren should not look constantly for possible relaxation and for indulgences, but should desire more and more all the austerity possible under the rule. And because there was everywhere a falling off from the austerity of the rule, new branches were continually founded, and new orders continually sprang up, in order to return to the ancient rule with new austerities. When the brethren fell to relaxing any portion of the rule, the downfall of the house began. Then the spirit went out of the services, the meaning went out of the offices, the sense went out of the rules. The brethren 146 became either like Rabelais, weary to death with the daily iteration of services, or they became careless and sensual, evading and breaking vows as well as the rule, or they became dry sticklers for order and jealous for minor customs, though the essentials had long been lost. This was already the case in the 14th century. Decay was active in most of the monastic houses. Things were whispered, but still the bequests poured in upon them from citizens rich and poor. People were loth to part with the belief in the godly monks, and that there were still saintly hearts in the cloister, still pious women in the nunnery, even in the worst times of any, there can be no doubt. But further, there can be no doubt also that there was never any considerable or notable body of scholars in the English monasteries from the time of their foundation to their dissolution, and that no monastic rule ever devised was calculated to create a love of learning or a school of students, theologians, or philosophers. The monasteries possessed a vast amount of property in lands and houses. The lands were cultivated and the houses held in the usual manner. I gather, from what is said on the subject, that monks made good landlords just if exacting. In their schools they gave free education, but not to all comers. They also taught certain trades, but not all, not those of a mere menial kind. Thus they taught carving, painting, weaving, embroidery, damask work, enameling, lapidary work, music, and making musical instruments, illuminations, copying of MSS, medicine, surgery, the making up of drugs, and the composition of cordials. Every religious house had within itself a library, a reading room, a school, a burial ground, a cloister, gardens, and walks. Every novice brought some property. Everything, as I have said, points to the fact that the medieval monastery in England belonged to the gentry and not to the lower class. The monastic life in London was at its best in the 12th century. Later on, besides the scandals, which perhaps were false or exaggerated, we hear of relaxations, monks obtaining license for reciting outside the house, for cutting chapel, for indulgences in wine and other things. Let us turn to the friars. There were 5 orders of friars in London. The Franciscans, who came to London in 1224, the Dominicans, who settled first in Oxford 1221, the Austin Friars, whose London house was founded in 1253, the Carmelites or White Friars in 1341, and the Crutched or Crossed Friars in 1244. The most numerous and most important of these, the most deeply loved and reverenced, were the Franciscans or Grey Friars. The first appearance of the Franciscans in London was in the year 1224, when a small company of them appeared and asked for a place wherein to build themselves a humble lodging. They were granted a place in the least desirable part of the city, close beside the shambles, next to Stinking Lane. Here they stayed. For many years after their arrival, they worked among the poorer classes of the people 147 silently and without attracting much attention. Presently it began to be noised abroad among the citizens that there was an extraordinary band of brethren who had no money and would take none, who had no food except what was given to them, who went into the poorest and the worst streets, who prayed with the dying murderer and comforted the dying harlot, and attended the sick robber in a spirit of divine forgiveness and love. Then the hearts of all went out towards the Franciscans. Never was any religious order so reverenced, never were any religious men so loved and worshipped by the good people of London. All the world brought them gifts. They were ruined by the gifts. Since they would not receive estates, they must have gold and jewels. With the gold they built a church, magnificent even in that age of magnificent churches. Since they must remain poor, they spent all their money on the church and its decorations and furniture. And then the inevitable decay set in. With so great a church and so noble a house, the old begging for daily bread became a form. Boxes were put up in shops and houses, and the collectors came round at regular intervals and cleared them. Not a citizen of any substance, but left money in his will to the Franciscans. They received endowments of chantries and obits. They took money for burying great persons in the church. The friars grew careless and self-indulgent. The old zeal for the poor died away. They were no more seen in the hovels of the poorest. The Franciscan rule, in fact, proved too severe to be maintained in all its rigor. Yet the dissolution of the religious houses shows that in some particulars it was kept up. For instance, the only property possessed by the Grey Friars when they left their house was the rent of a few houses built within their precinct. They had no estates. The great house, with its splendid church, was maintained by the gifts of nobles and rich merchants, by the endowment, as mentioned above, of chantries, and by the masses daily bought and said, or sung, for the intention of the purchaser. It is the modern custom in some Catholic countries to buy a mass before undertaking any enterprise, even before beginning some necessary work, such as haymaking. This mass is sung for the intention of the purchaser. There is, therefore, reason to believe that the faithful purchased formerly, as they do still, masses for good luck. The rise, the extent, and the gradual decay in the respect held for friars is illustrated very remarkably by the Calendar of Wills. From this valuable book, which may be accepted as a perfectly trustworthy guide so far as it goes, I have extracted the following tables of bequests to the 5 orders of friars. These bequests were sometimes made collectively, so much each to all the orders of friars, sometimes singly, so much to the Austin friars or the preaching friars. It will be seen how the fashion of bequeathing money to the friars grew and increased, and how it died away as the popular respect for the friars decreased and the new ideas spread. Up to the year 1311, there are recorded in the Calendar of Wills in all 5 such bequests. Between 1311 and 1324, there are 3 bequests. Between 1324 and 1332, there are 5 bequests. Between 1332 and 1339, there are 8 bequests. Between 1339 and 1355, there are 50 bequests. Between 1355 and 1400, there are 135 bequests. Between 1400 and 1412, there are 17 bequests. Between 1412 and 1436, there are 6 bequests. Between 1436 and 1530, there are 14 bequests. As for special and separate bequests, the Grey Friars, formerly the most popular of all, obtained only 1 bequest between 1396 and 1436. After that, none at all. The Black Friars got no legacies at all from 1413 to 1503. In the latter year, 1 fell to them. The White Friars got none between 1395 and 1503, when they got 1. The Austin Friars got none after 1395. The Crutched Friars none from 1460 to 1518. That is to say, in the bequests, few and small, given during this period to the various orders, they get their share, but there is no special gift made to any. While considering the subject of wills and bequests, I ran through the volume edited by Dr. Furnivall called The 50 Earliest English Wills. These were from 1389 to 1439. A brief analysis shows that in most cases bequests are made to the parish church, either to the high altar or to the works, either of vestments or of money to the priests and clerks, or of money for masses, a rental of masses, or the year's mind for 27 or 5 years. In 17 cases, or perhaps more, provision is made for the poor, in 3 cases for prisons and prisoners, in 3 cases for nuns, in 1 case for an anchoress, in 1 for mending the ways, in 1 for repairing a bridge, and in 9 cases for friars, either the recognized orders, altogether, or one or other. Of them, but 4 of these cases belong to the country. There are therefore only 5 belonging to London. The period covers that when Lollardy was at its highest, and this result confirms the conclusion arrived at by an analysis of the Calendar of Wills, that namely, as to the decay of respect for the religious. Then there are those wills published by the Camden Society, wills from Doctors' Commons, which belong to the time before the Reformation, viz. Those of Cicely, Duchess of York, 1495, Dame Maud Parr, 1529, Archbishop Warham, and Charles Brandon. The Duchess of York leaves bequests to certain colleges named to the House of Sion, of which her daughter was prioress, and to certain parishes, but nothing to the friars. Dame Maud Parr gives 40 shillings each to the 4 orders of friars in London, and 20 shillings each to the friars of Northampton. Archbishop Warham gives nothing to the friars. The Lollards Tower, Lambeth Palace. Engraved by J. Gregg, from a drawing by J. Wichello. Again, of bequests to the various orders, between 1356 and 1412, there are 110. Between 1412 and 1544, there are only 7. The contemplation of these figures, the amazing falling off of such bequests in the beginning of the 15th century, when Lollardy was rife, the failure of the friars to recover their old position of reverence, goes far to show why in London the suppression of the religious houses was effected with so little opposition. The people had ceased to believe in the 150 holiness of the friars. As for that of the monks, it was perhaps different, as we shall see in another place. Since we have spoken of the decay of belief in the friars, let us also speak of the respect actually paid to them when their popularity was at its height. Shortly after the Black Death, a letter was sent by the mayor and aldermen to the Pope, asking that a certain John de Worthen, a Dominican friar, might be appointed penitentiarius to the city. The office itself was important. In confession, there were continually occurring certain cases not provided for in the instructions of the ordinary priest. In such a case, the priest could only grant conditional absolution. He referred it to his bishop, who either decided it himself, or, if it was one of an unusual and difficult kind, passed it on to the penitentiarius. If he, too, found the case too grave for his decision, he referred it to the college or court of penitentiaries at Rome, on whose official report the Pope generally acted. The mayor and aldermen, after a preamble to the effect that their city had been of late grievously afflicted by a dreadful mortality, so that the merchants were not able to wait in person upon his holiness, proceeded to petition the Pope that he would grant unto the venerable and religious man, Brother John de Worthen, his chaplain, a man of honor, of approved life and manners, and also of learning, sprung from the high blood of the realm, who alone of all others strengthens us with the word of Christ, that he and he only, within the city, may be able to absolve the people being penitent. They go on to ask that the office, at his death, may be continued in the order of the Dominican friars. The satires against the religious orders began within the very century of their foundation in England. One, for example, given in Thomas Wright's political poems, belongs to the reign of Edward I. It is the poem called The Order of Fair Ease. The Order of Fair Ease takes a point from every order. Of course, it takes the weak point in every case. To begin with, the order is entirely confined to gentlefolk. One wonders whether Rabelais had read this satire, and whether any part of it suggested the Abbey of the Lemma. Quar en el order est, maint prodhum. E maint belle, e bonne dame. En cel order sunt sans blame. Esquires vadlets, e sergeants. Misa ribolds, e apessants. Est el order del tot defendu. Qui ya null ni soit rescu. As at the Abbey of Sempringham, the order is to receive both men and women, but whereas at Sempringham there are walls and ditches to separate the brethren from the sisters, in this order there is to be no wall or ditch or anything to separate them. 3 times a day, at least, they are to eat, and if they do it in company, the order will be none the worse. From Beverley they are to take the custom of eating and drinking well at dinner 151 at supper, and at collation, and after collation everyone is to have a piece of candle as long as from the elbow to the finger ends, and to go on drinking so long as the candle lasts. From the Hospitallers they will take their long and sweeping robes. From the canons they will take the custom of eating meat 3 times a week, and if on fast days they find themselves without fish, then they are to eat whatever is in the larder. From the black monks, the Benedictines, they are to borrow the habit of getting drunk every day. Knights of the Holy Ghost, embarking for the Crusades. After a miniature from the Statutes of the Order of the Holy Ghost at Naples, Ms. of the 14th century in the Louvre, from Lacroix, military and religious life in the Middle Ages. From the secular canons, who willingly serve the ladies, the new order is to take that point, and to be constant companions of the sisters, both before and after matins, so that the order may not on that account fall into discredit. In the order of silence, each brother shuts himself up in his cell. The new order shall have the same rule, provided that a sister be locked up with a brother. In the friars minor, the brethren are ordered to take whatever hospitality is offered them, but they take care never to rest at the house of a poor man. So in the new order, the brethren will on no account take up their quarters, unless where the owner is a rich man. As for the black friars, the preaching order, they may wear sandals if they please and ride if they please. The new order will always wear sandals and will always ride. Attent fine noster order. Qua tous bons orders si accord. Et c'est l'ordre del bellis. Qui a plusieurs trop bien place. To this we may add Chaucer's description of a friar. Now Chaucer was of London town. This friar was a wanton and a merry. He was a limiter, that is to say, he had his beat in which he exercised his craft. He had made full many a marriage of young women at his own cost, that is, whom he had first seduced. He was greatly respected as a father confessor, on account of the easy terms on which he gave absolution, so long as the services gave to the order. For many a man so hard is of his hurt. He may not weep, I'll thog him sore smirt. Therefore, instead of weeping and prayers, men moot yev silver to the pover friars. He carried knives and pins in his tippet, because the friars had now become peddlers and carried knives, pins, purses, girdles, silk, etc., to sell in the country places. He knew all the taverns and every hostler and barmaid tapster. He was the best beggar ever known. He could sing and play right well. And in his harping, when that he had song, his eyne twinkled in his heed aright, as doon the stairs in the frosty night. Chaucer's company contained other functionaries, but for our purpose this is enough. We need not suppose that the widespread hatred of friars indicated any disbelief in their doctrines. That would come later, but as yet there seemed no desire for change in doctrine. The people made songs and told stories about the luxury, the greed, the concupiscence, the license of the friars, but the convents remained, and the people continued to cling to the supposed sanctity of the place. A man who one day cursed the whole crew of monks, friars, and pardoners, the next day begged for a letter of fraternity by which he might participate in the spiritual advantages of Carmelite or Augustine. He arranged for burial in the convent church. He would be buried in a friar's robe. He would found a chantry, a trental, an obit, an anniversary. It is difficult to understand the roving life of the friar. One supposes that he was always attached to his friary. Had he a license to roam and beg? Was he a limiter, i.e., a friar licensed to hear confessions and grant absolution over a certain district? Was he a wandering preacher? Were the simple priests sent out by Wycliffe mendicant friars? Did the wandering preachers, whether sent by Wycliffe or not, all preach the same vague socialism? Some of these questions may be answered with some degree of certainty. The friars of the street and road were nearly all sprung from the lower classes. Even the villeins sent their sons to become friars and priests. A very little consideration of the vast army required for ecclesiastical purposes, poorly paid, with slender learning, with no prospects of promotion, will show that the scholars of both universities must have amounted to an immense number, consisting chiefly of poor scholars, with a license 153 to beg. The commons, in the reign of Richard II, complained of the way in which the sons of villeins thus bettered their condition by advancement par clergy. The clerks who issued from the universities obtained episcopal orders, and in some cases took upon them the vows and robes of the mendicants. They then began to wander about the country, preaching and teaching, living on charity received into certain houses, and so continued for the rest of their lives. For the most part, they were careful not to ask for a license from their bishop. They had no papers. They were not attached to any house. They roamed about from village to village, from town to town. In London they preached in the streets, in the markets, at street corners. They preached not only concerning things religious, but concerning things social, and belonging themselves to the people, knew what the people wanted, and preached accordingly. One of them, John Ball, whose preaching has been thought worthy of the historian, probably because he was considered to be so mischievous a person, taught a kind of rough socialism. At the beginning, we were all created equal. It is the tyranny of perverse men which has caused slavery to arise in spite of God's law. If God had willed that there should be slaves, he would have said at the beginning of the world who should be slave and who should be Lord. A poor argument, because notoriously we are not created equal but unequal in every respect. Also, there is nothing to show that the Creator did not say at the beginning who should be slave and who should be Lord. Froissart also speaks of John Ball. This priest V said oftentimes on the Sundays after Mass when the people were going out of the minster, to go into the cloister and preach, and made the people to assemble about him, and wold saith thus, A ye good people, the matters goth not well to pass in England, nor shall not do till every thing be common, and that there be no villains not gentlemen. What ha we deserved, or why shoulder we be kept thus in servage? We be all come from one father and one mother, Adam and Eve. Whereby can they say or shew that they be greater lords than we be, singe by that they cause verses to win and labour, for that they dispend. They dwell in fair houses, and we ha the pain and toil, rain and wind in the felders, and by that cometh of our labours they keep and maintain their estates. Let these go to the king, he is yonge, and shew him what servage we be in. Thus Johann Ball said on Sundays when the people issued out of the churches with another in the felders, and in the ways as they want tajada, affirming how Johann Ball said trouth. That many of the friars held and preached similar doctrines is proved by the story of Jack Straw, who would have kept no other ecclesiastics upon earth except the mendicants. Their popularity, of course, was advanced and preserved by the social doctrines they preached. But in London, they seem to have lost their popularity very early. In the reign of Edward II, the preaching friars had to fly before the rage of the people, on account of their proud behavior. And Richard II, in 1385, issued a proclamation against certain persons who, instigated by the evil spirit 154, do openly and secretly stir up our people to destroy the houses of the said friars, tearing their habits from them, striking them, and ill-treating them against our peace. A priest called John Ball stirs up great commotion in England. From Froissart's Chronicles, the greatest enemies of the mendicant were the parish priest and the monk. The former found himself abandoned, no one confessed to him, no one listened to him. They were all running after the mendicant friar, who spoke to them in their own patois, was one of themselves, who knew their ways and their wants, and confessed them easily. And Jack Straw's rebellion showed what had been the teaching of these wanderers. Since there were so many of them that alms were not always to be obtained, some, as we have seen, became peddlers. They wanderen here and there, and dealy with divers marcery, right as tie peddlers were, that dealy with purses, pins, and knives, with girdles, gloves, for wenches and wives. Walsingham, a monk of St. Albans, says of them, the friars, unmindful of their profession, have even forgotten to what end their orders were instituted. For the holy men, their lawgivers desired them to be poor and free of all kinds of temporal possessions, that they should not have anything, which they might fear to lose on account of saying the truth. But now they are envious of possessions, approve the crimes of the great, induce the commonalty into error, and praise the sins of both, and with the intent of acquiring possessions, call good evil and evil good. And a popular song of the 14th century says of them, full wisely can they preach and say, but as they preach, no thing do they. I was a freer full many a day, therefore the Sabbath I wait. But when I saw that tire living, accorded not to tire preaching, of I cast my for clothing, and nitly went my gate. Other leave ne took I none, fro ham where I went, but took ham to the devil none, the prior and the convent. And see political songs, Edward Roman 3, Rich Roman 3, Vol Roman 2, p. 17, edited by Thomas Wright. But the felliest folk that ever Antichrist found, been last brought into the church, and in a wonder wise, for they been of diverse sects of Antichrist, sown of diverse countries and kindreds, and all men known well that they be not obedient to bishops, ne lege men to kings, neither they tillen ne sowen, weeden ne rapen, wood corn ne grass, neither nothing that man should help, but only themselves, their lives to sustain. And these men have all manner powers of God as they sayn, in heaven and in earth, to sell heaven and hell, to whom that them liketh. And these wretches weet never where to bin themselves, and therefore freer if thine order and rules been grounded on God's law. Tell thou me, Jackie Upland, that I ask of thee, and if thou be or thinkest to be on Christ's side, keep thy passions. And these are the questions asked of the friar. How many orders are there? Which is the most perfect order? Is there any order more perfect than that of Christ? Since there is but one religion, how is a man an apostate who leaves his order? Does the habit mean religion? Why do you stick out for your colors? Why do you eat flesh in one house and not in another? Why are you silent in one house and not in another? Why at initiation and profession do you pretend to be dead? Why do you build such splendid houses? Why are you not made bishops? Can your prayers make any man better than his own prayers can do? Why do you preach that a man buried in your habit shall never go to hell? Why do you steal children for your sect? Why do you hear confessions of rich men? Why do you hate the preaching of the gospel? When you take a penny for a mass, what is it you sell? God's body, prayer, or your trouble? Since God knows everything, why write name of donor on your tablets? Why beg for yourself instead of poor men? Why do you not keep the rule of St. Francis? In the restoration of the city life of the 14th century, remember that in every street we find the mendicant friar. At dinner time he walks into any house he chooses. Peace be unto this house, he says, after which, by the Franciscan rule, it is lawful for him to eat of all meats that are set before him. At the corner 157 of the street, there is a wandering preacher denouncing the luxury and sloth of the rich. His audience is composed of craftsmen in leather jerkins listening with eager ears and intelligent faces. He is fat and well-nourished. He has a full, rich voice and a certain rude oratory that lays hold of the people and constrains them to listen. There passes along the street, in a ragged gown, a lean and hungry chantry priest. He looks at the crowd round the preacher. He hears him talk the rough, strong East Saxon dialect, which has always been the language of the London craftsman. He sighs it is his own native patois, but he cannot talk as this man talks. He is a poor scholar, once a licensed beggar, and now a ragged, half-starved priest, having nothing but his little chantry endowment. Yet being a scholar, he could prove that this man is all wrong. So he sighs and passes on his way. There comes next a pardoner with his box hung round his neck, that precious box in which he has a fingernail of St. Luke, the feather with which St. Matthew's Gospel was written, a piece of a stone thrown at St. Stephen, the last footstep of the prophet Elijah embedded in the rock, a piece of St. Peter's fishing net. You can see for yourself that it is a fishing net and other very precious relics. The box also contains pardons and indulgences which this good man sells to the faithful. At sight of the preacher, however, the pardoner says nothing. In vain would he open his box of relics and offer his parchment indulgences in the presence of this preacher and his listeners. Lollards all, lollards all. There rides along the narrow street a monk with hawk on fist, bravely dressed. Behind him walk his men leading the dogs. They are going to cross London Bridge and gain the wild heath country lying beyond the Southwark and Lambeth marshes. He regards preacher and crowd alike with scorn ineffable. It is the hour of Angelus, and from every parish church, from every monastery church, from every chapel, from every college, and from the cathedral, the bells call the world to silent prayer. For a few moments all are hushed. The roar of London is stilled. It was not the roar of wheels so much as the sound of 10,000 hammers. The preacher is silent for a moment. His audience take off their caps. The monk who goes hawking crosses himself. The pardoner stands bareheaded. It is but a moment, then the noise begins again. The support of the Church by the taxes or offerings of the parishioners is a singular story of conservatism and of gradual development. It was customary for the congregation on Sundays and apostles' days to make offerings or oblations at the celebration of the Mass. This usage became regulated not by law, but by custom, more binding than law, into a payment of 1 halfpenny by every citizen who paid a rent of 20s, and 1 farthing by every citizen who paid a rent of 10s. The number of days so observed amounted to 60, so that in the former case the citizen paid 2s, 6d, a year, and in the latter case 1s, 3d, a year. Observe that this custom amounted to an 1/8 part of the rent, applied to modern custom. For 158 an office in the city rented at £100 a year, the citizen would now have to pay 12 tens. Bishop Roger Lenoir converted this custom into law in 1228. In 1389, Archbishop Arundel interfered and increased the number of apostles' days to be so observed by 22 more, making the 2s, 6d, into 3s, 9d. An appeal to the Pope was answered by his support of the Archbishop, but the citizens continued to grumble. In 1535, probably with the desire of making the Londoners pleased with his ecclesiastical changes, Henry reduced the 3s, 5d, to 2s, 9d, and so the tax remained until the fire of 1666 necessitated a revision of the law. Chapter 2. Church Furniture. The furniture of a London church was elaborate to a degree which astonishes those accustomed to a simple Anglican ritual. It would also, I believe, astonish the modern Catholic priest when he thinks of his own village church. The Book of the Visitation of Churches belonging to St. Paul's Cathedral in 1297 and in 1458, Camden Society, edited by W. Sparrow Simpson, D.D., enables us to understand the extent and the wealth of these churches. The font, of which many specimens still remain, was generally of stone, but sometimes of marble and sometimes of wood. It was kept locked lest the consecrated water should be used for superstitious purposes. The water was changed every week. The altar was sometimes of stone. When it was of wood, a superaltar of marble or stone or jasper, with feet of silver, was placed upon it. An altar frontal was generally found, sometimes of carved wood, sometimes of embroidered work. On the altar were 2 chalices, one of silver or silver-gilt and one of tin. There was a small cross, called crux parva, to distinguish it from the rood. There were file and a ferrum or stamp for stamping the altar bread with the letters XBC, IC, DS. There was a pyx or tabernacle for the reservation of the Eucharist. This was sometimes a very beautiful casket of glass, ivory, copper, silver, or enamel, hanging over the altar with canopies. There was the chrismatorium, with its oil for the sick. There were the carpets before the altar, the curtains, and the veils. There were various kinds of candlesticks and candelabra of copper, brass, pewter, or even of wood. The expenses of the lights were defrayed by a kind of rate. A tenant who had a cow paid 12d a year, one who had an ewe paid 2d, one who had a wether 1d, and the possessor of a sow 2d. Of bells there were those hanging in the tower, and the small handbells rung at funerals and at masses. There was a processional cross, there were banners, the lectern had its hangings, there were chests for the reception of the robes and relics, there were seats for the clergy, but none for the people, who either stood or knelt on their own cushions. The pax or osculatorium was a tablet of wood or other material, which was kissed by the celebrant. At only 2 of the churches in the Visitation were there any organs. Then there were the robes and veils, the dalmatic, the chasuble, the choir cope, the surplice, the canopy held over the newly married pair 160, the Lenten veil, which covered everything during Lent, etc. Then came the books, the Legenda, Antiphona, Gradle, Psalterium, Troparium, Ordinale, Missale, Manuale, Epistolarium, Processionale. Many of these books were kept in duplicate. We can very well understand how the books would be constantly wearing out by daily use. To replace them in a poor parish was a work of great expense and trouble. Yet these things were considered necessaries in every church, however humble. What was to be expected of the great churches endowed and furnished by princes, nobles, and rich merchants? Embroidery of the 14th century, supposed to be part of a frontal or antependium. Engraved from the original. The following is a list of the treasures belonging to the Church of St. Lawrence Jewry. 5 great bells and 2 small bells. 1 otter cloth with a nether part and a border of wit damask embroidered upon the same flowers and images. 1 pair of curtains of wit sarcenet with fringes. 1 otter cloth with a nether part and a border of cloth of gold. 1 pair of curtains of silk stained. 1 otter cloth with a nether part and a border of red velvet with coges, and 1 pair of silk curtains stained. 1 nether part of an otter cloth and a border of satin with flowers wrought upon the same, and 1 pair curtains of sarcenet. Archbishop of Canterbury, preaching on behalf of Henry, Duke of Lancaster. Harl, Ms. 1319, page 12. 1 otter cloth with a nether part and a border of damask, and 1 pair of curtains of silk. 1 cope of cloth of gold, the ground being red. 1 cope of cloth of gold, the ground being blue. 1 cope with a vestment of wit damask, wrought upon red flowers of gold, and flamels pertinent to the same. 1 cope with a vestment of coges, and flamels to the same. 1 cope of red velvet, embroidered with buds and cards of gold. 1 cope of blue velvet, embroidered with gold and images, and also 1 vestment of red velvet with flowers of gold. 1 vestment of Dornick's bodkin. 1 otter cloth of red velvet with flowers of gold and wide borders pertinent to the same. 1 otter cloth with a nether part of blue sarcenet, embroidered with garters and curtains of sarcenet. Exvig otter clothes of linen cloth Roman 9 borders, and Roman 20 curtains all stained. Ij otter clothes of lin, stayed with half-pensers. Ij borders of stayed cloth. J otter cloth of ginger collared velvet, with a border to the same. J cloth of blue velvet, that went about the sepulchre. Vij linen, clothes used in the time of Lent, and Vj curtains of linen cloth, pertinent to the same. Ij copes of green silk d min, and J cope of red velvet, embroidered with gold and images. Ij borders and a font cloth all stained. Ij curtains of blue and yellow buckram. Ij curtains of sarcenet red and green. Ij curtains of say yellow and red. Ij curtains of red say, and ij veil clothes. J curtain of black sarcenet with silk fringes. Roman 41 golbes and XXXHD cloths all linen cloths. J corpora's case of cloth of gold. VJ corpora's cases of divers sorts, and V corpora's cloths. A box of copper, otherwise called the pyx box, with a cower of sarcenet. Ij pewter dishes. J gilt cup, with a pattern all gilt. I Charlie's all gilt, without a pattern. Ij chalices parcel gilt, with ij patterns. Ij cross staves ij of woad, and ij of copper. J cloth of hair, i.e. hair, to lay upon an otter. X vig cautions of silk. Roman 9 candlesticks, of Latin smale and great. Ij censers, of Latin. Ij stocks of Latin for water. J great desk of Latin. Ij rods of iron and a fear shalvan sick, i.e. shovel. Certain oldie led ij paxes. Roman 20 deeper towels and Roman 15 deeper otter clothes. X plain otter clothes. Zy players cots of linen cloth stained. Ij bearer clothes to cast upon a coffin, the J bodkin silk, and the other of linen cloth stained. X vig banners and striments of silk stained. Vig banners of cloth stained. Vig banner staves. J Bible. Ij pair of organs. Among the minor offices of the Church, that of the blessing of the widow may be mentioned. The benedictio vidu accompanied the vow of future chastity. Between the Gospel and the Epistle, the widow knelt before the bishop sitting on a fouled stool. He asked her in the presence of the congregation if she were willing to become the spouse of Christ, and to give up the lusts of the flesh. She then read, or caused to be read, the following profession, I.A.B. I vow to God perpetual chastity of my body from henceforward, and in the presence of the 163 Honorable Father in God, my Lord, by the grace of God, Bishop of C, I promise steadfastly to live in the church a widow. Then the bishop blessed the ring, sprinkled it with holy water, and put it on the widow's finger as a sign of her marriage with Christ, saying, Accipe famula Christi, annulum fidei signum, connubii indicium, quem devota deferas, casta custodias, quo ad amplexus divini sporsi coronanda perficias, per Christum Dominum nostrum, ormus. He then said certain prayers, and the ceremony was completed. Of this ceremony Furnival quotes a remarkable instance. In the year 1231 Alina, sister of Henry III and widow of William, Earl of Pembroke, who died 15th April 1231, took the vow before Edmund, Archbishop of Canterbury, and Richard, Bishop of Chichester. 7 years later, however, she married Simon de Montfort. The Archbishop protested, and a dispensation was obtained from the Pope. In 1351, Philippa, widow of Guy, son of Thomas, Earl of Warwick, took the vow in these words. En le nom de la Sainte Trinity, Pierre, fil cet Saint Esprigio Philippa que fut la femme sire Guy de Warwist face purement, et desquior et volonté entièrement, avouadiet Sainte Église, et la Bonne Virgin Marie, et a tout la belle compagnie de l'Estine, et à vous révérend Pierre and de Sir Renaud, per la grâce de Dieu Yves de Worcester, que Dieu amènerait mauvais en chastité de foi en avant, et chaste ferra de mon, cor a tout temps de mauvais. Chapter 3. The calendar of the year. The influence of the Church on the daily life of London may be illustrated by a brief calendar of the ecclesiastical year and of the observances of the people. It is needless to remind ourselves that these observances included an immense collection of old traditions, ancient pagan customs, and superstitions grafted on the association of these days with church history and doctrine. See Appendix Romans 6. The year began with the holy season of Advent, when the Wednesdays and Fridays were days of that complete fasting which allowed of one meal only in the day, and that without meat. On Christmas Eve, and also on St. Agnes' Eve, girls practiced certain divinations to see what husbands they would get. Thus they wrote the names of men on onions and laid them by the fire. The part to sprout or burst was that which contained the name of the coming lover, and since it was important to know what kind of husband he would be, the maiden went to the woodstack and pulled out a stick. If it were a straight and even stick, with no knots, he would be a kind and gentle husband. If it were crooked or knotty, resignation must be cultivated. At Christmas there were mummings and feasts and merrymakings. The rooms were decked with holly and all kinds of green branches. There were pageants, masks, and moralities. In the church was acted the Nativity, with the angels and the shepherds and the child in the cradle. In some places, children danced before the altar. On the day of St. Stephen, horses were made to gallop about and were bled to keep them well throughout the year. On the day of St. John, the people bought of the priests manchets made with hallowed wine as a preventive against storms. At Childermas, 28th December, Innocents' Day, they whipped the children so that they might remember the slaughter of the innocents. Then came the new year. Then gifts the husband gives his wife and father eke the child. And master on his men bestows the like with favor milder. And good beginning of the year they wish and wish again, according to the ancient guise of heathen people vain. Then 8 days no man doth require his debts of any man. Their tables do they furnish out with all the meat they can. The month of January was a time of great revelry, simply because the short day brought work to a close between 4 and 5 and left a long evening. In January men do play in cards and dice their time away. Now men and maids do merry make at stool-ball and at barley break. On 12th day they chose a king by lottery of the cake. The king was lifted up on the hands of the others, while he traced the sign of the cross upon every rafter in the roof. This blessed sign kept off devils. Another singular custom on this day was that the master of the house at eventide set down a loaf of bread on the hearth and strewed frankincense on a pan of coals. He then, followed by the whole of his household, inhaled the fumes. This was to keep them all during the year to come from toothache, earache, or any malady of the eyes and nose. When all had thus fortified themselves, they took up the loaf and the pan of coals and bore them round the house. In so simple a way were they enabled to ensure themselves against want of food and the power of witches. On Candlemas Day, 2nd February, everyone offered a taper. These tapers were sovereign for keeping off ghosts, lightning, storm, and tempest. On the day of St. Blasius, they procured, at great cost, water made holy by being passed through one of the saint's bones. Barrels of this water were sold. Valentine's Day they observed with zeal, says John Lydgate. St. Valentin, of custom year by year. Men have an usance in this region to loke and search Cupid's calendar, and chose their choice by great affection, such as ben prike with Cupid's notion, tacking their choice as there a sort doth fall. But I love un which excelleth alle. Shrove Tuesday brought a very madness of revelry. The people dressed up like wild beasts and ran about the streets. They danced, they made shows, they feasted and drank. The street processions did not end with Shrove Tuesday. They were carried over to Ash Wednesday, when everyone paraded the streets carrying a herring on a pole and singing doggerel. And the approach of spring was celebrated by the following rough sport, evidently an ancient custom. In some place, all the youthful flock with minstrels do repair, and out of every house they pluck the girls and maidens fair, and them to plough they straightway put, with whip one doth them hit. Another holds the plough in hand, the minstrel here doth sit. Amid the same and drunken songs, with gaping mouth he sings, whom followeth one that sows out sand, or ashes fondly flings. When thus they through the streets have played, the man that guardeth all doth drive both plough and maidens through some pond or river small, and dabbled all with dirt, and wringing wet as they may be, to supper coals, and after that to dancing lustily. Then fell upon the city a time of great sadness. In the churches the images were covered up with painted cloths, on which was declared, one knows not how, the wrath and fury great of God. The butchers' stalls were closed, the shambles were innocent of blood, the cooks' shops furnished nothing but fish, and devout people and men and women of religion took but one meal in the day. On Palm Sunday there was the procession of the entry into Jerusalem. After the procession and Mass, the boys led the ass about the parish begging for money and eggs. For 3 days before Easter in this city of multitudinous bells, bells of monasteries, bells of colleges, bells of hospitals, bells of churches, there was a stillness profound. No bells were rung at all. The sexton climbed the tower or the steeple and called to Mass with a wooden clapper. The boys ran about the streets with wooden clappers calling the people to church. It is even said that during the solemn darkness of the Tenebros, the prentices carried on a free fight. And during this week, the curious custom was observed of bringing into every great man's house a twisted tree. At Easter Eve, all fires were put out and renewed from flint and steel. The water for baptism was hallowed with a procession of crosses, tapers, and banners. It was lucky to carry some banner. On Easter Day, the resurrection was represented in many churches. On this day, also, people ate radishes to keep off agues. On one of the 3 days before the Ascension, the parish bounds were beaten by the parish beadles and a pack of boys. On Ascension Day, it was the custom to eat birds, for their upward flight was held to be a symbol of the Ascension. At church, the image of our Lord was literally pulled up to the roof with ropes, while an image of Satan was thrown down and broken to pieces. On Whit Sunday, white pigeons and doves were set free in the church. On Corpus Christi Day, the host was carried about in a procession followed by representations of the saints. Fair Ursula with her maidens all doth pass amid the ways, and valiant George with spear that killed the dreadful dragon here. The devil's house is drawn about wherein there doth appear a wondrous sort of damned sprites with foul and fearful look. Great Christopher doth wade and pass with Christ around the brook. Sebastian full of feathered shafts the dint of dart doth feel. Then walketh Catherine with her sword in hand and cruel wheel. The chally and the singing cake with Barbara is led, and sundry Other pageants played in worship of their bread. St. John before the bread doth go, and pointing towards him, doth show the same to be the Lamb that takes away our sin, on whom two clad in angels shape to sundry flowers fling. A number great of salving bells with pleasant sound do ring. On the feast of John the Baptist bonfires were lighted, and the young people danced in the street, a survival of the midsummer rejoicings. Every house on 167 this evening was decorated with leaves and branches, green birch, fennel, white lilies, St. John's wort and garlands, with variegated lamps, which were hung up everywhere. There were miracle plays enacted in the summer on carts and wheeled machines. At Martinmas, 11th November, the beginning of winter, roast goose was eaten, and boys went about singing. It is the day of Martelmas. Cups of ale should freely pass. What though winter has begun to push down the shining sun? To our fire we can betake, and sit beside the crackling brake, never heeding winter's face. On the day of Martelmas, the religious functions of the Lord Mayor and Corporation were many, and were considered inseparable from the office. I have elsewhere called attention to the point that it is futile to ask whether any medieval foundation, corporation, or institution was religious in character, because at that time nothing could be considered which was not based upon or supported by religion. The following are some of the religious duties imposed upon the mayor. On the morrow of SS, Simon and Jude the mayor, newly elected, took the oaths at the Exchequer in the morning. He then dined, and after dinner he proceeded to the church of St. Thomas of Aquin, where prayers were said. Thence he went in procession to St. Paul's, where, kneeling in the nave, he prayed for the soul of Bishop William, who saved the liberties of the city at the Norman conquest. After this he went out into the churchyard, where he prayed for the souls of the martyrs' parents buried there. This done, he returned to the church of St. Thomas of Aquin, where he and the aldermen made an offering. This conclusion of the afternoon's ceremonies was conducted, if it was already dark, by torchlight. On the day of All Saints, the mayor with his household, the aldermen with their households, and the substantial citizens all marched together to St. Paul's and heard vespers. On Christmas Day, they again went to St. Paul's to hear vespers and compline, the mayor sitting on the right hand of the dean. On Whit Monday, the mayor, aldermen, and sheriffs met in the church of St. Peter, Cornhill. They were met by the clergy of the city churches, and a procession being formed in which the clergy led the way, they walked through Cheap to St. Paul's. Entering by the north side, they were met by the officials of the cathedral, and escorted through the transepts to the south side, where they went out, and walking through the close of Watling Street, i.e. the south part of St. Paul's precinct, they entered at the great door of the west. In the nave they heard the hymn, Veni Creator, while a winged angel in white robes sensed the people from the roof. This done, the mayor advanced to the 168 altar and laid his offering upon it. It will be observed that he represented the city and prayed for the guidance of the Holy Spirit, not for himself, but for the whole city. On Whit Tuesday the same ceremony was observed, but the procession was formed at the church of St. Michael le Quern, outside the precinct of Paul S., and was joined by the common folk of Middlesex. The same ceremony was performed in the cathedral. On Whit Wednesday, the same ceremony was performed for the third time, but with the common folk of Essex. The mayor on these 2 days represented, therefore, the people of 2 counties. Queen Margaret, wife of Henry Roman VI, at prayers. From Wadmore's, some account of the worshipful company of Skinners. There were many other occasions in the year when the mayor went in state to certain city churches. On occasions of rejoicings there were also special visits. Thus, on the news of the birth of Edward III, the mayor and aldermen repaired immediately to the cathedral, where the bishop sang Mass, and after Mass, to the sound of trumpets, the mayor and aldermen led the carol, Menerant la Carol, a few days after a great pageant was celebrated in the city. Mention is made above of 1 or 2 charms against certain diseases. It must not be forgotten that for every disease there was a saint who could ward it off. It was part of the wise woman's lore to know all these saints and to invoke their aid when she applied her herbs. Here is a list. St. Apollos preserved 169, the teeth, St. Attilia the eyes, St. Vitus the brain, St. Lawrence the back and shoulders, St. Valentine prevented the falling sickness, St. Erasmus saved from colic, St. Blasius from quinsy, St. Peril from ague, St. John from prison, a very dreadful disease, St. Mark from sudden death, St. Søren from infamy, St. Wolfgang from gout, St. Agatha from fire, St. Christopher from ghosts, St. Anne from wealth. Why was not she the patron saint of this merchant city? St. Wendelin kept the cattle, St. Anthony the hogs, St. Gertrude drove off mice and rats, St. Magnus grasshoppers, St. Nicholas protected mariners, St. Indocus the crops, St. George looked after the horsemen, St. Luke the painters, St. Cosmas the physicians, St. Leonard the prisoners, St. Botolph the travelers, while all these functions and many others were ascribed to the Virgin Mary, in whom was centered all the love and faith and veneration and hope possible among millions of ignorant women governed by their affections and passions. They were great believers in charms in those days. In the peril of childbirth, the women purified the chamber to keep off evil spirits. The men went to sea, on a journey, to battle, with charms hung round their necks to keep them safe. These charms were sometimes a verse of the gospel enclosed in a silver box hung about the neck with a silver chain, or words meaning nothing, or crosses drawn with blood or painted. The men had their swords charmed or blessed. They had their horses charmed. Again, the people were great believers in astrology, necromancy, and the influence of the moon. Before undertaking anything, the position of the moon was first consulted. Unless this was favorable, they would not only abstain from beginning any enterprise of importance, but they would not bathe, or cut their hair, or pare their nails, or even take medicine. Some of these superstitions we know still linger, but they exercise no real influence. Lucky and unlucky days are all forgotten. Omens are very feeble things. We have practically outgrown them. But we must realize that in the London of the 14th century, the whole population were under the governance of superstitions. I'm not speaking of their religion, but of the superstitious beliefs that are outside religious dogma and religious observance. The time seems to those who look into it full of activity, full of joyousness, full of brightness. All these things, undoubtedly, do belong to Plantagenet London. Wealth, good work, good wages, splendid dress, good food, good wine, good ale, and outdoor life, yet withal an ever-present dread of the unknown, of the immediate future, of what chance, luck, fate, or the anger of a saint might bring. It was, in a word, the life which seizes with avidity on the present, and enjoys what the gods provide from day to day. Chapter 4. Hermits and Anchorites. There is one branch of ecclesiastical history which has been curiously neglected, that namely concerned with the anchorite, anchoret, anchoress, or anchoress. That is to say, it is generally concluded that a hermit and an anchorite are the same persons. One might as well think that a monk is the same as a friar. There was nothing to prevent a hermit setting up his cell wherever he pleased, yet there were certain places where a hermitage was a recognized institution, and the hermit was, so to speak, presented as to a living. Thus there was a hermitage outside the city wall at Aldgate, one at Bishopsgate, one at Cripplegate, one at Charing Cross, one at St. Lawrence Jury. A hermitage was often found at a bridge, and by the roadside, in a forest, or in any place not too secluded, because a hermit lived upon alms, and had therefore of necessity to reside near the haunts of men. The character and reputation of the hermitage depended entirely upon the character of the occupant, and therefore varied from time to time. William of Langland speaks of Fowl's hermits, but these hermits who build their dwelling by the highway of yore were workmen, weavers and tailors, and carters, knaves, and graceless clerks. They kept full hungry house and had much want, long labour and little earning, and at last espied that liars in friars' clothing had fat cheeks. Therefore these unlearned knaves left their labour and clothed themselves in cloaks like clerks, or as if they were of some order, or else prophets. Hermitages were not occupied continuously. If one hermit died, his cell was vacated and not necessarily filled up. A few of these hermitages remain, as for example that of Warkworth, which is a very striking monument. On the other hand, an anchorite was a recluse. He was shut up and separated from the world. He never came out of his cell. Before a man or woman was allowed to become an anchorite, he had to obtain a license from the bishop, who also required of the rector or vicar of his church, of the abbot or prior of the house, that the anchorite should be properly supplied with food. The hermit was free to roam solivagus, the anchorite was shut up conclusus. The difference between the hermit and the anchorite is drawn clearly by R. Sharp, Calendar of Wills, Roman 2:33. An anchorite's cell, or anchor hold, as it was sometimes called, was usually in 171 or near a church, although not always. It was so situate that the recluse might see the altar and hear the service, and its door was locked and often walled up, one or more iron-barred windows being left open by which he could receive the communion and the necessaries of life. He was often a priest and much resorted to as a confessor, as indeed were also some hermits. The latter, however, commonly followed a trade or occupation. Although anchorites were not hermits, anchor holds were sometimes called hermitages, and the distinction between the two classes of religious is not always preserved in the Husting Wills. Thus we have in one will a reference made to the tenement of the hermit of Cripplegate, a hermitage founded by Mary de St. Paul, Countess of Pembroke, for the soul of her unfortunate husband Almer de Valence, and in another a bequest made to the anchorite at Cripplegate, as well as to the anchorite at Holborn. That both classes were held in high esteem by the citizens of London is shown by the numerous bequests made to every anchorite and every hermit in or near London. Besides the anchorites or hermits at Cripplegate and Holborn, we have special mention made of the hermit in the meadows beyond the Thames, the hermit near Charing Cross, and the hermit near Bishopsgate, the anchorite living in the church of St. Peter, Cornhill, Friar John Ingram, the anchorite near the hospital of St. Catharine in the neighbourhood of the Tower, previously described in the will of Geoffrey Patrick, 1371, as the hermit living at a place called Le Swannisonist near the Tower, and in the same will, Friar Richard de Swepeston, the hermit near the church of St. Lawrence in the Jury, and Geoffrey his companion. The mention of a companion for a hermit seems incongruous, but it appears from a rule for solitaries drawn up by Grimlaic, an anchorite priest in the 9th century, or perhaps somewhat later, that several were permitted to dwell together in one enclosure and have communication by a window, provided the cell of every one was separate. Of anchresses there were many. Such was Juliana of Norwich, whose Book of Ejaculations has been preserved. Such was the anchoress of Bishopsgate, who received 40s a year from the sheriffs of London. Such was Christina of St. Albans. Such were the anchoresses of St. Giles, St. Benedict, and St. Mary de Many. The frequent mention in the Calendar of Wills of the anchorites in and around London shows that there were always many of these inclusi, and that they were held in great respect. But since men, evidently not wealthy, left money to all, it is certain that there were not anchorites and anchresses attached to every church. So few of the old London churches are left that it is impossible to look to them for much information on this point. It is said that traces of the anchorite's cell may still be seen in the inner cloisters of Westminster Abbey, but for my own part I have failed to distinguish them. They should be part of the ruins of St. Catherine 172 E's Chapel. If, however, we turn to the village churches about the country, we find indications which point to the anchorite's cell as well as to other things. Thus, it is not uncommon to find in the chancel of many churches built before the 15th century low side windows, sometimes with shutters, sometimes without. These are commonly called lepers' windows, and one is told how the lepers, forbidden to enter the church, were allowed to assist in the Mass by looking through the window at the altar. The Cambridge Camden Society called them lichnoscopes. As regards the theory of the lepers, we must remember the rigid laws concerning the separation of leprous persons. They were not allowed to enter inns, churches, mills, or bakehouses. They were not to touch healthy persons. They were not to eat with healthy persons. They were not to wash in streams. They were not to walk in narrow footpaths. They wore a distinctive dress, and they carried a clapper to give warning of their approach. There were also lazar houses for their residents, no less than 95 of the first class in England, besides smaller ones. With these regulations, what room was there for an isolated leper in a village? Where would he live? How would he live? Where there were small lazar houses, the leper's window is conceivable, but not in the little village where the leper could not be allowed to live at all. So that for most of these villages, we may discard the theory of the lepers, squint altogether. A valuable paper on the low side windows of certain Surrey churches may be found in the Transactions of the Surrey Archaeological Society, Vol. Roman 14, Part Roman 2, in which the writer gives drawings of many of these windows with detailed descriptions and shows that they served one of two purposes, either for the confessional, in which case the priest sat within the church and the penitent knelt without. He proves that the practice was common in these churches where the only other place of confession was behind the veil, i.e. in the chancel. The other purpose was for the anchorite to take part in the service through this window. There are indications in some of the churches that a cell formerly existed against the church wall, e.g. the marks of a petroof in the wall. In one church, that of Hurtley near Rainham, the cell itself remains to this day. The writer observes that these low side windows are not found in churches built during the second half of the 15th century. He attributes this to the decay into which the friars, who had formerly been the favorite confessors, had fallen. In another place, I have shown that the practice of making bequests to the friars, hermits, and anchorites of London gradually decayed and finally ceased during the same period. May we not believe that the decay of the respect formerly paid to the religious of all kinds affected the demand for anchorites and therefore the supply? It is surely reasonable to believe that when the calling or profession of an inclusus was no longer attended by the general belief in superior sanctity, one attraction, perhaps the principal one, towards the life would no longer exist, while it is certain 173 that the knowledge and the proof of such a belief would be a powerful support and a certain encouragement to the anchorite in enduring the lonely vigils, the frosts and cold, the silence of the night, the visits and the mockeries and the terror of the fiend, and all the miseries of the cell, which he was never to leave until death called him forth. In my book on Westminster, I have described the consecration of a recluse, supposing, without any historical foundation, that the subprior was ready to take the place of the late anchorite. The manner of the consecration is supposed to be described by one of the monks. The subprior, being a priest, was taken into the choir, where he prostrated himself with bare feet. The abbot and 3 of the brethren who were priests having taken their places, the cantor began the service with the responsory, Beati and Melius, after which the abbot and assistants before the altar sang with the choir certain psalms 14 in number. After the psalms followed a litany, the choir singing after each clause, ora pro eo. The litany finished, the abbot advanced towards the prostrate brother bearing a crucifix, a thurible and holy water, and standing over him, he thrice sprinkled him with water, censed him, and prayed over him. The abbot then raised the candidate with his own hands and gave him 2 lighted tapers, at the same time admonishing him to remain steadfast in the love of God. Then the candidate, standing, listened to the deacon, who read first from the prophet Isaiah, next the Gospel according to St. Luke, as on the festival of the Assumption of the Virgin Mary. After this, the new garments which he was to put on were blessed. The candidate then took the vows, which were 3 only, and those the same as the vows at profession, viz., of chastity, of obedience, and of steadfastness. The candidate next kneeled at the altar, and kissing it 3 times, repeated each time the words Suscite me, Damen, etc., the choir responding. This done, he offered the 2 tapers at the altar, and again kneeled while the abbot removed his monastic frock and clothed him with the garments newly blessed. Then followed a service of prayer. It was the Veni Creator, with the Paternoster and Et Nos. The abbot then, standing on the north side of the altar, preached to the brethren and to the congregation assembled, commending the new recluse to their prayers. The candidate then himself sang the Mass of the Holy Ghost. We had now completed that part of the consecration which takes place in the church. The abbot then took the new recluse by the hand and led him down the nave of the church, followed by the choir and all the brethren, unto the little door leading into the west cloister. The church was filled with people to see the sight. A new recluse is not seen every day. There were the domicili, the maidens of the queen, come from the palace. There were knights and pages, and even men-at-arms. There were sanctuary men, women, and children, men with hawks upon their wrists, men with dogs, merchants from the wool staple, girls of wanton looks from the streets and taverns beyond the walls. The hawks jangled their bells, the dogs barked, the women chattered, the men talked loudly, the girls looked at the brothers as they passed, and whispered and laughed. And I heard one brother say to another that this was a thing which would make the sub-prior return to the monastery, and he saw it. And all alike craned their necks to see the man who was going to be shut up in a narrow cell for the rest of his days. The anchoret's cell is on the south side of the infirmary cloister. It is built of stone, being 12 feet long, 8 feet broad, and with an arched roof about 10 feet high. On the side of the church, there is a narrow opening by which the occupant can hear Mass and can see the elevation in the chapel of St. Catherine. On the other side is a grating by which he can receive his food and converse with the world. But it is too high up for him to see out of it. Therefore, he has nothing to look upon but the walls of his cell. This morning, the west side had been broken down in order to remove the body of the dead man and to cleanse the cell for the newcomer. So while we gathered round in a circle and the people stood behind us, the abbot entered the cell and censed it and sprinkled it with holy water, singing more psalms and more prayers. When he came forth, the recluse himself entered, saying aloud, "Hc requis me in seculum seculi." The choir sang another psalm. Then the abbot sprinkled dust upon the head of the recluse with the words beginning de terra plasmasti. This done, the operarius cum sues operariis replaced the stones and built up the wall anew. And then, singing another psalm, we went back to the cloister, leaving the sub-prior to begin his lifelong imprisonment. A stone bench for bed, his frock for blanket, a crucifix, and no other furniture. In the cold nights that followed, lying in my bed in the dormitory, I often bethought myself of the former sub-prior alone in his dark cell, with devils whispering temptation through the grating. Devils always assail every new recluse, well-nigh frozen, praying with trembling lips and chattering teeth. No, I am not worthy. Such things are too high for me. It seems as if, for a period of some 100 years, every monastic house and many churches possessed a recluse, man or woman. They were specially bound to pray for the house or the church, probably for the parish as well. They frequently arrived at a reputation of the highest sanctity. They were consulted as an oracle. Thus Richard II, before he started on his dangerous journey to put down the rebellion, consulted the anchorite of Westminster. So also Henry V spent the night after his father's funeral in weeping, prayer, and confession with the anchorite's successor. The anchorite's cell was not always of the same shape or form. Sometimes it was partly or wholly underground. Sometimes a grated window communicated with 175 the outside and enabled the occupier to see and to be seen. Sometimes the grated window was too high for the anchorite to see his visitors or to be seen by them. In the nunnery of Marmoustin at Tours, there was an anchorite cell in which the occupant was totally secluded. At Royston, there was a subterranean cell to which there was an approach from the outside and an opening on the top. The approach was probably blocked up when the recluse entered the cell, and all communications were through the upper opening. At Bengia, Hertz, see Appendix Roman 7, the anchorite's cell consisted of a wooden hut placed against the northeast end of the chancel. It was 8 feet long and 6 feet high. There was a recess in the wall for the anchorite's bed and seat. There was an entrance into the church. Perhaps the anchorite was a chantry priest. All Hallows, London Wall. Sometimes there were 2 anchresses living in the churchyard, but not in the same cell. Henry IV, before his accession to the throne, endowed an anchorite's cell in a village of Lancashire. The anchoress very often took care of the church and kept it clean. As regards London, the bequests to anchorites are numerous. We read of anchresses at St. Michael's and St. Giles, Cornhill, at St. Giles, St. Benedict, and St. Mary Manny. We read of a lady getting so many 176 square feet of ground for the purpose of building an anchorite cell. We read of anchorites at St. Albans, St. Giles, and Westminster Abbey. One of the earliest Old English works is the Ancran Rule or Rule for Anchorites. It was written for 3 ladies who had resolved upon adopting the recluse life in a village in Dorsetshire. The author is doubtful. It was perhaps Richard Poor, bishop successively of Chichester, Salisbury, and Durham, in which case it is older than 1237, the year of Richard Poor's death, or else by Simon of Ghent, a native of London, Archdeacon of Oxford, 1284, Bishop of Salisbury, 1297. He died in 1315. The dates are of importance, because the recluse life would not seem to have become common before the middle of the 13th century, and it would further seem to have fallen into disuse by the end of the 14th century. The work itself seems to show that these ladies were adopting a new thing, or at least an unusual thing. During the 13th and 14th centuries, however, we must remember that in every monastic house, and in most churches, the cell of the anchorite was built against the chancel wall with an opening to allow the occupant to see God, i.e. to witness the elevation of the Mass every day, that at all hours of the day and night were to be heard the prayers, the praises, the ejaculations, the groans of the man or woman thus buried alive. It is difficult to understand the attraction of such a life. Probably the very horror of it attracted some minds. To be alone day and night so long as life should last, to pray continually, never to enjoy one single comfort or solace or relief from physical pain, to be always cold, always hungry, always clad in rags, always unkempt and unwashed, to have to battle every night with superstitious terrors, and the invention of an excited imagination, to dwell perpetually on images of death. These things make the life so terrible that the mere merit of choosing it appeared extraordinary. The gates of heaven would surely be thrown open to one who had passed years of such endurance and such combat. Picture to yourself such an anchorite. He rises slowly from his knees. His limbs are full of rheumatic pains. He straightens himself with difficulty. He advances to the grating and looks through the bars. He is a gaunt, tall man, as thin as living man can be. He is clad in rags. His hair flows over his shoulders. His beard falls down to his waist. His cheeks are hollow. His shrunken eyes are like coals of fire. He prays for the church and all the souls of those who belong to the church, that is to say, the dead as well as the living. Great are the blessings conferred on a parish by the prayers of an anchorite. He prays all day and all night. While others sleep, the anchorite is offering continual supplication. He is racked with pains. He is always cold, always hungry, always unwashed. Yet he is not unhappy. He is supported by faith undoubting, and he has consolations and compensations. The Virgin Mary sends him angels who sing carols for him alone to hear. They are a 177 foretaste of the singing in heaven. He is allowed even to see the gates of heaven standing open, and the blessed saints sitting on their thrones exactly like the barons at a coronation. And he is visited by devils who are always beaten back and are always returning with fresh whispers and fresh temptations. Sweet are the joys of battle. He wrestles nightly with the fiend, and every night sends him out of the barred window screeching with rage and disappointment. Oh, the anchorite is a happy man, and sometimes he is blessed with the gift of prophecy. He knows what is coming. In the morning he remembers his vision, and perhaps the very words are taken down and preserved. He is also, if he chooses, the parish oracle. He is asked to advise on all subjects, for there is no subject into which religion cannot enter. Merchants consult him about their ventures, women about their love affairs, princes about their policy. See, there is a girl tripping over the long grass. She bears a basket. It contains a gift of food for the anchorite, such simple food as he will receive. And she comes with heightened color because she is going to ask a question of a most delicate nature concerning a young man. In some churchyards, where the anchorite is good-humored and popular, or where there is an anchoress, the grating of a cell has been known to become a place of resort. It is said that scandals and mischievous gossip were sometimes first started outside the anchoress cell. All the women went there to talk of what was going on in the parish. The cell became a nuisance. The parish priest spoke about it. The bishop heard of it. Think of the effect upon the imagination produced outside by the mere voice of the unseen solitary, who, as long as he lived, would never change his clothes, nor wash himself, nor cut his hair or beard, nor look upon the face of other men, nor see the sunshine and the blue sky, nor look for any physical comfort or solace so long as life should endure. They knew he was there. They came and spoke to him. The hollow voice came out of the grave in reply. They lowered food. One day they came and heard no voice in reply. They removed the stones and looked in. God had summoned the man of long endurance who would take his place. I said above that for 100 years there were anchorites attached to most churches. My reason for assigning this period is that the London citizens began to bequeath property to anchorites in the middle of the 14th century, in the year 1341, and left off the practice at the same time as they left off bequeathing property to the friars about the year 1400. For 60 years, there was a general formula with all those who had property to leave. They bequeathed small sums to their own parish church, to all the 5 orders of friars, to every anchorite in London, or to every anchorite, man or woman, in and about the city of London, to every hermit in London, to every leper in London, to every poor prisoner in London. The reason why the fashion of giving bequests to the maintenance of solitaries began so late and ended so quickly was, I suppose, that the practice of building anchorites 178 cells became more common in the 14th century than it had been in former times, that men clutched at every chance of getting prayers as well as masses for their souls, that the appearance of so many newly built cells struck their imagination, that they thought the prayers of a holy anchorite must be of great efficacy inasmuch as the man not only led a saintly life, but endured continual sufferings. In the same way, they left money to lepers and to prisoners in order to obtain their prayers. And the reason why the fashion of bequeathing money to anchorites suddenly ceased was that by the end of the 14th century, the mind of London was saturated with that part of Lollardy which scoffed at hermits, friars, and monks. At the time when the House of Commons was petitioning the king to suppress all religious houses of every kind, the rich men of the city left off, as if by common consent, as if by a kind of conspiracy or secret resolution, the bequeathing of money to friars, hermits, and anchorites. A broad black line is drawn. No more money shall be left to these people. It would be interesting, if it were possible, to learn what became of the anchorites and the hermits. Some of them, no doubt, survived till the Reformation. Can we imagine, with the dissolution of the monastery, the suppression of the anchorite? Can we imagine the old man, with his grey hair, his beard flowing to his waist, scarcely clad decently in the rags which he has worn for 50 years, with sunken cheeks and haggard face and wild eyes blinking at the light, and wondering why after so many years he is dragged out once more into the sunshine and the sight of his fellow-men? Chapter 5. Pilgrimage. Pilgrimage, never so great a craze in London as in the country, or in England as in France, plays an important part in the medieval life. The earliest pilgrimage was, of course, to the holy places of Jerusalem. It began in the 2nd century with a journey to the site of the Ascension. The other sites multiplied with the increase of pilgrims and the demand for sites and sacred relics and associations. The desire to go pilgrimaging grew and spread with great rapidity among all classes. In the century before the Crusades, the roads to Palestine were black with swarms of pilgrims. We have the history of many early pilgrimages, including that written down by the abbot Adam Nanus of Scotland from the lips of the shipwrecked pilgrim Arnulfus, and that of Willibald, the English pilgrim, who started with his father and sister Wulfunga, his brother Wunibald, and a large party of followers and servants. In Italy the father died, and the brother and sister went home. Willibald persevered and reached Jerusalem safely. It is easy to understand why the pilgrimage attracted so many. It was full of adventure and of danger. On the other hand, it was greatly meritorious. If one was killed on a pilgrimage, the doors of heaven were thrown open. If one returned in safety, the term of purgatory was shortened. Then the pilgrim got away from his work. He had nothing to do but to plod on. He wanted no money. Every day brought him to some hospitable monastery where he found supper, bed, and breakfast. He made new acquaintances and new friends perpetually. The way was enlivened by talk and by casual potations. In the evening, there was sometimes revelry at an inn, with wine or ale and music and dancing and the shows of the jongleurs. Who would not exchange the dull and tedious life in the country for a time of such varied experience and entertainment? The practice quickly became an abuse. The peasant deserted his plough, his wife, and his children to go pilgrimaging. The craftsman left his bench and his shop in search of adventures as a pilgrim. Even the monk left his monastery to wander out into the world, sometimes never to come back again. Sometimes he did come back, with the confession of broken vows. The church, therefore, interfered. No one must go on pilgrimage without the bishop's license. This granted, the pilgrim 180 was solemnly invested with the scrip and staff, and the long woolen robe which formed the chief part of his dress. The parish priest with his friends accompanied him to the boundaries of his parish, and he set forth, armed with the bishop's license and a passport which procured him hospitality in all Christian countries. In the name of God, ran the commendatory letter, we would have your Highness or Holiness to know that the bearer of the present letters, our brother, has asked our permission to go peaceably on pilgrimage to Jerusalem, either for his own sins or to pray for our preservation. Thereupon we have given him these present letters, in which we salute you and pray you, for the love of God and St. Peter, to receive him as your guest, to be useful to him in going and coming back, so that he may return in safety to his house, and as is your good custom, make him pass happy days. May God, the eternal King, protect you and keep you in his kingdom. The Church did more than bless the pilgrim. It celebrated in one of those dramas by which so much was taught, the act of pilgrimage itself, in a service which has been preserved. The following is an abridgment. In the nave of the church was erected a fort, castellum, representing the house at Emmaus where the two travelers entered and broke bread with Christ. At the appointed time 2 priests of the second seats, appointed for the day, came forth from the vestry singing the hymn which begins Jesu Nostra Redemptio. They were to be dressed in tunics, et de super capis transversum, were to have long flowing hair and beards, and were each to carry a staff and scrip. Singing this hymn, and slowly marching down the right aisle, they came to the western porch, where they put themselves at the head of the procession of choristers waiting for them, and all began together to sing, Nos chou, vultus satis. Then the priest for the day, robed in alb and surplice, barefooted, carrying a cross on his right shoulder, advanced to meet them, and standing suddenly before them, asked, What manner of communications are these that ye have one to another as ye talk and are sad? To which the 2 pilgrims replied, Art thou a stranger in Jerusalem, and hast not known the things which are come to pass there in these days? What things? Asked the priest. Concerning Jesus of Nazareth, they replied, with the words which follow. O fools, said the priest, and slow of heart to believe all that the prophets have spoken. And then feigning to retire, the priest would there have left them, but they held him back, and pointing to the castellum, entreated him to enter, singing, Abide with us, for it is towards evening, and the day is far spent. Then singing another hymn, they led him to the fort of Emmaus, which they entered, and where they sat down at a table already spread for supper. Here the priest brake bread sitting between them, and being recognized by this act for the Lord, suddenly vanished out of their sight. The pilgrims, pretending to be stupefied, arose and sang sorrowfully, Lamentabiliter, Alleluia, with the verse, Did not our hearts burn within us, while he talked with us by the way, and while he opened to us the Scriptures? Singing this twice, they walked to the pulpit, where they sang the verse, Dic nobis Maria. After this, another priest, dressed in a dalmatic and surplice, with head muffled up like a woman, came to them and sang, Sepulchrum Christi Angelicos Testes. He then took up a cloth from one place, and a second from another place, and threw them before the great door of the choir. And the directions conclude, Then let him sing, Christ has risen, and let the choir chant the 2 other verses which follow, and let the women and the pilgrims retire within. And the memory of this act being thus recalled, let the procession return to the choir, and the vespers be finished. Willesden, Middlesex. There was also the pilgrimage of punishment, when a criminal was condemned to wander up and down the road, whithersoever the Pope should direct him. There were many of those poor wretches to be met with on the road. Most of them were murderers. A chain was made in which was worked up the sword or knife or other weapon with which the crime was committed. The neck, arms, and body of the criminal were bound round with this chain. So equipped, the malefactor toiled painfully from shrine to shrine, living on alms. It was not until the 14th century that the practice was discontinued. Can anything prove more abundantly the power of the Church than this punishment of murderers, who were simply loaded with these chains and then commanded to go forth on a pilgrimage from shrine to shrine? There was no police to enforce obedience. There was no guard set over the criminals. They were told to go and walk to a certain shrine and there to await further orders, and they obeyed. There were 2 kinds of pilgrimage, peregrinatio major and peregrinatio minor. Of the former kind were those to the Holy Land and to Rome. Of the latter kind 182 those which generally satisfied our ancestors were those to Walsingham with its Virgin, Glastonbury with its Holy Thorn, Waltham with its Black Cross, St. Edmund's Bury with the body of the King, Durham with the shrine of St. Cuthbert, Chichester with that of St. Richard. There were also Beverley, Winchester, Lincoln, York, Peterborough, all famous shrines. The two places most popular were the Walsingham and the Canterbury pilgrimages. But in thinking of Chaucer's immortal company, we must remember that such companies left London daily in the summer bound for one or other of these holy places. In the illogical confusion of things belonging to the period, the pilgrimage, which for many was an orgy and a period of unbounded license all the way, was coupled with prayers devout and tears unfeigned. It would be idle to look too closely into the accounts of pilgrimages for evidences of the religious spirit among the pilgrims. Yet such evidences are found, notably in the fervent prayers and praises of Felix Fabry, who will be mentioned immediately. It is sufficient to remember that with the great mass of the people, religion consisted in obedience. They had but to do what the Church ordered. After death, there would be purgatory. Pilgrimage and other observances shortened the period of purgatory. They went, therefore, partly with that object, partly with the desire of seeing strange countries, partly to work off the restlessness that falls upon men, as upon nations, from time to time. Wycliffe, William of Langland, Chaucer, Gower, all the medieval writers continually make allusions to pilgrims. Sometimes the life of pilgrimage is ridiculed. Thus William of Langland speaks of the crowd of hermits with hooked staves, who wend to Walsingham and their wenches after them, boobies who are unable to labour, clothe themselves in cloaks to be known from the others, and become hermits for their ease. Sometimes the tales of the pilgrims are derided. Pilgrimis and palmers plitten hem to Jedius, to setch Saint James and Sainties of Rome, wenten forth in her way with many unwise tales, and heaven leave to lie al her lifetime. Thorpe Skeat's notes to Chaucer, p. 49, when examined by Arundel, Archbishop of Canterbury, in 1407, complains of the pilgrims, saying, 183, they will ordain to have with them both men and women that can well sing wanton songs, and some other pilgrims will have with them bagpipes, so that every town that they come through, what with the noise of their singing, and with the sound of their piping, and with the jangling of their Canterbury bells, and with the barking out of dogs after them, they make more noise than if the king came there away, with all his clarions and many other minstrels. And if these men and women be a moneth in their pilgrimage, many of them shall be in half year after, great janglers, tale-tellers, and liars. But the archbishop said, Lud Luzel, thou seest not fair enough in this matter, for thou considerest not the great troll of pilgrimies, therefore thou blamest the thing that is praisable. I say to thee that it is right well done, that pilgrimies have with them both singers and also pipers, that when one of them that goeth barefoot striketh his toe upon a stone and hurteth him sore, and maketh him to bleed, it is well done that he or his fellow begin then a songe, or else take out of his bosom a bagpipe, for to drive away with such meath the hurt of his fellow. For with such solace the troll and weariness of pilgrimies is lightly and merrily brought forth. Sometimes the people invented saints and shrines for themselves, as when they flocked to the tomb of Thomas, Earl of Lancaster, a man far removed from the saintly life, or to that of Simon de Montfort. In 1338, a grocer of London sold a mazer ornamented with the image of St. Thomas of Lancaster. And a few years later, the people made a saint of the preacher and hermit Richard Rolle of Hampel. All these popular but ephemeral saints worked miracles abundantly while the faith in their power lasted. Would that some poet had depicted the swarm of pilgrims who, in the year when the grocer sold that mazer, rode out of London on a pilgrimage to Pontefract, where St. Thomas of Lancaster was buried. Not only must men get a license to go on a pilgrimage, the shipmen who carried them were also licensed. Pilgrims to foreign parts went either to Calais and thence by land, or if they were going to Compostela, they went all the way by sea. Thus, the ship called La Charite de Painton, Peter Cock, captain, was licensed to carry 100 pilgrims. Le Peter de Dartmouth was licensed for 60, La Marie de Southampton for 100, Le Thomas de Saltash for 60, and so on. In the narrative of Felix Fabry, A.D. 1484, Pilgrims to the Holy Land, see Palestine Pilgrims Text Society, Vols, Roman 7, X. We can read how the long pilgrimages were conducted on board ship. Felix sailed from Venice. The methods were much the same for pilgrims from every country, except that the ships which had to cross the Bay of Biscay and to sail round the headlands of Portugal were probably stouter than those which sailed in the Mediterranean alone. The pilgrim paid so much for the voyage there and back. He was also taken to the holy places under escort. A special contract was entered into with each party. Thus, that of Felix consisted of 12, viz., 4 noble lords and 8 attendants, viz., a kind of general manager or courier, a barber and musician, an old soldier for a manservant, a bourgeois for manciple, a cook, an ex-trader who had been a galley slave and acted as interpreter, a man of peace, who was a schoolmaster by profession, and Felix himself, priest of the order of preaching friars. The articles of the contract were, in brief, these. The party were to be conveyed from Venice to Joppa and back again. They were to receive 2 full meals a day, 184, with a cup of malvoisie every morning before breakfast. They were to be protected from ill usage by the galley slaves. They were to be taken to see all the holy places, and they were to pay 40 ducats a head. The value of the ducat at this time I cannot pretend to estimate. There were gold ducats and silver ducats, ducats of Hungary, Austria, Hamburg, and Italy. On the weighing of the anchors, the Germans sang together the pilgrim's hymn. In Gottes Namen fahren wir, seiner Gnaden begehren wir. Nun helf uns, die göttliche Kraft und des Heilige Geist. Kyrie eleison. It would be pleasant to know the words of the English pilgrims' hymn on arrival within sight of Joppa, when they all sang together, led by 2 priests. There were many nations represented on board the ship: Italians, Lombards, Gauls, Franks, Germans, English, Irish, Scots, Hungarians, Dacians, Bohemians, Spaniards, and they joined together in the hymn of Ambrose and Augustine, i.e. the Te Deum Laudamus. As for the life on board, the inconveniences, the insects, the turbulent slaves, the seasickness, Felix spares us nothing. The earliest of our sea songs, belonging to nearly the same date, is an account of a pilgrimage to the shrine of St. Diego of Compostela. It is evidently the work of one who writes from experience. The ship is filled with pilgrims, and they are all seasick together. Men may lave all gamies, that sailing to St. James, S. For many a man hilt gramies, when they begin to sail. For when they have take the sea, at Sandwich or at Winchelsea, at Bristow or where that hit be, their hurts begin to fail. Thise menuhile the pilgrims lie, and have their bolies fast them by, and cry after hote malvoisie, thou help for to restore, and soon sold have a saltied tost, for they mit ate neither sowed ne rost. A man might soon pay for their cost, as for 1 day or twain. Some laid their bookies on their knee, and rad so long they mit not see. Alas, mine heed will cleave on 3. Thus saith another certain. The itinerary of 2 pilgrimages made by one English traveller still remains, and has been published by the Roxburgh Club. His name was William Way, Bachelor of Divinity, formerly Fellow of the Royal College of the Most Blessed Mary at Eton beside Windsor. He travelled twice to Jerusalem, in 1458 and in 1462, and once to St. James of Compostela in 1465. He was 185, consecratus ad modum peregrinorum, set apart by the special service. He received the license of the king, so that he was not to lose his fellowship by unauthorized absence. He left Eton to join the Augustines of Headington or Edington. He made his last pilgrimage in the 70th year of his age, and he died in the monastery in the year 1476, aged 86. Evidently a strong man, he bequeathed or gave to the brethren of Headington a great collection of valuable relics and curiosities from the Holy Land. Unfortunately, he tells nothing of the start or the return, beginning his pilgrimage at Venice. Here there was a regular service of ships, where captains undertook to do the round trip to Jerusalem and back for so much. When he went to St. James of Compostela, there was a pilgrim fleet of 6 ships which sailed from Plymouth, viz. From Portsmouth, Bristol, Weymouth, Lymington, Plymouth, called the Mary White, and others. Was this the annual pilgrim fleet, or was it only one of many such fleets? The itineraries of Way illustrate the comparative ease with which people traveled at that time. It was a long way to Palestine, but not too long for a man of 70 to undertake. The traveler relates stories of purses cut and jewels stolen, but there is no sense of other dangers or of any terrors. The pilgrims were taken on board, they were carried to the port, they were landed, they were conducted under escort to their shrines, and they were brought home again. It is noticeable that Way's two companions on his first pilgrimage were priests like himself. In Chaucer's time, as is well known, all who could afford the time and money went on pilgrimage. Thus the wife of Bath. Thrice had she been at Jerusalem. She had passed many a strange stream. At Rome she had been, and at Boulogne. In Gallus at St. James, and at Cologne. One imagines that the long civil wars and the widespread lollardy, which was only silenced, not killed, interfered with the practice of pilgrimage in the 15th century. On the other hand, Erasmus shows us that the pilgrims to English shrines, at least, were numerous in his time. The regular service of personally conducted pilgrimages to Venice and back proves that pilgrimage to the Holy Land was not diverted or interrupted, in spite of war raging all around. At every shrine the pilgrim bought or was presented with a sign to show that he had been there. These signs were cast in pewter or in lead. A pilgrim who had been to many shrines came home with his cap or his coat covered with these emblems. Thus Chaucer says, Archaeologia, Roman 38, p. 130. Then as manner and custom is, signs there they bought. For men of Conter should know whom they had sought. Each man set his silver in such thing as they liked. And in the mean, while the miller had wypiked, his bosom full of signs of Canterbury brooches. Afterwards, they set their signes upon their heeds, and some upon their cap. And sith to the dinerward, they gan for to stap. Erasmus makes Menedemus ask, What kind of attire is this that thou wearest? Thou art bedizened with semicircular shells, each full of images of tin and lead, and adorned with straw chains, and thy arm is girt with a bracelet of beads. The reply is that he has been to certain shrines on pilgrimage. Besides the ordinary insignia of pilgrimage, see Skeat's notes to Piers Plowman, every pilgrimage had its special signs, which the pilgrim on his return wore conspicuously upon his hat or his scrip, or hanging round his neck, in token that he had accomplished that particular pilgrimage. Thus the ample were the special signs of the Canterbury pilgrimage. The scallop shell was the sign of the pilgrimage to Compostela, shrine of St. James in Galicia, whilst the signs of the Roman pilgrimage were a badge with the effigies of St. Peter and St. Paul, the cross keys of Rome, and the vernicle. The vernicle was a copy of the handkerchief of St. Veronica, which was miraculously impressed with the features of our Lord. The late Dr. Hugo communicated to the Society of Antiquaries a paper on this subject, accompanied by several specimens found on the banks of the Thames. Remember, in examining these, that the greater number of people went about the streets adorned with these emblems. Archaeologia, Roman 38. We might expect that, as was the custom with one of the duties required of the faithful, so it would happen with others. Thus, since the soul was saved by means of prayer and praise, it mattered little who sang or said those prayers, and a rich man could endow a priest in perpetuity to say prayers for his soul every day. In the same way, since a pilgrimage was in itself a most meritorious action, and equal to many masses, a man might pay others to go on a pilgrimage for him. This, in fact, was done. We find bequests of money for pilgrimages. One merchant of London bequeathed 60 gold scudi to be given to someone who would undertake, in the name of the testator, and for the good of the testator's soul, to go on a pilgrimage to the Holy Sepulchre and the sacred places of Jerusalem. Another left money with the object of getting credit for going to the convent of Mount Sinai, while many left smaller sums for pilgrimages to Santiago de Compostela and the Blessed Virgin of Walsingham. Were there, one asks, professional pilgrims? Did men painfully work through the exercises at shrine after shrine, all for the good of souls stranger to themselves? Was there no way by which they might divert the intention of the testator and reap for the benefit of their own souls these accumulations of merits and good deeds? When we think of a London pilgrim, one of two pictures presents itself. We either see the companies assembling at the Tabard, inbound for the shrine of St. Thomas of Canterbury, or we see the smaller and more serious party bound for the Holy Sepulchre and the sacred places of Jerusalem. All our views of the medieval life are curiously narrowed by the influence of Chaucer. So strong and fine is the light thrown upon the Canterbury pilgrims, and those to Palestine, that we have forgotten the many other shrines to which the pilgrim fared in search of a blessing and the remission of his sins. The Tabard in Borough. From a drawing by Philip Norman, FSA. But besides the English shrines already mentioned, there were other local ones for the Londoner. There was the Shrine of Our Lady of Crome's Hill, Greenwich, or that of the Holy Rood of Bermondsey, or that of Our Lady of Willesden, or that of Our Lady of Muswell, or that of Our Lady that standeth in the Oak. The last named place of pilgrimage was somewhere between Highgate and Islington. May its name be supposed to linger in the modern form of Gospel Oak. The whole country, in fact, was studded all over with shrines of local celebrity. Outside London, no one, for instance, knew or cared about Our Lady of Muswell, but to Londoners she was a very real saint, to whom multitudes paid pilgrimage. Of these minor shrines, concerning which Chaucer is silent, which Erasmus never visited, there are very few historical notices extant. When they were suppressed, and the images themselves burned, there was no one left to care about the records and the 188 papers connected with them, so they, too, were burned, or they were left to moulder in the muniment chest. Or if the Londoner wanted a pilgrimage with little personal exertion, which might be performed in a single day, he could choose between the shrine of Edward the Confessor at Westminster, a place of the greatest sanctity, that of St. Erkenwald in St. Paul's, also regarded as most powerful and efficacious. There were 2 feasts of St. Erkenwald. On these days, all the clergy of the diocese repaired to the shrine robed in their copes. Special indulgences were granted to those who visited this shrine. The 3 shrines north of London, now so completely forgotten, all lay in the heart of the great Middlesex forest. Each of the miraculous images was probably a Lady of the Oak. There was Our Lady of the Oak all over Europe. The miraculous figure is always found in an oak, and is always, it is said, black. Thus Our Lady of Pie in France, supposed to be the most ancient of these figures, is described as being carved out of cedar, swathed round and round with fine linen like a mummy, deep black, the face and features extremely long, the eyes small and formed of glass, the look haggard and wild, L&M archaeological trans, Roman 4, 178, and there is a black Virgin at Marseille. These shrines were near enough for a single day's journey. A pleasant summer's ride through the gardens and orchards of Islington, where the forest began, and so over the greensward and under the branches of the wood to the clearing on the top of Muswell Hill, where now stands the Alexandra Palace, and then stood the chapel, containing the black image swathed with linen, crowned, decked with gold and jewels, before which stood the altar and burned the lamp day and night. Every day through the summer came the penitents, the sick, the jovial pilgrims, who only wanted to put in a plea for indulgence. Outside the chapel there were taverns and merry-making places. First the pilgrim knelt at the shrine. Sometimes he went round it on his knees, and prayed, with simple belief, if not with fervor. Faith made the sick man whole. Faith absolved the penitent. Faith made the most careless happy in the belief that Our Lady of Muswell had knocked off many, he knew not how many, years of purgatory. The religious act finished, no one objected to pleasure and merriment. There are indications that the merriment was not always seemly, nor was the pleasure always sinless. Yet pilgrimage continued, because the sick who had been healed spread abroad the story of their miraculous cures, and because everybody wanted to get out of purgatory as quickly as possible, and because it was a most delightful form of holiday and recreation. The Lollards preached against pilgrimages continually, a fact charged against them by the Church time after time. Thus, when a Lollard named William Dinett had to abjure his Lollardy in the year 1395, he swore that thenceforth he would 189 worship images, and that he would never more despise pilgrimages. 140 years more, the worship of images had to continue in the land. Piers Plowman speaks with contempt of the sham holiness of pilgrims in words already quoted. Hermites in an heap, with hooked staves, went into Walsingham, and their wenches after. Later on, one Father Donald, a Scotch friar, said, preaching, "Ye men of London, gang on yourself with your wives to Willesden, or else keep them at home with you in sorrow." In the year 1509, when there occurred a fire in Willesden Church, which damaged the sacred image, one Elizabeth, wife of John Sampson, citizen, got into trouble for expressing a not unnatural doubt of the power of the image to help others when she could not help herself. If Our Lady of Willesden might have holpen men and women which go to her of pilgrimage, she would not have suffered her own tale to have been burnt. She had to abjure these sentiments publicly, but if the ordinary citizens' wives commonly talked in this manner, the way was surely rapidly being prepared for the Reformation. In 1530, very shortly before the end, one Dr. Crown, being questioned as to heresy, said, "I will say again, do your duty and then your devotion. When thou comest at the day of judgment, he will not say unto thee, Why wentest thou not to Willesden a pilgrimage? He will say unto thee, I was an hungred, and thou gavest me no meat. I was naked, and thou gavest me no clothes," and such like. In September 1538, all the images, those of Walsingham, Ipswich, Worcester, the Lady of Willesden, the Lady of Muswell, the Lady that standeth in the oak, and many others, were brought up to London and publicly burned at Chelsea. Then the fair, which went on all through the summer, with noisy taverns, drunken men, disorderly women, music, dancing, singing, tumblers and minstrels, at Willesden, Muswell, and other unknown places in the oak, came to a sudden end. Silence set in, and Willesden Church became the church of a little secluded village in the midst of the forest. The road to Muswell through the woods became overgrown and forgotten, and nobody in the next generation knew where stood the oak with its sacred image, which had attracted so many thousands every year. Besides these shrines of London, with their miraculous virgins, there were the holy and wonder-working roods, of which the most important seems to have been that of Bermondsey Abbey. There were also objects of pilgrimage, of votive offering, and of prayer, the holy wells of which some 500 have been enumerated in England, and round London no fewer than 16. The origin of holy wells is a subject that belongs to archaeology and scholarship, nor indeed is this the place for an examination into the subject. Streams, rivers, fountains, springs have all been accounted holy, and possessed each its nymph or its god, who demanded sacrifice. Wells were dressed with flowers. They were used for divination. Long before Christianity, newly born children were passed through water. Coins have been found by the hundred in wells where they were thrown in order to read an oracle from the troubling of the waters. There were superstitions about the springs. There were superstitions about water drawn on certain nights. There were wishing wells. There were wakes of the well. It was in some places held necessary that converts should be baptized in clear running water. Wells cured different diseases. One was good for the eye and one for the ear. Wells sprung up miraculously to mark the site of a martyrdom, and so on. The holy wells of London were as follows. Clerkenwell, this well, where the parish clerks held their plays, was situated at the edge of Clerkenwell Green and on the southeast corner of Ray Street. The green stretched northwest of St. John's Priory Church. St. Chad's Well, the site of this well, which had medicinal qualities, was just south of the present King's Cross Station on the Metropolitan line. St. Clement's Well was north of St. Clement's Church, close to Clement's Inn. Islington, here was a very holy spring, greatly believed in for its restorative qualities. It was on the site of Sadler's Wells Theatre. Hampstead, the holy well of Hampstead, was that called afterwards the Shepherd's Well, which is now represented by a drinking fountain in Fitzjohn's Avenue. Muswell Hill, besides the wonder-working Virgin of Muswell Hill, there was the Well of St. Lazarus. The name implies that it was used by lepers. Robert Bruce tried to cure his leprosy by bathing in its waters. Kensington Gardens, here was the Well of St. Gover, where, until a few years ago, an attendant still dispensed the waters of the well. St. Pancras Well was on the north side of St. Pancras Church. At Tottenham there were two wells, that of St. Loy or St. Eloy, and that called the Bishop's Well. Skinner's Well was not far from Clerk's Well, which is all the information one has about it. The same may be said of Todwell, Faggiswell, Loder's Well, and Radwell, all now filled up and forgotten. The site of the Holy Well was preserved until recently in the street of that name. At Shoreditch there was the Well of St. John. Not far from Shoreditch in Old Street, north of Tabernacle Square, was the spring of St. Agnes Leclaire, called also Dame Annis, the clear and aniseed clear. Chapter 6. Ordeal. Trial by ordeal was always possible in London, yet in later years rarely practiced. The reason of its rarity was, no doubt, the fact that the accused person was in most cases the guilty person. In an age when the judgment of God could be solemnly invoked, when there was absolute belief in the punishments and tortures reserved for the guilty, a man would, as a general rule, hesitate before loading his soul, heavy with the actual crime, with perjuries and the blasphemy of calling upon an offended God to prove his innocence, to invite, that is, the Father of justice himself to deliver a false judgment. It was this clear and unquestioning faith which made the trial by ordeal possible for the innocent man to claim, and generally impossible for the guilty. There were many kinds of ordeal. The first was the ordeal called the corsand, i.e. the eating of a small cake of consecrated barley bread. The accused called upon the Lord God to choke him with it if he were guilty. It was believed that in this case his throat would become contracted and his jaws fixed. It was so that Earl Godwin was said to have been adjudged guilty and choked by the hand of justice which he had invoked. The second method, long practiced in the case of witches, was the ordeal of cold water. The accused was stripped, his hands were tied crosswise to his feet, he was sprinkled with holy water, he was permitted to kiss the cross, a rope was tied around his waist, and at the distance of 2 ells from his body a knot was tied. He was then thrown into deep water. If he sank as deep as the knot, he was innocent. If not, he was guilty. The administration of the ordeal was not conducted in the bare and simple method indicated above. It was placed in the hands of priests. Mass was said before it. There were appropriate psalms and prayers. The accused confessed his sins to the priest. Before the whole congregation, he called upon God to prove his innocence. He swore upon the holy relics of the church that he was innocent. The function was one of great solemnity and calculated to impress the minds of the people most deeply. The ordeal by hot water was, it will be seen, as a mere ceremony, most remarkable. One case will stand for many. 4 men, all belonging to the ward of Cheap, were accused of robbery and murder. The dead body of the murdered man had been found lying near the standard in Cheap stripped and showing gaping wounds. The 4 men were known to be roarers, that is, night wanderers and brawlers. The evidence against them, chiefly circumstantial, warranted their arrest. They claimed to prove their innocence by the ordeal of boiling water. On the appointed day, they were brought out from Newgate and conducted to St. Sepulchre's Church, where they first confessed and then attended Mass, being placed in the body of the church before the altar screen. After Mass, a short special service was sung for them. They then, one after the other, swore upon the relics that they were innocent. They demanded singly and one after the other the proof by ordeal. They solemnly implored the Lord to make manifest their innocence if they were innocent, or to prove their guilt if they were guilty. This done, a procession was formed. The whifflers marched first, followed by the clergy and the singing boys. Then came the prisoners guarded by the sergeant. They were led out to Smithfield, followed by a great crowd. The ordeal was not a function that could be witnessed every day. The Londoners have always turned out in force to witness an execution, or a flogging, or pillory, or any act of justice. On Smithfield, at the east of the Elms, that is, nearly in front of Bartholomew's Hospital, a fire of wood was burning in an open grate. Upon this stood a cauldron full of water. The smoke of the fire rolled up round the cauldron and was blown hither and thither. With it ascended, or was blown about, the steam of the boiling water. The flames crackled and licked the black sides of the cauldron. The water bubbled and overflowed and hissed. Behind the cauldron was a gibbet, with ropes for 4. It was afterwards observed that of the 4 men 1 preserved a cheerful and confident air, the other 3 were haggard and wan, their limbs dragged as they went. Arrived at the spot, the sheriff, who was present with the alderman of Cheap, informed the prisoners, which they knew already, that at the bottom of the cauldron lay a round white stone. They would each have to dip an arm into the boiling water and bring out that stone without scalding themselves. The first to essay the adventure was the prisoner of the cheerful and the confident countenance. The guards took off his doublet. They rolled a thin piece of linen round his arm and sealed it with lead. They then bade him advance. He stepped forward. He stood beside the cauldron, his arm raised. The priest and singing men began a psalm. The smoke and the steam blew this way and that way. The man could not be seen sometimes for the fumes. When the wind blew aside, the people saw him still, hand upraised, watching the boiling water. Suddenly the smoke and the steam were 193 blown aside. He plunged his arm. The smoke was blown back again, but he stood before the officers, the white stone in his hand. The crowd shouted. The Lord had proved his innocence. He was set aside. He would be taken back to Newgate. 3 days afterwards, the covering would be taken from his arm, and if there were no signs of scalding, he would be set free. The next man stepped forward. He plunged his hand at once. He groped about for the stone. He drew out his hand. He plunged again. He drew it out with a yell of agony. No need to look at the arm searchingly. It was horribly scalded. They hanged him up at once. The third man was brought forward. He looked at his companion hanging. He looked at the cauldron and the fire. He fell on his knees, confessing the crime. So likewise did the fourth man. So out of 4 ropes, 3 were wanted, and for 4 of them who were accused, the Lord himself had pronounced the guilt of 3 and established the innocence of 1. The fourth method was the ordeal by fire, in which the accused had to lift a red-hot bar of iron without burning his hands, or to walk barefoot over red-hot iron, or to put his hand into a red-hot iron glove, or to pass through a blazing fire with his clothes untouched. In the case of the bar of red-hot iron, the trial took place in the church, and as soon as Mass was begun, the bar was placed in the coals. At the last collect, it was taken off. A stand of some kind was placed near the fire, then a space of 9 times the length of the prisoner's foot was measured off. This made a distance of about 7 or 8 feet. This space was divided by lines into 3. The prisoner had to lift up the bar and to carry it by 3 steps across the space. His hand was then bound up, and after 3 days it was examined. If it showed signs of burning, he was hanged. These kinds of ordeal naturally fell into disuse as soon as people began to suspect that there was management by the priests. Their suspicions began certainly as early as the time of William Rufus, and perhaps earlier. The Normans, indeed, scoffed at all the old ordeals. On one occasion, when 20 prisoners had successfully passed the ordeal by fire, William Rufus laughed at the whole business and ordered them all to be tried. But the ordeal by battle stood on a different footing. In this ordeal, there could be no deception and no bribing. The priest had nothing to do with it. The 2 parties had to fight it out to the death. It was conducted in grim and solemn earnest. It was an appeal and a heartfelt prayer to the Lord of Justice. He was called upon to show the world which was the guilty party. And just as in the ordeal by water, the consciousness of innocence gave a man assurance, and thereby enabled him to undertake the fearful task without 194 confusion or haste, so in the ordeal by battle, the consciousness of innocence sent a man into the field doubly armed. The medieval view of the ordeal by battle is set forth seriously and solemnly by Dante de Monarchia, Book Roman 2, Chap. X. 19. Moreover, what is acquired by ordeal is acquired by right. For wheresoever human judgment is at fault, either because it is involved in the darkness of ignorance, or because there is not a presiding judge, then, lest justice should be left deserted, we must have recourse to him, who so loved her as himself, to meet her demands with his own blood in death. Hence the psalm, just is the Lord, and deeds of justice hath he loved. Now this is what takes place when by the free assent of either side, not in hatred, but in love of justice, the divine judgment is sought through means of the mutual clash of strength, alike of mind and body, which clash, since it was first tried in the single contact of man and man, we call the ordeal. But we must ever take heed that like as, when it is a question of war, all means should first be tried in the way of award, and only in the last resort should the way of battle be tried, as Tully and Vegetius agree in saying, the one in re militari, the other in the de officiis, and, like as in medical treatment, everything else should be tried before steel and fire, and they only in the last resort. So when every other way of finding judgment in a dispute has been exhausted, we are to recur in the last resort to this remedy, forced by a kind of compulsion of justice. There are then 2 formal characteristics of the ordeal. One is that which has just now been spoken of, the other the one which was touched upon above, to wit, that the contenders or champions should enter the palestra, not in hate or love, but in sole zeal for justice, with common consent. And therefore Tully said well in dealing with this matter, but wars, the aim of which is the crown of empire, should be waged less bitterly. But if the formal characteristics of the ordeal are preserved, else were it no ordeal, are not they who have gathered together by common consent, under compulsion of justice, and in zeal for her, gathered together in the name of God? And if so, is not God in their midst, since he himself promises as much in the Evangel? And if God is present, is it not impious to think that justice may succumb? Justice, whom he so loves, as is forenoted above. And if justice cannot succumb in the ordeal, is not that which is acquired by ordeal acquired by right? A function or an act of worship, undertaken and carried out in this spirit, cannot be regarded otherwise than most seriously. Let us turn to the actual manner in which the ordeal by battle was conducted. The accused began by denying the whole accusation word by word. He then offered to prove his innocence by his body. If the judge accepted the offer and decided that the duel should take place, he made the parties exchange gloves. They then had to find pledges that they would appear on the day of battle. Fines were paid to the king for permission to fight, for recreancy on failure to appear, for refusing to fight, for not holding the ordeal properly, or as a bribe to allow a fight. For the following rules in the preparation of the ground, I am indebted to the learned pen of my friend Prof. Skeet, whose notes to his Chaucer and his peers Ploughman are a treasure house of learning. The king shall find the field to fight in, and the lists shall be made and devised by the constable, and it is to be observed that the list must be 60 paces long and 40 paces broad, set up in good order, and the ground within hard, stable, and level without any great stones or other impediments. Also, that the lists must be made with one door to the east and another to the west, and strongly barred about with good bars 7 feet high or more, so that a horse may not be able to leap over them. It appears that there were an immense number of ordeals by battle. Indeed, in such an age, when every man was a soldier, one can very well understand that this method would seem to an innocent man far superior to any form of trial. In 1 year of Henry II's reign, there were 34 ordeals. Not only to an innocent man, but to the guilty, the ordeal by battle commended itself. Many a sturdy rogue, having little fear of God's vengeance before his eyes, preferred the chance of battle to the certainty of the gallows. So much was this the case that criminals were sometimes pardoned on condition of fighting so many battles successfully and ridding the country of so many malefactors. The ordeal by battle brought into existence, as might have been expected, a kind of gladiator, the champion or hired fighter who risked his neck with every fight. Boss from the ruins of the east cloister of St. Bartholomew's Priory. These are the rules for the arming of a knight arch, Journal Roman 4. How a man shall be armied at his essay, when he shall fight on foot. He shall have no shirt upon him, but a doublet of fustian lined with satin, cut full of hulies. The doublet must be strongly bounden, there the pointies must be set about the greet of the arm, and the beste before and bayand. And the gussetties of mail must be sewed unto the doublet in the bot of the arm, and undire the arm. The arminge pointies must be made of fine twin, such as men make stringies for crossbows, and they must be trussed small, and pointed as pointies. Also they must be waxed with cordueneris cood, and then they wole neither wreck nor break. Also a pair hosen of stammen sengel, and a pair of short bulwarkies of thin blanket to put about his naze, for chaffinge of his lighterns. Also a pair of shoon of thick corduene, and they must be fret with small whipcord, 3 knotties 196 upon a cord, and 3 cordies must be fast sewed unto the heel of the shoe, and 5 cordies in the middle of the sole of the same shoe, and that there be between the fretties of the heel and the fretties of the middle of the shoe the space of 3 fingers. To arm a man, first he must set on sabotones and tie hem upon the shoe with smale pointies that wall breek, and then griffus, and then quisses, and then the breech of mail, and then tuletties, and then breast, and then vambras, and then rerebras, and then glovies, and then hang his dagger upon his right side, and then his short sword upon the left side in a round ringe a la naked, to pull it out lightly, and then put his coat upon his back, and then his bassinet pinned upon two great staples before the breast with a double buckle bained upon the back, for to make the bassinet sit just, and then his lunge sword in his hand, and then his pencil in his hand, painted of St. George or of Our Lady, to bless him with as he goeth toward the felder and in the felder. The day that the pellant and the defendant shall fight what they shall have with him into the felder. A tent must be pight in the felder, also a chair, also a basin, also VJ loaves of bread, also ig gallons of wine, also a mess of meat, flesh or fish, also a board and a pair trestellies to set his meat and drink on, also a board cloth, also a knife for to cut his meat, also a cup to drink of, also a glass with a drink made, also a dozen tresses of orange pointies, also a hammer and pinsons and a bicorn, also smale nails a dozen, also a long sword, short sword and dagger, also a kerchief to heal the visor of his bassinet, also a pencil to bear in his hand of his avaria. In the case of knights, we see that the weapons were those in customary use, and the duel was a fight with spears and with sword. In the case of the common sort, it was a very different thing. The gallows stood in readiness for the vanquished man. The weapons were staves armed at the end with iron shaped like a ram's horn. There was a strict rule about the dress of the combatants, which was to be of white wool. They were bareheaded and barefooted. Their heads were shaved to avoid giving a chance for either to catch the other by the hair. In a certain duel on record, the combatants first broke their staves and then fought with fists and claws and feet and teeth, especially with their teeth. They tore each other's garments and the flesh beneath, until at last one got the other down and gouged out both eyes with his thumbs. After this, there was nothing to be done but to surrender and to be carried to the gallows, there to be hanged. In the year 1350, just after the visitation of the Black Death, occurred the famous ordeal by battle between John de Viscount and Thomas de la Marque. The quarrel arose in the east, where both these knights were engaged in the war, then going on between the Armenians, the Cypriots, and the Rhodians on one 197 side, and the Saracens on the other. John de Viscount was a cousin of the King of Cyprus, and Thomas de la Marque was a natural son of Philippe de Valois, King of France. Charges were brought by the former that the said Thomas had been guilty of perjury, treason, and forgery. The particulars of the accusation do not concern us. Thomas denied the whole and challenged the accuser to single combat. It is not exactly clear why the battle was not fought out in Cyprus or in Rhodes. Probably both parties desired to make as much as possible of the quarrel and of the battle. Probably the case was felt to be one which interested the whole of Christendom. However that may be, it was agreed to refer the matter to the King of England as the most worthy and honorable prince in all Christendom. The knights, therefore, arrived in England at the beginning of September 1350 with letters from the kings of Armenia and Cyprus containing a statement of the case, and inviting the king to allow the ordeal by battle to take place in his presence. The day was fixed for the 4th of October, the battle to be fought out in the lists in his palace of Westminster. The combatants appeared on the day appointed, fully armed and on horseback. The king, the Prince of Wales, and a great concourse of people were present. The oaths were administered, and the battle began. Sir John, leaping from his horse, determined to fight on foot, in which he was followed by his adversary. Stowe says that they began by running at the tilt. The following is Stowe's account of the fight, with the tragical conclusion. For this, therefore, were these two worthy soldiers appointed to fight, which they performed within the lists of the King's Palace at Westminster, on Monday next following after the feast of St. Michael, where Thomas, in declaration of his innocency, in that he was accused of, overcame his enemy, but yet killed him not, for he could not, because he was not able to wound him being so armed with any kind of piercing weapon, except it were in his face which was bare. For after that they had run at the tilt, and fought on foot, as they were striving together on the ground, with certain pricks both short and sharp, then called gadlings, being closed in the joints of his right gauntlet. The said Thomas struck the said John in the face, and sore wounded him, but on the other side John had no such kind of weapon, wherewith he mit hurt Thomas' face, and therefore cried out aloud most horribly, whereupon by the king's commandment the combat was ended, and the victory adjudged to Thomas, who gave the said John, being thus overcome, to the Prince of Wales for a captive, and offered up his own armour to St. George in St. Paul's Church at London, with great devotion. These matters being thus finished, the Sipper's man is manumitted and set at liberty as a free man again. And Thomas, thinking boldly to go into the presence of his brother the French king, took his journey thither, and at his coming found the said king and the nobility of France greatly offended, and in indignation against him, for that he agreed that the combat should be tried before the King of England. Wherefore Thomas, thinking secretly with himself how to win the false friendship of his brother, became desirous to shew that therein he had done well among all other things. He greatly praised the nobility of Edward, and his worthy fame spread over all the world, and also the justice which he used in judging, not accepting the person of the man of Sippers, yea, though he loved the king himself very well, neither suffered him to be preferred before me, which am a French man, and brother, and friend to the my lord King of France, judge over the said King Edward my adversary. Also the Earl of U highly praised the King of England, for that he had received great comfort and commodity at his hands during the time of his captivity in England, showing also how far that good king had banished envy and hatred from his heart, who at a time of justing baying in the field at that exercise, and the king also was commanded by the king himself to bear away the price and prick from them all. These commendations did the French king envy at, and for indignation he most wickedly commanded the setters forth of those praises to be beheaded. And for to colour the matter the better he feigned that the earl used too much familiarity with the queen his wife, and that his brother was guilty of treason against the King of France, because he committed his cause and the combat to be tried by the judgment of the King of England. After he had thus murdered his brother, he tormented his wife to death by famine, who was daughter of the noble King of Boheme, lately slain in battle by Geoffrey. On the 7th of June, 1380, another ordeal by battle was held. It is a very singular story, and reads as if the guilty man were prevented from making a good fight by the knowledge of his guilt. Fabian and Stowe both refer to the incident, but only briefly. Holinshed is the authority for the fuller details. The accuser, Sir John Annesley, charged Thomas Catrington, Esquire, Fabian calls him Carton, with having betrayed and sold to the French the castle of St. Sauveur in Normandy, of which he was governor. He brought the charge before the court of the Constable of England sitting at Westminster, concluding by throwing down his gauntlet and offering to justify the words in open duel. Catrington denied the charge and accepted the duel. In the year 1384, another ordeal of battle took place in the palace lists, which, like the last, resulted in the death of the unjust. The case was this: one Mortalto de Villeneuve, a gentleman of Navarre, brought a charge of treason against John Welsh, an English gentleman, stating that the treason had been committed while Welsh was governor of Cherbourg. They fought it out on St. Andrew's Day, the result being the overthrow of Mortalto, who then confessed that his charge was without foundation, but that it was invented in revenge for the seduction of his wife by Welsh. He was therefore by the king's command hanged immediately, though the queen, Stowe says, made earnest intercession to have his life saved. Madoc's Exchequer, I 550, furnishes an account of an ordeal by battle with an illustration of the manner of combat. Now we are speaking of duels. I will lay before the reader a pretty remarkable case of a duel that was fought in the reign of King Henry Roman III, between Walter Bloebem, an approver, and Hamon le Steer, together with a draft or figure of the duel as it was drawn at that time. The case was this: Walter Bloebem appealed Hamon le Steer of robbery, alleging that they were together at Winchester, and there stole clothes and other goods, whereof Hamon had for his share 2 coats, to wit, one of Irish cloth, and the other a partycoat or cloth of Abendon and Burrell of London, and that he, the said Walter, was in fellowship with the said Hamon in the said robbery he offereth to prove by his body, as the court shall award. Hamon came and denied the whole, and saith that he will defend himself by his body, whereupon it was awarded that there should be a duel between them. A duel was struck, and Hamon, being vanquished in the combat, was adjudged to be hanged. it was found that Hammon had no chattels to forfeit to the king. The account of a dispute about a manor in the Isle of Harty, which was to have been fought out in Tothill Fields, Westminster, but ended very tamely, is given at length in London in the time of the Tudors, p. 391. In the collections of a London citizen there are 2 ordeals by battle, one at least, very grim and horrible. And in that same year, 1445, there was an armourer, and his own man fought within the listies in Smethafilde the last day of January, and there the maester was slain and disbelied out of his harneys, and lay style in the field ale that day and that nit next following. And then afterward by the king's commandment, he was drawn, hanged, and beheaded, and his head set on London brig, and the body hinging above earth beside the tower. Also that year, 1455, a thief, one Thomas Whitehorn, was taken in the New Forest beside Bewley and put in prison at Winchester. And when the day of deliverance come, he appelled many true men, and by that mean he kept his life in prison. And through men that he appelled were take and put in strong prison, and suffered many great painies, and was that they should confess, and accord unto his fowls pelling. And some were hanged that had new friends shipe and good, and thou that had goods gate her charters of pardon. And that fowls and untrue peller had of the kinge every day J.D. Ob. And these he continued almost each year, and distried many men that were some tim in his company. And at the last he appelled on that outerly said that he was fowls in his appellange, and said that he wold preve hit with his handies, and spend his life and blowed upon his fowl's body. And thys mater was full discreetly take and heard, or both pellery's part, and of the defendant wise part also. And a notable man, and the most peatfullest juge of all thys land in sitting upon life and death, took thys simple man that offered to fit with the peller, and full curtsly informed him of the conditions of the fitting and duel of repref, that shoulder be between a peller of the kingies, fowls or true, in that one party, and between the defendant, true or false, in that other party. For in case that the peller prevailed in that fit, he shoulder he put in prison iron, but he shoulder fare more better than he did before time of fittinge, and be ilo of the king ij d every day as lunge as hit plessed the king, that he shoulder live. For in process the kinge may by the law put him to death, as for a man sleer, because that his pelling, fowls or true, hath costed many mannies deathies, for a very true man shoulder within exeage harries make open to be no less such fowls hid thingies of felony or treason, if he be not consenting unto the same fellowship, under pain of death, and thys peller wise in the same case, wherefore he most neddies die by very reason, thys wise for the peller's party. The defendant wise party wise, as that noble man, Maester Michael Skyling, said and informed the defender, that he and the peller most be clothed ale in white sheppy's letter, both body, head, leggies, fate, face, handies, and ale, and that they shoulder have in her handies ij stavies of green hash, the bark being upon, of ij foot in lengthy, and at the end, a bat of the same govern oat as lunge as the more jevith any gretinies. And in that arthy end a horn of Iran, I made like unto a rammy's horn, as sharp at the small end as hit mit be made. And their wipe they shoulder make her foul battle upon the most sorry and wrecked green that mit be found about the town, having nother meat ni drick ni withe, but both most be fastinge. And if her froward weapon ben I broke, they most fit with her handies, fisties, nailies, teth, fate, and leggies, hitwise to shamful to rehearse ale the conditions of thys foul conflict. And if the defendant slee that pellers, fowls, or true, the defendant shall be hanged by cause of man slange, by su moche that he hath I slain the kingies prover, for by his many the kinge had money of such as were appelled, and that money that ross of her stuff or goodies that they had was put to the kinge almies, and his a menor distributed hit unto the poor people. But the king may by his grace pardon the defendant if he will, wise the defendant be well named, and of competent governance in the town, or sit there at his a bidding wise. But thys full selden sane by cause of the vile and unmannerly fittinge. And by reason they shoulder not been buried in new holy sepulture of Christian mannies burying, but cast out as a man that wilfully slayeth himself. No remember thys foul battle, whether ye will do hit or new, and both parties consentide to fit, with ale the conditions that long thereto. And the fendant desired that the juge wold send unto Milbroke there that he dwelled, to inquire of his jidin, and of conversation. And alle the men in that town say that he was the truest labourer in alle that canter, and the most gentlest therewith, for he was a fisher and tailor of craft. And the peller desired the same, but he was not abiding in no place passenger moneth. And in every place there as inquisition was made men said, Hange up tome withorn, for he wise to strange to fit with Jamie's fisher the true man, why than Erin Rammy's horn. And thys caused the juge to have pit upon the defendant. The manner of feutinge of these ige poor. Reckies by side Winchester. The peller in his raiment and parel with his weapon come out of the east side, and the defendant out of the southwest side in his apparel, with his weapon, full sore weaponge, and a pair of beddies in his hand. And he knelled down upon the earth toward the east, and cried God mercy, and alle the worlde, and prayed every man of forgiveness, and every man there being present prayed for him. And the fowls peller called and said, Thou fowls traitor, why art thou so lunge in fowls biter believe? And then the defendant rose up and him and said, My quarrel wise as faithful and alle so true as my believe, and in that quarrel I will fit. And with the same words smote at the peller that his weapon break. And then the peller smote a stroke to the defendant, but the officers were ready that he shoulde smite no more, and they took away his weapon fro him. And then they fought to Jedderies with her fisties long time, and restide hem, and fought again, and then restide again, and then they went toger by the neckies. And then they both with her teth, that the leather of clothing and flesh was alled to rent in many places of her bodies. And then the fowls peller cast that meek innocent down to the ground, and bote him by the membries, that the selly innocent dried out. And by hap more then strengith, that innocent recovered up on his knees, and took that fowls peller by the nose with his teth, and put his tom in his ye, that the peller cried out, and prayed him of mercy, for he was fowls unto God, and unto him. And then the juge commanded him to cess, and her both her tallies, and the peller said that he had accussed him wrongfully and exviage men, and besought God of mercy and of forgiveness. And then he was confessed and hanged, of whose soul God have mercy. Amen. As for the defendant was pardoned of his life, leam and goodies, and went home, and he become an hermits, and with short time died. Chapter 7. Sanctuary. It is strange that an institution which played a large part in the social scheme of the Middle Ages should have fallen so completely into decay as to be absolutely forgotten by the people, so that there is not even a legend or a tradition of it left. The memory of sanctuary is as clean lost and forgotten as that of frank pledge. Yet 300 years ago, the constant thought of debtor or malefactor was that if the worst came to the worst, he could fly to St. Martin's or to Westminster, and so escape the clink of Ludgate or the jail of Newgate. Even the murderer always had it in mind when justice was in pursuit of him, that there was the refuge of sanctuary, if only he might win there, where he could be received and could abide in safety. Like every other ecclesiastical foundation, the right of sanctuary was originally a beneficent and wise institution, designed by the Church for the protection of the weak and the prevention of revenge, wild justice, violence, and oppression. If a man, in those days of swift wrath and ready hand, should kill another in the madness of a moment, if by accident he should wound or maim another, if by the breaking of any law he should incur the penalties of justice, if by any action he should incur the hostility of a stronger man, if by some of the many changes and chances of fortune he should lose his worldly goods and fall into debt or bankruptcy and so become liable to imprisonment, if he had cause to dread the displeasure of king, baron, or bishop, in all these cases the right of sanctuary was open to him. Once on the frith stool, once clinging to the horns of the altar, he was as safe as an Israelite within the walls of a city of refuge. The mighty hand of the Church was over him. His enemies could not touch him on pain of excommunication. In theory, every church was a sanctuary, but it was easy to blockade a church so that the refugee could be starved into submission. If a felon took refuge in a church, it was the duty of the neighbors to watch him until he had either surrendered or, in presence of the proper officer, had abjured the realm. If he was allowed to escape, the parish or the ward was fined 100 shillings to be paid to the king. The only real safety for a fugitive from justice or revenge was in those abbeys and places which possessed special charters and immunities. Foremost 202 among these were the sanctuaries of Westminster and St. Martin's-le-Grand outside London. The principal sanctuaries appear to have been Beverley, Hexham, Durham, and Beaulieu. But every abbey, like every church, possessed its sanctuary as a part of its privileges. That of Westminster was, if not founded, defined and regulated by Edward the Confessor. That of St. Martin, the existence of which was always a scandal and an offence to the City of London, was regulated by half a dozen charters of as many kings. Its refugees were principally bankrupts, debtors, and common thieves. These, as offenders against property, were especially hated by a trading community. The privilege of sanctuary was beautiful in theory. "Come to me," said the Church, "I will keep thee in safety from the hand of violence and the arm of the law. I will give thee lodging and food. My doors shall be always open to thee day and night. I will lead thee to repentance. Come, and in safety sit down and meditate on the sins which brought thee hither." Sanctuary Knocker. Durham Cathedral. The invitation was extended to all, but with certain reservations. Nor was it merely a formal invitation. Sanctuary was actually sought by multitudes, but traitors, Jews, infidels, and those who had committed sacrilege were not received. In Durham Cathedral, 2 men slept every night in the Galilee Chapel to admit any fugitive who might ring the bell or lift the knocker. Nay, sanctuary was actually converted into a city of refuge by the setting apart of a measured space, the whole of which was to be considered sanctuary. At Hexham, where 4 roads met in the middle of the town, a cross was set up on every one of the roads to show where sanctuary began. At Ripon and at Beverley, a circle with a radius of a mile was the limit of sanctuary. At St. Martin's-le-Grand, the precinct was accurately laid down and jealously defended. It included many streets, and the area is now almost entirely covered by the buildings of the General Post Office. At Westminster, the whole precinct of the abbey, church, monastery buildings, close, cloisters, and gardens were sacred ground. In Archaeology, Romans 17, p. 198, is given the oath of sanctuary. I extract the whole passage. Among the Harleian manuscripts in the British Museum is a thin folio volume written upon vellum marked number 4292 and containing the register of persons who sought sanctuary for different crimes at St. John of Beverley in Yorkshire in the reigns of King Edward IV, King Henry VII, and King Henry VIII. The bookbinder, by whom it appears to have been rebound of later years, seems to have mixed some of the leaves, or, at least, to have put the entries of King Edward IV's time after some of those of King Henry VII's. The greater part of the manuscript is of course confined to a list of names and crimes, but on the reverse of folio 17 is a copy of the oath taken by those who sought the peace of the place. I do not remember to have met with a sanctuary oath elsewhere. The bailiff of the town, by whom the oath was administered, is directed to inquire of the refugee what man he killed, and wherewith, and both their names, and then gar him lay his hand up in the book, saying on this wise. Catharine W.B. Ward. The Martyrdom of St. Thomas. From a copy, preserved in Canterbury Cathedral, of the almost obliterated painting at the head of the tomb of Henry Roman IV. Sir, tak heed on your oath. Ye shall be true and faithful to my Lord Archbishop of York, Lord of this town, to the Provost of Thessame, to the Chanons of this church, and all other ministers thereof. Also ye shall bear a gude hurt to the Bailey and Roman 12, governors of this town, to all burges and commoners of Thessame. Also ye shall bear a no pointed weapon, dagger, knife, ne none other weapon against the king's peace. Also ye shall be ready at all your power, if there be any debate or strife, or other sothen case of fire within the town, to help to assess it. Also ye shall be ready at the abbot of King Adilston at the dirige, and the mess at such time as it is done at the warning of the bellman of the town, and do your dute in ringing, and for to offer at the mess on the morn, so help you God and thys holy evangelists. And then gar him kiss the book. The history of St. Martin's-le-Grand is the history of a stalwart resistance and defense of the rights of sanctuary against the attacks of the citizens and others. For in a lawless age no rights, no privileges, no laws are obeyed. In Wat Tyler's rebellion his followers paid no respect to sanctuary. They dragged from the very altars the tax collectors who had hurried thither to be out of danger. 20 years later, the city itself protested against the abuses caused by the immunities of the sanctuary, but as yet the place was too strongly fortified by charters and papal bulls for any change to be effected. The king, on the other hand, took the line that it was by the negligence of the city magistrates that so many crimes were committed, and that so many claimants of sanctuary existed. There is a story of sanctuary at St. Paul's told by Riley Mem, p. 24. It was in the 17th year of King Edward I, and on the day of St. George, that one Walter Bacon, a chaplain or parish priest, took sanctuary in the cathedral. Thither came, in consequence, the king's coroner William le Maesliner, the warden of the city. It was during the suspension of the mayor's office, John Le Breton, Sir Baronsin, John de Banquel, and other trustworthy persons. Then the coroner, in the presence of the assembled company, demanded of the man for what reason he had taken sanctuary, whereupon the man replied that it was because he had stolen 16 silver dishes belonging to Sir Baronsin. The dishes being restored, the sheriff was instructed to take charge of them in a sealed packet, and 2 days after the packet was opened by the sheriff in presence of the coroner, and the dishes were given back to the said Baronsin. What became of the chaplain is not stated. Many examples have been preserved of those who sought safety within those walls. There is the case of one Henry who stole a signet ring, a pyx for consecrated wafers. Had it ever been used, he would have been debarred sanctuary for sacrilege. He also stole some money and other things. He took sanctuary, then he changed his mind and fled, leaving his stolen property behind him. The dean's officers seized it as a waif left within the soak or franchise of the college. There is, again, the case of Henry Cyprian, canon of Waltham. He, for certain offences, took refuge at St. Martin's. It was in the year 1430, the 9th of King Henry VI. The mayor and sheriffs thereupon seized him and dragged him out. The dean and canons brought the case before the king, who ordered Cyprian to be restored to sanctuary. But the smouldering hostility of the city continued and increased. The alderman of Aldersgate, Matthew Philip, on the imposition of a 205 certain tax, called upon the dean of St. Martin's for his share, alleging that it was not a privileged place, and actually levied the money by distress. The king ordered it to be restored. In the same year occurred the famous case of St. Martin's le Grand, which, though it was decided against the city, strengthened enormously the case against sanctuary. A certain soldier named Knight lay in prison at Newgate. His friends trumped up a case of debt against him, to answer to which he had to be taken to the Guildhall. Therefore he passed the south side of St. Martin's. 5 of his friends lay in ambush in Pannier Alley, and as he passed they dragged him from the officers, and so into sanctuary, where they all remained. Surely this was an abuse of the privilege. The city thought so, evidently. The sheriffs, Philip Malpass and Robert Marshall, with the alderman of the ward, the city chamberlain, and a great multitude of people, crowded into St. Martin's demanding the prisoners, whom the canon refused to surrender. They therefore seized them by force, chained and manacled them, stripped them to their shirts, and led them off to Newgate. Evidently it was a case which excited the greatest indignation. The king, on receiving the complaint of the dean, ordered the release of the prisoners by letters taken from Windsor to the Tower by Lord Huntingdon. The mayor refused to open the letters. He said that the Tower was a privileged place outside his jurisdiction, and that he could perform no official act in it, not even the opening of a letter addressed to himself as mayor. Lord Huntingdon then produced the king's writ, which was received and considered in the church of Allhallows Barking. Here, with the assistance of the city clerk, John Carpenter, they found some legal objection, which they conveyed to the king. The matter, however, was heard in the Star Chamber. The case of the dean was based, of course, on the charters of the house and on the antiquity of the privileges claimed. The case of the sheriffs, where it did not depend upon a legal quibble, rested on the enormous inconvenience and the many mischiefs caused by the sanctuary. Thus one Stodie deliberately murdered a woman, took refuge in the sanctuary, and succeeded in escaping. John Frow, having a grudge against one Robert Dodmerton, dogged him till he was close to the gate of sanctuary, where he stabbed him in the neck, so that he died, when the murderer calmly took refuge in the sanctuary. One Lully, a Cambridge man, did exactly the same thing in the same place. It was also argued that certain criminals in the reign of Henry V had been taken from sanctuary, that a lane of the precinct in which criminals assembled had been stopped by order of the king, and that church, precinct, and lane were all portions of the city itself. These arguments prevailed not. The sheriffs had to give up the prisoners. Another mischief caused by this privilege was the fabrication of counterfeit 206 plate and jewels which was established there. The goldsmiths' company, who had the right to examine all goldsmiths' shops in the city, demanded admission to St. Martin's precinct in order to examine the workshops there. The dean refused permission as a right, but invited them to come in and inspect the work. He himself went with them and caused all bad work to be destroyed. Edward IV, in a statute against fraudulent goldsmiths' work, accepted the precinct from its operation. It is interesting to note that makers of counterfeit plate and jewels continued in their old quarters long after the dissolution. Thus Butler says, "'Tis not those paltry counterfeits, French stones which in our eyes you set, but are right diamonds that inspire, and set your amorous hearts on fire. Nor can those false St. Martin's beads, which on our lips you place for reds, and make us wear like Indian dames, all fuel to your scorching flames, but those true rubies of the rock, which in the cabinets we lock." Perhaps the strength of St. Martin's was best shown in the case of William Caius. He was one of Jack Cade's associates, and on the dispersion of the rebels he took sanctuary in St. Martin's. The king demanded him as a traitor. The dean took with him all his bulls and charters and pleaded the case. In the end he won it. The traitor was to remain, but to be prevented from committing any more treason. Some time after, Caius received the king's pardon and was even admitted to his favor. When the civil wars broke out, one Oldie Hall, chamberlain to the Duke of York, was ordered by the king's advisers not to leave the city of London. He fled to sanctuary, was dragged out, and was ordered to be taken back again. Up to this point, the dean had proved too strong for the city. But in the year 1455, the sanctuary men presumed so much upon their security that they formed into companies and attacked and robbed the citizens. Thereupon the mayor and sheriffs broke into sanctuary and seized the ringleaders. The dean complained, the king sent for the mayor and his officers, but the time was not one in which the city could be made hostile, and the prisoners were not restored. Again, in the year following, the sanctuary men took part in an attack upon the Italian merchants. The complaints were now so general and so loud that some restriction had to be imposed on the privilege. Articles were drawn up for the better regulation of the sanctuary. They are like those already quoted from the archives of Beverley. Thus, 1. Every person on entering must declare the cause of his seeking refuge. 2. No one is to carry any weapon within the precinct. 3. That any errant and open thief, robber, murderer, and felon noised by the common fame of the people shall find security for good behavior both in Sanctuary 207 and for a quarter of a year afterwards, and that he be kept in ward until he has found that security. But he may depart if he pleases. 4. The gates to be shut at certain hours. 5. Stolen goods not to be taken into sanctuary. 6. If any acts of robbery or violence be committed by a sanctuary man, he is to be placed in prison and kept there. But he may depart if he will, of course, to find the sheriff's officer waiting for him. 7. Forgers, makers of counterfeit goods, pickers of locks, etc. not to be allowed in sanctuary. 8. Strumpets and all immoral persons to be kept in prison until they amend or depart. 9. Gambling, plays at hazard, the dice, the gel, the KLs, the cloche, to be forbidden in sanctuary. 10. Sundays and holy days to be kept. And 11. Every person admitted to take oath that he will obey these rules. Brasses in St. Bartholomew the Less, Smithfield. Already, on more than one occasion, the difference between medieval laws and medieval practice has been remarked. What, for instance, could be better than these ordinances? Everything seems to be provided for: merciful refuge for the criminal, prison for those who commit new crimes, the practice of dishonest trades forbidden, the morality of the sanctuary protected, the place to be a house of religion and repentance, and not a refuge and lurking place for thieves and rogues. What happened that the sanctuary went on just as before? There was, no doubt, some little stir at the outset. The canons ordered their servants to exercise diligence in the maintenance of these laws. We have seen the dean going round with the goldsmith's officer. Perhaps he went round with his own officers, and questioned the refugees, admonished them all, both men and women, and then departed. The decay of all the monastic and ecclesiastical foundations was everywhere partly due to the fact that, while the rule remained, that part of it which demanded personal service was handed over to servants and inferior officers. The criminal who ran into the sanctuary was received by a servant, not by the canons. He was lodged by a servant, not by the canons. Then, the food provided being humble in quality and insufficient in quantity, the refugee carried on his trade in order to get more food. Probably the custom grew up, as it had grown up in the prisons of Newgate and Ludgate, of paying fees to the sanctuary officers. In return for those fees, everything was permitted. Men who lived by robbery and who were well known to be robbers, women who lived by procuring and by prostitution, sharpers, forgers, fabricators of false goods, fraudulent bankrupts, receivers of stolen goods. Thieves actually took sanctuary with their stolen goods in their hands. All these people lived in security and peace. They escaped the pillory, the stocks, the agony of the whipping post, the noisome prison, and the gallows. The city did well to protest without ceasing against the abuse of the sanctuary. During the civil wars, St. Martin's proved a veritable haven of refuge to many, including the Countess of Oxford, Morton, Bishop of Ely, and other prelates, as well as both lords and ladies. In St. Martin's lived and died, rotted away piecemeal, Miles Forrest, one of the murderers of the young princes. A great change was made in St. Martin's when the college was transferred by Henry VII to the Abbey of St. Peter, Westminster. The abbot became Dean of St. Martin's. Another seal was made. The duties of the canons were performed by vicars. In the year 1548, all chantries, free chapels, and brotherhoods were suppressed, St. Martin's among them. The splendid church was pulled down. The site was speedily built over by tenements and shops and taverns. But superstition and custom reserved, until a much later time, some of the privileges of sanctuary both at St. Martin's and at Westminster. The chronicle of the West End sanctuary is somewhat nobler. It must be understood that the whole precinct of the abbey, and not the church only, was the sanctuary, of which the more sacred part, of course, was the church. But the name of sanctuary was especially given to a gloomy square pile built of ragstone, about 75 feet square and about 60 feet high. Outside was a round tower no higher than the building itself, which contained a stair communicating with the upper story. There were 2 stories, each of which 209 was a chapel, the lower one being especially dark and gloomy. On the roof, it appears, there were sometimes erected small houses for the accommodation of refugees. By a very remarkable omission, this interesting building is not noticed by Stowe or by any later writer. Stukely first observed it, and sketched and measured it in the year 1750 when they were taking it down. Here is a glimpse, 1556, of a sanctuary procession. The Roman 6th day of December, the abbot of Westminster went a procession with his convent. Before him went all the sanctuary men with cross keys upon their garments, and after went each. For murder, 1, the Lord Dacre's son of the North, was whipped, with a shet about him for killing of a man, Master West Esquire dwelling Besant. And Anager Thafe, that did long to one of Master Comptroller, did kill Richard Eggleston the Comptroller's tailor, and killed him in the long occurs, the backsid Charing Cross, and a boy that killed a bige boy that sold papers and printed books with horling of a stone, and it him under the air in Westminster Hall. The boy was one of the children what was at the Ecclesiastical there in the Abbey. The boy was a Hosier Soon Hosier's son, a boyf Londonstone. The Sanctuary Church at Westminster. From Allen's History of London. The whipping of Lord Dacre's son, wrapped in a white sheet, for murder, must have been edifying. Sanctuary, therefore, was not wholly free from pains and 210 penalties. 2 months later, another man in sanctuary was whipped before the cross for murder. Not always, however, were the rights of sanctuary respected. That Wat Tyler should respect them was hardly to be expected. Therefore we read without surprise how he dragged the Marshal of the Marshalsea from one of the pillars of the Confessor's shrine, to which, as the holiest place in the church, he was clinging. But the murder of the Knight Hawke in the year 1398 is a very remarkable illustration of the violence and ungovernable temper into which the men of that time could fall. There were two knights named Hawk and Shackle. In the Spanish Wars of the Black Prince, they had between them effected the valuable capture of a Spanish noble. He exchanged his son, a youth, for himself, a method of hostage not uncommon, and went home, leaving the two Englishmen expectant of a lordly ransom. Then, however, John of Gaunt, who claimed the throne of Spain, demanded the delivery of the young Spaniard to himself. This was refused. Thereupon he threatened imprisonment, so that the knights fled and took sanctuary at Westminster, accompanied by the captive disguised as a page or valet. It would seem as if they were pursued on their flight. At least what follows does not look like a deed done in cold blood. The two knights fled into the church as the safest part of the sanctuary. Thither they were followed by Alan Bloxhole, Constable of the Tower, Sir Ralph Ferrers, and a company of 50 men. Shackle, for his part, escaped with the page, probably into the cloisters, where he could easily be conveyed to a place of safety. But Hawk remained in the church and ran round the choir, followed by his enemies. This took place actually during the celebration of High Mass. At last, the wretched man fell covered with wounds in front of the prior's stall, that is, within the choir. After this, the prior closed the church for 4 months, and caused the violators of the sanctuary to be excommunicated, as well as fining them £200 apiece, equal to nearly £3,000 of our money. If sacrilege meant anything at all, the abbot was bound to make as much as he could of the factum horribile. The unfortunate Hawk was buried in the south transept. But there were other violations of sanctuary, as when Sir Robert Tressilian, Lord Chief Justice, was dragged out from the refuge he had sought, and when the Duke of Exeter was treated likewise. On the other hand, Henry VII showed his wisdom in respecting sanctuary when Perkin Warbeck took shelter there. And sanctuary was, as a rule, respected. When Eleanor Cobham, Duchess of Gloucester, went into sanctuary at Westminster, she was unmolested, and might have stayed there all her life had she chosen. Elizabeth Woodville gave birth to her elder boy, forsaken by her friends and in great penury, yet in safe keeping. Here she placed the child in his father's arms on his return. A second time she fled thither when that boy, 13 years of age, was in the hands of her enemy and 211 in the Tower. She took with her the younger boy, but we all know what happened. Sanctuary was broken. The archbishops gave their consent to the sacrilege, even though they knew, everybody must have known, that the boys would be murdered one after the other. It was the lot of every prince or possible heir to the throne in those times to be murdered or to be slain in battle. Henry VI, Prince Edward, the Duke of York, the Duke of Clarence, the Duke of Exeter, are all examples instructive enough. Yet the archbishops yielded. Why? I think it is clear that they dreaded above all things a boy king. Above all things they wanted repose for the distracted land. It was a case of choosing between the lives of 2 innocent boys or fresh wars, new distractions, which, the violation of sanctuary in this case, is remarkable for the opportunity it gave the Duke of Buckingham to attack the whole system of sanctuary. I dare well avow it, weigh the good that they do with the hurt that cometh of them, and ye shall find it much better to lack both than to have both. And this I say, although they were not abused as they now be, and so long have been, that I fear me they will ever be, while men be afraid to set their hands to the amendment, as though God and St. Peter were the patrons of ungracious living. Now unthrifts riot and run in debt upon the boldness of these places, yea, and rich men run thither with poor men's goods. There they build, there they spend, and bid their creditors go whistle for them. Men's wives run thither with their husbands' plate, and say they dare not abide with their husbands for beating. Thieves bring thither their stolen goods, and their live thereon. There devise they new robberies nightly to steal out, they rob and reave and kill, and come in again, as though those places gave them not only a safeguard for the harm they have done, but a license also to do more mischief. It must not be forgotten that Skelton the poet escaped the wrath of Wolsey by taking refuge in the Westminster sanctuary, where he lived in safety and died unmolested. In the Italian Relations of England, Camden Society, probably written at the end of the 15th century, the author bears testimony of the same kind to the evils of sanctuary. Apparently, the institution did not exist in Italy. The clergy are they who have the supreme sway over the country, both in peace and war. Amongst other things, they have provided that a number of sacred places in the kingdom should serve for the refuge and escape of all delinquents, and no one, were he a traitor to the crown, or had he practiced against the king's own person, can be taken out of these by force. And a villain of this kind, who, for some great excess that he has committed, has been obliged to take refuge in one of these sacred places, often goes out of it to brawl in the public streets, and then, returning to it, escapes with impunity for every fresh offense he may have been guilty of. This is no detriment to the purses of the priests, nor to the other perpetual sanctuaries, but every church is a sanctuary for 40 days, and if a thief or a murderer who has taken refuge in one cannot leave it in safety during these 40 days, he gives notice that he wishes to leave England, in which case, being stripped to the shirt by the chief magistrate of the place, and a crucifix placed in his hand, he is conducted along the road to the sea, where, if he finds a passage, he may go with a God speed you. But if he should not find one, he walks into the sea up to the throat, and 3 times asks for a passage, and this is repeated till a ship appears, which comes for him, and so he departs in safety. It is not unamusing to hear how the women and children lament over the misfortune of these exiles, asking how they can live so destitute out of England, adding, moreover, that they had better have died than go out of the world, as if England were the whole world. Henry VII, in 1483, procured a bull from Pope Innocent VIII, which allowed of malefactors being taken out of sanctuary when it was proved that they had left sanctuary in order to commit some mischief, and that if persons suspected of high treason took refuge, it should be permitted to the king to station guards at the gates and elsewhere to keep them from going out. Later, in the year 1504, Henry VII procured another bull permitting him to take out persons suspected of high treason. This bull would seem to allow the actual destruction of sanctuary. The procedure in the claim of sanctuary was as follows, the statute being put up in the custom hall of the Cinque Ports, Dover, Italian relations. And when any shall flee into the church or churchyard for felony, claiming thereof the privilege for any action of his life, the head officer of the same liberty, where the said church or churchyard is, with his fellow jurats or commoners of the same liberty, shall come to him and shall ask him the cause of being there, and if he will not confess felony immediately, it shall be entered in record, and his goods and chattels shall be forfeited, and he shall tarry there 40 days, or before, if he will, he shall make his abjuration in form following before the head officer, who shall assign to him the port of his passage, and after his abjuration there shall be delivered unto him by the head officer or his assignees a cross, and proclamation shall be made that while he be going by the highway towards the port to him assigned, he shall go in the king's peace, and that no man shall grieve him in so doing, on pain to forfeit his goods and chattels. And the said felon shall lay his right hand on the book, and swear this, you hear, Mr. Coroner, that I, a thief, have stolen such a thing, or have killed such a woman, or man, or a child, and am the king's felon, and for that I have done many evil deeds and felonies in this same his land, I do abjure and forswear the lands of the kings of England, and that I shall haste myself to the port of which you have given or assigned me, and that I shall not go out of the highway, and if I do, I will that I shall be taken as a thief, and the king's felon, and at the same place I shall tarry but one ebb and flood, if I may have passage. And if I cannot have passage in the same place, I shall go every day into the sea to my knees and above, crying, passage, for the love of God and King, his sake, and if I may not within 40 days together, I shall get me again into the church, as the king's felon. So help me God, and by this book, according to your judgment. And if a clerk flying to the church for felony, affirming himself to be a clerk, he shall not abjure the realm, but yielding himself to the laws of the realm, shall enjoy the liberties of the church, and shall be delivered to the ordinary, to be kept safe to the convict prison, according to the laudable custom of the realm of England. Chapter 8. Miracle and Mystery Plays. I have elsewhere spoken of the singular fact that no remains of a Roman theatre or amphitheatre have been found in London, and I have ventured to put forward a theory as to the site of one or both. One cannot, indeed, understand how there could be a theatre at Rudupee or at Bath and none at London. It is true that Augusta was, for the greater part of her Roman existence, a Christian city, but so was Bath. It is also true that the Church condemned the theatre, but these facts did not destroy the theatre. St. Augustine tells us how much he was attracted by the drama, rapiunt me spectacula theatrica. The total destruction of the Roman theatre in the country with the stage machinery and the stage traditions, we may be quite sure, was effected not by the thunders of the Church, but by the coming of the Angles and the Saxons, and by the desolation of Augusta. The drama had to begin again later on. As the mimetic instinct always survives every attempt at repression, the drama in some form was sure to revive. It began again in two forms. First, in the church, the very place whence it had been denounced, and in the entertainments given by wandering mummers, minstrels, dancers, and tumblers. The wandering folk, the show folk, the ribauds, the people who cannot work, the men and women who can only earn their bread by making music and merriment, by telling stories, singing songs, performing tricks, dancing, turning somersaults, and pandering to the ever-present desire for pleasure. These people cannot be suppressed, and they kept alive the art of acting. In England they flourished exceedingly in quiet times. What sort of rude play they performed it is not possible to ascertain. It was, I believe, a rough and ready farce, like that preserved in Rabelais, where the farce of the dumb woman is presented. The people want to laugh. What do they mostly laugh at? The discomfiture of someone in some way. Enter the dumb woman. She makes great business with her broom. She knocks down one man with it and hits another over the nose. Both men complain and suffer pain and indignity. Then the people laugh. Add music and a tumbling girl. Add gestures unseemly and jokes unfit for repetition. Add further anything you please from the modern role of 214 clown and pantaloon, and we shall understand the entertainment afforded by the show folk of the 11th century. I suppose that they sometimes made fun of the priests, always a tempting subject. One reason for thinking so is that the more reverend a man wishes to be thought, the more he lays himself open to ridicule. Another reason is that contemporary writers, as John of Salisbury, condemn actors with ecclesiastical plainness. They were in request, it would appear, at marriage feasts, and the nature of their entertainment is indicated by the order that any priests who were present were to get up and go away when the players began. These people have left little behind them, but they maintain the taste for scenic performances, and no doubt they drew away from the plough or the carpenter's bench many a lad whose heart yearned for the music and the twinkling feet, the bright dresses, and the laughing life of these masterless vagabonds and lawless girls. But in England nothing was written or invented. It is to the Church and not to the show folk that we owe the modern drama. And it began with the laudable desire, nay, the necessity, of making people, in whom the imagination was dull, realize the doctrines of the Church. The service was in Latin, a language not comprehended any longer even in Italy. Nobody could read. There were no books for them if they could. Preaching, of which there was little before the friars came, could not effect much. Mural painting was not even begun. How then were the people to be taught the leading events, the foundations, in the history of the Christian faith? Only by some kind of dramatic representation. Thus, at Christmas time it was easy, nay, praiseworthy, to build a stall for oxen in the church, to fit it with a manger, to invite all the people to see for themselves, as if they were alive, the Virgin Mother with the infant Christ, Joseph, the Magi, the angels, and the shepherds. On Good Friday a great crucifix was set up and solemnly lowered into the grave. On Easter Day the stone of the sepulchre was rolled away, and our Lord came forth. After Easter he walked with the pilgrims of Emmaus, he appeared to the disciples. At Ascension he mounted visibly to heaven in the sight of all. So also he raised Lazarus, he healed the sick, he washed the feet. When the simple people looked on and saw such miracles, who could doubt? Nay, who could ever forget? There is the grave, with Lazarus in it, look at him. The grave clothes are swathed about him, his face is white, he is dead. There is even to another sense the unmistakable proof of death. Here comes the Lord himself. Tell me not that it is Brother Ambrose, it is the Lord himself. Who but the Lord can bring a dead man to life? It is the very Christ. So they went away marveling. These things were elementary, but they offered scope for acting, and they offered food for the imagination. Of course they became more and more realistic. The priests' robes were exchanged for suitable dresses, the chorister who represented an angel, added wings to his white surplice and carried a harp and wore a crown. And the field of the drama 2:15 widened. It included at length the whole scheme of redemption from the fall of Lucifer to the day of judgment. Northwest view of the ruins of the Bishop of Winchester's Palace, Southwark. The procession of the patron saint, or any other holy day, and that of Corpus Christi Day were further used to teach the people in the dramatic way. The saints marched with the trade guilds. They were known by what they carried. Adam and Eve wore the tree of knowledge. John the Baptist was a herald. Everybody at that time knew what was meant by a herald. Judas followed. Of course he was received with hisses and groans, but he could not escape observation, because he carried a bag of gold and was followed by the devil with the gallows. Christopher carried Christ. The wise men carried gifts. Nothing was forgotten. That these representations sank deeply into the hearts of the people is certain, because it is only natural that this should be their effect. A story is related of a German prince, the Landgrave Frederick of the Scarred Cheek, who, after witnessing a play of the wise and foolish virgins, in which the Virgin Mary herself failed to move her son to mercy, cried out, "What sort of thing is Christian faith if Christians cannot be pardoned even on the intercession of the Mother of God and all the saints?" And so fell into a religious melancholy such as was common in later times among Calvinists. But it wants no such story to make us understand the power of these dramatic performances. At first they were presented in dumb show, then with the words of the Bible, lastly with words specially written for them. The next step was the transfer of the stage from the nave of the church 216 to the place outside. This took place when the machinery required was too large for the little parish church, and when the dramatis person were too numerous for the ecclesiastical staff of the church. Then the laity became the actors, speedily the only actors. At the same time, the church did not surrender control over the plays. In Rome there was the Fraternity of the Gonfaloniere. In Antwerp, the Brethren of St. Luke, who were authorized to perform these plays. In England, they were divided among the trade guilds, every one of which had to exhibit some dramatic scene on the feast of Corpus Christi. Thus at Coventry, the smiths played the trial and crucifixion, the cappers played the resurrection and descent into hell, the shearmen played the birth of Christ, the adoration of the Magi, the flight into Egypt, and the massacre of the innocents. In London, the company of parish clerks took a prominent part, one of their performances being recorded by Stowe as lasting for 3 days. This was at the Skinners' Well, Smithfield, in the year 1391. Another performance is also mentioned, which took place in 1409 and lasted for 8 days. The civic procession of Corpus Christi, which was attended by mayor, sheriffs, and aldermen, with all the city officers, together with the city clergy, and was adorned by pageants and figures and groups, was entrusted to the Skinners' Company. I have not been able to discover other London companies entrusted with the representation of these plays. The stage was of considerable area and contained 2 rooms, the upper room for heaven and the lower for earth, or the upper room was earth and the lower was hell. Sometimes there were 3 rooms. The play was introduced by a prologue. Each player was presented by name. When not acting, the players stood aside and were supposed to be invisible. The realism was startling. When Judas was hanged, he carried to the gallows the entrails of some animal, which, when he cast himself off, he let fall. At the same time, the devil, who was behind him on the gallows, cut the rope, and they both fell down into hell together. There was no shrinking from the representation of a birth upon the stage. Saints in torture made jokes. Solomon quarreled with one of his wives and drank a mug of beer. The devil carried off a soul in a wheelbarrow. At the scene of the resurrection, the gardener made fun over the effects of his herbs. The peddler wanted to sell his wares to the women weeping over the grave. The mouth of hell vomited flames. Adam and Eve appeared as they were before the fall. It is as if the church wanted to make the event more real by connecting it with the actual life, the unmistakable life of men and women. From church to marketplace was one step. From the mystery to the morality is another step. The last step of all was from the morality, an insipid performance, to the real comedy of human life, and even this had to make its way by means of the drama founded on the life of the saint. How great a step to discover that in every man there was a possible drama equal in interest to the life of any saint or martyr. There is very little positive information about 217, the early drama in London. Yet we know that the miracle play was performed here as well as elsewhere. Stowe's contribution to our knowledge I have already quoted. Fitzstephen, too, speaks of these plays. Piers Plowman mentions them as common. Chaucer's Wife of Bath goes to processions, pilgrimages, miracle plays, and marriages. To the class of church play belongs the curious function of the boy bishop, which was practiced in St. Paul's and in many parish churches of the city. On the eve of St. Nicholas, the choristers elected one of their number to be the boy bishop. A set of episcopal robes was provided for the boy, including a mitre, a pastoral staff, and all the vestments. Towards the end of evensong on St. John's Day, the boy bishop and his clerks, arrayed in their copes and having burning tapers in their hands, and singing those words of the Apocalypse ch. Roman 14, Centum Quadraginta, walked processionally from the choir to the altar of the Blessed Trinity, which the boy bishop incensed. Afterwards they all sang the anthem, and he recited the prayer commemorative of the Holy Innocents. Going back into the choir, these boys took possession of the upper canon's stalls, and those dignitaries themselves had to serve in the boys' places and carry the candles, the thurible, the book, like acolytes, theorizers, and lower clerks. Standing on high, wearing his mitre, and holding his pastoral staff in his left hand, the boy bishop gave his solemn benediction to all present, and while making the sign of the cross over the kneeling crowd, he said, Crucis signo vos consigno, vestra sit tuitio. Quos nos amit et redemit su carnis pretio. The day after, a sermon, which was written for him, was preached by the boy bishop. At this, the scholars of St. Paul's were bound to attend. It has been sometimes stated that the boy celebrated Mass, but this is not true. It was impossible at any time in the history of the Church that a child or any person but a priest should be allowed to celebrate Mass. This curious and apparently irreverent ceremony formed part of the general rejoicing, mumming, and feasting of the season. Probably it was explained in something of this way. It taught the children that the things done by the altar concerned them, the young as well as the old. It deepened their impression and strengthened their hold of the simple doctrines which they were taught. It was, in other words, a presentment of the same thing in a different form. Chapter 9. Superstitions, etc. When we think of the great mass of people of medieval London, when we think of their laborious and industrious days, the precarious nature of their lives, the perils which attended them, far greater to our thinking than those of the present day, dangers ever present, of fire, famine, plague, pestilence, and war, we are moved to inquire into the ideas and beliefs which controlled the minds of this apparently inarticulate mass. There were ideas on religion, on superstitions, on manners and customs, on war, and on government. As regards their religion, there was no doubt or question or hesitation whatever as to the one leading doctrine which influenced them. They were all, of course, absolutely certain that after death came either the pains of purgatory or the torments of hell. How could there be either doubt or question when they could see depicted on the walls of the churches the day of judgment with the devils receiving souls and hurling them into the flames? They could see the souls themselves plunged to the neck in yellow flames, in torments unspeakable and endless, with bodies unconsumed and indestructible, the golden heavens, the saints sitting with crowns upon their heads and harps in their hands. On these points there could be no doubt. Since every man, as the priests told them, was continually committing all kinds of sin, both carnal and venial, there was no chance for anyone to escape except through the pains of purgatory. These, of course, could be procured as a substitute for the other place by the kind offices of the Church. For this reason, and among the great mass of the people for no other reason, not because the Church cultivated morality and honesty, peace and mercy and righteousness, but simply and solely in order to secure purgatory which, at least, however terrible, did offer termination after many years. With this object in view, and with no other, the rich men built their churches, founded chantries, masses, almshouses, paid pilgrimages, gave rich presents to the Church, and built colleges for the priests. Torments of hell. From 12th century, Ms. executed at convent of Hohenberg. Ms. destroyed in the fire of Strasbourg Library, 1870. At first a man was sufficiently fortified by the last offices ordered by the Church itself. He died in hope, when he had received extreme unction. Presently, however, people became a little doubtful. The fear arose that the service of the church for the dying might prove by itself insufficient to ensure for the soul entrance 219 into purgatory. Accordingly, therefore, new precautions were invented. Men thought that it would be safer for them if they were buried in consecrated ground within, not outside, the walls of the church. Again, it would certainly be safer to be laid as near the high altar as possible. Then again, it was discovered that the church of the monastery was more sacred, and therefore still safer than the parish church. After this, it was believed that some monasteries were even safer than others. Thus, the Greyfriars Church in London was esteemed a much more 220 desirable place of interment than St. Paul's. It was therefore crammed from east to west with monuments of kings and princes, great lords and great ladies. Here they all lay buried in the habit of a Franciscan, hoping either to step into heaven in the guise of a friar, or at least, being in such a guise, to get off at the last day with a shorter allowance of purgatory than that due to them, or even without any purgatory at all. It seems to us, with our ideas of equality, a most monstrous belief that a rich man should be able to buy himself out of purgatory, while a poor man must endure the full weight and penalty of his sins. I do not think that the poor man considered the matter in this way at all. On the contrary, it was one of the attributes of wealth and rank that they should make the conquest of heaven more easy. The poor accepted the situation. Their poverty was imposed upon them with all its consequences. They could not, however they tried, rise out of it. Between nobility and villainhood there was an impassable gulf. Well for them that the Lord had left open a way even after many thousand years of purgatory. As regards the doctrines of the Church, the great mass of the people knew very little and questioned not at all. The history of the saints and of the Old and New Testaments they partially understood, because on the walls and in the windows of their parish churches were everywhere represented the acts of Christ and of the apostles and those of the saints. Moreover, as we have seen, in the mysteries or sacred plays, the scenes from the Old Testament were performed with grotesque, and even burlesque, imitations in the open air for all the world to see. The influence of the Church on morals was probably no greater in the Middle Ages than it is now. Certainly men were no more moral than they are now. In saying this, one is not attacking the moral influence of the Church. In a time of greater rudeness, greater ignorance, greater lack of self-command, greater violence, one would expect what actually happened, viz., that there were times when the power of the Church seemed lost, e.g. in the civil wars of King Stephen's reign. As for the city, much the same cheating went on in trade, and there was quite as much laxity in morals of every other kind as we can boast of in our own time. Moreover, it is always difficult to decide, when the law punishes an evildoer, whether it is the law or the preaching of the Church which restrains others from becoming evildoers. As regards the superstitions of the people of London, they were at all times believers in magic and sorcery, but as always happens, many of the popular beliefs seemed often to sleep or to be dead. It was only from time to time that there occurred an outbreak of belief, showing that superstition of this kind still existed among them. The most notable case, for instance, is that of Eleanor Cobham, Duchess of Gloucester, whom we heard of at p. 210. She was accused of attempting to compass the death of Henry VI by means of a magic image. Everybody seems to have firmly believed this story, which indeed may have been perfectly true. She, however, did penance in the city of London and was confined for life in Chester Castle, and the woman who assisted her was put to death. Later on, Richard III endeavored to make out that Elizabeth Woodville had been guilty of magic and sorcery. The chapel of the Hospital for Lepers in Kent Street, Southwark, called Le Lark. From the Grangerized edition of Brayley's London and Middlesex, in the Guildhall Library. Other superstitions the people had, and, as at the present day, obscure persons earned their livelihood by pretending to discover where stolen property was to be found, and by telling fortunes and the like. A curious superstition is mentioned by Chaucer. He tells us that, by the help of a bone of a wether's right shoulder, from which the flesh had been boiled, not roasted, away, some could tell what was being done in far countries, tokens of peace and of where, the start of the rilme, slange of men, and spousebrech. The actual attitude of the people towards the claims and pretensions of the Church are illustrated by the wills of which I have already made so liberal a use. our sharp calendar of wills. Thus, as we have seen, it was an article of faith down to the middle of the 16th century that the soul could be released from purgatory, or could be relieved from many years of purgatory, by good works done for the Church, by masses said after death, by the prayers of the religious, or by securing a share in their merits. Thus, a citizen left money for the maintenance and decoration of the parish church, for obits, for trentals, i.e., services of 30 masses, for a daily mass in perpetuity, for so many masses, perhaps 1,000 within 3 days of death, for the endowment of a chantry, and perhaps the erection of a chantry chapel, for the purchase of books on church service, vestments, altar cloths, paschal candles, and singing candles. Again, as the maintenance of bridges was in itself a religious duty, bequests for that purpose were common. In order to secure a share in the merits of the religious, bequests were constantly made to all the orders of the mendicant friars, the Franciscans or Grey Friars, the Dominicans or Black Friars, the Carmelites or White Friars, the Augustinian or Austin Friars, and though they were not always included, the Crutched Friars or Friars of the Holy Cross. With the same object, bequests were made to the hermits, anchorites, and anchresses. Bequests were also made, one believes out of sheer charity, apart from any considerations as to the safety of the soul, to hospitals, such as St. Bartholomew's, St. Mary Spittal, St. Mary Bethlehem, St. Thomas's, and the 3 colleges of lepers, Le Loc of Southwark, St. Giles in the Fields, and the house with the missile coats at Hackney. Bequests were made to the prisons, Newgate, Ludgate, Fleet, the 2 Marshalseas, the Clink in Southwark, the White Lion in Southwark, the City Compters, the Borough Compter, and the Gate House of Westminster. Bequests were also made to pilgrims, that the testator might enjoy the benefits conferred upon pilgrimage. Bequests were made to the poor of the testator's company or parish, of clothes to friends or to kinsfolk, clothes made of fur, silk, satin, and fine cloth, girdles, chains, daggers, rings, weapons, armor, drinking cups, silver plate, pewter. The wife, at her husband's death, was entitled to 1/3 of the personal property. She was, however, generally provided for by a dower which exceeded the amount she could claim. I have already described the vow of perpetual widowhood, which was not an uncommon thing for a widow to make, according to the form provided by the Church. Sometimes she took the vows and entered a convent. Chapter 10. Order of Burials. The display at funerals and the ceremonies observed, the hospitality offered, and the order of the procession formed a large part in the social life of the time, especially in times when some great man or other was always dying. The following is the order of the funeral procession of the 15th century, set forth in detail. First, for the burial of a king. Archaeology. Funeral service. Drawing of the 14th century. What shall be done on the demise of a king anointed? When that a king anointed is deceased, after his body is expeged, it must be washed and cleansed by a bishop for his holy anointment. Then the body must be bammed, wrapped in lawn, or reines, if it may be gotten, then hosen chert, and a purrer of shown of rededelde, and dew on his surcoat of cloth, his cap of estate on his bed, and then lay him on a fair board cowed with cloth of gold, his on hand on his belay, and a sceptre in the toter hand, and in his face a kerchief, yef the wedder will it suffer. And when he may not godly longer endure, take him away and bowel him, and then eftones bame him, wrap him in reines well were tramelled in cords of silk, then in tarsarin tramelled, and then in velvet, and so in cloth of gold well tramelled, and then led him and coffer him, and in his lead write him a plate of his style, name, and the date of our Lord graven, and yef ye carry him, mak an image like him clothed in a surcoat with a mantle of estate, the laces goodly lying on his belay, his sceptre in his hand, and a crown on his head, and so carry him. In a chair open with lights and banners, accompanied with lords and estates, as the council can best devise, having the whores of that chair trapped with diverse trappers or ells, with Blake trappers of Blake, with Scotchons richly betten, and his officers of arms about him in his coats of armes, and then a lord or a knit with a courser trapped of his armes, his hernice upon him, his sallet or basenet on his head crowned, a shielder and a spear till he come to the place of his entering, and at the mass the same to be offered by noble ducks. Next, for the burial of a person of lower rank. This order, it will be observed, says nothing about the mourners. There were troops of mourners, the family, the relations, the friends, the servants, until the long, slow procession, singing, with the priests of the papacy marching before, reached the whole length of Cheapside from St. Michael le Quern to St. Mildred S. Part 3. Religious Houses. Chapter 1. General. The history of the monastic life, with its rise and its decay, its work and its importance, has attracted many writers and historians. It has been fiercely assailed. It has been vehemently defended. In speaking of the dissolution, it was necessary to state plainly the condition into which monks and friars had fallen in the early 16th century. See Appendix Roman 8. In this place, and as a fitting preface to a review in detail of the monastic houses of London, it may be permitted to quote those who could speak in praise of the religious life. There are two writers who seem to say all that can be said in favor of monasticism. The first was contemporary with the dissolution. His work is in Ms. in the British Museum. I quoted it second-hand from Cunningham, Growth of English Industry, p. 472. There was no person that came to them heavy or sad for any cause that went away comfortless. They never revenged them of any injury, but was content to forgive it freely upon submission. And if the price of corn had begun to start up in the market, they made thereunto with a wain load of corn, and sold it under the market to poor people, to the end to bring down the price thereof. If the highways, bridges, or causeys were tedious to the passengers that sought their living by their travel, their great help lacked not toward the repairing and amending thereof. Yea, oftentimes they amended them on their own proper charges. If any poor householder lacked seed to sow his land, or bread, corn, or malt before harvest, and came to a monastery, either of men or women, he would not have gone away without help, for he should have had it until harvest, that he might easily have paid it again. Yea, if he had made his moan for an ox, horse, or cow, he might have had it upon his credit, and such was the good conscience of the borrowers in those days that the thing borrowed needed not to have been asked at the day of payment. They never raised any rent, or took any incomes or garsums, fines of their tenants, nor ever broke in or improved any commons, although the most part and the greatest waste grounds belonged to their possessions. If any poor people had made their moan at their day of marriage to any abbey, they should have had money given to their great help. And thus all sorts 228 of people were helped and succored by abbeys. Yea, happy was that person that was tenant to an abbey, for it was a rare thing to hear that any tenant was removed by taking his farm over his head, nor he was not afraid of any re-entry for non-payment of rent, if necessity drove him thereunto. And thus they fulfilled the works of charity in all the country round about them, to the good example of all lay parsons that now have taken forth other lessons, that is, nunc tempus alios postulat mores. The second writer is Tanner in his Notitia Monastica, preface. John Wethamsted, abbot of St. Albans, caused above 80 books to be transcribed. There was then no printing during his abbacy. 58 were transcribed by the care of one abbot of Glastonbury, and so zealous were the monks in general for the work that they often got lands given and churches appropriated for the carrying of it on. In all the greater abbeys there were also persons appointed to take notice of the principal occurrences of the kingdom, and at the end of every year to digest them into annals. In these records they particularly preserved the memories of their founders and benefactors, the years and days of their births and deaths, their marriages, children, and successors, so that recourse was sometimes had to them for proving persons, ages, and genealogies, though it is to be feared that some of these pedigrees were drawn up from tradition only, and that in most of their accounts they were favorable to their friends and severe upon their enemies. The constitutions of the clergy in their national and provincial synods, and after the conquest, even acts of parliament were sent to the abbey to be recorded, which leads me to mention the use and advantage of these religious houses. First, the choicest records and treasures in the kingdom were preserved in them. An exemplification of the Charter of Liberties granted by King Henry I was sent to some abbey in every county to be preserved. Charters and inquisitions relating to the county of Cornwall were deposited in the Priory of Bodmin. A great many rolls were lodged in the Abbey of Leicester and Priory of Kenilworth, until taken from thence by King Henry III. King Edward I sent to the religious houses to search for his title to the Kingdom of Scotland in their ligers and chronicles, as the most authentic records for proof of his right to that crown. When his sovereignty was acknowledged in Scotland, he sent letters to have it inserted in the chronicles of the Abbey of Winchcombe and the Priory of Norwich, and probably of many other such places. And when he decided the controversy relating to the crown of Scotland between Robert Bruce and John Balliol, he wrote to the Dean and Chapter of St. Paul's, London, requiring them to enter in their chronicles the exemplifications therewith sent of that decision. The learned Mr. Selden hath his greatest evidences for the dominion of the narrow seas, belonging to the King of Great Britain, from monastic 229 records. The evidences and money of private families were oftentimes sent to these houses to be preserved. The seals of noblemen were deposited there upon their deaths, and even the king's money was sometimes lodged in them. Nash Dell, north view of the oratory of the ancient inn, situated in Tooley Street, Southwark, and formerly belonging to the Priors of Lewes in Sussex. Londoner Illustrator, Vol. I. Secondly, they were schools of learning and education, for every convent had one person or more appointed for this purpose, and all the neighbours that desired it might have their children taught grammar and church music without any expense to them. In the nunneries, also, young women were taught to work and read English, and sometimes Latin also, so that not only the lower rank of people, who could not pay for their learning, but most of the noblemen's and gentlemen's daughters were educated in these places. Thirdly, all the monasteries were, in effect, great hospitals, and were, most of them, obliged to relieve many poor people every day. They were, likewise, houses of entertainment for almost all travellers. Even the nobility and gentry 230, when they were upon the road, lodged at one religious house and dined at another, and seldom or never went to inns. In short, their hospitality was such that, in the Priory of Norwich, 1,500 quarters of malt, and above 800 quarters of wheat, and all other things in proportion, were generally spent every year. Fourthly, the nobility and gentry provided not only for their old servants in these houses by curaties, 20, but for their younger children and impoverished friends by making them first monks and nuns, and in time, priors and prioresses, abbots and abbesses. Fifthly, they were of considerable advantage to the crown. 1. By the profits received from the death of one abbot or prior to the election, or rather, confirmation of another. 2. By great fines paid for the confirmation of their liberties. 3. By many curaties granted to old servants of the crown, and pensions to the king's clerks and chaplains till they got preferment. Sixthly, they were likewise of considerable advantage to the places where they had their sites and estates. 1. By causing great resort to them, and getting grants of fairs and markets for them. 2. By freeing them from the forest laws. 3. By letting their land at easy rates. Lastly, they were great ornaments to the country. Many of them were really noble buildings, and though not actually so grand and neat, yet perhaps as much admired in their times as Chelsea and Greenwich hospitals are now. Many of the abbey churches were equal, if not superior, to our present cathedrals, and they must have been as much an ornament to the country, and employed as many workmen in building and keeping them in repair, as noblemen's and gentlemen's seats now 1744 do. It will be observed as a doubtful advantage that the nobility and gentry provided for their old servants by curaties, and had further privileges in the way of making their own younger children and impoverished friends, monks and nuns, abbots and abbesses. But Tanner belonged to a time when it was still firmly believed that everything good and worth having belonged to gentlefolk, so that, if the monastic house was of advantage to them, it must necessarily be of advantage to the country. In other respects, also, one cannot altogether agree with the learned writer. If, for instance, the monastic houses kept schools open to all comers, what was the need of founding new schools in London in the 15th century? Nor can it be accepted as proved that the children of poor parents were admitted either to the abbey or the nunnery school. Let, however, this plea for the religious stand. There is enough, and too much, to be said on the other side. As to the extent of church property, Milman remarks, v. 201, in London and the neighbouring counties of Middlesex, Surrey, Essex, the church lands must have been enormous. Hardly a parish in Middlesex which did not belong, certainly so far as manorial rights, to the Bishop of London, the Dean and Chapter of St. Paul's, the abbots and monks of Westminster, and other religious houses, the Carthusians, St. John Clerkenwell Hospitallers, Sion, and many smaller foundations. The Chapter of St. Paul's swept in a broad belt round the north of London till they met the Church of Westminster at Hampstead and Paddington. The Abbot of Westminster was almost a prince of Westminster. Again, to quote from the same writer, "The wealth of the clergy, the landed property, even with the tithe, was by no means the whole, and invaded as it was by aggression, by dilapidation, by alienation through fraud or violence, limited in its productiveness by usage, by burthens, by generosity, by maladministration, it may be questioned whether it was the largest part. The vast treasures accumulated by the Avignonese pontiffs when the papal territories were occupied by enemies or adventurers, and could have yielded but scanty revenues, testify to the voluntary or compulsory tribute paid by Western Christendom to her Supreme Court of Appeal. If the bishops mainly depended on their endowments, to the clergy, to the monastic houses, oblations, in many cases now from free gifts hardened into rightful demands, were pouring in, and had long been pouring in, with incalculable profusion. Not only might not the altars, hardly any part of the church might be approached without a votive gift. The whole life, the death of every Christian was bound up with the ceremonial of the church. For almost every office was received from the rich and generous the ampler donation, from the poorer or more parsimonious was exacted the hard-wrung fee. Above all, there were the masses, which might lighten the sufferings of the soul in purgatory. There was the prodigal gift of the dying man out of selfish love for himself, the more generous and no less prodigal gift of the bereaved, out of holy charity for others. The dying man, from the king to the peasant, when he had no further use for his worldly riches, would devote them to this end. The living, out of profound respect or deep affection for the beloved husband, parent, brother, kinsman, friend, would be, and actually was not less bountiful and munificent. Add to all this the oblations at the crosses of the Redeemer, or the shrines of popular or famous saints, for their intercessory prayers to avert the imminent calamity, to assuage the sorrow, or to grant success to the schemes, it might be, of ambition, avarice, or any other passion, to obtain pardon for sin, to bring down blessing. Crosses and shrines, many of them supposed to be endowed with miraculous powers, constantly working miracles. To most of these were made perpetual processions, led by the clergy in their rich attire. From the basins of gold or the bright florins of the king to the mite of the beggar, all fell into the deep, insatiable box, which unlocked its treasures to the clergy. Besides all these estates, tithes, oblations, bequests to the clergy and the monasteries, reckon the subsidies in kind to the mendicants in their four orders: Dominicans, Franciscans, Augustinians, Carmelites. In every country of Latin Christendom, of these swarms of friars, the lowest obtained sustenance. The higher means to build up and maintain splendid churches, cloisters, houses. They were a vast standing army, far more vast than any maintained by any kingdom in Christendom, at once levying subsidies to an enormous amount and living at free quarters throughout the land. Any investigation into the conditions of monastic life brings the reader into many strange and unexpected places. At first, probably, he is impatient over the futility of the life, the loss of the old ideals, the worship of a rule which is broken away and disregarded at every point, the contrast between the profession of sanctity and the life of idleness. Presently, he begins to understand that at its worst the monastery always presented some kind of example, if only in its freedom from violence and in a discipline, lax perhaps, but far more severe than could be found outside. And then he observes how much was done by the monastery, and how much was expected of it. I do not suppose that the indiscriminate charity enjoined 232 upon the brethren, and always practiced by them, was favorable to the repression of mendicity and the discouragement of the tramp and masterless man. Still, there is always the immediate need of the starving and the sick and the suffering, which should be met without too jealous questioning into records and antecedents. We need not ask what contributions to medieval literature and learning were made by this or that convent. It is enough to know that here was a library, and that here the monks set up reading boxes in their cloisters for those who wished to study. The example was there. We need not ask how far the town folk or the village folk were admitted to the monastery school, or if it was used only for the children of noble parents confided to the abbot for education. The school was there, it was an example. We need not even pry too closely into the private lives of the religious, though I think that as a rule they were as blameless as could be expected, considering the time and the manners. The example was there, the rule of chastity, temperance, obedience, and contempt of wealth. Again, the reader cannot fail, presently, to understand the eagerness, the pathetic eagerness, with which the people ran after every new order of religion which appeared. One after the other, they were reformers. They would introduce a sterner discipline, fiercer austerities. One after the other, they fell off. The pristine zeal cooled. The new order followed in the same lines as the old. The brethren preserved the letter and threw away the spirit. Most pathetic of all is the respect, the admiration, the awe, with which the people regarded the Franciscans in their first splendid self-devotion. They saw a company to whom nothing was unclean, nothing was beneath their care, no criminal too base, no wretched woman too low for them, no disease too loathsome, no hovel or den too filthy for the bearers of consolation and of succor to approach. What could be too good, too costly, too precious for such men? They would accept no endowment. They lived on the broken meats of charity. Then let their church be adorned. Let the pillars bear aloft the roof over chapels and altars ablaze with gold and lights. Let their sacred vessels be of gold, nothing less would serve. Let the vestments be of cloth of gold and silver. And so on, until the dreadful suspicion arose that the Grey Friars were not so holy and so devoted as of old. They lived upon their reputation for 100 years and more, and for 100 years to follow they slowly decayed, until there was no reproach too bitter, no invective too vehement for the poor Franciscan. Again, as to the uses to which their houses were put. They were sanctuaries, they were hospitals, they were places of education for the sons of nobles, they were places of training for young ecclesiastics. Great ladies, whom it was not politic to punish with imprisonment, were sent to a monastic house, where they were allowed everything except the liberty of leaving it. Thus Queen Catherine of Valois, after the discovery of her secret marriage, was sent to Bermondsey Abbey 233 till she died. Queen Elizabeth Woodville, who surely must have proved all the miseries that belong to a crown, was also sent to Bermondsey. Dame Badlesmere, after her husband's execution, was sent to the Clares of London. Then we find the king's clerks expecting a pension for one of their body whenever a new abbot or prior was elected, and we find the king sending his old and incompetent servants to the monastic houses for maintenance for the remainder of their lives. Of those who professed much, more was expected. In a word, what we find in these glimpses of monastic life is that it is all so human, so intensely human. Did we expect anything else? Yes, the rule demands a life that is superhuman. Therefore, the rule breaks down. Its weakness is that men cannot endure it, yet they have taken the vows. They cannot break free from the rule, but they may introduce alleviations and palliatives. In every monastic house, there was the misericordia, where indulgences were granted and conferred. So we begin with prejudice and with contempt, and we end with sympathy and pity. After so many years, we no longer feel, though we may understand, the exasperation with which the abuse of the monastic system came to be regarded. The accumulation of vast estates in the hands of a multitude who toiled not neither did they spin, who professed an austere rule, and lived a luxurious life, who despised wealth but enjoyed all that wealth could give, who pretended to pay no regard to birth, yet admitted into their ranks none but those of gentle blood, with whom the difference between profession and practice was monstrous and scandalous. I have said that, when the rule was too hard for men to obey, they made for themselves alleviations. There was one rule at least where, so far as one can learn, no alleviations were practiced. In this rule men had to conform or be broken in the attempt. It was the rule of the Carthusians. It was so austere as to seem well-nigh impossible of observance, but it was observed, nay, it was loved. Sir Thomas More lived with the brethren for a time and practiced all their austerities. He would have continued to live with them. He desired nothing better than to live and die under a rule which repressed all natural desires, but the brethren would not receive him. They sent him out into the world to do a nobler work among the people of his age and of the generations to come. Chapter 2. St. Martin's-le-Grand. This foundation, by reason of its antiquity and religious objects, should have been venerable, but it became, by its claims, privileges, and position, an institution hateful and detestable, long before the monastic houses fell into disrepute. It had its origins certainly before the conquest, but how long before cannot be ascertained. Tradition made Withard, King of Kent, its founder in the 7th century. We need not trouble ourselves with the reasons which make this tradition impossible. Safe ground is touched about the year 1056, when St. Martin-s was either founded or endowed by Ingelric and Gerard Edward, 2 brothers, for a dean and secular canons. In 1068, a charter was granted to the college by William. I William, etc. grant, and by my royal authority forever corroborate and confirm to God and the Church of the Blessed Martin, situate within the walls of London, which the aforesaid Ingelric and Gerard his brother, from their own revenues, and in atonement of their faults, honorable built to the praise of God, and for the canonical rule therein to be held and observed forever. Now these are the names of the lands: Esther in Essex, with the Berwick of Macebury and Norton, and Stanford and Farbinge and Benedict, and Christehill and Tolsfont and Rowenhill, and Anger together with their appendages, the meadows, pastures, woods, mills, and all to them belonging, and in Benefliot 1 hide, and in Hoddesdon 1 hide, also the church of Mealdon with 2 hides of land, and the tithes and all things to it appertaining. Moreover also, on my own part, I give and grant to the said church, for the redemption of the souls of my father and mother, all the land and moor without the postern, which is called Cripplisgate on either side of the postern, to wit, from the northern angle of the city wall, where a rivulet of springs, near thereto flowing, marks it out, i.e. the moor, from the wall, as far as the running water which enters the city. I grant to it besides all the churches and all the tithes, lands also and houses, which the faithful in Christ have already given to it within and without London, or shall in future bestow. This charter was renewed or confirmed by Henry I and by Stephen. Among the various historical points connected with St. Martin's, the following may be noted as the most important. Henry II granted to the canons a free court of all their men and tenants. They were not to be impleaded out of it except before the king and the chief justice. The Saddlers' Guild became connected with the Church of St. Martin's, a fact which shows that the college was not wholly regarded as a sanctuary for criminals. In 1235, Henry III upheld the canons' court against the city. The erection of St. Leonard's Parish Church on the confines of the precinct in 1236 points to a restriction of St. Martin's Church to the college or sanctuary. But there are other instances, e.g. that of St. Catherine Cree, in which a parish church was, for convenience, built outside the monastic precinct. The buildings of St. Martin's were improved and rebuilt by its dean, William de Wykeham, about 1367. Pope Innocent III exempted the royal chapels from excommunication or interdict. The Sanctuary of St. Martin's-le-Grand. From Strype Stowe, 1754 edition. Edward I forbade cardinals sent from Rome to receive procuration from St. Martin s. In 14 Edward, Roman II, the college, under a quo warranto heard at the Tower, relinquished any claim to receive toll within the city. By Rich Roman II, St. Martin s. was exempted from tenths, 15ths, tallages, aids, and all contributions or quotas by the king. St. Martin s. was by far the largest, the safest, and the best protected of all the English sanctuaries. The meaning and the development of the theory of sanctuary have been considered already, p. 201. At first it meant little more than a temporary asylum, where criminals could find shelter while they sought for means to 236 redeem their offense by paying the penalty attached by Saxon law. Every monastic house, every church, the king's palace, were all sanctuaries. But a sanctuary within the walls of the city, which was not a place of temporary refuge, not a place, such as a church, in which the fugitive could be starved into surrender, but a place in which every kind of criminal might find an asylum and safe retreat for life, a place which practically defied the arm of the law and the hand of justice, was certain to become an intolerable burden to a law-abiding city, and so St. Martin's actually did become. Again and again, the City of London revolted in vain against its powers. Again and again cases were vainly laid in the courts against the dean and chapter. The precinct is almost exactly occupied by the present post office and telegraph offices of St. Martin's-le-Grand. About the year 1285, it was judged expedient to close a lane leading from St. Vedast, Foster Lane, to St. Nicholas Shambles through the precinct of St. Martin's, because it had become the safe haunt for thieves and rogues. In 1381, during Wat Tyler's rebellion, Roger Legget, questmonger or collector, was torn from the high altar of St. Martin's and beheaded in Cheapside. In 1405, the citizens petitioned Henry IV for the abolition of St. Martin's privileges as to sanctuary, on the ground that it sheltered murderers, thieves, and fraudulent debtors. It was, however, impossible to hope that Henry, who owed his crown largely to the support of the Church, could do anything so contrary to ecclesiastical privilege. It is perhaps astonishing that so simple a plan as the removal of the college bodily to some place in the country, or at least without the walls of the city, should not have been suggested. In 1416, one Henry Neve, who had taken sanctuary, fled for some reason, leaving behind him a quantity of valuables which he had stolen. These were seized by the dean's officers as waif. One would have thought that they would have been restored to their owners. We have seen p. 205, the case of the year 1422, when the city fought with all its powers, and by means of its most learned men. In 1430, the mayor and sheriffs withdrew by force from sanctuary a certain canon. They were, however, compelled to restore him. One Matthew Phillip, alderman of Aldersgate Ward, denied the right of St. Martin's Lane, which ran through the precinct, to be privileged, and demanded certain payments on account of taxes or tallage to be paid there. On being refused, he levied by distress. He too had to give way and offered the dean, by way of reconciliation, a supper. It must not be supposed that sanctuary men lived in St. Martin's for nothing. On the contrary, the great cost of living within the precinct was a source of considerable profit to the canons, and was doubtless one of the reasons why the 237 place was continued. Many of the refugees took advantage of the immunities of the place to make counterfeit goldsmiths' work. Hence the phrase, false St. Martin's beads. It is noteworthy, however, that in 1447 the Goldsmiths' Company, by permission of the dean, although against the privileges of the place, searched the precinct and took away all the counterfeit work they could find, while the dean consigned the offenders to the college prison. St. Martin's, during the Wars of the Roses, served as a refuge and an asylum for many persons of consideration. William Oldyhall, the Duke of York's chamberlain, was one of them. Henry demanded his surrender, but withdrew his order. Shortly after, Oldyhall was charged with breaking sanctuary in order to commit murder. The alderman of Aldersgate broke into St. Martin's and carried him off, but as in every other case, had to bring him back with gifts of atonement to the canons. In 1455, the city was highly provoked by the lawlessness of the sanctuary men. The mayor and aldermen, at the head of the citizens, forced the sanctuary and took out the ringleaders. The dean complained, but it was the time of the outbreak of the civil wars, and his complaint appears to have passed unheeded. In the following year, the sanctuary men joined the citizens in attacking aliens. But indeed, the fact proves nothing except the readiness of the lawless to commit lawless actions. In 1457, the following articles were drawn up for the reformation of the sanctuary, no doubt in deference to the complaints of the citizens. The dean was to be sworn to keep the said articles. Among others who took sanctuary in St. Martin's during the civil wars were the Countess of Oxford, Anne Neville, afterwards Richard's queen, and Miles Forrest, one of the murderers of the young princes in the Tower. The tradition was that he rotted away piecemeal. Probably he was one of the late victims to leprosy, which was then rapidly vanishing. In 1498, Henry VII endowed the Abbey of Westminster and his Lady Chapel there with St. Martin's-le-Grand, so that the abbot became the dean of the college. A new seal was made. Also, a new and a more powerful defender of sanctuary was created. It was not until 1548, when all chantries, free chapels, and brotherhoods were granted to the king, that the college was dissolved and the church was demolished. Even then, the privileges of sanctuary survived, though under greatly modified conditions. The church, as appeared from the excavations in 1818, was more than 200 feet long. After it was pulled down, tenements called the New Rents were erected on its site. On the place of the high altar was a wine tavern. During the reign of Elizabeth, most of the inhabitants were foreigners, French, German, Dutch, and Scotch. By the freedom of the precinct, they could trade without being free of the city. Among them were shoemakers, tailors, buttermakers, goldsmiths, pursemakers, stationers, silk weavers, and silk throsters. The number of the foreigners of St. Martin's in 1593 was 196. In 1697, whatever privileges of sanctuary remained were abolished. The Act of 1815, providing for the site of the new post office, reserved to the inhabitants the right to trade without being freemen of the city. The court of St. Martin's remained undisturbed, and the inhabitants were entitled to vote at parliamentary elections as electors of Westminster. There is an immense mass of material in connection with this ancient house, but the above seems to embody the matters of importance. It may be added that the college possessed considerable property outside Aldersgate, that St. Botolph's Church was united with St. Martin's in 1399, and seems to have been farmed to the Priory of St. Bartholomew. The French Protestant Church, now in Soho Square, was situated in St. Martin's from 1841 to 1877. St. Martin's was one of the churches where the curfew bell was rung every night, the other churches, from time to time, being those of St. Mary le Bow, St. Lawrence, St. Giles Cripplegate, and All Hallows Barking. The common opinion of the citizens in the 16th century regarding the sanctuary is set forth by Stowe. He, it must be remembered, was able to recollect 239 the actual working of sanctuary, while St. Martin's was still a living and acting foundation. This St. Martin's appears to have been a sanctuary for great disorders, and a shelter for the loosest sort of people, rogues and ruffians, thieves and felons, and murderers. From hence used to rush violent persons, committers of riots, robberies, and manslaughters. Hither they brought in their preys and stolen goods, and concealed them here, and shared or sold them to those that dwelt here. Here were also harbored picklarks, counterfeiters of keys and seals, forgers of false evidences, such as made counterfeit chains, beads, ouches plate, copper gilt for gold, nay, common strumpets and bawds, gamesters and players at hazard and dice, and other unlawful games, and lastly profaners of Sundays and other festival days, exercising their crafts thereon. And again, to this licentiousness was this sanctuary grown in these times, that in Henry Roman VII's reign, one coming hither for sanctuary, the sheriffs took him thence by violence and brought him away. But observe what followed. The abbot of Westminster, to whom this college now belonged, in the year of Henry Roman VII, exhibited a bill to the king against these sheriffs for arresting and drawing out with force a privileged person out of the sanctuary of St. Martin's belonging to the said abbey, which matter was heard in the court of the Star Chamber before the lords and others of the king's council, and Hodey and Newton chief justices, which justices determined that by law the party ought to enjoy the privilege of sanctuary, and the sheriffs were grievously fined by particular named. Stowe's Survey, Vol. I. After the dissolution, some of the liberties of the place, as we have seen, remained, and the last condition of the precinct was almost worse than the first. Because of the liberty enjoyed by such as lived within these bounds, many foreigners, English and others, tradesmen and artificers, planted themselves here. In 1585, a survey was taken of all the strangers, being French, German, Dutch, and Scots, inhabiting here and their occupations. Many of them were cordwainers, that is shoemakers, which trade still continues there, tailors, hence the tallymen who sold shreds of cloth, and button makers and button mold makers that remained there even until the great fire in my remembrance. Here inhabited also strangers, goldsmiths, purse makers, linen drapers, some stationers, some merchants, silk weavers. Here lived also 2 silk twisters, who I suppose were the first silk throwers in London, and brought the trade into England. And for remembrance sake, I shall set down their names. The one was John James, born under the dominion of King Philip, and made denizen the 19th of December, the 10th of the Queen. The other was Anthony Emeric, born also under the obedience of King Philip, and made denizen the 1st of January, and 17 Regina Elizabeth. There were also upon that survey aforesaid, found to be of householders, denizens, as well as others, their wives, children, and servants, 150 in number, which nevertheless was less by half than was some years before, for in 1569 their number was 269. There was a constable and a headborough for this liberty, but divers things here wanted provided for, in respect whereof they that lived out of the liberty were in better condition. Sundry of the inhabitants refused to watch and ward, when upon occasion they were required, as good subjects and honest neighbors, so to do. They refused to contribute to such taxes and payments as were set upon them for Her Majesty's service, with the rest of their neighbors. Several visited with the sickness would not obey the orders appointed in that behalf. That is, they would not keep their doors and windows shut, nor keep themselves within their houses, but walked forth, and struck out the red cross set upon their doors, and threatened mischief to any that should come to set crosses there. And some repaired to the court with their wares, a thing dangerous to the Queen and nobility. There was no prison in the said liberty to commit such as should be troublesome and offensive, but the gatehouse in Westminster, which was in another shire and out of the liberty. And so they that were thus committed commonly brought their actions against those that committed them, and put them to great trouble. Hence in the year 1593, the officers and inhabitants petitioned the Lord Treasurer to grant them such good ordinances for the redress of the said disorders, and sufficient authority for the execution of the same, for the good government of the said liberty, and conversation of the people in peace, as to his lordship's discreet wisdom should be thought fit, and that they might have a prison and execution of justice within the precinct of their liberty, and that he would send his letters to the constable and headborough to find out a convenient place for such purpose, and to assess all the inhabitants of the liberty to the charge thereof. The Lord Treasurer recommended this matter to Serjeant Owen and Mr. Lewis, lawyers, who gave their judgments, that for all matters for the service of the Queen, the inhabitants were compelled to perform the same, but for other matters they must make some bylaws and orders among themselves to bind themselves to performance. Maitland. Chapter 3. The Priory of the Holy Trinity, or Christ Church Priory. This once rich and flourishing house was founded in the year 1108 by Maud, wife of Henry I, owing, it is said, to the persuasion, if that pious queen wanted any persuasion, of Anselm. This church was given to Norman, first canon regular in all England. The said queen also gave unto the same church, and those that served God therein, the plot of Aldgate, and the soak thereunto belonging, with all customs so free as she had held the same, and 25 pound blanks, which she had of the city of Exeter, as appeareth by her deed, wherein she nameth the house Christ's Church, and reporteth Aldgate to be of her domains, which she granteth, with 2 parts of the rent of the city of Exeter. Norman took upon him to be prior of Christ's Church, in the year of Christ 1108, in the parishes of St. Mary Magdalene, St. Michael, St. Catherine, and the Blessed Trinity, which now was made but one parish of the Holy Trinity, and was in old time of the Holy Cross or Holy Rood parish. The priory was built on a piece of ground in the parish of St. Catherine towards Aldgate, which lieth in length betwixt the King's Street, by the which men go towards Aldgate, near to the chapel of St. Michael towards the north, and containeth in length 83 ells, half, quarter, and half-quarter of the King's iron elm, and lieth in breadth, etc. The soak and ward of Aldgate was then bounded, as I have before showed. The Queen was a means also that the land and English Knight and Guild was given unto the prior Norman. The honourable man, Geoffrey de Glinton, was a great helper therein, and obtained that the canons might enclose the way betwixt their church and the wall of the city, etc. This priory, in process of time, became a very fair and large church, rich in lands and ornaments, and passed all the priories in the city of London or shire of Middlesex, the prior whereof was an alderman of London, to wit, of Portsoken ward. I read that Eustachius, the 8th prior, about the year 1264, because he would not deal with temporal matters, instituted Theobald Fitz-Ivan, alderman of Portsoken Ward under him, and that William Rising, prior of Christ's Church, was sworn alderman of the said Portsoken Ward in the first of Richard Roman II. These priors have sitten and ridden amongst the aldermen of London, in livery like unto them, saving that his habit was in shape of a spiritual person, as I myself have seen in my childhood, at which time the prior kept a most bountiful house of meat and drink, both for rich and poor, as well within the house as at the gates, to all comers, according to their estates. Stowe's Survey, Vol. I. What happened many years afterwards with the Franciscans happened then in the case of these brethren of the Augustine order. Their piety, their austerity, the endless offering of prayer and praise, which ascended from their chapel, deeply moved the hearts of the people. The endowment at first consisted of £25 a year, equivalent to about £750 a year of our money, if there be any certainty as to the comparative value of money, together with the proceeds of the port called Aldgate. In the year 1125, a very singular event greatly increased the possessions and the wealth of this house. I mean the conveyance of the property held in trust by the Synehan Guild to the Priory of the Holy Trinity. 12 years later, Pope Emmanuel I, by a bull, confirmed the house in all their possessions, including 2 parts of issues of the city of Exon, the lands of Lestun, which Prince de Moulins and Adeline his wife out of piety granted to the same place, the land and the soak of the English Synehan Guild, the church of Bix with its rents, and the church of Tottenham. Many other possessions fell to the house as time went on. The priory stood upon a triangular piece of ground, of which Aldgate and Leadenhall Street, as far as St. Catherine's Cree Church inclusive, formed the southwest side, Cree Church Street, King Street, and Duke Street the east side, and the Wall of London the north side. The square called St. James's Place is certainly the site of a former court of the priory. The church probably stood on the site of St. James's Church, which was built in 1622, partly of materials belonging to the old church, just as on the site of Grey Friars Church was erected the present Christ Church. The precinct of the monastery covered nearly the whole of 4 ancient city parishes, viz. St. Mary Magdalene, St. Michael, St. Catherine, and the Blessed Trinity, amalgamated into one parish, with at first the convent church for parish church, called Holy Trinity or Holy Rood. The inhabitants of St. Catherine's, however, could not be reconciled to the loss of their church, and presently built another for themselves in the churchyard of the priory. The church of St. Michael continued as a ruin, of which the crypt remained one of the most remarkable of the monuments of ancient London, down to the formation of the Underground Railway in the year 1865. It was then, most unfortunately, allowed to be destroyed. Ancient and rich and venerable as was this priory, whose monks enjoyed the reputation of splendid hospitality, the house in later years seems to have lost some of the consideration for sanctity which it enjoyed during the first century of its existence. This is shown by the meager list of monuments belonging to the Priory Church compared with that of the Grey Friars or the Dominicans. Henry Fitz-Aylwin, first Mayor of London, 2 children of King Stephen, and Geoffrey Manville, after his 20 years of dangling above ground, are among the few remarkable names in Stowe's list of those here interred. I have before me 37 closely written pages containing extracts from ancient documents and archives bearing on the 400 years life of this house. It is a history which might be told once for all by a Dugdale and confided to the shelves of the Society of Antiquaries. It contains the story of the management of a large estate, the usual crop of ecclesiastical quarrels and disputes over rights 243 and claims, the recognition of the said rights by Pope and King, dispensations, faculties, injunctions, and restraints. For instance, in 1250, the Archbishop of Canterbury issued sentence against prior, sub-prior, sacristan, cellarer, and precentor of Holy Trinity for refusing to receive him as visitor. The sentence is annulled by superior authority, but 2 years later the Pope ordered the prior to admit the Archbishop, the Metropolitan, as visitor. Citizens bequeathed money in order to found an obit, or anniversary for the benefit of their souls. The Bishop of London was consecrated in their church. The heart of John Peckham, Archbishop of Canterbury, was buried in their church. The prior, on his election, was sworn as alderman of Portsoken. Citizens of well-known names turn up unexpectedly in these pages. Thus, John Bocuant, son of Geoffrey Bocuant, and Juliana his wife, sold certain property with fees held of the priory. Gilbert Fitzfulke, one of the aldermen of the 13th century, going to the Holy Land, bequeathed, in case of his death, certain lands and houses to the priory for the good of his soul, and the souls of his father and mother. Other citizens desired to be buried in the church. The king asked for the loan of a cart and horses to carry his household gear to Dover. On the election of a new prior, the house was bound to provide a benefice for one of the king's clerks. See Tanner's notes on monastic houses. Others of the king's officers, for divers reasons, were maintained by the house. It seems, indeed, a common practice for the king to have invited this house to maintain his old servants. At one time, the priory became owner of the market called Queenhithe. William of Ypres gave it to the house. It was then called Edred's Hyde, and the gift was subject to a yearly payment of £20 to the Hospital of St. Catherine by the Tower. In 1352, we find the brethren seeking assistance in rebuilding this church and house by offering a relaxation of 1 year and 40 days of enjoined penance to any who would assist. The offer to hold good for 10 years. At this time, the house possessed property in 88 London parishes. In the reign of Edward, the second mention is made of 3 grammar schools, of which one is that of the Holy Trinity Priory. During the 12th and 13th centuries, the house flourished and obtained considerable additions to its estates, so that it became the richest of all the London houses. Its good fortune, however, did not continue. Its property decreased in value, much of it was sold. The decay continued. In the year 1532, the prior and the canons held a chapter in which they recognized that their house was not only sunken and decayed in its rents and emoluments, but that it was entirely reduced and laden with debt. They therefore surrendered their house and remaining lands to the king. The site was given with all the buildings to Sir Thomas Audley, afterwards Lord Chancellor. Audley offered the great church, just as it stood, with its peal of 244 bells, to the adjacent parish of St. Catherine, meaning that they should pull down the latter and build upon the site. Unhappily, the parishioners were afraid to accept the offer, having doubts in their heads, says Stowe, of afterclaps. If they had accepted, another fine monastic church would have been preserved, together with those of St. Mary Overwise and St. Bartholomew the Great. Whereupon Audley pulled down the church himself with a great deal of expense and labor. On the death of Audley, his daughter and heiress Margaret became the second wife of Thomas Howard, Duke of Norfolk. The Duke was executed for high treason in 1572. The mansion went to his son, by Margaret, who sold it in 1592 to the mayor and corporation of the city. Some remains of the buildings were standing until recently. The place itself seems to have been occupied by the Jews on their return under Oliver Cromwell. For nearly 200 years, it was almost entirely the Jews' quarter in London. Every year they held a kind of fair on the Feast of Purim in Duke's Place. The feast, which falls in the month of Adar, i.e., partly in February and partly in March, commemorates the execution of Haman and the deliverance of the Hebrews. The fair was held without any authority until early in the 19th century, when it was licensed for 3 days, generally extended to 6, the square of Duke's Place being let for shows. It was found to be a public nuisance and was suppressed a few years later. For many years after the destruction of the Priory Church, the inhabitants of the precinct had no parish church of their own. In 1622, however, St. James's was built as a parish church for the precinct. The church became notorious for the irregular marriages without banns or license which were solemnized here. In 1874, the curacy of St. James's was united with that of St. Catherine Cree, and the former church was pulled down. The precinct was privileged, and though within the city, persons not freemen of the city were permitted to trade within its limits. Priory of Holy Trinity and Church of St. Catherine Cree. These plans were made by a surveyor named J. Symonds in the reign of Queen Elizabeth. From the mention of Sir Thomas Heneage's garden, their date is probably before 1595, when Sir Thomas, who was keeper of the Tower records, died. The first shows the ground floor of the buildings then standing. The original monastery extended from the street, now called Leadenhall Street, northward and eastward to the old wall. Two semicircular bastions and a third, which formed one tower of Aldgate, are seen on the plans, which also, among items otherwise unknown hitherto to London topographers, give us the Canon's Church as well as that of the parishioners of St. Catherine Cree. Both these buildings have now disappeared. The conventual church in Simmons' plan had already been in part removed by Lord Chancellor Audley in favour of the Ivy Chamber. The chancel is still intact and o'er Ladychapel, but there is notice of the north end where the great tower fell down and the south end now tenement. By end, Simmons meant transept. The cloister and the chapter house, one portion of which is labelled, this was the chapel. The body of the church and a south porch are clearly denoted, while of the domestic buildings we distinguish the gatehouse labelled, the way out of Aldgate Street into Cree Church. Monastery, the daughter or sleeping quarters of the monks, which open from the cloister, more than one extensive garden, the great cowet, and a number of apartments or separate small holdings let to various tenants, whose names, Onsell, Bale, and Kerwin, for example, occur in several places on the plans. At the north side of the great garden adjoining the daughter and close to the city wall is a foundation for new buildings up in the wall. This seems to be let to Onsell, who has also a lease of the garden. The north chancel aisle is let in new tenements. Some relics of the vaults or favolts are occasionally disclosed in Leadenhall Street. Some Norman arches are figured by Malcolm, and there are others in Pennant's London, 1793, and many other books, but no Tudor plan of the buildings has hitherto been published. Plan of Holy Trinity Priory, ground floor story. A larger image is available here. Plan of Holy Trinity Priory, second floor story. A larger image is available here. These are quite the most important, archaeologically, of any of the illustrations in this book. Neither of them has been reproduced elsewhere. The originals are in the Marquess of Salisbury's Hatfield House, MSS, and the late Marquess gave permission for them to be used. They were sent to the British Museum for safety and were photographed there. It will be noticed that these plans show not only the disposition of the whole of the priory buildings, church, chapels, cloister, dormitory, etc., but also the ground plan of St. Catherine Cree, the position of the upper bastions of London Wall, and the direction of the lanes and streets thereabouts. They provide the basis for a wealth of discovery. The second plan is labelled. This second story or grown plat of Cree Church is drawn by J. Simmons. In it we see Ivy Chamber, and close by the south transept let to Darcy. The upper floor of the daughter, with the gallery to the daughter, a great kitchen, a privy kitchen, and the great tower, which stood at the northwest corner of the nave, so as to be close to the entrance to the body of the church, by the west door, are all seen. In both the plans, the parish church appears where the present one is still, at the corner of Leadenhall Street and St. Mary Axe. This street is inscribed, a lane to London Wall from Aldgate Street, and after a turn past one of the smaller priory gates, the way from the monastery in to Aldgate Street. The church fills a corner of the priory wall and is irregular in shape, with apparently a tower at the corner, under which is an entrance to the street. From the frequency of the window openings, it would appear to have been in the perpendicular style. It was in this building that the body of Hans Holbein, the artist, was buried at his death of the plague, while painting in Lord Audley's house in November 1543. This church was ruinous in 1624. 2 years earlier, the parishioners nearer Aldgate built themselves a church, St. James's, Duke's Place, which stood very near, if not exactly on, the site of the Lady Chapel of the conventual church. It also fell out of repair and was pulled down in 1874, the parish being united with St. Catherine's, which meanwhile, namely in 1631, had been rebuilt by Archbishop Laud, and occupies the space shown by Simmons, together with a narrow aisle taken from the churchyard, on the north side. This may perhaps be defined by a narrow passage shown in the ground plan along the wall of the church, and has hitherto been supposed to have formed part of the cloister. Churches, like this one for parishioners, occur in many other convents, St. Albans and Westminster Abbey, for instance. Chapter 4. The Charter House. In Aga's Map of London, Civitas Londonum, circa 1560 c. end of London in the time of the Tudors, there is represented, lying on the west of Aldersgate Street, an irregular square or place called Charterhouse Square. It has a small church in the middle, and on the north side are monastic buildings. On the north of these are gardens and orchards, one of them with a small building which may be meant for a church enclosed with a wall. Some of these monastic buildings, with later additions and alterations, still remain to the present day. The square remains, but the orchards and gardens are built over, with the exception of the ground once enclosed by the cloister, which is now the playground of the merchant tailors' school. Before the middle of the 14th century, this place formed part of no man's land, a swampy plain, covered, like Smithfield and Moorfield, with ponds and reeds and rushes. In the year 1349, the Black Death arrived, and as the city churchyards were becoming so full that they could hold no more, the Bishop of London bought a piece of this ground which he enclosed for a burial place, building a chapel, which is now, says Stowe, enlarged and made a dwelling house, and the place was called Pardon Churchyard. It was afterwards used as a burial place for suicides and criminals and persons who died a violent death. The body was put into a cart, hung with black cloth, belonging to St. John's Hospital. On the black cloth was the white cross of St. John. Within the cart hung a bell which rang with the jolting and the shaking of the hearse, a doleful sound and a doleful sight. In 1350 or 1351, the plague still continuing, Sir Walter Manny bought 13 acres of ground, adjacent to the Pardon Churchyard, and gave this to the city as a new burial ground. The chapel stood somewhere in Charterhouse Square, perhaps about the middle of it. There used to be a stone cross in this burial ground with the following inscription: Anno Domini 1349, regnant magna pestilentia, consecratum fuit hoc cimiterium, in quo et infracepta, presentes monasterii sepulta furunt mortuorum corpora, plusquam quinquaginta millia piarta alia multa, ab hinc usque ad presens. Quorum animabis propitiator Deus. Amen. In the Charterhouse precinct, to this day, whenever the ground is opened, bones are found. Some years later, Sir Walter Manny, with Michael de Northburg, Bishop of London, founded on the spot a house which they at first intended to be only a college of 12 chaplains, one of whom was to preside. They enlarged their plan, however, and converted this college into a house of Carthusians, whose prior obtained a bull of the Pope in 1362 for the acquisition of certain benefices valued at £200 a year. 9 years later, in February 1471-72, the house obtained license to hold 20 acres of ground for their precinct, together with a chapel dedicated to the Annunciation of the Virgin. It had already received, by the will of Bishop Michael, who died in 1361, £2,000 in money, many rents and tenements, the bishop's library, and his best vestments. The house was further largely endowed by other kings and princes. Sir Walter Manny, who died in 1471, was buried in the choir of the church. The Charterhouse. From the Grangerized edition of Brayley's London and Middlesex in Guildhall Library. No house commanded greater respect than this of the Carthusians, for the simple reason that while the rule in other houses was relaxed or was scandalously neglected, successive generations of Carthusians showed no change in their austerities and no deviation from their rule. They came to England about 1180 and settled first at Witham, near Bath. Their austerities are thus described. They wear nothing made from furs or linen, nor even that finely spun linen garment which we call staminium, neither breeches, unless when sent on a journey, which at their return they wash and restore. They have 2 tunics with cowls, but no additional garment in winter, though if they think fit, in summer they may lighten their garb. They sleep clad and girded, and never after matins return to their beds, but they so order the time of matins that it shall be light ere the lauds begin. So intent are they on their rule, that they think no jot or tittle of it should be disregarded. Directly after the hymns, they sing the prime, after which they go out to work for stated hours. They complete whatever service or labor they have to perform by day without any other light. No one is ever absent from the daily services or from complines except the sick. The cellarer and hospitaller, after complines, wait upon the guests, yet observing the strictest silence. The abbot allows himself no indulgence beyond the others, everywhere present, everywhere attending to his flock, except that he does not eat with the rest, because his table is with the strangers and the poor. Nevertheless, be he where he may, he is equally sparing of food and speech, for never more than 2 dishes are served to him or to his company, lard and meat never but to the sick. From the Ides of September till Easter, through regard for whatever festival, they do not take more than 1 meal a day, except on Sunday. They never leave the cloister, but for purpose of labor, nor do they ever speak, either there or elsewhere, save only to the abbot or prior. They pay unwearied attention to the canonical services, making no addition to them, except for the defunct. They use in their divine service the Ambrosian chants and hymns, as far as they were able to learn them at Milan. While they bestow care on the stranger and the sick, they inflict intolerable mortifications on their own bodies for the health of their souls. Add to this list of austerities that they wore a hair cloth next the skin, that they were not permitted to buy fish, but that they might accept it, that they made bread of bran and drank their wine diluted. The house of the Salutation stood for 200 years. During that long period, the brethren continued the same austerities. There is no record of any falling off. They remained all their lives within the walls of their house. All that the world knew of them came from their servants and their visitors. Other houses might relax, into other houses luxury might creep, but not with the Carthusians. They remained true till the end. The story of the end belongs to that of the dissolution of religious houses. See London in the time of the Tudors. Chapter 5. Elsing Spital. This house, the memory of which had almost disappeared, was again restored to medieval London by the publication of Dr. Sharp's Calendar of Wills. And since the original terms of a religious foundation and the subsequent growth of a religious house by bequest and gift are not often accessible, I extract from the work 1. The précis of the original will of William de Elsing Mercer, by which this house was created, and 2. A list with dates of the various gifts which from time to time were made to the house. Here, then, is the will, dated 1348, in which he confirms his foundation of 1329. Elsing William de Mercer. To Robert his son a tenement with shops and garden in the parish of S. Botolph without Aldrichesgate, and divers rents in the parish of S. Lawrence in the Jury. All his tenements and rents in the parishes of S. Alphege and S. Mary de Aldermanbury, together with the appropriation of the said church of S. Mary, in which tenements he had already commenced to build an almshouse of stone and a church. He devises for the maintenance of a hospital for the poor, blind, and indigent of both sexes, under the direction of a prior and convent. And he wills that no one else soever, ecclesiastic or secular, except the said prior and convent, and the testator's executors after named, shall intermeddle in the said house or hospital. And whereas the wants of the poor are too many for his means to completely satisfy, he leaves to the said prior, and C. tenements, shops, rents, and C. in the parishes of S. Lawrence in the Jury, All Hallows de Honolane, S. Martin Palmer in Ismongerelane, S. Mildred in the Poultry, S. Giles without Crepelgate, and All Hallows de Graskirch, also in Canningham Plain in the said parish of S. Mildred, and in Cordwainer Street in the parish of S. Mary Le Beau, and in the parish of S. Benedict de Terwodworth and elsewhere, so that the said prior and convent for the time being maintain chantries for the souls of Robert Le Friter, Ralph de Holbech and Sir Geoffrey de Holbech, William de Carleton, Bartholomew de Casello, William de Gayton, and others. Notification of the King's license in Mortmain for the above devises having been obtained, and also of the assent of Sir Ralph de Stratford, Bishop of London, the Dean and Chapter of S. Paul's and other parties interested, to the canons of the said hospital being placed under the rule and order of S. Augustine, with the habit of canons regular of the same order, and to their number being 5 at the least, the Dean and Chapter of S. Paul's appointed patrons of the said hospital, and to act as wardens during a vacancy. His executors to be guardians of the said hospital, and of all the above tenements and rents, until a prior and canons shall have been duly elected and constituted. Dated in the hospital aforesaid, Monday next before the feast of Annunciation of V. Mary, 25th March, A.D. 1348. The hospital had been already commenced, as the will states, on the site of a decayed nunnery in Gaisper Lane, London Wall, for the maintenance of blind men. The house thus founded began to attract bequests. Robert de Elsing, son of the founder, endowed chantries for the souls of his father and others. I find 32 bequests in the calendar of wills down to the year 1530, and of course these were not all. In the year 1430, a considerable accession to the property of the hospital occurred through the then Bishop of London transferring the estates of a decayed house, that of Thiel, Hertford, to Elsing Spittal on condition of founding 2 canons on Thiel and 3 on Elsing to pray for the souls of certain benefactors of Thiel. On the surrender of Elsing House, its annual income was returned at £193, 15.5. The priory was granted to Sir John Williams, afterwards Lord Williams of Thane, and Keeper of the King's Jewels. He converted the whole into a dwelling house for himself. The chapel yard he made a garden, the cloisters a gallery, and bedesmen's rooms into stables. The house was burned down in 1541. Meantime, the chapel of the priory had been converted into the parish church of St. Alphege. The old church stood on the opposite side of the road, under the wall, like the churches of St. Augustine and All Hallows. Its churchyard, on the east of the chapel, still remains, opposite the entrance of the modern church. The parishioners paid the king £100 for their new church. Chapter 6. St. Bartholomew. The hospital and the priory of St. Bartholomew were distinct and separate foundations, of which the former was governed by the latter. The traditional history of this foundation is one of those remarkable stories which belong to a period when things material and things imagined were mixed together, and the visions of a brain, disordered by sickness, or by fasting, or by loneliness, were even more real than the tangible realities of man and matter. In the time of Henry I there lived about the court one Raher, who was a knight, or a minstrel, a gentleman, or a jester, a man of noble extraction, or of obscure origin, whichever you please, for the histories differ. Either before or after his conversion, Raher is said to have occupied the stall of Chamberlain's Wood at St. Paul's. It was a time in which there was a great deal of what modern evangelicals used to call conviction of sin. Raher was one of those so convinced. Like many others at that time, when a wave of religious emotions swept over the whole country, Raher yearned to deepen his newly found sense of religion by going on pilgrimage. The going on pilgrimage, as a part of medieval life, has been treated in another place. Raher, it is enough to say, followed the common custom of the time when he went on pilgrimage to Rome. This was in 1120. Now, on arriving at Rome, or on the way, he was seized with a malarious fever, insomuch that he was like to die. He therefore prayed to St. Bartholomew, promising to found a hospital for the poor, should he by the help of the saint be permitted to recover. Now the bones of St. Bartholomew were found in India, AD 1113, only 7 years before Raher's arrival, and being brought over to Rome, were placed on an island of the Tiber, where had formerly stood a temple to Sculappius. Probably Raher had quite recently visited this place. We remember the eagerness with which the medieval folk ran after every new saint or every new discovery of relics. However that may be, he had a vision in which the saint appeared to him and granted his recovery on the conditions promised by the supplicant. Raher, therefore, on his return, proceeded to found the hospital. But the saint appeared to him. Would he do more? Would he found also a religious house? The spot Smithfield, the smooth field, was part of the fenny flat that lay north of London Wall, a barren 251 heath covered with springs and ponds and set with occasional clumps of trees. Horse races were held here, a weekly horse fair. There were stables and grooms and people to look after the horses. They were a rough and rude folk, living without the jurisdiction of the city, and they had no church nor any religious people among them. It was the place also on which executions were held, and it was accounted infamous. Raher obeyed the saint in this respect as well. He erected his hospital, beginning the building in 1123, with the assistance of Richard de Belmays, then Bishop of London, and the king himself. Conjectural restoration of the buildings of the Priory Church of St. Bartholomew the Great as existing in Prior Bolton's time, about AD 1530. A larger image is available here. Part of the choir, with the remains of the south transept of the Church of St. Bartholomew the Great. In West Smithfield, London, published 25 March 1821 by Robert Wilkinson, 125 Fenchurch Street. Raher next proceeded to found the priory of St. Bartholomew beside the hospital. The house received its first charter from Henry I in 1133. In this charter, the king orders his successors to defend the house as jealously as their own crown. The priory has long since disappeared, with the exception of part of the church, but the hospital exists to this day, enlarged and richly endowed, a perennial fountain of life and health, while the church of the priory, such part of it as still remains, is the noblest medieval monument left to London. Hospital, according to the custom of the time, consisted of a double hall or a single hall with aisles. Between the aisles or at the end of the hall was the chapel. In either aisle were the beds of the sick, the men on one side, the women on the other. As the patients were brought in, they were put to bed, 2, 4, even 8, 252 in one bed, without any regard to the kind of disease from which they suffered, so that in case of contagion or infection, the other occupants of the bed were certain to catch it. One wonders how, in these circumstances, anyone ever came out of the hospital at all, and how anyone could expect to recover. But all diseases were not infectious or contagious, and as for the patient, he was probably, from long experience of dirt and confined air, secure as regards many things which would now be fatal. Then there was food for him, there was nursing of a kind. If one were thirsty, he could drink. If one were hungry, he could eat. The sisters were gentle and pitiful. The physician was always in readiness. His remedies were strange and wonderful, but the groundwork was the old wife's. Knowledge of herbs and their uses, lore not to 253 be despised. Moreover, the chief terror of death was removed, because the priest was always in the hospital with the last offices of the church to fortify the dying. The hall was spacious, lofty, and well lit, a paradise to a fever-stricken wretch from a hovel without chimney, floor, or window. The beds were soft and clean, as cleanliness was then understood. The way of death was made easy, even if the recovery of health were denied. Tomb of Prior Raher. In the church of St. Bartholomew the Great. Raher himself became the first prior of his monastery. He died September 20, 1144, and was buried in the church. The canopied tomb of the 15th century, which still stands in the chancel of St. Bartholomew the Great, is said to cover the dust of the founder, whose effigy may be 12th century work. On the tomb are figured 2 monks reading in Bibles open at the 51st chapter of Isaiah and the 3rd verse. For the Lord shall comfort Zion, he will comfort all her waste places, and he will make her wilderness like Eden and her desert like the garden of the Lord. Joy and gladness shall be found therein, thanksgiving and the voice of melody. It would be difficult to find a more appropriate text. There are 4 shields on the tomb, being those of England, London, the hospital, and the priory. The tomb itself was desecrated by workmen in 1864. One of the leather sandals was taken off Raher's foot and lost for 30 years. It has now been recovered and is placed with other things in a small glass case in the church. Raher joined the order of Canons Regular of St. Augustine, who were great builders and architects, and among other things, practiced medicine. Those of the original buildings which remain are small portions of the choir of the church, from which the whole has been restored, and perhaps a portion or fragments of the transepts. The nave has long since been destroyed. The transepts are later. Originally, there were an apsidal Lady Chapel and 2 apsidal side chapels. That on the north side is dedicated to St. Bartholomew, that on the south to St. Stephen. When Raher died, there were 13 canons for the new foundation, a number increased to 35 under his successor. There can be no doubt, therefore, of the success of the house. The canons were not subject to duty in the hospital. For the service of the sick, there was another foundation, consisting of a hospitaller with 8 brothers and 4 sisters, under the rule of the prior. Raher's buildings were largely extended by his successor. About the same time was built the gateway into Smithfield, which still, most fortunately, stands, having escaped vandal, builder, landlord, and every danger. The present west front is, of course, modern, and the churchyard occupies the site of the former nave. In this priory happened that most disgraceful scene of violence in which the Archbishop of Canterbury, an alien of Provence, was the chief aggressor, when he visited the priory in defiance of the rights of the Bishop of London and replied to remonstrance by violence. This prelate was Boniface, uncle of Queen Elena of Provence, who had been brought to this country with so many of his countrymen and preferred to the highest place that the realm had to offer. See Vol. IP 29. We have in this episode a graphic and most suggestive picture of the exasperation caused by the admission of aliens to the offices and dignities which, above all, required a knowledge of the country and its institutions and its prejudices. The rights and privileges of ecclesiastics and of religious houses were defended with the greatest possible jealousy and tenacity. It was clearly a privilege of this house that their visitor was the Bishop of London, and that the Archbishop had no right to intrude himself into the house. That he did so is proof of an attempt at encroachment, of which an Englishman would have been incapable. But observe, as well, the arrogance of the prelate. He seizes the sub-prior and hurls him against a pillar. The canons run to his rescue, and the Archbishop is thrown on his 255 back ignominiously, betraying the fact that he is armed beneath his episcopal robes. And his men, his followers, are themselves strangers and aliens, men of Provence, like himself. The Gate of St. Bartholomew's Priory. From the Grangerized edition of Brayley's London and Middlesex in Guildhall Library. It may be observed, as well, that the citizens had their own standard of episcopal duties, if the words are correctly reported. He is no winner of souls, they cry, he is an exactor of money, whom neither God nor any lawful or free election did bring to this promotion. That the ideal of the people was so far above the practice of the prelates in such cases as this shows, it might be fairly argued that the parish priest of Chaucer, drawn 150 years later, existed already in the 13th century. The restored plan of the priory is here reproduced by permission of the Rev. Sir Borrodaile Savary, Bart. In 1410, the church was rebuilt almost anew. The apse of the east end was 256 removed. A square east end terminating with 2 large windows was inserted. The Norman Lady Chapel was taken down, and the present one erected with a crypt. The Norman clerestory was taken down and replaced by the present one. The Norman capitals were changed. The stone screen under the north transept was inserted, probably to give strength to the piers. A chantry chapel was built on the north side of the north aisle. In wills of this period, St. Catherine's Chapel is referred to, also a pardoned churchyard. A stone pulpit was put up in the choir. A peal of 5 bells was given to the church in 1520 by one Thomas Bullesden. This is the oldest peal in London, and the bells are dedicated respectively to St. Bartholomew, St. Anna, St. Peter, St. Catherine, St. Johannes Baptista. The last prior but one was Bolton, 1506–1522. He built the oriel window on the south side of the choir. His rebus of a Bolton tun is in the center panel. The same rebus is found in the spandrel of the door leading into the vestry room and in the brickwork of Canonbury Tower, Islington, which was also built by Bolton. This tower, with buildings now destroyed, standing in extensive grounds, the boundaries of which can still be made out, was apparently a summer residence of the canons. To return to the hospital, Raher's first hospitaller was Ulfune, who built St. Giles's, Cripplegate, also outside the walls. Ulfune used to go into the shambles every morning begging scraps and bits of meat for the sick men and women. He had under his orders 8 brothers of the hospital, who were priests as well as physicians, and 4 sisters. A representation of a medieval hospital shows the double hall. The priest is administering the last rites of the church to one patient. The sisters are sewing up the body of another just dead. Mass is being sung at the altar. A visitor is kneeling in prayer. Such is Raher's first hospital. Such was every medieval hospital. Little is recorded of the hospital between the foundation and the dissolution. In the reign of Henry III, one Catherine, widow of William Hardell, obtained a grant of a small plot of ground, 20 feet each way, for the purpose of building an anchorite cell next to the chapel of St. Bartholomew. Was that the chapel of the hospital or the stately church of the priory? It was the special duty of the anchorite to pray for the prosperity of the house and for the souls of those within it. Perhaps he may have prayed for both hospital and priory. In the reign of Edward III, the hospital was confirmed by the king. In the year 1423, Whittington's executors repaired the buildings, and in the same year we learn that the hospital possessed a library, because Sir John Wakening, once a priest in the house, enriched their library by the gift of a beautiful Bible. In the collections of a London citizen 21 is the following notice of the hospital. Bartholomew wise spetal, hit wise a place of great comfort to poor men as for her logging, and in special unto young women that have misdone that ben withe childer, though they ben deliveride, and unto the time of putfication they have meat and drink of the place's cost, and full honestly gided and kept. And in wise moch as the place may they keep her consel and her worship, God grant that they do so her own worship that have offended. Amen. St. Bartholomew the Less. From the Grangerized edition of Brayley's London and Middlesex in the Guildhall Library. Referring to the very copious notes in my hands, I make the following additions to the history which precedes. The Charter of Henry I, 1133, granting the foundation of the priory, and addressed to the Archbishop of Canterbury, and to Gilbert the Universal, Bishop of London, was printed in 1891 by Dr. Norman Moore from the copy in the Record Office. The reader desirous of more detailed information on this house is also referred to Dr. Norman Moore's work on the Church of St. Bartholomew, the 258 Great. There is a great quantity of literature on the subject of this house. The following list is by no means exhaustive, but it will serve. Papers may be consulted in the Vetusta Monumenta, Vol. Roman II, in the Transactions of St. Paul's Eccl. Soch, Vol. Roman II. Archaeologia Vols. Roman 15 and Roman 19. Notes and queries, see indices, the antiquary, see indices, the reliquary, see indices, the L and mid. Arch, Soch, Vols. I. Roman 2, Roman 3, Journal of Brit. Architects IXXX, Roman 41. Archaeolog, Journal Vols. Roman 41 and Roman 48. In 1362, we find a dispute between the canons of the priory and the brethren of the hospital concerning the list of the sick. In 1433, the Bishop of London issues ordinances for the better management of the priory. Another dispute between the priory and certain persons in the Diocese of Lincoln was thought important enough to demand a papal commission, the commissioners being the Dean and Chapter of St. Paul, S., to decide upon it. The prior and canons complained in 1310 of the offal thrown out into the Fleet at Holborn Bridge. They succeeded in getting an ordinance, but as to its enforcement history is mute. We find them later on petitioning against the making of holes and ditches in Smithfield. The petition, referring to some temporary grievance, shows that the priory considered itself as in some sort the guardian of Smithfield. It seems, since the claim is set up in other cases, to have been a custom in the election of a new prior to grant a pension to one of the king's clerks. John de Herclaston, clerk, in 1316, addresses a letter to the prior and canons claiming such a pension by right of custom. In the same year, a certain Nicholas de la Marque begs the prior to admit him into their house, because he is an old servant of the king and infirm. In 1530, we find that one Thomas Cornwall, convicted of heresy, who had been condemned to wear a faggot broidered on his sleeve, a pleasing reminder of orthodoxy, was sent to perpetual custody in the house of St. Bartholomew for disobeying the sentence. The story opens up a large field for hopeless inquiry. How many prisoners for heresy were there in the houses at the time of the dissolution? Were they all permitted to go at large? Is there any evidence as to the subsequent history of any of them? As regards Thomas Cornwall, if he was placed in penance, i.e., on bread and water in a solitary cell, he did not, probably, survive to see the dissolution of his prison. On the other hand, if he did, it is not very likely that he saw his own private heresy any the nearer to becoming the creed of the Catholic Church. Of St. Bartholomew's Fair, an account will be found in another place. See London in the 18th century, p. 465 et seq. On October 25, 1540, Fuller, the last prior, surrendered the house. The revenue was then £773, 112. The net income was £693, 1034. The nave was destroyed, and the stones were used by the king for other buildings. The priory buildings, consisting of the prior's house, the infirmary, the 259 dormitory, the refectory, the cloisters, kitchens, stables, and gardens, were sold to Sir Richard Rich for £1,064. The site of the nave, 87 feet in length, became a churchyard, and the choir became a parish church. The king appointed the first rector, after which the patronage belonged to Sir Richard Rich as his successor. Sir Richard Rich, as Lord Chancellor, presided at the trial of Anne Askew and, according to report, assisted with his own hands in her torture. He was also present at her execution. Interior of St. Bartholomew the Great. In 1516, Queen Mary gave the priory to the Black Friars, who lived here until their expulsion in 1559 by Elizabeth. In Londoner Illustrata, it is said that the old parish church adjoined the priory church, that when the Black Friars were turned out, the priory church, together with the old parish church, was made the parish church. In that case, the old parish church must have been part of the structure of the priory church. The account is confused because the writer goes on to relate that the old parish church was pulled down, except the steeple of wood, which became ruinous and was taken down in 1628, the present tower being then erected. The Great Fire was happily stopped before it could cross Smithfield. In 1697, Hogarth was baptized in this church. In 1863, restoration was begun. The Lady Chapel had been converted first into a dwelling house and next into a fringe manufactory. Part of the factory projected into the church and was supported by an iron girder and 2 iron columns. In the north transept was a blacksmith's forge. In the south, the boys' school. The following is an account of the most interesting restoration. May one who is no architect be permitted to say the most valuable. As set forth in the papers prepared for the reopening of the Lady Chapel on May 18, 1897. At the commencement of the restoration in 1863, the floor was lowered to its original level, the pews removed, a dry area formed round the outside of the church, and the walls and piers, which had perished, were made good. The apse was also completed on the ground floor level by the insertion of the 2 central piers, the story above being occupied by a fringe manufactory. Some £5,000 in all was collected and expended. Late Rev. J. Abbas, M.A. Rector. In 1880–86, the fringe factory, which projected 20 feet into the east end of the church, and which covered the remains of the crypt and Lady Chapel, was purchased for £6,500. The apse was restored at the sole charge of the patron, the Rev. Canon Phillips. The church was re-roofed. The blacksmith's forge, occupying the site of the north transept, was purchased. The restored portions were reopened on November 30, 1886. Late Rev. W. Pankridge, M.A. Rector. In 1880–90 to the south transept. The temporary vestry, which occupied the upper portion of the south transept arch, was removed. The Norman arch on the north side and the transition Norman arch on the south side were uncovered and brought to light, together with much other work of considerable interest. One bay was added to provide a baptistry and to form a suitable approach on the south side of the church. The transept now covers about half of the site of the original transept. It was opened on March 14, 1891. The boys' school was removed from the north triforium, and new schools were built adjoining the church. A working men's club was built beneath the schools at the sole charge of the rector. A memorial screen was erected beneath the organ loft to the late rector, the Rev. W. M. Pankridge, M.A. In 1892–93, the north transept, the blacksmith's forge, was removed and a shallow transept rebuilt, giving abutment to the great arches of the crossing and providing a morning chapel and uncovering much old work. This transept was opened on June 5, 1893. A north porch was built, giving access to the church from Cloth Fair and providing a room for the mission worker. A west porch was built with a room over. The west front was newly faced with flint and stone, and the approach widened. A new pulpit was erected, the gift of the late Sextonus. Eastern cloister of St. Bartholomew's Priory. From the Grangerized edition of Brayley's London and Middlesex in Guildhall Library. A new organ case was erected, the gift of Mr. Henry Thomas Withers in memory of his brother, the late Frederick John Withers. The north and south triforia were opened out, the peal of bells was rehung, and the bell tower repaired. In 1895, the crypt was restored and reopened as a mortuary chapel. In 1897, the Lady Chapel was restored and was opened as a mourning chapel by the Bishop of London on May 18, 1897. Mr. Sir Aston Webb, the architect in charge of the work, was guided throughout by the sound principles. 1. Never to remove from its position any worked stone. And finally, to bear in mind the direction contained in Rahur's vision. Having in him trust, do thou of the cost of the building doubt thee not, only give thy diligence, and my part shall be to provide the necessaries, direct, build, and complete the work. Rev. Sir Borrodaile Savary, Bart. M.A. Rector. The Hospital of St. Bartholomew's, when it was suppressed, at the same time was valued at a yearly revenue of £35. 5.7. We make an observation on this hospital similar to that suggested by St. Mary's Spital. How could the house, we ask, consisting of a master, 8 brethren, and 4 sisters, be kept on £35, 5.7 a year, and on what funds were the sick people received and treated? There must have been some organized method of getting subscriptions, donations, alms, and gifts in kind. The story of what happened when the place was taken over by the city shows that voluntary and organized help for the sick was surely no new thing.